This young man was completely stunned when he woke up in a very unfamiliar place. Manato did not understand what was happening around him, and when he saw the strange face with black hair in the mirror, he wondered where his distinctive silver hair had gone. Before Manato could stop feeling confused, a pair of doctors and a nurse quietly entered the hospital room one after another. After conducting an examination, the doctor was astonished to find that the injuries from the previous car accident had completely healed, as if cured by holy magic. It is true that it was healed by holy magic, but what the hell happened with the car accident? Manato glared and asked his magic doctor, who was out of patience but basically did not understand what the patient was talking about. You said you fought monsters throughout that genius event, which only made the doctor and nurse more confused. Has this kid been in the hospital too long and lost his mind? Can you tell me your name and what year it is? Ichikami Minato, and now it is probably around 1970, right? Your name is Kusanagi Minato and this year is 2022. Now it is Minato's turn to panic. I am Kusanagi Minato. This is the year 2022. And neither of us is lying. That TV is thin and sharp, and the calendar on the desk also says 2022. And that little device the nurse was scrolling through. I have never seen it before. This really seems like the future. This time it is interesting, an old soul in a new era. If I do not even know what this thing is, how am I supposed to act? The doctor said that the disaster you mentioned happened 50 years ago, and is now in the past. The monsters still exist but are few. The world has returned to its original peace. So no matter how hard the truth is to accept, you should first thank the heavens. And now he has to accept that Ichikami Minato from 1970 sacrificed himself to save the world, then reincarnated into the body of Kusanagi Minato. Though no one knows how such a difficult thing was possible, a few weeks later, Minato was discharged from the hospital and returned to his room following the original owner's memories. So this is Kusanagi Minato's room, and also mine. Kusanagi Minato's parents passed away when he was young, and since then, he has been living off the money they left behind. Minato lay back on the bed, thinking. He did not believe in reincarnation, and his miraculous revival must be the work of a divine power. Minato read Kusanagi Minato's documents and learned that he was attending the Kamui Magic Academy, something that did not exist in Minato's time. That is kind of interesting. Suddenly, there was a noise in Minato's bag, and he picked up his phone to see Tadano calling. He did not know what to do with it, so he just threw it aside without a second thought. On the phone, there was a flood of spam messages from Tadano. I heard you got discharged from the hospital. Hurry up and come to school. I am out of money. The next morning, Minato somehow showed up at school. He is grown up now, the same age as those damn students. Yet Minato is still allowed to attend school, which makes him a bit nervous. It sounds great, but Minato immediately has to judge this school. A grown man flicked a weak fire spell at the wooden dummy in front of Minato. Using his sharp eyes, Minato looked around and saw that everyone had only a little weak magic power. He held his head in disappointment, unable to believe that his successor as a mage was so incompetent. Compared to when Minato first started out, these guys were not even a tenth as good as him. Minato walked in with a weak expression, unaware of how many eyes were watching him. Once in class, Minato regained his mood. Sitting at the desk, he felt like he was back then, truly excited. Manato did not know if the original owner had any friends when the gang showed up. A loud kick slammed behind him along with a shout. You bastard. You think you are tough. You are just some Kusanagi punk and you dare do this, Manato replied calmly. Who are you guys? The red-haired guy with sharp eyes lunged forward, kicking Minato while shouting. How dare you not remember Tadano-jun? This notorious guy, you useless trash. Manato recognized the name Tadano on his phone. Oh, I remember now. You are my friend. Right, Jun smirks and reaches out his hand. Remember now. You idiot. Do you even know what friendship means? Manato immediately grabbed Jun's hand tightly. Friends are supposed to have each other's backs. Jun shook Manato's hand off loudly and grabbed his collar as if he wanted to devour him. Where's your money? Spit it out quickly. You still have a lot of your grandparents' inheritance, right? Manato sighed, only now realizing that Kusanagi Minato did not have friends. He was being bullied. Jun was like a pufferfish. Every word Minato said made him so angry he wanted to punch him. Just then, the classroom door opened and a clear, sweet female voice rang out. Good morning. The girl with blue hair radiated charm, her bright face beaming. Graceful figure, and shapely thighs. Just that was enough to make Jun stare in awe, almost drooling on Minato's face. In front of his goddess, he dared not do anything, only throwing a few words at Manato before storming off. Today's lesson happened to be history class, and the professor was talking about how the supreme mage Ichikami Minato sacrificed himself to end this horrific event. Everyone in the class nodded off during history, lulled by the professor's soothing voice. When monsters spread across the world, pushing humanity to the brink of extinction, the pioneer of magic at that time, known as the supreme mage Ichikami Minato, thought otherwise, and many other well-known events followed. The professor asked the class if anyone knew exactly who Ichikami Minato was. The blue-haired girl Mizuha stood up and answered. She was the sole survivor of the first disaster, the first mage, and also the reason the Magic Academy was founded. Right, as she spoke, Mizuha's eyes sparkled, showing her admiration for her idol Minato. The professor confirmed that Mizuha's answer was completely correct. Manato was the first human to use magic. This magic academy was established to train many more mages like Ichikami Manato back then. Manato is the greatest mage in human history, and the professor emphasized that this will also be on the test. Meanwhile, Manato kept his head down, silently hoping the professor would stop because all the embarrassing things about him had been triggered. Manato's usual awkward state confused his classmates, and he was regretting coming here to listen to others praise him for the entire lesson. However, because the world is at peace, it seems that the newer generation of mages has gradually become weaker. Manato stared blankly outside, gazing at the clear blue sky. How long has it been since he last felt this peace? After an unknown amount of time, the professor ended the lesson and reminded them that there would be a comprehensive magic assessment tomorrow. Jun took the chance to go over to Manato and tease him. Did you hear that? The magic overview assessment is tomorrow. I bet it will be fun watching you make a fool of yourself. Manato put on a serious face, thinking this crazy guy must be going through puberty or something with all the talking. He did not want to stay here any longer. Seeing Manato stand up to leave, Jun teased him again about his parents. Your old folks do not have any power either. Right. Oh, so you are just a damn orphan. I forgot, aha. The whole group burst out laughing, making Manato unable to stay silent any longer. Even though Kusanagi Manato's parents were not his, it still touched a man's pride. Do your parents know how ignorant you are? Manato replied calmly. But even that was enough to make Jun's face turn red with anger. What did you say? That one-time loser. Don T lumped me in with you. The classmates looked at each other with concern. Is he really going to use magic in class? Jun launched a fireball at Manato, intending to kill him directly. Manato remained calm while the other students fled in terror. Dangerous. Mizuha anxiously ran towards Manato as a massive explosion with soaring heat instantly engulfed the entire room. Mizuha arrived too late and could only blame Jun for showing off his magic without caring that other classmates might get hurt. Jun was so annoyed when the goddess scolded him that even his cat was upset. It was that guy who caused the trouble. Not my fault. A few seconds later, the fire went out, leaving only thick smoke that made everything hard to see. As the smoke cleared, a figure remained standing within it. Manato, one hand in his pocket, the other holding his bag, looked at them calmly without a scratch. The girl in front, I am not sure if she is praising or mocking Jun. Not bad either way. Jun looked terrified as if he had seen a ghost. He did not even get a scratch after taking my full hit. For Manato, if it was just level 1 magic, the magical barrier would easily block it. No need for other spells. Manato held back because he thought Jun was just a reckless kid, but it seems he has not seen the coffin yet to cry over it. Seeing Manato's current face, the three kids instinctively huddled together in fear. A strong blue flame burst from Manato, quickly engulfing the entire room in light. Everyone present was unable to move. Not knowing what kind of entity they were facing, Manato slowly advanced toward Jun, who was shivering as if standing in the cold of the northern winter. He reached out his arm toward him, his eyes completely void of light. Jun grimaced, struggling to find words. What was that noise just now? Did someone just use magic? A professor suddenly opened the door after hearing the explosion caused by Jun. Manato pulled back his arm, was asked by the professor what was going on, sighed, then answered with an innocent face. Nothing happened in here. Maybe someone outside accidentally cast a spell. But the professor said there are no magic clubs active outside on the school grounds right now. Manato quickly diverted attention by saying it seemed like someone was just trying out their magic, since mages love to show off their powers. So where is this smoke coming from? The professor smelled something burning in the room, and Manato said it was coming from outside. I did not expect the professor to believe Manato because he knew he would not lie. But before leaving, the professor still warned the students. The teacher will find the culprit for sure. Now everyone return to your places. Manato cheerfully said goodbye to the professor, telling himself he would have to create a fake crime scene to cover this up. After the professor left, the room fell into a suffocating silence. Jun turned his back and ran away, gritting his teeth as he cursed Manato silently in his mind. Manato was also burdened with many thoughts, even though they were just students. So he decided to survey the area that night in Old Shibuya, a place still ruined and untouched. Manato used a magic circle to fly in the sky, stopping on an old building to observe. Then he sped up but did not sense any monsters nearby. Although everything looked ruined and desolate, it seemed the police had already cleaned up beforehand. Suddenly Manato sensed the presence of a monster nearby, and even signs of humans. He immediately rushed straight toward the source of the signal. At that moment, a girl was crawling on the ground, with a terrifying two-headed beast before her. Their mouths drooled from years of starvation. At the moment of birth, Manato appeared just in time. The monster was very close, suddenly roaring in pain. Manato raised countless sharp spikes from the ground, piercing its body to pieces. With just that, he had already defeated a monster several times his size. Manato turned to look at the woman on the ground, the badge on her uniform marking her as a magical police officer. Manato did not want to get involved, only telling her to be more careful next time. Before she could even thank him, Manato flew away as if he had never appeared. As for the policewoman, After regaining consciousness, she had no idea who Manato was. He seemed like a supreme mage, but she noticed Manato did not cast any spells at all. At this moment Manato glided through the sky like skimming over water. Covering his face was definitely the right choice. Since he was a spirit possessing Kusanagi Manato, he could not stand out too much. Today Minato was disappointed once again. A magic police officer was killed by such a worthless monster. The skill level of the police is also shockingly low. Manato can confirm that humanity nowadays can't even kill a mediocre monster. Not only the students and police, but it seems that mages in this era are also much weaker than before. But Minato is not sad. On the contrary, he feels happy, because even now, his power is still useful. Manato will use his magic power to clear out the nearby monsters. They cannot be allowed to harm the innocent people here. The next day, as expected, the students underwent a measurement of their magical power. In front of them was a large, bulky machine that could measure both the amount and the attribute of their magical power. These are the two most important indicators for those who want to become professional mages in the future. Manato deserves it. So why is magic regressing more and more? Students might stay silent. But if even the teachers can't measure the students' mana, then there is really nothing left to say. Feeling mana is the foundation for forming magic. Do not you know that? Mizuha suddenly started a conversation with Minato. Do you have time? The fact that the two were talking caused the entire Shisho class to gossip. Mizuha said this was the first time they had a proper conversation. She reintroduced herself as the second daughter of the noble magical family Mizuha. Mizuha Zuka. Minato felt like he was hearing it for the umpteenth time. Magic nobility my foot. Zuika could not believe Minato did not know Mizuha was one of the four great families leading the mages. Minato did not know whether to laugh or cry. Back in the day, none of this ever happened, and he had not even heard the name Mizuha. Besides, Zuika's mana was weak for a family famous among mages. This amount of mana was really disappointing. Meanwhile Zuka still did not understand why Mito was acting that way. She had started the conversation and Minato did not even feel grateful. Jun clenched his teeth and sulked on the side. Jealous that Zuika had approached Minato first, Minato scratched his head, not quite following Zuika's meaning. So what does a powerful clan member like you want from me? Zuka really wanted to punch Minato in the face. As a noblewoman, she had to maintain her dignity. This attitude made Minato lose all patience. Zuka came because yesterday Minato was still unharmed after taking Jun's chosen attack. So there must be a reason. Zuika had just said 3 words when the professor announced they were about to start the test. Minato was happy. Just the excuse he needed to stay away from that girl. Zuka was helpless but not angry because through the test, she could also see Minato's true strength. The next person is Jun, whose face shows no sign of hesitation. Completely confident, he releases a burst of magical energy that makes the machine glow brightly. The number on the display quickly stopped at 1000. Jun screamed like a chimpanzee. I am freaking awesome. Even stronger than before. Manato. Do not overthink it. Scoring 1000 means the standards have not changed in 50 years. Next up is Zuka, who looks just as confident as Jun. She lightly touched the machine, and the number rose to 2000. Water attribute. The professor gasped in amazement, praising the two of them. Their magical power truly ranks at the top of this year's students, and they will definitely become outstanding mages. The whole class erupted over these two rising stars, but only Minato could not smile. Zuika, is not 2000 magic power too little to brag about? It is not much better than the amateurs. Zuika glanced at Minato, wondering if he felt ashamed looking at her results. Minato tried not to meet her challenging gaze. This girl was really annoying. Next was Minato's turn. The whole class knew he was a top student, but when it came to magic he was always behind. Even Jun still thought Minato had no special talent. Even though yesterday he pushed himself to the point of exhaustion, Zuika watched Minato closely, convinced he could not match her. Minato did not know what to do. In his past life, he had stood out too much and felt a bit lonely. So maybe this time he would hold back a little. But thinking about a guy and a girl looking down on him behind his back, Minato did not want to hold back. He placed his hand down, unleashing a torrent of magic power, going all out. As long as this thing could withstand all of his magic, Minato's magic power even burst beyond the barrier, awakening the students in other buildings. Zuika opened her eyes wide, not knowing what was happening. The numbers on the screen kept rising. The cliff was saturated with magical energy, even releasing it all the way to the central hill. A flash of light flickered and a loud explosion echoed far away. Shards of rock shattered sharply, capable of killing a person at that speed. Minato used magic to block, preventing anyone from getting hurt. He had only been serious for a few seconds. But this familiar machine could not handle it. Can these kids really become mages? The professor anxiously checks the surroundings to make sure no one is hurt. He even thought Minato was lucky to be at the center of the explosion unharmed. This is the first time seeing the evaluation device explode. Maybe it was already broken before. But like this, we won't be able to know Kusanagi's magic power and attributes. Minato wondered why that was important. The academy will divide the class into groups for practice. But now they do not know which group to put Minato in, so the professor assigned Minato to Jun's group, who glanced at his two subordinates with a sly smile. Of course, sir, The professor was actually very confident and trusting Manato to Jun. Jun walked past Mito, trying to put on a sinister and sneaky face to scare him. I am really looking forward to it. Sir, the practice location is the old Bar because it still houses monsters in areas that have become ruins, so the current Bar is abandoned. Mages and police regularly patrol to ensure monsters do not return here. Therefore, the academy students are required to participate. More than half of the monsters here have already been cleared by the mages, so they can be at ease. Manato did not expect there to be a practical class too. But reluctantly, the students could take down a few monsters, even working in groups. Manato had been here last night, but he felt something was off. Manato was sure he had cleared out all the monsters here, yet he could still sense a few. There were no signs of a disaster nearby. So how could they still appear? The students were even competing to see who could take down more today. Manato felt worried for these carefree girls. The Wind Master announced that the practical class had begun. Manato was immediately pushed against the wall by Tenjin, his face arrogantly superior. Hey, stay put and do not get in our way. I am being nice, so do not keep begging. Got it. Manato brushed the dust off his sleeve. If you do not like me, then just ignore me. Seeing Manato's sharp rebuttal, Tenjin snapped like a switch being flipped. Don't you talk to me like we are equals. You lol if no matter what you are. Why would Mizuha be interested in someone like you? Manato made a face. Suddenly realizing, is Tenjin picking a fight with me just over a girl? Oh, could it be that you like Mizuha? Tenjin's eyes blazed with furious rage. As for Manato, he did not care about him. He had already sensed something approaching. Jun once again used magic, with two henchmen behind him lending a hand. Manato told him not to do that, but Jun thought he was begging him. Manato just quietly reminded him to look behind himself, and Jun froze. You think I would fall for your childish trick? A shadow suddenly enveloped Jun, making him instinctively turn around. A large two-horned monster had appeared out of nowhere. The three brats huddled together. Jun's mouth agape. What? Why is it here? Why is there a demon soldier here, standing before a real monster? These three are nothing but amateurs. Two subordinates begged Jun to take action. Though afraid, he was confident in himself. Take this. You bastard. Jun unleashed flames that engulfed the demon soldier's entire body. Seeing it motionless, he thought he had succeeded. It was as easy as pie. But no, after the flames faded, the demon soldier's body did not have a single scratch. Manato was not very surprised. How could a level 1 magic take down a demon soldier? But he just stood there to watch the show. The demon soldier took step after step toward them, while Jun was so scared he collapsed to the ground, eyes wide with fear, his teeth clenched silently, his pants soaked because he forgot to wear a diaper today. The demon soldier charged at Jun but stopped halfway when he saw Manato. A series of bloody memories of his comrades flashed through his mind, and the demon soldier immediately stepped back. Manato calmly stepped forward. Even a demon soldier clearly knows who among us is stronger. Yes! It can see the amount of mana radiating from Manato. Jun the demon soldier's thick arm roared as he summoned several magic circles. Manato raised his hand and summoned a magic circle without needing a spell. How do you expect to beat it with level 1 magic? We are all going to die. Those kids back there are just scared out of their minds. At that moment, the demon soldier used level 2 magic to summon a stone wall. Huge chunks of rock hurtled toward them, and Jun closed his eyes. Too afraid to look, Manato gritted his teeth and used level 1 magic to launch a fire arrow. A dragon of flames shot from his hand, and just by looking at it, you could tell it would incinerate the tiny stone of the demon soldier. Sure enough, the stone was burned, followed by the demon soldier. A huge explosion created a powerful gust of wind that made Manato's cloak flutter in the breeze. Jun opened his eyes, wondering what the hell just happened. Did Manato just take down that demon soldier and save his life? Manato stepped toward the demon soldier's magic stone, questioning why it was here at Teber. Yesterday you hunted them down one by one, yet they still reappeared. Unless this is a warning before a disaster. The current situation seems more tense than Manato expected. Recalling those painful and deadly memories, Manato could not help but blame himself. But no matter what disaster comes again, he is determined to save everyone. Meanwhile, Jun's two subordinates looked at each other. Did he just take down that demon soldier? Is he really the Kusanagi from before? Jun suddenly punched the wall in anger. How could he face Duika if she found out about this? In fact, at that moment, Duika was hiding behind a rock, watching Jun's outburst unfold. A few minutes earlier, in another corner, the students were facing low-level magical beasts, but Duika easily used first-level magic to defeat them. The students outside saw this and enthusiastically praised her, saying she was amazing. Truly Mizuhama. Duika heard their praise and sighed reluctantly. Just that little and they were already hiding like that. These nobles are really only good at flattery. Well, anyway, she is a genius. What can you do? But at that moment, Duika saw Jun's group dragging Manato away into a hidden corner. Remembering how Manato was bullied, Duika could not help but frown deeply. In the end, she looked back at everyone and spoke up, leaving the rest to you all. She quickly ran after the group, unable to just stand by and watch, so Duika hid in a shadowed corner, quietly watching the group of students. When she saw the demon soldiers appear, her expression instantly turned to panic. She was sure that group would not be able to defeat this thing. The more she thought about it, the more panicked she became. clenching her fist tightly. She had to do something. After all, she was a member of the Mizuhama clan. In the end, Duka ran out shouting, and everyone immediately followed. Before she could finish speaking, a streak of magic suddenly passed through her, leaving her stunned. With a bang, an explosion erupted in front of her, smoke and flames filling the sky. When the smoke and flames finally cleared, the final scene came into view. Duka saw Manato standing there unharmed. She frowned in surprise. Was that Manato's magic? Duka remembered he used to be very shy and had no magical talent at all. But now he seemed like a completely different person. She did not hear any incantation from Manato either, casting magic without a chant. Moreover, he defeated that demon soldier easily with just level 1 magic. The strength of a demon is determined by the number of magic stones it holds, which is also the principle behind their ranking system. Ordinary magical beasts are rank 6, while demon soldiers are rank 5, one level higher. Rank 4 demon commanders, rank 3 demon walls, higher still is rank 2 the demon king, and at the very top is the demon lord. The damage rank capable of harming each demon is fixed, and every modern mage knows this. At least level 3 magic is needed to defeat a demon soldier, so how Manato's level 1 magic could do it, Daika truly could not understand. While she was confused, Manato slowly walked to where she was hiding. Daika was startled and quickly slipped further inside. She quickly reacted, wondering why she had to hide like this. Only after Manato had walked away a bit did Daika peek out to watch him go. Unfortunately, Manato discovered her. He smirked, quietly spying on others. Seems to be a kind of fun for him. Daika could not help but shiver. She frowned and asked, "How did you know?" Shrugging indifferently, Manato replied bluntly, "If you call yourself a mage, not knowing would be strange." Yet after Manato said that, Daika was even more confused. Seeing her reaction, Manato sighed helplessly and said, "You guys can't sense magic? Can you?" Then he turned and walked away, leaving Daika standing there confused. Only when she reacted did she run after Manato. She hurriedly called out, "Wait a moment, what is this? Explain it." Unfortunately, the person had disappeared long ago, and there was no one left in front of her. The one she needed to find was standing on the rooftop of a nearby building. Manato saw her looking for him inside. He glanced around quietly and whispered, "Let us just take a look to be sure." Saying that, Manato used his magic to scan the area. There were no more demon soldiers, but quite a few magical beasts still remained. This situation really troubles him. Even Jun, considered an outstanding student, is struggling so much, so the other students will surely have a hard time. Manato furrowed his brow thoughtfully, wondering if he should lend them a hand. His barrier would cover the entire area around the Gasibia house. Without hesitation, Manato quickly channeled mana into both hands. In the blink of an eye, 2 magic beasts appeared in the air, then they started to charge forward. Before long, they had completely surrounded the Gasibia house. Seeing the beams of magic in the air, Jun's group was immediately shocked and confused. Not knowing what they were, even Juka was no exception. She frowned and muttered, "That was advanced magic. Versatile magic." At the same time, in another corner, a group of magical beasts had surrounded 2 academy students, their numbers so large it terrified them. At that moment, a demon beast lunged at the pink-haired girl, her face filled with terror. She was powerless to do anything. At a critical moment when the situation hung by a thread, a sudden burst of magic tore apart the attacking monster's body. The pink-haired girl, having just faced life and death, was so terrified her legs gave out and she collapsed to the ground. The boy rushed over anxiously, asking, "Are you okay? Are you alright?" At the same time, on the rooftop of a building, Manato looked down, nodded with satisfaction. "Good. Slaughtering them like this is quite entertaining." But very quickly, he realized a problem with his magic power. A cold sweat broke out on Manato's forehead, because his magic power not only killed the beasts but also tore their bodies into pieces. In the blink of an eye, fragments of the beasts' corpses were scattered everywhere. Seeing this scene, Manato could not help but sigh helplessly, realizing he had gone a bit too far. In the end, he had cleared out most of them. At this rate, how can the practical class continue? Next time, I will have to hold back a bit. After a moment of silence, Manato used magic to jump down from above. He glanced around for a long moment, then nodded with satisfaction. This must be the nest. After checking everything was fine, Manato found a hidden corner to land. Although he did not need to hide his skills too much, standing out too much was still troublesome. Thinking this, he walked over to the other students while the instructor was examining the bodies of the magical beasts. After a thorough check, he muttered in doubt, "How come there are still so many monsters left? The whole pack should have been taken down by now." Taking down this many with just one strike, the one responsible must be a professional mage. Moreover, magic without a defined attribute, firing countless magic bullets like this can only be attribute-less magic, and he has never seen anyone like this before. Without this person, the situation would have long been beyond the instructor's control. Firing many magic bullets at once is no problem, but here there are more than 6 bullets, which no student could have done. While he was thinking, a student could not hold back their frustration and asked why so many monsters were still left when we were almost dead. "Sir, it was the teacher's fault," and the instructor did not deny responsibility, bowing his head to admit his mistake. He pressed his lips together and explained that he had been informed the police had already cleared out the entire pack. You should have confirmed again with the authorities, and I truly apologize for putting you all in such a dangerous situation just now. The female student who was just rescued timidly asked if someone had come to save them, and the instructor gently shook his head in response. He really did not know. The female student sighed helplessly. I just wanted to ask to thank that person, but the instructor truly does not know who it was. It definitely could not have been the police or professional mages. Maybe it was rogue mages, but there is no denying the fact that person just saved your students. And from the bottom of his heart, he is very grateful to this unknown mage. Manato, the nameless mage in the instructor's mind, was standing in the distance, just smiling without saying a word. After escaping danger, the students finally calmed down and began whispering about the magic they had just witnessed. Manato glanced around at everyone. It seemed like everyone was noisy, so he felt relieved. At the same time, a fierce gaze was staring intently at him. It was Jun's group. Those reckless kids had just faced life and death but still had not matured. Manato sighed reluctantly. Meanwhile, Juka was quietly watching Manato, wondering how he managed to defeat a demon soldier using only level 1 magic and that infinite magic as well, but fire magic and attributeless magic. She believed no student was skilled enough to use both types of magic at the same time, not even Manato. Thinking this, Juka felt a bit relieved, realizing he was just overthinking. There is no way someone like him could use 2 attributes at once. The one who used the other attribute magic must be someone else. But even so, it does not change the fact that Manato defeated a demon soldier, and she is wondering what exactly he is. Manato felt Juka's gaze on him but did not react. At that moment, the 2 guys beside Jun snapped back to reality, one of them muttering in shock that laser-like thing was also made by Kusanagi. The other guy shook his head in denial, saying it could not be true. But the first one still trusted his guess and quickly added, he did defeat the demon soldier. These words made Jun furious, his face turning as dark as a pot bottom. Gritting his teeth, he snarled, "Hey, shut your mouth. I will kill you right now." The 2 others wisely kept quiet, not daring to say another word. Jun's eyes were filled with extreme malice as he shouted angrily, insisting that the trash kid could not possibly be that strong and that something shady must be going on. The other 2 dared not argue and quickly agreed, saying he was indeed strange, not just a coward. Jun heard this and was pleased, sending an order, "That damn dog must be up to something. If you dare make a fool of me, I will expose all his true tricks." After a while, the final bell rang, and Minato went home as usual, only to be blocked by a group of students. Leaving him a bit confused, the leader was that brat Jun, glaring at him, shouting, "I have been waiting for you." Manato was truly helpless with these brats, sighed and said, "Are you all deaf? Instead of running around telling on each other, why not use that time to study magic? Even a little bit." These words struck a nerve with Jun, who angrily shouted, "You have no right to speak, you deceitful bastard." Deceitful? Manato was a bit confused. What does that mean? Jun snorted indignantly and shouted, "Stop pretending to be stupid. What kind of dog can use that kind of magic? You are definitely up to something behind my back." Manato stared at him, eyes full of confusion. "You clearly have no idea what this guy is babbling about." Seeing you do not answer, Jun barked an order. "Follow me. I want to let your cowardly rat run away from here." Saying that, the others also came to stand behind him. Truly troublemakers always act in packs. Manato looked at the group of brats in front of him, shrugged indifferently, and casually said, "Why would I need to run? Annoyed by your attitude." Jun shouted angrily, "Stop talking nonsense. You bastard. You can't use magic here, right?" Without waiting for a reply, he clenched his fist and charged forward. Jun's fist came dangerously close to Manato's face in the blink of an eye, but he did not react at all. The group following him quickly rushed forward, throwing punches nonstop. Jun arrogantly laughed and said, "Without magic, what can you even do? Even if you lick my shoes now, I still won't spare you. Die." Kusanagi, the more he spoke, the more inhuman his smile became. But unfortunately, he could not even touch a single hair on Manato's leg. Manato stood calmly there, eyes full of contempt. Their weak moves could not even touch him, and with his own power protecting him, he would not be harmed no matter how long the fight lasted. But these annoying pests were too much, and Manato thought he might as well just take the hits and get it over with, so he tried sitting down on the ground, pretending to be beaten by them. But at that moment, a loud shout suddenly rang out. "What the hell are you all doing?" A group of people immediately startled and looked back, only to see Juka standing behind them. Jun's expression immediately turned ugly, and he muttered Juka's name under his breath, afraid she would think badly of him. Jun quickly explained, "No, we are just joking around," suddenly smirking coldly. Juka said, "I know you are all ganging up to bully Kusanagi." She asked them, "How can you wear the Magic Academy uniform and become a bunch of bullies like this? Aren't you ashamed of your conscience?" Hearing this, Jun's group immediately looked ugly. Jun's face turned as dark as a pot bottom, grinding his teeth and glaring at Manato, blaming him for Juka finally standing up to him like this. While Jun was lost in thought, Juka stepped forward, grabbed Manato's hand, and said, Let us get out of here. Kusanagi. The sight of the two holding hands caught Jun's eye, pushing his anger to the peak as he began cursing Manato's ancestors. Seeing Jun's expression, his two henchmen froze in fear, too scared to step forward and intervene. In the end, Jun could not hold back and exploded right there. Damn you, Kusanagi. Manato sighed helplessly. This guy is like iron glue, sticking tight and never letting go. At this moment, Jun was furious, his hands glowing with magic as he shouted fiercely, "You damn bastard. I swear I will kill you." Seeing this, Juka panicked and shouted, "Tanado, what are you doing?" But Jun had gone mad, and he and his gang launched a magical attack at Manato all at once. Juka grew more and more anxious, urgently shouting a warning. It is very dangerous. At the same time, an explosion erupted before them, smoke and flames filling the sky, causing Juka to shield her eyes. Believing Manato was buried in the blaze, Jun laughed arrogantly, saying, "No matter how many times you cheat, you still can't save yourself, kid." His two henchmen, on the other hand, were terrified and muttered in panic, "Oh god, this is bad. No joke. Are we really dead?" With a sharp bark, Jun acted confident and said, "You idiots. What the hell are you scared of? We just accidentally used magic outside of school and lost control a bit. Kusanagi just happened to be standing right in the path of the magic, that is all." But while he was feeling smug, a low voice suddenly rang out from the smoke, saying, "You guys have gone a bit too far." Making Jun startle and look back, a figure slowly emerged from the hazy smoke. Manato stood there without a scratch, coldly glaring at the brats in front of him, his mouth slightly open. "I thought you were just a bunch of kids, so I let it slide. But as expected, all stupidity must be paid for with death. It is time for me to teach you a lesson." Seeing this scene, Jun's face immediately turned ugly, and Han shouted in shock, "You are still alive. You took all that magic and you are still alive." Even Daika behind was equally stunned, still not fully recovered. Manato was too lazy to explain to them. Speaking coldly, "Only I am not to blame, but you dragged Daikai into this too. You are really rotten, kid." Jun bit his lip in frustration, refusing to admit defeat, saying, "No, both of you are the ones at fault. You dare make a joke out of me? We will keep attacking until you two are nothing but dried bones." As he finished speaking, magic appeared in his hand again. Manato remained calm and snapped his fingers. Only a small amount of magic was restored to him. Seeing the mini magic circle in front of him, Jun laughed loudly in disbelief. "Haha, what kind of magic is that? Looks like a bunch of stones rolling around. This time you are definitely dead." Immediately, they all attacked Manato at once. Manato remained calm, muttering quietly as he drained the magic power. As soon as he finished speaking, magical vines suddenly appeared before him. He twisted through the air like a serpent, rushing straight at Jun's group, wrapping tightly around them, causing them to panic and shout, "What the hell is this? Let me go!" But it did not last long before they deflated like balloons, sitting down weakly with no strength left. Seeing this, Manato retracted his vines. Without the vines to hold them up, Jun's group fell flat on the ground. Manato was a bit surprised he only drained a little magic, and they all collapsed like that. This should be enough to teach them a lesson. Witnessing this scene, Juka was even more shocked, wondering what kind of magic that was, what had just happened, and why Jun and the others had suddenly lost consciousness. While she was still thinking, Manato was already packing up to leave. Seeing this, Juka quickly shouted to stop it. "Hey, wait a moment." Jundap kept asking Manato, "What kind of magic was that? What just happened? You were not supposed to be able to use magic so skillfully." Juka kept bombarding Manato with questions, like she was interrogating him, which really annoyed Manato. The commander spoke up, saying that instead of questioning me like Jun did, should not you be saying something else? Juka knew what Manato was saying, stubbornly turned away. "I will acknowledge you because you just saved me." "Thank you." "Alright, now answer me." But before she could finish, the person in front of her had already disappeared without a trace. Juka shouted in frustration, "Where did he disappear to again? Really?" By nightfall, in old Shibuya, a place quite gloomy, a figure used magic to glide swiftly like the wind across the dark sky. Then he quickly descended onto a high-rise building in the city. This person was none other than Manato, disguised but still wearing the familiar hoodie. Manato used magic to scan the area because he felt uneasy. Just as he thought, he had killed all the monsters in the afternoon, but this place was still full of monsters. Is this a bad sign? If it were just Shibuya, Manato could handle it alone, but he can sense them in other places too, which is probably too difficult for the police. Although the magical police are not very strong, he can kill all the monsters in Japan by himself. Manato thought he needed to make a plan for this. After a moment of consideration, he decided to first eliminate the monsters nearby, being careful not to draw attention. Deciding quickly, Manato used magic to leap down below and began to eliminate the magical beasts. Wild beams of magic struck from above, causing the beasts to fall like flies. At that moment, a Maimont was stumbling chaotically below the street. Unaware that a monster was right behind him, the monster immediately attacked the man. In a life-or-death moment, Manato appeared and slashed it down with the speed of the wind. Feeling something brush past him, the drunken man turned his head to look back, but no one appeared. He thought he was imagining things, when in fact Manato had quickly hidden to the side. The drunken man then continued on his way home. Manato confirmed he was safe before leaving the place. But he did not notice that someone in the distance had recorded the entire scene. He also posted it on social media, smiling smugly if it does not go viral. That would really be strange. The next morning, in the headmaster's office at the Magic Academy, another teacher was also present. He looked at the students in front of him and spoke solemnly. We have been informed that some students were seen using magic outside the school grounds. And if this is true, the school will have to suspend those students. The students they mentioned were Minato and Ruka. Jun's group was also called in. When Jun heard this, he immediately protested. What does the teacher mean? We did not use magic. It was Kusanagi who came to us to cause trouble. Minato was truly helpless in the face of this loudmouth. This guy lies without batting an eye. Impressive, really. He probably can't stay silent any longer, even if it means getting involved. He still has to explain. Before Minato could even react, a loud shout rang out calling it a lie, surprising both him and Jun's group. The one who spoke was none other than Ruka. She angrily pointed at Jun and accused him, saying Kusanagi was bullied by Tadano and his friends, and it was Tadano's side that used magic first. The teacher raised an eyebrow and asked, so does that mean Kusanagi also used magic? Ruka defiantly argued back, saying it was a justified position and that he did nothing wrong. Manato was a bit surprised. This girl was actually quite righteous and did not lie at all, but Jun's thick skin is 8 times thicker than concrete. Even after all that, he stubbornly denied it, saying we did not do anything wrong either. Ruka grew even more frustrated and snapped, just shut up already. What kind of person bullies others then blames them for everything? Are you numb to shame? Jun was scolded like a dog but still argued stubbornly. It is Kusanagi. He is the one who does not belong here. I am just cleaning up the trash. Ruka glared at him, full of resentment, saying you are the one who does not belong here. Jun refused to accept it and argued back. I am at the top of the class. I am the only one who can match you. Not that cheap Kusanagi guy. Ruka did not buy it and angrily snapped. You are talking nonsense. Jun still refused to back down, stepping forward to Ruka with determination, saying, open your eyes. Do not defend that guy. Look at me. Become my woman. Ruka. His eyes were filled with sincerity as he spoke. But unfortunately, Ruka ignored that sincerity, coldly saying, dream on, kid. In her eyes, Jun seemed trapped in an ice chamber, frozen stiff. And that still was not enough. Ruka even gave the reason for rejecting him, saying he was a bully because he was too violent, which made him so angry he passed out. Manato could not help but feel moved watching this, knowing Jun deserved it, but it was still too cruel. At that moment, the principal spoke up, saying it seemed to be Tadano and his friend's fault, and Kusanagi was just defending himself. We do not tolerate those who use magic for personal grudges. You will all be expelled. Jun's 2 underlings panicked and explained, no, please. We were just following Jun's orders. The principal did not want to listen and ordered Minato and Ruka back to class. The 2 immediately agreed and fell out of the office. Ruka had left the room, but her dissatisfaction remained. She kept grumbling, that guy, it has been a long time since someone has annoyed me this much. Minato walked beside her, asking with doubt what would happen now that they were expelled. Ruka pursed her lips slightly and said indifferently, they won't be able to become mages anymore. It is obvious. Then Ruka suddenly turned to Minato with a sharp look and said fiercely, you have to stand up for yourself. Minato was a bit reluctant, but he was planning to do that anyway, though she had already done it for him. Seeing him not respond, Ruka suddenly became anxious. Minato furrowed his brow, thinking for a long time, then suddenly frowned and spoke up, remembering that he had tried to save me so many times already. In class, when Minato was pulled into a fight, Ruka stood up to help, and now this time, she even stood up to testify for him. Thinking this, Minato smiled at him and said, you are really kind. Minato's words made Ruka blush with embarrassment. She hurriedly ran off. Quiet now, I am leaving. Manato watched her retreating figure, smiling softly. So adorable. At that moment, he remembered something. Kusanagi Minato was dead, and Ichikami Minato was his reincarnation. Was that kid bullied to death? Those 2 were just a normal car accident. Minato did not know, but they are definitely guilty, and I hope justice will be served. At the same time, 2 more students appeared in the principal's office, accompanied by the clear voice of a girl. So there are students using magic outside the school, and some students have been affected. The principal nodded slightly and replied, that is right, but it has not endangered the public. The female student, hearing this, asked suspiciously, so why did you call me here? The principal calmly replied, the student involved is Mizuho Ruka, which made the girl pause. After a moment, she finally spoke up, I understand now. Thank you for telling me. Then she turned and walked away. The principal did not stop her either and calmly suggested, send my regards to your father for me. The girl did not turn back and replied calmly, do not worry, my father will still invest in the school. The 2 quickly walked out into the hallway, and the male student beside the girl finally spoke up, if what the teacher said is true, Then this Kusanagi guy must be very strong, the girl murmured softly. Fighting multiple mages at once is nearly impossible for me. You won't win unless your true power is overwhelmingly strong. Do you think that guy is stronger than us? The two of them walked and talked, other students watching them pass by their classrooms with admiration, but they paid no attention as the girl's voice grew serious. First, I need to confirm the abilities of the student Kusanagi Manato. Then I will decide whether to expel my little sister. This girl is Duka Mizuruka's older sister, a third-year student in class, and the boy beside her is Kashiraji Ryuji, also a third-year student in class. He nodded and smiled upon hearing her words. Got it. Inside the classroom, Manato was lying on the desk, constantly sighing. Now that everything had settled, he had lost all motivation. At that moment, the shout from a nearby student caught his attention a bit, saying, "Look, so cool. Is he a spellcaster? I know him." Manato raised an eyebrow in doubt. Spellcasters are noble clans. Right, but this has nothing to do with him, so he sighed deeply in boredom. While Manato was sighing, the teacher came in from outside and called out loudly, "Hey Kusanagi." Then Manato and a few other students followed the teacher to the testing room. Those who missed the previous test would take it now. Duka was also here, her eyes fixed on Manato. This time, she would uncover his true potential. Then suddenly, she widened her eyes in shock because she saw Ruka and even Ryuji there, and worry appeared in Duika's eyes. Why was she here? No matter what, the test began just like that, and soon it was Minato's turn. Manato hesitated in front of the magic meter, furrowing his brows and thought last time he even blew up the machine. So this time he had to hold back a bit. Thinking it over, Manato only released a small amount of magic power into his palm, then placed his hand on the detector again. Controlling his magic at such a low level made him break out in a sweat. The numbers on the magic meter quickly jumped. Before long, Manato let go, propping his hands on his knees as he panted heavily. The instructor asked doubtfully, "Hey, are you okay?" And he shook his head slightly to show he was fine. The instructor then glanced at the number displayed on the device, hesitating to speak up. "It seems we finally have the final result. Kusanagi Minato's attribute is none." Duka, hearing this result, was filled with disbelief. Ruka and Ryuji, on the other hand, were not too surprised, as they seemed to believe Manato was not that strong. But the real shock came next. When Minato's mana level was shown to be only 100, the students present immediately started whispering and speculating. Tricking us is the least of it. But not being able to measure the attribute is pretty rare. Right? Hearing their chatter, Ryuji could not help but sigh. Ruka grew impatient and quickly turned away, saying, "Let us go. We are done here." The two left swiftly, and mocking laughter immediately broke out, as if to say, if his magic power is weak, then there is nothing to be done. The instructor, afraid Manato would get upset, patted his shoulder to comfort him, saying, "Do not overthink it. Kusanagi, the amount of mana you have does not define who you are." The only one who did not believe this result was Ruka. Something was off. Manato was more than capable of taking down the foot soldiers, and he should have been able to use both fire and void elements. She had never heard of anything like controlling the amount of magic power you release. So what the hell did Manato just do? Contrary to everyone else's reaction, Manato was actually very satisfied. The perfect result is just as you wanted. Manato only needed to control a precise amount of mana, but even that left him breathless. Luckily, he managed to fool everyone. A little later, outside in the hallway, Manato walked alongside Ruka, asking as he went, "So you were also at the Mizuha evaluation?" "Right." Ruka nodded softly and replied, "I was just a bit curious," but it did not last long before someone blocked their way. Ruka and Ryuji. Manato did not know them and muttered in confusion. "Two strangers." Ruka immediately introduced herself. "I am the eldest daughter of the Mizuha family." "Mizuha." Ruka. "This is Kashiraji." Ryuji. Both a male. After hearing this, Manato raised his voice in doubt and hesitantly asked, "What do you want?" "I am not interested in you anymore." Ruka snorted coldly, then turned and walked away. Seeing this, Ruka immediately became worried, her body trembling reflexively. Very quickly, she stepped in front of Ruka and spoke softly again. "It seems like you are nothing compared to those who break the rules." Ruka lowered her head slightly, not daring to face her sister. Ruka did not let it go easily and kept asking, "Have you heard that I was saved by a demon whose power can even reach 100? Is that true?" Ruka hesitated for a moment, then quietly replied, "Yes, it is true." Ruka immediately heard this assertion and thought it was too much. "Quit school, Ruka." Ruka was dissatisfied and asked, "Why should I do that?" With a light snort, Ruka said coldly, "Have you ever beaten me, even just once?" Ruka was left speechless. Ruka's right. Whether it is studying, sports, martial arts, or even using magic, Ruka has never surpassed her sister. Ruka stepped closer to Ruka and said sternly, "You are not cut out to be a mage. I am enough on my own." Ruka's expression grew darker, wanting to argue but unable to speak. Ruka still refused to back down, insisting that all she needed to do was listen to her sister. "Leave here, and find any school to attend." Ruka quietly whimpered, tears welling up in her eyes. She clearly wanted to resist but did not have the courage. Seeing her remain silent, Ruka asked back, "Do you understand now?" Ruka clenched her fist tightly, struggling with her thoughts, until one moment, she had accepted to give up, intending to agree. But before she could finish speaking, Manato interrupted, which was a bit too rude. Ruka glared at him and asked coldly, "What did you just say?" Manato showed no fear and calmly spoke up, "Just keep talking without bothering to listen to what the other person wants to say. If that is not rude, then I do not know what is." Ruka scoffed coldly and said, "This is a private family matter. Outsiders like you should not stick your nose in." Manato smirked and said, "So you call that a conversation? You are just ordering your sister around." Those words made Ruka furious. She was so upset she snapped, "What did you just say, you rotten brat?" Manato calmly faced her and said plainly that forcing others to do things against their will is something he cannot tolerate, as it is like telling someone to give up their dreams. Ruka still did not see anything wrong with what she did and said coldly that her younger sister does not have what it takes to become a mage and has never once beaten her. Ruka stood beside him, her face full of sorrow. Just as she said, she was nothing at all. She had always deceived herself, believing she was a genius and had what it took to become one, even though she had never once surpassed her sister. But while Ruka was in despair, Manato confidently spoke up, saying he could beat his sister. Those words shocked Ruka, and she looked at him in disbelief. Even Ruka did not believe it, frowning and muttering, "Beat me." Chuckling softly, Manato continued bluntly, "Of course, not right now." Ruka glared at him and smirked, knowing what that meant. "So how about a 2-on-2 practice match in 2 weeks? Hearing this, Manato could not help but ask back with suspicion, "Is that so?" "Thinking you were scared." Ruka sneered, "Just moments ago you were spouting nonsense, and now you are all serious." Feeling a chill, Manato smirked and said, "Nonsense. I am joining the fight too, senpai, so what about you?" Saying that, he glanced at Ruka standing beside him. Ruka felt the proposal was a bit harsh and hesitated for a long time without giving an answer. Ruka was torn, wondering whether to give up her dream or try to stand up and fight once more. After a moment of silence, she finally made up her mind and declared fiercely, "I will join too." Manato smiled with satisfaction and said, "Then it is decided." He glanced at Ruka and smiled, "If you win, just do not bring up that issue again." Ruka straightforwardly accepted and made a proposal. "If we win, Ruka must leave here, and I want to go easy on her. She should be ready to face reality." Saying that, she turned and left, with Ryuji quickly following. But before leaving, he waved goodbye warmly to the two of them. A moment later, on the academy rooftop, Manato and Ruka were there. Suddenly, Ruka spoke up, "Kusanagi, I want to ask you for a favor. Please teach me about magic." Hearing this, Manato let out a sigh, still curious why he was suddenly called to the rooftop, then slowly said, "I am just a weak mage with magic power barely over 100. Are you sure you want someone like me to teach you?" Nodding firmly, Ruka said, "I know you are hiding your true power. You must be much stronger than me." Manato was a bit surprised to hear this, but Ruka on the other side continued, "You have to find a way to become stronger. That is why you said I could beat her, right?" Manato sighed reluctantly. Everyone here just wants to end things, which is why he pushed Ruka to think about a sparring match. But you can't just figure that out instantly. Seeing him not respond, Ruka immediately bowed to him and pleaded, "Please." Manato had no choice but to agree. "All right." In the blink of an eye, Ruka happily exclaimed, "Are you sure?" Manato nodded slightly and warned, "But you have to follow everything I say, and do not quit halfway." Ruka agreed without hesitation. "Okay." Of course, Manato saw her reaction and could not help but smile. With such pleading, who could say no? Besides, from now on he would need to prepare a bit more. Teaching a mage should not be too hard. After thinking for a moment, Manato spoke slowly, "Then let us start today, at the training place." Before he could finish, Ruka quickly interrupted, "Can we do it at my place?" That afternoon, Ruka took Manato to her home, a mansion, and as soon as they arrived, Manato could not help but marvel at how huge it was. Ruka did not think it was a big deal and said plainly, "My father is a noble mage, so this is normal. Come to think of it, this is the first time she has invited a guy to her house." Manato wonders if it feels strange to be invited here, but she did not mean anything weird by it. It is just that the more she thinks about it, the more embarrassed Ruka feels, unable to look Manato in the eye. At this moment, Manato spoke up again, suggesting they start right away. Ruka. Hearing him call her by name, Ruka immediately panicked and exclaimed, "Why are you calling me by my name?" Manato felt there was no problem and said bluntly, "Since your sister is Mizuha, how can I tell who I am calling?" Hearing that, Ruka realized she was overthinking, and seeing her reaction, Manato asked again, "If you do not like it, what do you want to call me?" Ruka shook her head slightly and replied, "No need, just call me Ruka." Seeing no problem, Manato suggested again, "Then let us start. First I want to ask you, what exactly is mana?" Hearing the question, Ruka confidently answered, easy. It is the energy inside the body, the basis for forming magic. Manato did not say if it was right or wrong and continued asking, so what about spells? Ruka calmly replied, a kind of program that helps convert magical energy into magic. Manato asked again, can mana be increased? And Ruka confidently shook her head. No. The amount of mana below the limit of a mage is predetermined at birth, and after a certain age, the amount of mana will no longer increase. After answering, she smiled proudly and said, hee, how about that? I got everything perfectly right. All wrong, Manato snorted lightly and said coldly. Ruka was instantly shocked, unable to believe what she saw. Manato sighed helplessly. How could a modern mage be so skeptical like this? What happened 50 years ago? There was no other way, so he patiently explained that first, mana is not only inside the body but also exists all around us. Spells are simply tools to help channel your magic, and you can actively increase your mana. Ruka gasped in shock, saying there is no way those things could be true, and if so, would not all the magic academies be useless? Shrugging indifferently, Manato said coldly, you do not need to believe me right now. I will simply teach you the 3 things I just mentioned. So sit down. Ruka obediently sat cross-legged on the ground, and Manato spoke plainly. I will transfer magic into you. Let me know when you feel it. Ruka asked skeptically. Can you really sense magic? Manato replied straightforwardly. If you can do that, you 1 get stronger. Close your eyes. Here we go. As he withdrew his words, Manato placed his hand on Ruka's back and began channeling magic into her body. However, Ruka still showed no reaction, so Manato increased the amount of magic he was sending. You thought Ruka still could not feel anything, but suddenly she spoke up, my back is heating up. I feel something. Manato immediately withdrew his hand and sighed. That was just a taste of basic magic power. Ruka looked at him intently, murmuring in confusion. So this is what you meant when you said to feel the magic power, and Manato nodded confidently, saying, yes, you have to remember this feeling. Once you can sense it, you will be able to recognize it and find the source of magic in nature to target it. And Ruka smiled brightly, saying, I am also a daughter of the Mizuha family. I will do it right away and show you. Manato rolled his eyes in disdain, realizing it took that much magic power for her to finally notice, and it seemed Ruka truly lacked the talent to become a mage. A week later, still at Ruka's mansion, just as Manato predicted, Ruka was now utterly desperate, crying out that she could not do it. Manato was also very frustrated. It had been a week and so much practice, yet she was still slow to understand. Even so, with the tournament approaching, he could only offer, I will transfer mana to you 1 more time. Saying that, Manato placed his hand on Ruka's back, transferring mana into her body. After a moment, Manato spoke again. Alright, open your eyes, and Ruka obediently opened them slowly. In the blink of an eye, her face was filled with astonishment. She exclaimed joyfully, I can see it now. So this is what magic looks like. Seeing the magic power around her hands, Ruka was even more surprised. Amazing, am I really seeing magic power? Wait, if so, now she can see Manato's magic power too. Thinking that, Ruka quickly glanced at Manato but saw nothing, which surprised her a little. Unaware of her thoughts, Manato praised her. Well done, and Ruka smiled proudly, saying it was nothing special. Manato refused to give his opinion and bluntly said, now you can feel the magic power, so focus on controlling it. He told her to use just enough magic power, ignore unnecessary things, and concentrate only on the effect. Use magic power to the limit, and after it runs out, when it recovers, your magic power will increase. Manato also told her that once she could sense magic power, Ruka could maximize her magic power. And the more she heard, the more surprised she became. Seeing her reaction, Manato sighed and asked if it was any different from the basic knowledge learned at school, and said it was okay not to believe him. I believe you. But before he could finish, Ruka firmly said, I have no doubts about you anymore. Smiling involuntarily, Manato eagerly suggested, then let us move on to the next stage. Step back a little. Ruka, let us practice real combat. As soon as he finished speaking, he took off his outer jacket and threw it to the ground. Ruka eagerly agreed. Let us go. I want to see your true power too. Then she quickly released her magic, a level 1 water wave spell. The raging wave surged wildly toward Manato. Unfortunately, he just casually raised his hand, and a protective barrier appeared, blocking the waves. Seeing this, Ruka immediately exclaimed in surprise. He blocked it. At that moment, Manato spoke slowly, casting a level 1 non-elemental spell. If you can even break through this, do not even think about hurting Ruka. Brimming with determination, Ruka cast a spell again, and the ice bullet swiftly flew toward Manato. And you just stood there. The protective layer blocked it for you. Manato slowly reminded, you have to move when using magic. Standing still in front of a mage is like walking into a trap. Ruka was angered by his words and cast magic once again, but before long, she ran out of mana and collapsed on the ground. Manato walked over and sat down beside her, sighing as he said, I wasted too much mana for nothing. If I could control magic properly, I would not even need spells. I could just use magic as long as I have mana. Watch this. As soon as he withdrew his words, Manato cast a spell. A fireball appeared and quickly flew toward the pervert in front, but it did not affect him at all. He slowly spoke. This is your magic. Next, Manato increased the amount of mana in his palm, still a fireball, but stronger, burning the person who fell in front of him. Only then did he continue speaking. This one is mine. Daka watched for a long time before finally speaking with doubt. Is my mana being dispersed? Manato nodded slightly in response. Exactly. You can cast magic without a chant as long as you can control your mana. Daka furrowed his brow and muttered. Or in other words, no need to recite the incantation anymore. You could see it that way, Manato said slowly. Now we have to learn how to shorten the incantation. Once you have control over your mana, you won't need it anymore. Shortening the incantation will be more advantageous in actual combat. And then, you won't waste mana on those incantations. Daka muttered thoughtfully. Or you could say it will make your magic stronger. Exactly, Manato nodded firmly. Then suggested. Start over. Daka was startled. So soon? Manato winked and smiled. Otherwise it would not mean anything. Train like your life depends on it. Hearing this, Daka suddenly felt uneasy. A few hours later, Daka was exhausted and lying flat on the ground. Manato stood by her side, worried, asking if she was alive, and said from now on, this is the only training you will do. By evening, Manato went around the city as usual, this time in Harajuku. He scanned the area with his magic power to check, and just as he suspected, it was still full of monsters. Even though they had been continuously wiped out, the number had not decreased at all. What the hell was going on? At that moment, Manato suddenly sensed something. In the distance, a child was cornered by a monster against the wall. He rushed over without hesitation and killed the monster. Manato glanced at the child and asked with concern, Hey, are you okay? But the child did not answer and instead raised the camera to take a picture of him. Unfortunately, Manato was one step faster, using magic to escape and disappear in an instant. In a safe place, Manato finally let out a breath, boldly taking a photo without saying thanks. What is wrong with humans these days? Next time, I will have to find a mask. After that, he turned back home. The next afternoon, after school, Manato and Ruka returned to the mansion. The two continued training, with Ruka still being the first to fall as usual. She lay on the ground. Panting heavily, Manato stood beside her helplessly. With only a few days left until the sparring match, she was gradually improving, but in every aspect, she still could not compare to Ruka, and there was no way Ruka would have a chance to win if things continued like this. Thinking this, he suddenly spoke up. Sometimes giving up is also an option, and upon hearing this, Ruka lowered her head, but soon after, she stood up and whispered, I am always compared to my sister. I can win against her in any area. I have been forced to give up too many things already, but it was the one thing she absolutely refused to give up. Manato narrowed his eyes and said without hesitation, You won't be able to win like this? Ruka did not give up and suggested, Then let us train harder. Smiling unconsciously, Manato remembered you said no holding back. I heard that, Ruka said excitedly. She never gave up. After that, Manato taught Ruka even more. Then the two of them sparred continuously until Ruka was completely exhausted and had to stop. A few days later, Ruka was finally able to stand steadily after a long time. Manato smiled with satisfaction and said, You passed. Hearing this, Ruka happily exclaimed, I finally did it. Manato also praised her. Well done, Ruka. Ruka felt very proud. All her efforts had finally paid off. A few days later, the final rehearsal day finally arrived, and Manato and Ruka stood in front of the training ground. But as soon as they arrived, the scene inside left them both astonished. The training ground was surprisingly crowded at this time. As soon as the reporters saw Ruka enter, they rushed over with microphones, bombarding her with questions. It left Ruka so confused she did not understand what was happening. Manato furrowed his brow and sighed, realizing that just a match between apprentice students was enough to show the importance of the magical bloodline. Not only reporters but also many students came to watch the training ground. Seeing this, Manato could not help but speak up, thinking it might be a bit much since magical battles rarely happen and it feels like a major event. But after Manato finished speaking, he heard no response, so he turned around and saw Ruka sitting there. Just then, a loud announcement came from afar, calling the two contestants to proceed to the arena, and Ruka immediately startled. Standing up to run, Manato saw she was uneasy and quickly called her back. Ruka, who was fidgeting nervously, asked suspiciously, What is wrong? Manato smiled encouragingly and said, You can do it. Hearing this, Ruka suddenly relaxed and then smiled. Confidence gradually returned to Ruka's face as she said firmly, Of course. And then she strode toward the training ground, thinking to herself that Manato really was mysterious, his words echoing in her mind. Very quickly, Ruka stood in front of Ruka, glaring at her and said sternly, So you are not running away? Of course not, Ruka replied confidently, with a slight snort. Ruka curled her lips in disdain. How naive. Do you really think you have a chance to beat someone like me? Then she raised her head confidently to look at Ruka, seemingly certain of victory. Ruka did not back down either, shouting fiercely, I will definitely win. Hearing this, Ruka could not help but click her tongue in admiration. It seems you have made some progress over the past 2 weeks. Ruka did not respond. She knew her sister was very strong. The gap in their power was indeed huge. But Ruka was not going to give up. At that moment, a loud shout rang out, announcing the start of the match. Immediately, the two Mizuha sisters entered combat mode. Ruka was the first to recover her magic, shortening her incantation to conserve mana. At the same time, she was not idle. Having also restored her magic, Manato watched from outside, unable to help but feel impressed. Ruka clearly knows the basics of a duel between two mages. Ruka was so worried she forgot to move, losing the advantage of casting quickly. Just as you thought, Ruka quickly launched an assassination right in front of her. Both of them cast level 1 water magic, two waves swirling in their eyes and colliding. However, because her mana was weaker, Ruka's water wave was quickly shattered, and she was also attacked by Ruka's wave. But she managed to break it. Ruka was amazed she was able to dispel it. She was getting stronger. Even Ruka could not help but feel impressed. In just 2 weeks, you have already become stronger than before. Hearing this, Ruka immediately felt happy. This was the first time her sister had praised her. Seeing her reaction, Ruka could not help but ask with dissatisfaction, "What is so happy about it? It was just a simple comparison. I did not praise you." Then, Ruka's gaze grew more determined. She spoke coldly. "Now I will upgrade my magic rank." Then she once again unleashed her water waves. Ruka dared not be careless and hurriedly defended herself with magic. In the blink of an eye, level 2 water magic appeared. It kept dancing in the air before splitting into small water bubbles. Then she wildly charged at Ruka, who could not defend herself and was swept away by the water bubbles. Her body fell like a severed axe at Manato's feet. Glancing at Ruka, Manato could not help but feel resigned. In terms of casting speed, Ruka had the advantage, but her opponent was simply stronger than her. While you were hesitating, Ruka approached from afar and said coldly, "Am I supposed to endure this alone? Aren't you going to help her? You have protected her before, have not you?" "No need," Manato replied without hesitation, leaving Ruka stunned and wide-eyed. Just then, Ruka stood up from the ground, but her body kept shaking uncontrollably. Shocked, she cried out in disbelief, "How is this possible? You attacked me with second-level magic, so how am I still standing?" Biting her lip fiercely, Ruka said firmly, "I won't lose. Magic is the only thing she has, and even if she loses everything, she will never give up." As soon as she finished speaking, Ruka began restoring her magic. With a sharp command, she quickly replenished her defensive magic as well. In the blink of an eye, two water-based spells fiercely clashed, but very quickly, Ruka weakened, repeatedly saying, "I will definitely win. I will not give up." Then she collapsed helplessly to the ground. The outcome of the battle was decided. Ruka had used up all her magic. The victory belonged to her. Ruka lay on the ground, her hands clenched into fists, muttering in frustration that she could not do anything. Nothing at all. Manato sighed reluctantly and went to support Ruka. This was a battle based on the power of magic control, but she lost in terms of magic volume. At this moment, Ruka spoke coldly. "Now do you understand? That girl has no talent at all." "Kusanagi, you must have thought the same," Manato replied indifferently. "He really has no talent. Ruka's clumsy and progresses very slowly, incompetent and even weaker in actual combat." But there was one thing Minato was very pleased with about Duike. She was hardworking and trained obsessively like a fool. Duka was surprised when she heard this and looked at him, while Ruka did not care much, smirking as she spoke. And this was the result. But before she could finish, Manato cut in again. "True. He lost. But I like someone hardworking like Duka." These words moved Duka to tears. It was the first time someone acknowledged her effort. Manato ignored it and continued, "Duika is my student, and I feel very upset when you speak ill of her." Duka grew more agitated as she listened, tears streaming down her face. Ruka scoffed again and said, "Usually, someone with a magic level of 100 like you is acting a bit too proud." Shrugging indifferently, Minato confidently replied, "And that person with a magic level of 100 will defeat her." Ruka, annoyed by his teasing, frowned in displeasure and snapped back, "Fine. I do not want to waste my energy on an opponent like you." At that moment, Ryuji excitedly spoke up, "Finally, I get to play." Ruka brushed past him, coldly demanding to finish quickly. Ryuji chuckled softly and nodded in agreement. "No need to mention it." Meanwhile, Minato carried the injured Duka back to her seat. He set her down on the chair and said calmly, "Focus on my match." Duka nodded slightly to show she understood. But at this moment, she realized something: her body did not hurt anywhere, and her wounds had already healed. Manato did not know what she was thinking as he slowly stepped onto the arena. Even though earlier he had confidently said that magic power at 100 was enough to beat Ryuji, now if he did not give it his all, there was no chance of winning. "You will keep your mana constantly at 100, using void magic without any incantations, and you won't set up any magical barriers. So if you take a direct hit, you might just log out for good. Thinking about it only makes it more exciting." Ryuji saw Manato step onto the arena and immediately shouted excitedly, "Sorry little bro, I am not planning to back down." Then he smiled involuntarily. Manato smirked back, "Fine. Then I will let you have it." In the blink of an eye, the crowd erupted. Cheers nonstop. Ryuji, do not go all out. Take it easy on him. On the battlefield, Ryuji unleashed his magic power, which Manato estimated to be around 8,000. It used to be like a grasshopper kicking a cart to him, but now he could only use about 100 magic power. Immediately, the second match between Manato and Ryuji officially began. Ryuji smiled and said while recovering magic, "Do not hate me now. Just with this move alone, I can test if Manato is really the one who defeated those expelled students." Ryuji wanted to see if he could withstand this full power attack of his butt before he could even make a move. A beam of magic hit right between his eyes. Manato smirked. Too slow. This scene left the students in the stands stunned already over in less than 3 seconds. Since Ryuji was unconscious, the victory naturally went to Manato. Ruka hurried over to check on Ryuji. Feeling shocked, Manato knocked Ryuji out with just one strike, but she did not hear him chant any spell. What the hell did he do? While Ruka was still thinking, Manato's voice carrying a mocking tone reached her, saying you did exactly as I hoped and finished it quickly. Outside, Ruka saw the scene and immediately cheered happily. Amazing. He really took him down. Ruka narrowed her eyes at Manato and said coldly, "It seems you do have some talent." Manato paid no mind and joked, "As long as you are better than me, still can't keep quiet." Huh. Ruka snarled angrily through gritted teeth, then directly unleashed all of her magic power. Manato estimated it was about 10,000, but it was already stronger than Ryuji's. While the two were struggling, the voice of the match host rang out, announcing a shocking event that occurred after the second match. Kusanagi's way of fighting had truly captured a lot of attention from the audience. The final match will be between Manato and Ruka, and everyone is eager to see who will emerge victorious. As soon as the match is declared started, Manato immediately launches an attack toward Ruka. Ruka on the opposite side remained calmly enduring the magic and responding accordingly. Manato knew well that his current magic power was only about 100, so naturally the spells he used were not very strong. That is why if Manato does not attack Ruka head-on, he won't cause her any harm. Ruka has also realized that she should not move much and should focus on defense. Just as Manato thought, Ruka defended easily, standing still and using water waves to attack him. A series of powerful water blades surged like raging river currents, but the next scene shocked Ruka. Manato easily broke all her magic without harming a single hair. Ruka stared in shock. Wide-eyed, he has not even used magic yet. So what the hell is this kid doing? Not only her, but the students in the stands were equally confused, starting to whisper among themselves. Shouldn't he have taken the hit by now? He did not even get wet. What is going on? Instead of being shocked, Ruka was just trying to figure out what technique Manato used to do this. Ruka was furious after Manato broke through her attack, certain he was hiding something, and without hesitation, she launched another strike. But this time, Manato moved like he was Saul jumping in midair, effortlessly dodging the water jets Ruka fired at him. This move caught Ruka's eye, causing her pupils to constrict involuntarily. Unable to believe it, he dodged all my attacks without even using magic. Even those outside could not help but smirk. A mage able to counterattack with a different spell. If two attacks can somewhat cancel each other out, everyone knows that if they can't, getting hurt is inevitable. A level 2 technique has a different scale and speed compared to level 1. There is no way someone like that could dodge everything without getting hurt at all. Ruka was sure Manato was a guy who did not fear anything. Manato seemed to know what she was thinking and could not help but smile softly. But it was fine. It meant he could sense the magic power. So dodging those weak attacks was not a problem, though he still needed to be a bit tougher. At this moment, Ruka began casting a level 3 water magic spell. In the blink of an eye, a wave shaped like an arrow appeared, fiercely rushing towards Manato. Seeing this, everyone in the stands immediately gasped. Level 3 magic. If that guy gets hit by this, he might as well be reincarnated on the spot. With a splash, the water arrow exploded directly, sending droplets scattering through the air. Ruka weakened and slumped down, smiling with satisfaction. How could she possibly defend against that? Just then, a beam of magic shot from afar and struck her forehead. When she saw who had acted, Ruka exclaimed in shock, "How could this be? Are you really okay? How did you avoid it?" Manato replied calmly, "I used a magic to absorb your magic," and simply walked right through the center of the attack. The atmosphere fell completely silent. Ruka sat there frozen, unresponsive for a long moment. Just when Manato thought she would not say anything, she suddenly threw her head back and laughed loudly, just stepping right through it. Huh, so that means she lost. Of course, the outcome was clear. Victory belonged to Manato. Ruka hurried over and asked, "Are you okay?" Manato nodded and replied, "Yeah, both of them are fine. I won." Ruka smiled softly and nodded, her eyes full of gratitude. Seeing the two of them happy, Ruka also stood up from the ground and said coldly, "As promised, I won. Bring this up again. Do whatever you want." Ruka could not help but sigh helplessly, still so stubborn. Thinking that, he suddenly spoke up with a laugh. "Ruka's wound is pretty shallow too. I was being too gentle. It would be great if our blocker was like that too." But Ruka immediately protested loudly. "No way." Manato refused to give his opinion and continued, "Ruka has gotten much stronger in just 2 weeks. You must have noticed that too, so do not be too protective of him anymore." Ruka also firmly promised that she would definitely become stronger so her sister would not have to worry about her anymore. He hesitated for a moment before nodding and saying, "Yeah, you are right. Because of this battle, the Mizua sisters have grown closer." And Manato looked at them, feeling unexpectedly happy. Just then, dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky along with a terrifying aura. Startling Manato, he quickly looked up, his expression turning serious. The unusual magic was a natural disaster. Ruka and Ruka also noticed this, their faces all turning pale. At the same time, in the classroom, Jun's group was rummaging through something at Manato's seat, with debris scattered on the floor. Jun's henchmen searched for a long time but found nothing, complaining that he only had some scattered books. One of them muttered. Jun frowned and said, "He must have something, otherwise how could he use that magic?" But just then, one of the henchmen saw something and immediately shouted, "What the hell is that?" Jun thought they had found something and quickly looked over, only to be horrified by what was in front of him. The sky outside was stained a bloody red. Terrifying, and the three of them panicked at once. Suddenly remembering something, one of the underlings shouted in fear, "It is a disaster." But how could it really be a disaster? Outside the arena, the reporters and students were in a state of panic. No one expected a disaster to strike the Magic Academy. Minato's expression was grim, wondering how such a disaster could happen now, and hoping it was not connected to the incident in Shinjuku. The first disaster also happened in Shinjuku. So is this just a coincidence? Or is there some kind of setup? While he was thinking, the magical beasts appeared from the spatial rift. The students panicked and ran away as soon as they saw it, and the instructor was also present, hurriedly urging them to stay calm. But at a time like this, who could remain calm? Just then, a powerful spell appeared, killing the beasts attacking the students. The one who took action was none other than Manato, who shouted loudly, "Stay calm." His voice calmed the students down. Although still panicked, they stopped running and stood still. Manato was very pleased with this. He glanced around and advised everyone, in the early stages of a disaster, only low-level monsters appear, so it is best for us to evacuate to the gym first. Then he looked at the three people Ruka suggested and said, "You guys should go too." Hearing this, they exclaimed in shock. "What are you planning to do?" "Kusanagi," Manato spoke plainly. "We have to save the people trapped in the buildings first." The instructor looked at him in confusion and said worriedly, "You are going alone. You are being too reckless." Ryuji quickly spoke up, "I will go too, so it should be fine now. Right, teacher?" The instructor, still hesitant, raised his eyebrows and said, "You have seen this kid's abilities by now, have not you?" The instructor hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded in agreement. "I understand, but do not push yourself too hard." Ryuji smiled softly and replied, "How could I possibly die?" Then glanced back at Manato. He said nothing, just shrugged indifferently. Then Manato looked at Ruka and said, "Well, I am off then." Worry appeared in Ruka's eyes as she whispered, "Be careful." Meanwhile, Ryuji spoke, "I will go ahead, kid." The current speed allows Ryuji to run at 10 meters on paper, so let us see if Manato can catch up. But Ryuji was overthinking it. Manato directly took a magic recovery and dashed off. Moving so fast he blurred past Ryuji. He raised an eyebrow and joked, "I am going ahead." "Senpai." Ryuji stared in shock, grumbling in frustration. "What kind of crazy speed is that? Hey, wait up." Right after that, he quickly ran after him. But just being fast was not enough. "I will carefully observe the kid's true abilities down to every corner. And of course, I will conveniently save people along the way." Manato ignored Ryuji and used magic to sweep through the entire academy area as he walked. There were 58 people capable of using magic in the building, but it was possible that some could no longer use magic. If that is the case, you have to check each floor carefully. There are already magical beasts flooding the academy building, and some students are trapped in classrooms, unable to get out. Manato jumped from the window and saw the scene. Without hesitation, he used magic to eliminate the monsters. Your magic is incredibly powerful. Wherever it passes, monsters fall. While Minato was focused on killing monsters inside the classroom, one came from outside the river trying to ambush him. Manato seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. As soon as he cast the spell, the magic tore the demon beast's body apart. Not long after, Ryuji panicked, asking, "Hey, is everyone okay?" But by now Manato had already wiped out all the monsters. Their bodies piled up in the room. He brushed past him and said coldly, "I will leave the rescue of the trapped students to you." Ryuji was startled and hurriedly said, "Hey, wait, going alone is dangerous." But there was no one left behind. He grumbled in frustration. Where did he go so fast? Ryuji thought Manato probably saw him as a burden. And honestly, what could he say? Maybe that was true. He took down those monsters in less than a second. Who exactly is this kid? Manato's not know these thoughts of his. He is still running wildly. Outside, he could use magical bullets to kill them in one shot, but in a confined space, he might accidentally hurt others. So, he had no choice but to keep using low-level magic to take them down. But that was enough. Manato easily defeated the monsters with low-level magic and saved many people. Although it will take some time if he keeps bringing the students he saved to the gym. He has someone to help him. Ryuji has always arrived later during that time, but right now, he is fighting the magical beasts outside. If you keep being reckless, you will take down all the magical beasts everyone. Hurry to the gym. But just as Ryuji finished speaking, a sudden shout startled him. What is going on? When he looked back, Leon saw the students surrounded by magic, then slowly lowered to the ground. Ryuji frowned deeply. What is Manato doing? And who exactly is this guy? Manato looked down from above, smiled at Ryuji's reaction, and felt a bit worried for his juniors, but figured it would be fine. Yet at that moment, he seemed to sense something. In a hidden corner of the building, a female student was trembling with fear, surrounded by magical beasts. She backed against the wall, tears falling in terror. The girl could do nothing else. Helpless in this situation, only able to cry out for help. Someone please save me. In this desperate moment, a flash of light suddenly streaked by, making her eyes widen in shock. She recognized this flash of light, just like before, when she was saved by it. While the girl was still confused, Manato landed from the hill, asking worriedly, "Are you okay?" The girl recognized Manato and murmured in confusion, "Kusanagi, are you the one who saved me?" "Well, yes." Manato nodded slightly in response. Saying that, he reached out to help her up, and the girl asked again, "Was it also you during the practical class?" Manato hesitated for a moment, then finally replied, "Yes. There were some unexpected things that happened back then." Hearing the answer, the girl bowed gratefully to him, thanking him for saving her life twice. Manato declined the praise with a straightforward smile, saying it was nothing and not a big deal. Facing the person who saved her twice, the female student suddenly felt her young heart stirring, her cheeks flushing red. Just then, Ryuji ran up from below, shouting loudly, "Who is the next one that needs saving?" Manato glanced at the girl and advised, "Just follow him and you will be safe. I am going ahead." The girl wanted to call him back, but he had already run off. Even Ryuji was helpless. Manato ignored what they thought and kept running upstairs. There were still some other students trapped, and they could not wait for the police to arrive. Something had to be done. Meanwhile, at the Prime Minister's building, due to the disaster at the Magic Academy, all the high-ranking officials were gathered there. The Prime Minister sat at the front but spoke urgently. A natural disaster had just occurred at Kamui Magic Academy. The officials around whispered among themselves, wondering why such a horror had happened to them. There have been no recorded natural disasters since the last one 50 years ago. So what should we do? The Prime Minister said sternly. We are still trying to contact the Beast Control Unit at the city police station and the noble mages as well. The ground defense forces are also always on high alert. Senior officials objected, unhappy, saying the defense mages only handle natural disasters. Who here has any experience fighting magical beasts? The Prime Minister obviously understands that this is the consequence of living comfortably without worrying about disasters. Now we can only rely on the police force and noble mages. The more he thought about it, the tighter he clenched his fists. The disaster from 50 years ago has happened again. But Ichikami Minato is no longer here. Who will save them now? At the same time, police car rushed toward the Magic Academy, and the female officer driving asked with doubt, "Has a disaster really happened?" A calm and low voice replied, "Yes. There is no mistake." The female officer panicked upon hearing this. "But we have been peaceful all these years, so this peace was only temporary." At that moment, Shido Sugo smiled and spoke. "But it was all right after all. That was why we were here." The female police driver, Sergeant Sanda Karin, hesitated for a moment before saying, "I will do my best." Immediately after, the two quickly headed toward the scene. At the same time, a helicopter appeared in the sky above the Magic Academy. Not a rescue team, but from the press. They are reporting on the monster attacks to people across the country. The reporters who arrived early at the academy have also been evacuated to a safe place and are broadcasting live. Meanwhile, the instructors and students who can use magic outside are trying to eliminate low-level monsters. This disaster news is a hot topic, and everyone is watching it closely right now. Everyone is worried. The current situation is really bad. The area next to the Magic Academy is also under attack by magical beasts, and the nearby residents are in a state of panic, and everyone has fallen beyond the government's control. The people of Japan are all looking to the Magic Academy. Everyone is waiting for news from the media. Some are worried because the nearby area is affected, while others fear a disaster like the one that happened 50 years ago. In short, all of Japan is in chaos. At the Magic Academy, Minato is still tirelessly fighting off the monsters to save people. But the beasts keep flooding the school in large numbers and are about to enter Phase 2. Each phase will bring out stronger new monsters. Moreover, the larvae will keep appearing no matter how many we kill. It means as long as the bug is still alive, the monsters will keep lurking around. The bug will reveal itself in the final stage, and Minato has to hold on until then. The more he thought about it, the more annoyed he felt. This disaster was truly troublesome. After rescuing people from the monsters, Minato used magic to teleport them downstairs. This time there are a total of 20 people scattered everywhere, so just rescuing them is already difficult. But Manato does not think about giving up. He runs upstairs to continue. At the same time, inside the classroom, Jun was trying to kill the invading magical beasts, but his magic power was insufficient. Soon he was gasping for breath, gritting his teeth and muttering that he could not keep attacking anymore, because attacking them means facing not only ordinary monsters but also demon soldiers. They were all terrified, each one scared out of their wits. Jun still refused to accept it and shouted loudly. Kusanagi took it down with just one strike, so why can't I do the same? As soon as he said this, a contemptuous voice rang out from behind him, saying, "Because you are weak as hell," and Jun immediately widened his eyes. Before he could even see who it was, a blazing flame shot out, burning the demon soldier to ashes under the horrified eyes of the three others. Only then did Jun get a good look at the one who struck, and it was the person he least wanted to see. Manato. After taking action, Manato said nothing and turned to leave. Jun bit his lip fiercely. Once again, he had been saved by him. He was unwilling, hurriedly running after Manato while shouting, "Stop right there." Manato paused, and Jun fiercely demanded, "Why did you save me? You are supposed to hate me, so why did you?" Shrugging indifferently, Manato said bluntly, "There is no reason. I saved you because I could, that is all." Hearing this, Jun's body trembled slightly. He bit his lip and muttered, "You saved me just because you could? Is that all you want to say?" But Jun could not accept that reason. He shouted fiercely and turned away, saying, "You are just a weakling after all. He said you do not even use proper magic, so how could you have gotten so strong so fast?" Manato narrowed his eyes at Jun and said coldly, "Kusanagi Minno died in that traffic accident, and I was reborn in his body." Jun could not believe it and shouted, "What? Can a person become stronger after crossing the door of death? I should be stronger than you. So why am I stuck with someone like you?" "Strong, huh? The truly strong never oppress those weaker than themselves," Manato said coldly. He narrowed his eyes at him and said in a cold tone, "And the weak never humiliate those even weaker than themselves. You have been swallowed by your own pride and blindly believe you are strong." Right now Jun does not even dare to think about fighting back against him, Manato said and then left, leaving Jun standing there alone. It was not long before he broke down and collapsed to the ground. He knew he was running away from the truth that he had not grown stronger at all since high school. Jun took out all his stress and anger on those weaker than himself, but then he was saved by Manato, someone he considered the weakest, and he could not accept the truth. Jun's two underlings were also in a tough spot, as they had just been saved by Manato. They wanted to ask Jun what to do next, but he was even more broken. Tears kept streaming down his face, tears of regret and shame. Manato, of course, had no idea how they were doing at that moment. He was still frantically running upward to kill the monsters and save people. The higher he climbed, the more powerful monsters he encountered, including demon soldiers. But Minato remained calm, using magic to attack them. Though the first strike was dodged, Minato did not stop there. He used a higher level magic. With a sharp sound, smoke and fire suddenly flared up in his eyes. The demon soldier was quickly buried in a sea of flames. Minato squinted at the cloud of dust before him, his face unreadable. He lit a cigarette, thinking that the number of demon soldiers was increasing, which meant the boss would appear soon. With that in mind, Minato approached the students huddled in a corner and spoke to reassure them. "Stay calm. Everything is under control." At the same time, Ryuji down below was loudly complaining, calling that rotten kid out for blaming everything on him. Though he cursed, his hands never stopped channeling magic to destroy the beasts. There were truly many monsters, relentlessly chasing and attacking the students. Ryuji defended the students behind him while fighting the monsters. With tears in his eyes, he spoke to the students. "I will protect you all, so just follow me without worry." The students, seeing their leader's cool determination, all felt a deep admiration for him. But Ryuji was just saying that how can we deal with so many monsters everywhere? While he was panicking, Manato descended from the hill and coldly said, "Let me help you." Ryuji was startled by the sound and shouted in panic, "Do not just suddenly appear out of thin air like that." Manato ignored him and said bluntly, "Run right after I'm done dealing with these guys." Ryuji panicked as soon as he heard it, hesitating to speak up. But with this many, how can you handle a kid? Maybe we should take another route." But as soon as he finished speaking, a blazing fire erupted, engulfing the pack of beasts in a sea of flames. Of course it was Manato who took action, a scene that made all the students, including Ryuji, stare in awe. Seeing this, Manato immediately reminded him, "Do not just stand there, hurry up and go," and only then did Ryuji snap out of it, quickly leading the other students away. Ryuji glanced back as he walked and saw Manato casually wave his hand, his magic power wiping out the monsters chasing the students. The more Ryuji watched, the more amazed he became. This kid is truly incredible. Manato continued to telepathically block the demon beasts, and after defeating them, he looked around. Everyone had already left, had not they? He should go back and check one more time. Meanwhile, in another part of the academy, the instructor and students with remaining mana were struggling to hold their ground. Ruka was also here, but she seemed to be running out of magic power, weakened and about to fall. Mei stepped in to support her, and Ruka said coldly, "If you can do it, go back inside. You are just getting in everyone's way." Ruka immediately shook her head in refusal, saying she could still fight and there was no time to rest. Ruka heard this and furrowed her brow in silence, wanting to advise her but not knowing what to say. I could only watch as Ruka struggled to use magic to attack the beasts. Just then, Ryuji arrived with other students, escorting the trapped ones to safety. The instructor praised them immediately. "Well done. Bring the students inside." Ryuji handed this task to someone else and ran to the Mizuha sisters to ask, "How are things going?" Ruka sighed reluctantly and said, "They won't be able to hold them off much longer." Then she asked suspiciously, "Where is Kusanagi?" Ryuji chuckled softly. The group laughed and said, "That kid is not hurt anywhere, still breathing and clearing that roof over there." Really, Ruka only breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Ryuji did not think much either and started using magic to attack the monsters with everyone else, but he kept talking nonstop. "That kid Kusanagi's really amazing. With him here, getting through this disaster will be easy." Ruka nodded slightly in agreement. "I think so too, Senpai. With Kusanagi we are sure." But before she could finish, the ground suddenly shook violently. Startling everyone, the instructor shouted urgently, "Evacuate! Evacuate immediately!" Because there were too many monsters in front of them. Moreover, these are not low-level beasts but demon soldiers. In a flash, Ryuji shouted in panic, "There are too many monsters. We have to get out of here." Everyone heard and quickly turned to run away. Ryuji and the two Mizuha sisters were no exception. They had no chance against the 7 beasts in front of them, but they had not run far when Ruka suddenly sensed something and glanced back. The magical beasts were under attack by magic, fresh blood spraying like rain, and the 3 of them, including Ryuji, looked a bit stunned. At some point, the magical police had arrived, led by Inspector Sugo, who urgently ordered, "Quickly eliminate them and prioritize the safety of the students." Soon, the other officers began attacking the beasts in front of them. Seeing this scene, the students behind finally breathed a sigh of relief. They were finally saved. Sugo killed the magical beasts while loudly reassuring them, "Do not worry. We will help you get out of here. So quickly evacuate following the instructions." But Ruka spoke up, offering to help everyone. Sugo looked at her in surprise and firmly said, "Civilians like you should evacuate to the gym instead." Before Ruka could continue, she quickly interrupted, "We are not civilians, we are magic users." Sugo hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded in agreement. "All right then, help us by attacking from the sea. To be honest, the reinforcements are too few, so we have no choice but to rely on their support and see just how pathetic the police force really is." Meanwhile, Corinne went to tend to the other students. On another front, atop the academy building, Manato saw the police cars arrive and whispered with relief, "Finally the police are here. Let us leave the rest to them." But it seemed the police arrived even before the ground defense forces. After all, a natural disaster is a national-level event. How could a country be so unprepared? But who knows? It is quite possible this country has been resting on its laurels for too long. For now, just do your best and see if there are any students still trapped. At the same time, in the helicopter above, the reporter saw the entire scene below and began reporting the situation. It seemed the police had arrived, but the number of magical beasts showed no sign of decreasing. The entire nation is united in waiting for the appearance of the noble mages. After all, situations like this require their intervention, and everyone is hoping for the noble mages to come to their aid. Everyone believes the noble mages will appear soon. The female reporter at the scene looked straight into the camera and shouted, "Please show up quickly." Noble mages. However, in the master's room of the Fuuka family, upon hearing the butler's report, he coldly said, "Let them be." The butler hesitated and asked back, "Are you sure?" "Sir," the Fuuka master replied coldly, "Even the police can handle a minor disaster like this. There is no need for noble mages like me to get involved." Saying that, he rubbed his aching legs and left. The butler, seeing this, asked suspiciously, "Where are you going?" "Sleep." The head of the Fuuka clan replied coldly with one word. The butler had no objections and bowed respectfully, wishing him a good sleep. At the same time, at the Magic Academy, Sugo was struggling to fight off the magical beasts, but the situation here was starting to get worse. Then, with tears in his eyes, he asked his subordinate, "Can you handle the ones near the entrance?" The other person shook his head slightly and replied, "No. There are too many of them." Sugo's expression turned serious in an instant. They appeared faster than he expected, leaving no time to evacuate the civilians. Supporting the outer perimeter is the most important task, yet reinforcements have not arrived, and now they can only rely on the noble mages, who are unreachable. The more Sugo thought about it, the more frustrated he became, unable to hold back. Damn it. Where the hell were those slackers at times like this? When needed, they could not be relied on, and they had to depend on the students still training at the academy to cover for them, showing just how pathetic Japan's military strength was right now. Sugo furrowed his brow aggressively. He had read about this before. It was called a natural disaster for a reason. Was the Japanese people in the past like this too? And if the boss appeared now, it would be a disaster. If you do not think about it, it is fine. But once you do, it all connects and then the ground shakes again. Terrifying everyone, Sugo clenches his teeth fiercely, unable to believe it. The demon general is the boss. Ruka's expression was also very serious at this moment. That monster rarely appears in this area, and only noble mages have the power to defeat it. Ruka knew well that it would take magic at least above level 5 to bring it down, but no one here could use such advanced magic. While everyone was in panic, a blazing fire attack came rushing in, and Ruka did not hesitate to shield Ruka. Ruka fell down right in front of Ruka, leaving her utterly confused and filled with overwhelming worry. Ruka lay on the ground, her body trembling uncontrollably. She looked up at Ruka and said, "Run, Ruka." But Ruka just sat there, unable to move, while everyone else panicked and fled. Ruka held Ruka tightly, her eyes filled with despair. Sugo and the magical police here were trying to resist, but they were no match for that demon beast. Ryuji was now weakened and could do nothing more, but before them, a figure emerged from the blazing flames. Seeing it, everyone's faces turned grim. As if they had accepted their fate, they were going to die here. Ruka kept holding on to Ruka tightly, shouting desperately, "Kusanagi, please save us. Kusanagi." The blazing flames were raging fiercely, rushing straight towards everyone. Desperate, Ruka screamed louder, "Manato." The heat was drawing closer and closer to them. The monster was also slowly approaching, but at that moment, it suddenly halted. It saw something blocking its path, a large amount of magic power descending from the sky to attack it. At the same moment, a figure appeared before Ruka. It was Manato, who spoke seriously, apologizing for being late and making her wait. Ruka. Seeing him, Ruka immediately felt joy, but her condition was very bad. Tears began to fall again. "Kusanagi," she said. Manato came over to check and finally said, "It is okay, she just fainted." Saying that, he placed his hand on her body and began to heal her. Ruka was still anxious, silently bowing her head and waiting. Manato continued healing Ruka, and after a long while, he gritted his teeth and stood up. Seeing this, Ruka was startled and called him back. Manato glanced at her and said bluntly, "I will take care of this coward." Ruka started to protest but quickly nodded in agreement. "Okay." Immediately after, the entire area was protected by a magical barrier. Ruka was startled and amazed. What is this? Her wounds were also healing rapidly. The more Ruka looked, the more amazed she became. The other trainees were experiencing this magic for the first time and were utterly shocked. Corinne stepped out from inside, and seeing this scene, her eyes widened. This is a level 3 holy spell, and even she could not use it, so who else could? Immediately after, she ran over to Sugo, worried, and asked, "Senior, are you okay?" Sugo gently shook his head and replied, "I'm fine, just a little overexerted." Karen rushed over to help him up, then glanced around and asked, "What is going on?" Sugo shook his head reluctantly. "I am not sure either, but we have to protect the people until our last breath." Corinne hesitated nervously and said, "Then it is very dangerous. Senior, you could die out there." Gritting his teeth fiercely, Sugo said firmly, "But if we do not do something, everyone here will die." Corinne knew about this, but she still worried and said, "This was impossible from the start. In the end, everyone will fall. Our entire force has already been defeated." Just as she said, the corner of the academy was now engulfed in flames, and all the magical police had fallen. Sugo bit his lip fiercely, his eyes filled with anger. "No defense forces or mages have come here. We can't do anything anymore. The magical police have given up. The battle against the beasts is getting worse, and the smoke and fire are raging more fiercely." The reporters at the scene were panic-stricken, unable to believe that even the police were down. Was this the end for us? Those watching the live broadcast were equally worried. Everyone was restless, but at the scene, Manato was walking alone toward the monster. Seeing this, Karen immediately exclaimed in shock, "There is a student walking straight toward the kneeling ones. Does he want to die?" Sugo was just as shocked and hurriedly shouted, "Hey you, get out of there quickly." Unfortunately, Manato did not listen and soon stood face to face with the monster. Manato snorted coldly, "You seem to like acting on your own too much." The monster squinted at him, its mouth muttering nonstop, "Kill, kill." That deep, terrifying sound echoed throughout the area, causing the students here to panic. Even Sugo and Corinne were equally frightened, the pressure it emitted making everyone feel terrified. At that moment, a deafening explosion rang out. Manato coldly ordered, "Shut your mouth." The monster attacked by him angrily threw back its head and roared. The low-level undead immediately attacked him. Manato furrowed his brow and frowned. When facing the worst disaster in the world, he had unleashed his full power. But this time he had to hold back a bit, because of the people around him. While Manato was thinking, a furious lightning magic surged toward him, and in the blink of an eye, he was surrounded by lightning. Sugo saw this and panicked, wondering if he was already dead. Everyone around was watching to see if Manato was still alive. Amid the confusion, a burst of magic appeared, dazzling everyone. This magic comes from Manato's hands, leaping through the air and relentlessly destroying the magical beasts. Seeing this, Sugo could not help but be terrified. Who is that student? Not only them, But the reporters at the scene also noticed Manato's presence. Though they could not see his face, the cameraman tried to get closer for a better view but was attacked by magic, preventing him from achieving his goal. The one who stepped in was Duika. Manato had tried to hide his true power so well. Now he can fight without distraction. Meanwhile, inside the battle, dozens of magical salt projectiles shot from both of Manato's hands, and wherever they passed, the demon beasts fell. This scene left the inexperienced trainees in disbelief, amazed that he was so incredible, wondering if we could really be saved, that he could do it. But they did not have time to be distracted. There were still low-level beasts to deal with. But luckily, there are still people who can use magic to take them down. Sugo acted quickly and shouted out, "There has to be something that can help. Support her." Manato was fighting the boss spider, and upon hearing this, I could not help but smile. It seemed the police of this era were not so bad after all. Thinking that, he immediately waved his hand, and the magic flames exploded again. The boss monster was furious now, quickly regenerating its magic. Seeing this, Sugo panicked and shouted, "Level 6 magic, almost on par with the ancient noble spells. There is nothing we can do anymore." The magic the cluster unleashed was level 6 sorcery, Fire Dragon Blaze, and the flames flared up once again. The students here were instantly terrified, and the reporters at the scene were equally desperate. Sugo helplessly watched the flames rushing toward them. The fire was so brilliant it could engulf everything, glowing with a terrifying blood-red hue. The students were now desperate. Even Karen could only pray to the gods to save them. Sugo believed that no matter how strong Manato was, he could not possibly defeat that thing, and there was no way to survive. The only person who believes in Manato right now is Daika herself. She trusts that he can definitely do it. If it is Manato, then he surely can. Manato will definitely survive and save everyone here. At the same time, Manato was quietly observing the demon cluster in front of him. It was big, sure, but the bigger it is, the slower it moves. This demon general is trying desperately to use level 6 magic, so if he holds back his power, he won't be able to do anything to it. He really does not want to, but there is no other choice. Thinking this, Manato immediately reached out, stealing 2 types of magic at once. In the blink of an eye, he unleashed his own magical power. Dai stared in amazement at the massive amount of magic swirling before him. He was wide-eyed with astonishment. But more than that, he felt joy. Under the astonished eyes of everyone, a giant water elemental serpent made of water magic appeared. The more Sugo looked, the more bewildered he became. Was this a combined magic? At the same time, the fire dragon of the demon general fiercely charged forward. Manato's water element did not back down, directly confronting it. With a thud, 2 powerful forces collided. They were determined to fight each other, fire against water. Fiercely clashing, the demon general below frantically cast magic, muttering strange words: slaughter, humans, perish. Immediately after, the fire dragon grew larger once again, charging forward with fierce momentum. Manato could not help but show a look of surprise. Your giant water snake charged at the fire dragon and destroyed it before your eyes. But it was not dead yet. The water snake rushed forward swiftly and soon stood before the demon general. It was swallowed whole by the waves, and before dying, it could only mutter the words "why." Manato watched it slowly fade away with an expressionless face. The commander spoke up, saying it was due to lack of practice. Right. Although he said that, Manato thought it might be able to do even more, but it seemed weaker than he expected. After the monster died, the Magic Academy returned to clear skies. Manato looked up and smiled. It seemed that with the monster defeated, the disaster was over, and at least now they could enjoy a rare moment of peace. It was only then that the trainees could regain their composure. They had been saved. Immediately, they all began to celebrate their escape from hell. Even the reporters at the scene were no exception. They were so happy they cried. Karen also breathed a sigh of relief. It is safe now. The disaster is over. But at this moment, Sugo was very surprised, unable to believe that a student like Manato could defeat the demon general, something even noble mages might not be able to do so cleanly and quickly. Who exactly is he? But before he could think it through, his legs gave out and he collapsed, unable to help but click his tongue. It seemed even his knees had taken a hit. Meanwhile, Manato approached Zuika with a smile and said, "I did it." Zuika looked up at him, eyes glistening with tears, and said, "That is right. I believe you can do it." "Thank you, Manato." "No problem," Manato replied with a smile, shaking his head. While the two were talking, other students quietly approached, startling Manato, and before he could understand what was happening, he was surrounded by a crowd of students who kept praising him to the skies. Manato sighed helplessly, realizing he could not escape being the center of attention. Seeing a future as bleak as the sky earlier, seeing his reaction, Zuika could not help but smile. He seemed really annoyed. The next day, the media all reported on the disaster at the Magic Academy, including the fact that it was stopped by a mysterious student. But everyone at the academy knew that the mysterious student was Manato. After the disaster event, more and more people gathered around Manato. Every time he came to class, they would stand beside him asking all sorts of questions, which annoyed him greatly. Of course, some submissive students voiced their dissatisfaction, saying it seemed like he was being spoiled and had become arrogant, questioning how a student like him could be so strong. So those students started arguing fiercely in class, splitting into two groups, one supporting Manato, the other not believing him. But when they got noisy, Manato slipped outside, really scared of them. Just then, Zuika appeared beside him, jokingly saying, "Tough day, huh?" Manato replied coldly, "Stop talking." Chuckling softly, Zuika teased openly, "You are the hero who protected everyone, so there is nothing else to do, right?" Manato declined to comment and changed the subject. "You were transferred to Class S2. Or not you." Damn, Mac nodded. Zuika sighed and replied, "It is probably because of the sparring match and what happened earlier." Manato frowned slightly and asked suspiciously, "You do not seem to like it, do you?" Zuika immediately turned her head away and muttered, "Of course I do. After all, someone was there." Manato did not think much of her words and continued asking, on second thought, "How is Zuika doing?" Zuika smiled and replied, "She is fine, and we are closer now too." Zuika was truly happy about this, all thanks to Manato. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at him, smiling sincerely and softly saying, "Thank you. Meeting you here is truly my luck." Manato felt annoyed and flicked her lightly, making Zuika confused and asked, "What was that for?" Manato smirked and said, "Just one thank you is enough. You keep saying it." Then turned and walked away. Zuika watched his retreating figure and then smiled, her young heart seemingly stirred. Meanwhile, in the Prime Minister's conference room, all the senior officials were present as the Prime Minister kept calling someone. After a moment, he finally spoke. "With this, the summit with other countries is officially concluded." Someone skeptically asked, "Finding the cause of the second disaster is not easy, right?" The Prime Minister nodded slightly and replied, "They have done their best to deal with it. The rumor about the student who defeated that last monster. They kept thinking continuously about the disaster and Manato defeating the demon general." Meanwhile, on the rooftop of the Magic Academy, Manato was called up to the rooftop. This time it was Ruka and Ryuji, along with Zuika. The four of them just stood there looking at each other in a slightly silent atmosphere. After a long moment, Ruka slowly spoke up. "Kusanagi, I have something to ask of you. Please accept me as your student." When she made this request, her eyes were filled with determination. A few days ago, at the Mizuwa family mansion, the two sisters Ruka were sitting outside. After a long silence, Ruka slowly spoke up, her sudden words startling Zuika a bit. Unfazed, Ruka calmly continued, "It seems Kusanagi has managed to stop this disaster." Zuka nodded in agreement when she heard this, saying yes. Kusanagi defeated the demon general boss with level 4 composite magic. Ruka looked at her in disbelief and asked skeptically, "You said level 4 composite magic, but that is a type of magic even high-level mages can use. Do you know that?" "It is true." Zuika nodded firmly. Seeing her reaction, Ruka hesitated for a moment before saying, "Then it must be true. There is no way my Zuika would lie." Zuika asked somewhat surprised, "Why do you believe I would not lie?" Smiling softly, Ruka replied frankly, "Because you have always been obedient since you were little. I thought a child like that could never be a useless mage. But it seems I have relied too much on violence." Hearing her words, Zuika suddenly felt a bit sad. Right after that, she stood up firmly and declared that she would definitely become stronger so her sister would not have to worry about her anymore. So please believe in her. Zuika was more determined than ever, and her reaction left Ruka a bit stunned. But very quickly, Ruka smiled and said, "You have truly grown up, Zuika." Hearing this, a spark of joy appeared in Zuika's eyes. Ruka said nothing, lost in thought about Manato, whose power was overwhelming, far beyond that of a student, possibly even stronger than her father. With that in mind, she looked up at Zuika and said, "Let me ask you for a favor." Returning to reality, Ruka silently awaited Manato's answer, knowing well that if things continued like this, she could only become a high-level mage. To grow stronger, she needed Manato's support. Taking a deep breath, Ruka spoke sincerely. "I apologize for offending and underestimating you. I truly am sorry." She said she knew very well how selfish this request was, but she was willing to put aside her pride to ask Manato's opinion. Ruka's tone carried a hint of hesitation as she bowed her head and quietly began, "Please allow me." But before she could finish, Manato cut in coldly, "Fine." She answered so abruptly that Ruka was left speechless, and Minato repeated once more, "I said I will take you as my student." Ruka was still a bit confused and asked suspiciously, "Why?" Now it was Minato's turn, and he replied with a puzzled tone, "What kind of strange question is that? You are the one who wanted this." Ruka hurriedly said, "That is true, but I have done a lot of terrible things to you." Shrugging indifferently, Minato spoke frankly, "Anyway, you already apologized, so I forgive you. And besides, you want me to accept that apology, that is all." Ruka could not help but be stunned. Is she really answering so casually? At that moment, Ryuji hurriedly interrupted, "Then count me in too." Minato refused to comment. Pouting, he replied, "Fine. I can teach one or two more." Seeing Ruka still confused, she explained, "He is that kind of person, Ruka glanced at Minato, silently thinking, He really is a strange kid. A little later, in the Magic Academy classroom, Manato and Ruka did not know why they were called there. In front of them were Inspector Sugo and Sergeant Corinne, who bowed sincerely to Manato and said, "First of all, please allow us to thank you if it were not for you. Both the ordinary residents and we would probably have been wiped out." Manato could not help but feel awkward. "You have been thanking me since the interrogation started. I think that is enough. Is there anything else?" Sugo nodded slightly and replied, "The investigation into the disaster is over. But there are still some things that concern us a lot." Manato asked in surprise, "Some things that caught your attention?" Sugo did not hide his intention, saying, "Kusanagi, you awakened your mage abilities after being involved in a traffic accident. Right, the people around you have also reported the same, so there is probably no mistake, but after the investigation, I heard someone say that after the accident, you seemed like a completely different person." Manato froze at that, his eyes filled with caution. Sugo paid no attention and kept talking, saying, "Your personality changed, and your power grew unusually strong, even strong enough to destroy a whole giant monster." The more he spoke, the more confused everyone here became. Ruika could not hide her frustration and questioned, "Wait a minute. What do you guys mean by that?" Sugo seemed to realize his mistake and muttered to himself, "Alright then. Let me change the question." He asked if you know the name of that dark mage. Both Minato and Rika frowned, wondering what that dark mage has to do with anything. Sugo slowly explained that he was a mage who had defeated all the wandering beasts and rescued other citizens under the cover of darkness. This video has clearly been widely circulated online. Have not you noticed? After saying that, he even showed the video to the two of them, and Corinne beside him seemed to have realized something. Ruika, however, frowned and asked, "How is this related to Kusanagi?" Sugo straightforwardly explained that these two share some similarities in both build and age. He said the so-called mage is rumored to be a fairly well-known sorcerer, but the magic does not match, and the timing of their actions coincides with when Minato was discharged from the hospital. Master Hong sat beside them, his face turning pale and then white again, clearly very worried. Karen remained silent, while Sugo kept rambling on about how using magic in the city without a permit is illegal. Dai Kang looked at Minato with tears in his eyes, full of worry. Sugo stared intently and said coldly, "If you admit everything, we promise to do everything we can to lessen your punishment. So be honest, are you the dark mage?" "No." Minato shook his head confidently to deny it, and upon hearing this, Sugo smiled. He said cheerfully, "I see. So you are not him. That is good." Immediately after, Sugo and Karen stood up to say goodbye, thanking everyone for their time as they left quickly. Only then did Sugo recall Minato's reaction. He did not show any sign of worry, so if he really is that sorcerer, he must be pretty bold. On the other hand, Karen here seems convinced that Manato is indeed that sorcerer. Both the atmosphere around him and his voice are exactly the same. Could it be that his secretive actions that night were simply to save the people? She can tell Sugo Minato's true identity, even though this might be seen as a failure for a police officer. But he is a good person who saved her, so the two officers are in completely opposite states at the same time, with Sugo determined to uncover the hidden identity behind Minato. Meanwhile, Karen wanted to hide Minato's identity. In another scene, after the meeting, Minato and Duka went to the classroom to introduce themselves, with the teacher standing at the podium, sternly announcing, "These are Kusanagi and Mizuha. They will be members of our class starting today. Please help them out." Because Minato defeated the demon general, he was warmly welcomed by everyone, and as soon as he sat down, a crowd surrounded him, asking questions non-stop. Of course, given her status, Duka faced the same situation, making it a bit difficult for her to cope. Seeing the students crowding around the two, the teacher helplessly spoke up, "Everyone please settle down. Class has already started." Minato really felt overwhelmed. He was being questioned from class until break time, exactly why he did not want to stand out too much. Taking advantage of the break, he tried to slip away, but someone called him back, and he turned around suspiciously. It turns out the pink-haired girl Mito saved from the beast was the one speaking, nervously asking, "Kusanagi, can you come with me for a moment?" A little later, on the academy rooftop, Minato was truly helpless of all places. It had to be here again. Is it a trend now to call someone up to the school rooftop every time you want to talk to them? The surprise is that Duika is here too. She just wanted to find a place to practice alone without being noticed, and she did not expect Minato to be here. "And you are with some strange girl too. What are they doing here?" The pink-haired girl stood in front of Minato, hesitating as she asked if he remembered her. Minato shook his head slightly, apologizing. "I'm sorry, I do not know." The pink-haired girl was not surprised either. Speaking softly, "I am the one you saved during the recent disaster." And only then did Minato remember, nodding as he said, "Ah yes, I do remember that." The girl's eyes immediately turned red. She lowered her head shyly and said, "During practice, I was also attacked by monsters and was saved by someone using magic. That magic was you, was not it?" Kusanagi. Minato remembered that practice session, and he was just acting on impulse. The girl, however, was very grateful and said, "Thank you for saving my life twice." Manato gently shook his head and replied, "Do not say that. I just did what I could." Although he said that, the girl still shyly spoke up, "You are really cool, Kusanagi." At the same time, Duika was trying to eavesdrop on their conversation but could not hear anything. At that moment, the pink-haired girl suddenly spoke up. "Kusanagi, I like you. Please agree to go out with me." Duika immediately froze. So this is a confession. Even Minato, the one being confessed to, was just as shocked, seeing him remain silent. The pink-haired girl persisted, saying she might not be outstanding in any way, but she would strive to improve herself, so please agree to be my girlfriend. Kusanagi. Minato stood there silently until the girl thought he would not answer. Then he suddenly spoke up, "Thank you for liking me." The pink-haired girl was happy to hear that, but her joy did not last long. Minato said reluctantly, "But I am sorry, I really do not have time to think about dating right now. There is something I have to accomplish no matter what." The pink-haired girl heard this, lowered her head, and murmured softly, "I understand." But very quickly, she lifted her head, returning to the relaxed expression from before, thanked him for being honest with her, and said she thought she could now let go of these feelings. Then, she turned and left the rooftop. Juka tried to hide behind the wall, but Minato still noticed and said coldly, "How long do you plan to hide there, Juka?" Startled, Juka took a deep breath and then peeked out, sheepishly saying, "I thought I had hidden my mana really well." Minato seemed to say, "Your control is really bad. Mana is leaking everywhere. This is the second time already. Do you like spying on others that much?" Juka retorted, "I just overheard it by accident. I did not do it on purpose. And hey, why did you reject him? He is pretty cute too, is not he?" Minato seemed to say, "I am not thinking about that right now." Then he turned and walked away, leaving Juka standing there in shock. What Minato meant was that the age gap between them was too big. Even though they were technically in the same grade, Juka watched his back and muttered hesitantly, "I see. So you want to be dating anyone, right?" But then she suddenly realized something. Why did she feel so relieved hearing Minato say that? Juka walked after Minato downstairs, wondering if he really would not date anyone. Lost in thought, Minato suddenly turned back, leaving Juka frozen in place. Minato said coldly, "Try controlling your mana more precisely. You are still too careless." Juka finally snapped out of it, wanting to say, "I know. You keep saying that. She will train hard to become stronger until the day Minato acknowledges her." By evening, as usual, Minato went out to check, and the number of monsters showed no sign of decreasing. Although the disaster has passed, could this be a sign that another wave of calamity is about to rise? Just then, a loud scream suddenly echoes in the darkness, a girl's cry for help, with a mage chasing after her. And Hulen spoke up, saying no monster would bother wandering here at this hour to save you. Yet there really was one. Minato stood in front of the girl, startling the mage greatly. Before he could even recover, Minato punched him in the stomach, sending him flying outside. Minato squinted at him, silently thinking, an amateur mage who likes to chase after losers. With terrible close combat skills, he probably has never faced another mage before. The girl who was saved looked at him with deep gratitude, but quickly recognized who he was and exclaimed in surprise, "Is it really you, the singing mage?" Before she could finish, Manato had already disappeared. Ignoring her cries to stop, Manato used magic to slip away. A mage humped. "Students at school and even that Sugo guy mentioned you. It seems they are really talking about you. But how did you suddenly become famous like that?" The next morning, on the academy rooftop, Minato gathered here with the 3 members of the choir. "You frowned and asked, that Sugo guy mentioned you earlier, right? Some amateur mage who likes to act mysterious at night. People talk about him a lot, so I was just curious," Ryuji replied while eating, "probably because he is a hot topic online." Minato was surprised and asked, "What is the internet?" These words made the 3 of them excited and start whispering among themselves. Finally, Daika spoke up to explain that the internet is an information system covering the entire world, where we can find everything, so information spreads as fast as the speed of light. After listening to the explanation for a while, Minato finally understood. Ryuji took out his phone and stretched it out, and Minato realized he could also access it on his own phone to play. He must have one. "Right, let us try opening Google or something." Minato fiddled with it and finally succeeded. Excitedly shouting, "I did it!" Daika and Ryuji immediately clapped along. Minato wanted to say, "This is nothing." Seeing them acting so childish, Ruka could not help but sigh in frustration and sternly interrupted. "But since you promised to help us train, when do we start?" Minato happily said, "We can start right after school today, since everyone has shown me how to use this smartphone thing and the so-called internet, so I will do my best to help everyone out." Ruka heard this and suddenly felt a bit uneasy. More good than bad, just as she thought. By the afternoon after school, the 4 of them had come to Ruka's villa to train, and before long, all 3 had collapsed. Minato shook his head helplessly. "Oh come on, we have not even started warming up yet. You do not have to go all out like your lives depend on it." Those words hit a sore spot for the 3 of them, and they immediately stood up, each firmly declaring, "I can still handle it. Do not underestimate us." Only then did Manato nod in satisfaction and say, "That is more like it, now attack me." Immediately, the 3 Ruka members charged at Manato together. Meanwhile, near Tokyo Tower, an anomaly has appeared. The nearby observers immediately shouted in panic, unable to believe it. It was just normal a moment ago. What on earth is happening? The scene before them made them tremble with fear because a horde of magical beasts had appeared near Tokyo Tower. Meanwhile, at Ruka's mansion, the 3 Rukas quickly fell before Manato. Seeing this, Manato raised an eyebrow and asked, "What is wrong? Giving up already?" "Not yet." "Take this." The 3 of them immediately stood up fiercely and attacked Manato together with their magic power. However, Manato only needed to create a protective shield to block them all. Not only that, he used magic to flick the center of Ruka and Ryuji's foreheads, stunning them both. At the same time, Ruka seized the chance to sneak up behind Manato, triumphantly shouting, "This is his weakness. No way." Minato smirked, then he dodged to the side, avoiding Ruka's attack. Surprised, Ruka exclaimed. He actually dodged it. Before she could recover, a burst of magical energy struck her forehead. The 3 of them were once again defeated by Minato, who sighed in relief and said, "Alright, let us take a short break." After hearing that from you, the 3 of them went to sit down to drink water and rest. After a short while, they were drenched in sweat. Ryuji spoke, sweating profusely, "But it seems like he is just too strong." Ruka nodded in agreement, saying even I, the top student in the academy, could not lay a finger on him. Ruka sighed and said, "That is right. This guy is no longer at the level of an ordinary student." Then she gave Minato a meaningful look. Her gaze made Minato feel a bit uneasy. Tired of explaining repeatedly, he decided to reveal the reason once and for all before logging out of that annoying situation. "And the moment I regained consciousness, I also gained this power, but I have no idea why, so please do not ask anymore." Upon hearing this, Ruka raised her eyebrows and reasoned that your near-death experience must have triggered your power. Seeing their reactions, Minato let out a sigh. These people are as easy to fool as children. You can tell just by looking at their faces that he tricked them, but what Minato did not know was that Ruka did not believe it. She thought he probably had a real reason to hide the truth, and since you went to such lengths to keep it a secret, it is best not to dig deeper into this matter. Minato sighed as he looked at the 3 sitting there with serious faces, truly believing they were all too easy to fool. After a while, they finally finished training and went home one by one. Ryuji sighed as he walked. The training was amazing. Minato could not help but speak up. "He really is a tough guy." Ryuji smiled and said, "That is because I always train myself, but now I am starving. Have to go home early to cook for the kids." Minato heard that and asked suspiciously, "You cook for yourself even with such a big body?" Ryuji looked annoyed. "What do you mean, kid?" They walked and talked. Ryuji asked suspiciously, "Do you always eat out?" Minato shook his head slightly and replied, "No, most of the time I eat instant noodles." Unable to help but shiver, Ryuji exclaimed in surprise, "Instant noodles? Is that all you eat?" Shrugging indifferently, Manato smiled and said, "The world has really become very convenient." Ryuji glared at him fiercely, his tone a bit annoyed as he said, "How can your body possibly handle clinging to a pile of food with no nutrition at all like that?" Seeing his strong reaction, Manato could not help but feel dissatisfied. "He is just like my father," but Ryuji did not pay attention, grabbing Manato by the shoulder and pulling him along. "Alright, let us go to my place. I will treat you to a meal." Manato really wanted to refuse, but this guy was just too stubborn. So in the end, the 2 of them arrived at Ryuji's house. Despite Manato's stingy nature, he was still swarmed by 3 kids, leaving him unsure of what to do. As for Ryuji, he naturally took on the cooking duties, and despite his big size, he wore a bear-shaped apron, carrying 2 plates of food outside. Ryuji said affectionately, "Sorry for making you watch the kids." "No worries," Manato said with a straightforward smile, then used magic to make the kids float in the air. Seeing this, Ryuji could not help but sigh. "That is exactly what I was worried about. The kids here do not use magic inside the house." He placed the 2 plates of food on the table, grumbling as he worked, "I have never heard of anyone using magic to play with kids before." Manato did not care, lowering his head to look at the little girl beside him and smiled. "You are being scolded now." The 3 kids gathered around Minato playing so much that Ryuji could not help but feel impressed. But it was also surprising. "You are not bad at babysitting either." Minato suddenly remembered his past life, when many children died in natural disasters. After a long silence, Minato sighed and said, "Children are the future of the country." Hearing this, Ryuji could not help but feel annoyed. "It sounded like my grandfather talking to me." Minato gave a cold scolding but then happily played with the 3 kids. Soon, dinner was ready, and the kids eagerly started eating at the sight of the food. Minato happily ate with everyone, but after just one bite, he could not help but exclaim how delicious it was. It had been so long since he would had a proper home-cooked meal, having been so caught up in protecting the country that he forgot to take care of himself. "I was just thinking," Minato asked doubtfully, then remembered and asked, Where are your parents? Ryuji shook his head and replied, I do not have a dad, and my mom works late into the night, so I take care of the house and babysit these kids for her while she works extra. Hearing this, Manato could not help but feel touched. He is really busy, huh? Chuckling softly, Ryuji said frankly, it is tough, but I do not hate it. I get it. The harder it is to talk about, the more you want to do the right thing. Manato nodded knowingly. Ryuji did not hesitate to admit it, even showing off his muscles, and Manato could not help but admire him, truly a man of action without words. After dinner, Ryuji and Manato played with the three kids for a while before going to sleep, lying next to Manato. Ryuji whispered, sorry you had to stay because of the kids' childish requests. Manato gently shook his head and replied, it is okay. This kind of thing is good once in a while. Smiling unconsciously, Ryuji gratefully said, thank you. Manato declined to comment, calmly saying, I have not done anything for you to say that, but Ryuji shook his head and said, no, it is about Ruka. He looks more lively than before, and I think it is all thanks to your kid. Manato was surprised and said, hey, do not tell me this is about love or something. Thinking aloud, Manato frowned and asked, do you like her? Ryuji could not help but laugh. What, me and Ruka? That would never happen. Actually, both of them are outcasts, so they naturally stuck together. Manato was surprised upon hearing this. Outcasts. Just like you. The next day, Manato and Ryuji went to school together. When they arrived at the school gate, the Mizuha sisters were already waiting there, and seeing them, Ruka immediately complained. Seriously, you are late, Ryuji hurriedly explained. Cut us some slack. Kusanagi would not wake up no matter how much I called. The Mizuha sisters asked in surprise, did you two sleep over at each other's place, have a sleepover party, or sneak off to train without us? Manato felt a bit confused overhearing their conversation. How did they all happen to meet so early in the morning? But he did not pay it much mind. Then, at that moment, two people approached from afar. It is Father Sugo and Sergeant Corinne. Sugo glanced at Manato and said, can we have a moment of your time? Kusanagi. Manato sighed helplessly. Half annoyed. Karin said, sorry for bothering you again. This time we really have an emergency. She said the demon beasts suddenly appeared and are now surrounding Tokyo Tower, possibly related to the disaster. So we just want your cooperation. Manato raised her eyebrows but said she was just a student. Sugo shook his head slightly and gently urged, you have already stopped an entire wave of natural disasters on your own. Since then, you have not been just a student anymore. To be honest, we can handle this situation. Manato squinted at him and asked skeptically, is it really okay for a cop to say that? Sugo's face was extremely sincere, his tone a bit pleading, which meant they were truly backed into a corner. Kusanagi, please cooperate with us. Manato hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement. If you have no objections, I will lend you my strength. Sugo was shocked upon hearing this. Manato was truly helpless, and although he did not want to stand out anymore, the situation would not allow him to avoid it. Sugo of course did not know Manato's thoughts, but when he heard him agree, he immediately felt happy. Of course, you will receive a fair reward, and do not worry, we will also take the initiative to contact the academy for you. The three behind Ruka also wanted to help and all at once offered. We want to help too. We can support everyone from behind. We want to join as well. Sugo sighed helplessly. Thanks for your offer, but given the current situation, you won't be able to help. Ruka immediately retorted firmly. We are all top students, yet you have not even finished speaking. Sugo cut in coldly. You may always be top of the school, but we are talking about a life or death battle here. After saying that, he glanced at the three of them and seriously asked if anyone was confident their abilities could match Kusanagi's. This made all three fall silent, unable to say another word. Seeing they fell silent, Sugo sighed reluctantly and said, you should head back to the academy. Come on, Kusanagi. Then he led the way to the car ready to leave. Just before leaving, Manato suddenly called out, startling the three Rukas. I could not help but smile. Manato remembered you said to try to catch up with me. The three Ruka immediately perked up when they heard this, but very quickly, the three of them answered in unison. Of course, then turned and went back into the academy. A little later, at the police headquarters, in the Emergency Response Leadership Department's classroom for dealing with the supernatural threat, the leader sat in the center, speaking seriously, saying that hundreds of magical beasts have appeared near Tokyo Tower. We need to come up with a thorough solution before they become a threat to the citizens. He said he had also requested the assistance of a student who played a key role during the recent genius attack at the Magic Academy a few days ago. Then he invited Manato to stand up. Manato immediately stood up when he heard his name mentioned. Seeing the uniform he was still wearing, the police below began whispering, all filled with contempt. Karen felt a bit awkward for Manato upon hearing this and really could not listen anymore. Everyone immediately focused their attention upward. Sugo spoke fiercely again, saying Kusanagi Manato is a student who single-handedly stopped a disaster at the Magic Academy. I witnessed it up close, and none of us here can compare to him. He praised Manato to the skies and believed that working with him was essential, so treat him as a partner. Not just a student, but the useless cops below remained resentful, still seeing Minato as a mere kid, seeing them still making noise. The leader gave the order again. Our mission remains unchanged. Whether outsiders are involved or not, we must immediately eliminate the magical beasts. Everyone, return to your units. After that, everyone quickly left, though a few kept insulting Minato as they went. Sugo waited until they were gone before running up to Minato and speaking up, apologizing for what happened earlier. Kusanagi. Minato shook his head slightly, refusing to comment. It is okay. It is probably just that working with a student made them uncomfortable. Seeing his calm reaction, Sugo could not help but feel impressed. He really has grown up, compared to her. What are you doing, Sanada? Corinne was startled when mentioned, trembling with fear and did not dare to say anything. Seeing them so concerned, Minato smiled and reassured them not to worry, since he did not really care either. Karen truly felt like he was an angel. And then they got into the car and headed to Tokyo Tower. Minato sat at the back of the car, asking with doubt, how strong is our fighting force? Sugo replied slowly. 80 mages. Most of them are mid-level mages, with only a few high-level mages. After hearing that, Minato furrowed his brow in silence. Mid-level mages can use level 2 magic, higher ones can use level 3. While he was thinking, Sugo suddenly hesitated and said, it does sound pretty grim, but since I can use level 4 combined magic, I am basically our army's trump card. Minato squinted at him and asked, what about the battle plan? Sugo replied in a low voice. In this case, the whole battle is simply about using magic to overwhelm the demons, so it is not really a battle plan. If it were just demon soldiers and beasts, it would not be too bad, but with creatures higher than the demon general, they have greater intelligence, so Minato thought it was necessary to prepare a plan for that case too, because just fighting blindly can be called a strategy. After thinking, he spoke up again. From what I see, we do not have any support equipment either. Right, Sugo reluctantly said. We usually go on missions wearing comfortable clothes for easy movement. Upon hearing that, Minato raised his eyebrows, but there used to be anti-demon beast devices before. Right, Sugo nodded slightly in agreement. That is true. But now they are rarely used because there are not many devices left. Minato grew more thoughtful the more he heard. How could that be? There used to be plenty before. Although they knew that magic and mages in this era were not what they used to be. What the hell has been happening in the past 50 years? Sugo saw Minato sitting silently in the back from the car mirror. And he seemed to be deep in thought as well. A little later, at the Tokyo Tower area occupied by magical beasts, the police car finally arrived. After getting out, Minato saw the scene and could not help but feel that although a disaster had not struck, the number of magical beasts was unusually high. He was wondering what on earth was going on. The police officers who saw the scene turned pale, trembling as they muttered, "Is this for real? There are even more than reported." And what surprised them even more was that the demon general was also there. How could they possibly win? They had to call for backup from private organizations or even noble mages. Sugo sighed helplessly, saying they had already sent a request for backup, but they could not arrive here immediately. With the recent surge of illegal monsters and mages, they simply do not have time to pay attention to us. Hearing this, the police immediately panicked and worried. Could it be that there was no other way but to take down all those magical beasts themselves? Is not this just asking for death? Sugo glanced at Minato and asked, Kusanagi, can you do it? All right then, Manato nodded without hesitation, but the cops were not convinced and scolded him, saying, just back off, kid. Do not try to be a hero here. Your little brat alone does not stand a chance against those guys. Minato lazily asked them, speaking coldly, but there was something strange, and his words left them confused and alarmed. At that moment, the magical beast suddenly appeared with unusual movements. The sky that had been covered in blue, suddenly a blood-red color appeared out of nowhere, covering the blue sky. Corinne saw it and panicked, shouting that the sky was turning into a disaster. Immediately, emergency alerts were issued. An unprecedented large-scale disaster had engulfed the entire country. People all across Japan were in a state of panic. Minato squinted as he looked at the monsters below. In contrast to his calm demeanor, Sugo's group looked utterly distressed. The police, seeing this for the first time, could not help but shout in panic, another disaster happening again. How could something so absurd happen? Minato was lost in his thoughts, knowing that natural disasters usually occur on their own, but it seems the monsters from last time are the cause of this disaster. In just 50 years, they have already found a way to bring about a catastrophe. Seeing the situation was dire, someone suggested that this place can't be handled without reinforcements. So first we need to regroup. While Sugo did not know what to do, Minato suddenly spoke up. They are moving. Just as he said, the demon beasts are heading toward the city. The police present grew even more panicked, scrambling in fear. Some wanted to fight, others to retreat. Seeing this, Minato sneered coldly, thinking the police looked so cowardly. Those words made a disgruntled cop shout, "What are you talking about, Wakan? How can you deal with a horde of demon beasts like that?" Fine. Minato smiled confidently and spoke. Then without hesitation, he jumped down. Your target is the group of monsters below. Quickly. You have fallen into their center. Alone. Minato now seemed to be dancing among 7 demon beasts and demon soldiers. Seeing him, the demon beasts went wild. From above, the police saw this and panicked, thinking the kid was going to die, so they quickly ran away. But just as they spoke, a powerful magic beast suddenly appeared, attacking with its claw. This power amazed the police officers. Suho was equally surprised, but more than that, he was joyful. With just one swing of his hand, all the low-level magical beasts around were killed by Manato. They had all simultaneously exhausted their magical energy to attack him. In the blink of an eye, a barrage of magic surged toward him but was stopped completely by an invisible barrier. Perhaps just one magical shield was enough. After all, there were still many others watching Manato, so he just needed to create a barrier for peace of mind. Then he used magic to destroy the demon soldiers in front of him. Suho watched in growing shock. What kind of monstrous power was that? So Manato can use many magical attributes after all. Just as I thought, it can only be him. Thinking that, Suho immediately shouted a reminder. Follow him. Karen quickly ran after. She will also support him. The other police officers were still trembling like leaves, hesitant to move forward. However, they quickly regained their composure and hurriedly followed Suho and the others. Although their magic is not as strong as Manato's, handling low-level magical beasts is not a problem. Manato, seeing them start to fight ahead, smiled with satisfaction. Turns out, the situation is not so bad after all. But very quickly, the demon general appeared before them. Its gigantic body terrified the police here. They were like insects to it, and only a legendary sorcerer could defeat it. But right at that moment, a water snake suddenly appeared, opening its mouth to swallow the demon general. Manato said coldly, I will handle this one. You take care of the rest. When the water receded, a large trench appeared on the ground, terrifying the police here. Did that kid just take it down? Such overwhelming power. Sugo quickly warned everyone. We have to keep eliminating the demon beasts until the cluster appears. Leave the demon general and any stronger species to Kusanagi. Manato up front was taking down several demon generals while catching his breath. 60 years ago, a global-scale natural disaster occurred, the first of its kind. After that, smaller-scale disasters began to appear one after another, aiming to destroy the world. If the disaster from 60 years ago really happens again, this time it will spread across the entire world. But now Manato is here too, and he won't let them wipe out humanity. At the same time, where Corinne was treating the wounded, a demon soldier appeared beside her. Startling her, it raised its hand, ready to crush Corinne on the spot. In a moment of life and death, Manato appeared just in time and killed the demon soldier. Behind him, Corinne saw Manato steady back, just like that time when the spellcaster saved her. After defeating the demon soldier, Manato turned to Corinne and asked worriedly, Are you okay? Corinne then regained her composure and said, Yes. Thank you. Kusanagi. Manato squinted at her, silently thinking that the situation was just like last time. Did she notice? Just as he suspected, Corinne had indeed realized it and was wondering why Manato chose to become a spellcaster and how he could be so inexplicably strong. But Karen thought Manato would hate her if she asked him questions like that. Thinking this, she suddenly felt she was acting wrongly after all. He was just a student, and she should not have such improper thoughts. While she was confused, a magical beast attacked. Fortunately, Manato pulled Karen aside before using magic to attack the beast. Corinne, he is looking at you. I'm sorry. Please stay close to me, Manato whispered quietly. It seemed she could not use any offensive magic at all. Corinne was a bit startled but quickly nodded in agreement. Okay, but she had a thought. Manato was truly an outstanding student. Even more mature than she was. At this moment, a terrifying scene unfolded. The police here turned pale, their faces drained of color, muttering in panic, What is this? I can't stop trembling. The demon general is now surrounded by an immense amount of magic. Seeing this, Sugo could not help but shout in panic, Has the demon general mutated? Why is such a high-level demon general species here? The police officers were so scared their legs went weak and they collapsed to the ground, muttering in despair. Unable to believe it, could the noble mage possibly defeat this? The only one unafraid was Manato, who took a step forward. Seeing this, the two officers shouted loudly to warn him, Are you stupid? Stop. No matter how strong you are, you have no chance of defeating that monster. But Manato smiled at them confidently and said, I can do it. These words left the rookie cop speechless. But soon, the trembling in their bodies stopped. Corinne was silently praying that Manato could defeat the mutated demon general. Sugo hoped to see Manato, who might now be as strong as a noble mage. So Manato defeating that mutated demon general is within reach. Thinking this, Sugo smiled brightly. Now show me your true power. Manato. To allow Manato to focus on dealing with the mutated demon general, Sugo ordered everyone to go all out to eliminate the demon soldiers. At the same time, Manato squinted at the mutated demon general. You fell face first, and now you are standing right in front of it. As Manato was thinking, the mutated demon general began to attack. The blazing flames quickly flew toward Manato but only brushed past him, exploding behind him as smoke and fire filled the sky. Seeing this, the police behind could not help but sigh. Just level 1. What kind of absurd power is this? These ruthless monsters. Meanwhile, Manato stood there calmly, brushing the dust off his shoulder. The mutated demon general stared at him intently, his deep voice slowly echoing. What are you? Shrugging indifferently, Manato replied calmly. Just an ordinary student, at least for now. These words confused the demon general. While it was still bewildered, the magic power within Manato's body suddenly erupted fiercely. Seeing that powerful surge of magic, the demon general immediately sensed danger and muttered to itself, humans are strong. Then a large flame appeared before Manato. In the distance, the police were terrified. 6-star level. This can be happening, but Manato remained calm. Standing there, thinking about what to do next, whether he dodged the attack or used magic to strike directly, those behind him would still be swept away by the tidal wave. Meanwhile, the magical beasts attacked the police behind, suddenly turning and redirecting their magic toward Manato. In the blink of an eye, a barrage of spells surged together, creating an incredibly terrifying scene. Sugo's expression instantly twisted in disgust. How could they be cooperating like this? It made no sense. Karen here was just as terrified. Urgently shouting, Kusanagi! Run quickly. Manato remained calm, standing alone against a barrage of magic rushing toward him, while at the same time, a blazing firestorm surged straight at him. But before it could reach Manato, a huge wave appeared, extinguishing the flames on contact. Moreover, the other beast demon's magic was also blocked by Manato, as they hit an invisible barrier before reaching him. This scene left the mutated demon general stunned. Manato glared at it coldly and asked, "Is that all?" Even Sugo on this side widened his eyes in shock, wondering what kind of freak this kid really was. Harin was no exception. She gasped in shock. What just happened? Sugo truly felt it was beyond his imagination. Even seeing it with his own eyes, he could not believe it. Such an impossible thing was happening right before him. Karen could not help but marvel. Only noble mages can use level 6 magic, a special technique comparable to remote control, and Kusanagi can actually do it. Sugo quietly murmured. But what is even more surprising is that she can use a second spell at the same time. Usually, you can only use one type of magic at a time, and you have to wait a while before casting another. But Manato used 2 different magics almost simultaneously, which truly surprised Sugo. Just one type alone is already powerful enough, but using more than one at the same time, I truly feel Manato might even surpass a noble mage. The more Sugo spoke, the happier he became. His intuition could not be wrong. Manato really was the person he had been searching for, a second Ichikami Minato. But little did Sugo know, Manato was actually the great mage reincarnated. At this moment, the demon general was frantically charging at Manato. Manato remained calm and said, "This place is getting boring. Let us go somewhere more fun." These words left the demon general confused and bewildered. Before it could even recover, an invisible force sent it flying into the air. It was Manato using magic to hurl it high, but it quickly used magic to steady itself. Immediately after, he quickly flew up, facing the demon general, smirking, as if to say, "So you can really use magic too, huh?" The demon general glared at Manato, speaking with a cruel tone, warning him not to suffer any more attacks. Before it could finish speaking, Manato cut it off, saying, "I do not give a damn about your fancy cat tactics because up here I do not have to hold back anymore." Seeing that he refused to cooperate, the demon general charged to attack, but Manato easily dodged its strike. Of course, the demon general did not give up either. It frantically attacked again, forcing Manato to slide backward, but this time, it had to recover its magic. Manato furrowed his brow and looked up as a fireball appeared, its intense heat spreading through the air, while the demon general closed in on him. Without hesitation, it fiercely struck down, causing Manato to fall from the air to the ground. The demon general looked down from above and grunted, as the ground below was shrouded in thick dust. He just waited until the dust settled, then was immediately shocked because Manato was still standing there, unharmed. The demon general cried out in disbelief. How could this be? Of course Manato would not explain. He charged forward from the ground again. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the demon general and said with a smirk, "It seems magic no longer works. The only option left is close combat. But that is useless too." At this point, Manato's eyes hardened with resolve. Without hesitation, he charged toward the demon general. Manato snorted coldly, "You can't defeat me." In the blink of an eye, his powerful fist struck, sending the demon general flying. It could not believe its instincts were wrong, that a human's punch could have an effect, and then using magic to stand firm was just ridiculous. It was now filled with rage to the breaking point. It was furious beyond measure. "That bastard. What the hell are you?" Manato did not answer. Instead he smirked and said, "You think I can only use magic? Then I will show you my exclusive technique." Saying that, Manato broke into a wide smile. Immediately, a stream of magical energy appeared around him, strangely filled with all colors. In the blink of an eye, it erupted in the air, a power that seemed to want to consume everything. Seeing this, the demon general immediately panicked. What kind of terrifying magic is this? Even Sugo and Karen were no exception. What is going on? This child. Something strange is happening in the air. Manato ignored everyone's reactions and continued to focus on unleashing his magic power. He closed his eyes, seemingly trying to gather all the magic energy in the air, until he felt it was enough. Manato slowly opened his eyes, confidence clear on his face as the tide began to turn. The demon general grew more and more terrified but stubbornly shouted, "Even if a person is wrapped in magic all over, their attacks mean nothing to us. Just try me." Manato sneered, then vanished and suddenly appeared right in front of the demon general. In the blink of an eye, the demon general panicked. It tried to dodge, but it was too late. Manato's fist came down. Not only that, he unleashed a flurry of punches toward the demon general. Manato's overwhelming momentum pushed the demon general into a defensive stance step by step. This dazzling display left Sugo in disbelief, muttering in confusion, "The kid is overpowering the demon general in a one-on-one fight. How is that possible? How can a human punch cause damage to a magical creature?" And not only that, Manato could also injure it with magic, which was truly beyond imagination. In the blink of an eye, the demon general's body was covered in wounds, making it angrily ask, "How could a human's attack have any effect?" Manato said coldly that ordinary punches or weapons mean nothing to you. But if you channel a large amount of magic power into a stance, you attack while your body is enveloped in magic energy. It is a combined attack of magic and martial arts. Manato said it could be called combined magic martial arts for easier understanding. The demon general grew increasingly furious, roaring loudly, "A refined human surpassing me. That is impossible." Immediately after, the demon general frantically charged at Manato, but Minnow easily dodged its attack. Then he fought back, delivering a punch to its stomach. Just one punch pierced straight through the demon general's belly, making it fall to the ground like a torn axe. Its body fell into the center of the demon beast zone. When it was defeated, the sky returned to its original blue. Seeing this, everyone immediately cheered with joy. The disaster has stopped. That kid did it. Sugo, seeing everyone so happy, reminded them not to let their guard down and to clean up the remaining demons. Manato looked down from above, smiled with relief, and thought the rest could be left to the police. Then he quickly withdrew the magic power around his body. Before long, it was completely gone, and Manato had returned to normal. Thinking about something, he could not help but laugh. It had been a long time since he last used the combined magic technique. He was really out of practice. Immediately after, Manato landed, but the scene before him startled him a bit. The police had finished dealing with the magical beasts and were now standing in a very formal line. "Seeing you back," Sugo immediately stood at attention and said, "We sincerely appreciate your hard work. On behalf of the police department, thank you for your cooperation during the recent Chumura attack. Salute to Kusanagi Manato." As soon as he finished speaking, all the police officers saluted Manato with the most solemn ceremony. From that day on, disasters began to strike everywhere around the world. Thanks to the timely response of the police force and noble sorcerers, the disasters officially came to a halt. Rising tensions over the disasters sparked widespread criticism of the government and police, while expectations and disappointments kept pouring onto the sorcerers. As public tension kept rising, someone said this, "If only there were more mages. Because mages can protect us." And from there, a wave of support for mages spread online. But no matter what is being said online, Manato is dealing with a mess right now. Someone leaked that Manato took part in the battle to stop the disaster, and the students in class are once again crowding around him to ask questions. Manato really felt annoyed. Just dealing with them was more exhausting than fighting the general. Meanwhile, Kang sat beside him, watching him sigh repeatedly with growing concern. At that moment, the teacher entered the classroom, stood at the podium, and in a serious tone said, "Today we will discuss the recent natural disaster event." The students below listened as the teacher kept talking about the need to protect the country in the future, their expressions growing increasingly serious. The teacher paid no attention and continued, saying that it cannot be ruled out that you might have to train one day, so please be ready at any time. Even though there is already someone in the class with experience. Then, her gaze flicked over to Manato sitting below. Just at that moment, Karen suddenly pushed the door open and came in. The teacher hurriedly ran over and asked, "Wait a moment. What is going on with you two?" Karen urgently replied, "We are police officers. We have orders from the police chief, Kusanagi. And we regret to say we hope you can lend us your strength once again." Manato felt helpless inside, really not bothering to keep up his police image anymore. Where had the honor of the police gone? But what were those looks from the people around? Forget those weird respectful stares. He really did not like them, but having no other choice, Manato could only agree. He stood up from his seat and went over to Karen. "Please explain the situation quickly." Karen nodded slightly and replied, "Besides natural disasters, magical beasts have also started appearing everywhere in the world. Illegal magic users and underground organizations are more active than ever, and right now we are extremely short on manpower, and that is why they came to bother Minato again." Saying this, she sighed deeply and sincerely apologized for troubling him over and over. "But truly, there is no one left she can trust like you, Kusanagi." Minato refused to give an opinion, took out his phone and said, "Then next time, contact me first." Karen finally snapped out of it and quickly said sorry, Next time I will learn my lesson. Soon, she received Manato's contact information, who remained silent for a while. Manato glanced at her but urged, "So what do you want me to do now?" Karen finally came to her senses and quickly said, "We want to ask you to help clean up the rampaging magical beasts in Harajuku." Manato nodded slightly and replied, "All right. Got it." Karen saw he wanted to go there and suggested, "We will travel there by car." But before she could finish, she saw Manato slip past her. "You used magic to run ahead," you said indifferently, "so it won't be too late. I will go first." Seeing Manato disappear instantly, the police behind were shocked. This was just too fast. A little while later, in the Harajuku area, the place had become a wasteland, with skyscrapers reduced to rubble. Inside, 2 children were trapped, the younger one clutching his older brother, trembling and whispering, "Brother." The older child, though very scared, held his younger sibling tightly and said firmly, "It is okay. Big brother will protect you." At that moment, a demon beast lunged toward the 2 children. Although terrified, the older child grabbed the younger one's hand and ran, but in panic, the younger child tripped and fell to the ground. The sharp teeth of the monster drew closer, and the 2 kids were on the brink of despair. In this desperate moment, a beam of magical power came from afar, killing the monster. The one who intervened was Manato. He arrived just in time to see the scene and without hesitation reached out to help. The 2 kids were so amazed that someone could casually kill a demon beast with a single hand that they were stunned. Manato slowly walked up the 2 kids, smiling with admiration. "You have been strong. Truly amazing." But then he saw a doll lying on the ground, picked it up, and asked with suspicion, "Is this yours?" The younger sibling immediately replied yes, and Manato clearly saw the admiration in their eyes, unable to help but smile. Finally, Manato slowly spoke, saying he would protect them both, then ran back into the battlefield. The 2 kids bowed their heads in thanks to him, but one of them disappeared in an instant. Did he even hear it? The younger one held the doll tightly in his hands, his face showing clear reverence. On Manato's side, he had gone deep into the city. The battle here was even more complicated than the one at the academy because people were still fleeing, so he could not use magical bullets. Manato could distinguish between beast magic and human magic but could not detect those without magical power. The only way to save everyone is for you to patrol the area. While Manato was thinking, the magical police team also arrived, and their leader loudly reminded his teammates, "You focused on eliminating the magical beasts, leaving the rescue of civilians to the firefighters and military." At that moment, a police officer noticed Manato, and immediately looked up, waved his hand, and shouted, "Hey, Kusanagi." Manato squinted down below. Remembering this police officer, was not he the one who appeared when the disaster struck Tokyo Tower? Recognizing someone familiar, Manato immediately jumped down, and the policeman ran over to speak. "So you came to Vietnam. It really helps a lot." Manato ignored the small talk and got straight to the point. "How's the situation?" The policeman immediately replied, "We still have not rescued half of the civilians. The situation is so severe that they can't reach the east side. There are many magical beasts in that area." Hearing that, Manato spoke up, "Then I will go check that side of the city." Without another word, he took off running, and the officer quickly warned him to be careful, as there were reports of illegal mages in that area. But he knew well that saying so was useless when it came to worrying about him. Thinking this, the officer glanced back at his comrades behind him. Those who were not present during the Tokyo Tower disaster saw Manato take down the monsters for the first time. At that moment, they were extremely confused, wondering who this young man was, as he had wiped out the beasts in the blink of an eye. The policeman let out a quiet chuckle and spoke coldly. "Perhaps he only appeared for us in this chaotic moment." Meanwhile, on the east side of the city, Manato was using level 6 magic to wipe out hordes of monsters. The only thing troubling him now was the appearance of a demon tribe captain outside of the Great Calamity period. Something that simply should not have happened. Not even a few years ago. The monsters are growing in number and becoming stronger. Things have gone beyond what even Manato can handle, and if precautions are not taken now, everything could spiral out of control. That may be true, but saving lives is still the most important thing right now. Manato reached out in front of him and pulled 2 people out from under the rubble. Then he handed them over to the firefighters and ran off again, with a few plans in mind but unsure which to choose. Thanks to Manato's help, many trapped civilians were rescued. When the situation had calmed down a bit, Karen finally led her people over. Manato paid them no mind and kept rescuing others. "Thanks to you, almost all the citizens in the city have been saved." The police officer gratefully grasped Manato's hand and smiled, saying, "Thank you. You have been a great help, Kusanagi. Because of you we have minimized casualties." Manato shook his head and said, "No, it was thanks to the police and firefighters. I only helped with a few simple tasks." The police officer saw his reaction and smiled. After a long pause, he bowed to Manato and solemnly said, "I truly apologize for what happened before. Because of our immaturity, I hope you won't hold it against us." Seeing them like that, Manato sighed reluctantly and said, "Do not worry too much about it. You are too mature, making those before feel awkward and only able to keep thanking you." Karen here also gratefully said, "Thank you so much. I am really sorry for always relying on Kusanagi." while you are just a student. Manato refused to give his opinion, shaking his head and saying, "It is okay, I agreed to help." Then he suddenly spoke seriously. "But what worries me is not only their large numbers, but also that they are all incredibly strong." Karen nodded slightly in agreement. "That is right. We need to make a plan to deal with the monsters and the disaster." Senior Sugo is also taking action. But while the two were talking, the two kids from before suddenly came over to them. Seeing the kids, Manato smiled, happy that they were safe. Just then, the younger child suddenly tilted his umbrella and asked, "Big brother, are you a great summoner?" Hearing this, the older kid quickly apologized, saying his little brother really likes the representative, but Manato did not pay attention and focused on the doll in the child's hand, which, if he was not mistaken, was himself from his past life. The corners of Manato's mouth lifted slightly, clearly showing he was quite happy. Then he nodded and said, "Yes, I am the Avatar." "I knew it." The child's eyes immediately lit up, and Hongfen exclaimed, 50 years ago, when he was still Ichikami Manato, Manato was very upset about being made into a doll and questioned the person next to him, but that person did not mind and cheerfully said, "Not just dolls, but also figurines and keychains." Manato sighed helplessly. No one would ever want things like that. The other person remained firm and boldly said that the Avatar is the support in everyone's heart. These items are something children especially need. But Manato still disagreed. Seeing that being gentle did not work, the other person raised their voice. "You are wrong. Haha. No. Even 100 years from now it will still continue to save people, so please allow me." Ichikami, breaking free from the past. Manato smiled softly. It seemed true, but simple dolls do not have the power to save anyone. A great medium like you is still needed at this time. Meanwhile, at a bar in the city, a group of people gathered here to report on the Dark Phantoms. The man sitting in the main chair is Kuroi Kudo, the leader of the Black Rebellion organization. After hearing the subordinates' report, he gritted his teeth and said, "An illegal magic user not belonging to any guild, which means there is a bastard daring to oppose me." "Right." The subordinates trembled in fear at his angry tone. Sweat broke out on his forehead as he stammered, "Yes." Letting out a cold snort, Kudo ordered coldly, "Find the true identity of the black magic user. I do not care if you have to use military force." Hearing this, the subordinates immediately fell silent. A man wearing glasses suddenly stood up. He was the manager of the Kabukicho area, Kaga Suji. He smirked and asked, "If he refuses, can we kill him?" Akudo gave a cold laugh and replied with a smirk, "Only after we have beaten him up. I look forward to that," Suji said with a wicked smile, feeling even more pleased. The next day, Manato's group continued their usual training at the Mizuha mansion. During the break, Ruka suddenly asked with suspicion, "By the way, Kusanagi, how much magic power do you have right now?" Ruka was also a bit curious, maybe around 100,000, or if more, about 500,000. But if it is Manato, it could be much higher. While everyone was doubting, Manato bluntly replied that it was actually 99,990,000. This number left Ruka and the other two speechless, since people basically did not believe it. Ruka muttered with a smirk that even Ichikami Maito only had about 1 million. Hearing this, Manato could not help but raise his eyebrows. Ichikami Manato's magic power was only 1 million. Ruka immediately replied, "That is why people often say 1 million is the ultimate limit of magical power." Ruka then asked in surprise, "You really do not know? This is common knowledge." Manato did not answer. He did not believe his magic power in his past life was only about 1 million, so he had to check online first. Acting on impulse, Manato quickly searched for information on the internet. He just searched for a long time but could not find anything. Manato sighed helplessly. He had forgotten how to use this brick of a phone. But anyway, it was already complicated enough, so he decided to just let it be. Just then, Manato's phone suddenly rang with Suga's number. He quickly answered, asking suspiciously, "Hello, what is it?" On the other end of the line, Suga replied urgently, "Sorry for calling so suddenly. Are your friends there too?" Manato nodded and replied, "Yes, that is right." Suga quietly said, "Sorry to bother you, but please put me on speakerphone." Being a tech novice, Manato did not know how to turn on the speaker and had to ask Yuka for help. Very quickly, Suga's voice came through the phone, explaining that to deal with the disaster and unusually large number of magical beasts, they had decided to form a special unit dedicated to hunting them down. It will be called the Special Mage Unit, and he wants to nominate Manato as the captain of this special unit. The three of them were stunned after hearing that. Not knowing how to react, Yuka thought that if you called yourself a mage, you had to earn that title, so there was no way Manato would refuse. However, Manato refused without hesitation, saying she did not agree, and before Suga could ask again, Yuka loudly exclaimed in confusion, "Why?" Manato did not understand. Why was she upset? What did it have to do with her? Suga on the other end spoke up, "Can I explain first?" Manato furrowed his brow slightly and muttered, "Then just tell me how it is." Suga explained slowly, "First of all, there are too many problems happening at once right now but not enough manpower to handle them. Moreover, The current situation is that we can't handle the magical beasts on our own. After hearing this, Manato nodded sharply, realizing it was because the mages' ranks were all low. Thinking it over, he asked skeptically, "What about the noble mages?" Suga quickly replied that the heads of the Mizuha, Homure, and Kachi mage clans have not yet returned from an overseas meeting. Only the Fuka family remains, but things are a bit complicated. Manato looked up at the two Mizuha sisters as they spoke, then thought to himself, I still have not met their parents yet. Ruka pursed her lips and said, I have been away from home for quite a while now. Manato nodded knowingly, saying nothing more. Sugo on the other end of the line kept talking, saying the team would include over 12 police officers and members from the academy like Mizuha Ruka, and Kazurigi, and he nominated the three of you, telling them to leave the boring tasks like getting permissions or negotiations to him. All Manato needs to do is focus on training and leading the mages in the unit, and of course, he will be rewarded. Seeing him remain silent, Suga hurriedly stood up, his tone pleading, Please, I am counting on you alone. Kusanagi, please accept the role of captain. Manato heard him getting more and more urgent and sighed reluctantly. In the end, he agreed. Then fine, Suga looked happy in an instant. Really, the three Yuka over here also eagerly agreed. They had no reason to refuse. And besides, they did not want Minato to handle everything alone. Manato was still a bit worried. But well, it should be fine, he could still train them again. A few days later, public criticism began to pour in on the Fuka mage family. Besides neglecting their duties during the last disaster at the Magic Academy, their handling of the magical beast situation was also progressing very slowly. The head of the Fuka mage clan was furious upon hearing these criticisms, gritting his teeth and snarling, Fools! Do they think noble mages are just a bunch of troublemakers? Just then, a knock sounded at the door, and he immediately ordered, Come in. The butler entered quietly and reported, With your permission, master, I have received a document from the city police station. The head of the Fuka clan frowned slightly as he looked at the document in his hand and muttered, announcing the formation of a special mage unit. These incompetent fools sure like to stir up trouble. But just as he finished speaking, he suddenly thought of something, sneered, and said, Wait a minute, this alone is enough to rile up the commoners. Call my foolish son here. The butler immediately nodded in acknowledgement and left. The next morning, at the police headquarters, following Sugo's suggestion, there was a meeting held by the Special Units Joint Committee, with Minato, the captain, naturally in attendance. The three Yuka were no exception. Once they agreed, they could not be absent. Besides them, there were only Sugo and three other officers, fewer than expected. Minato squinted at Sugo, opening his mouth in frustration, saying it was supposed to be 12 people on duty at noon, and Sugo explained that some had wanted to join at first but in the end no one submitted an application. Minato sighed reluctantly, already guessing the story, because who could stand the discomfort of having a kid who has not even graduated yet as captain? While Minato was thinking, Sugo placed something in his hand and said, Also, this is for you. It was a temporary mage badge. Sugo explained slowly, This is an outer mission, but since you are still students, use this when needed. It is temporary because you are not officially mages yet. Then he gave the three Ruka members badges, patted Minato on the shoulder, and smiled, saying his part was done and the stage was now theirs. Captain Kusanagi. Minato could not help but smile. It had been a long time since he spoke like this in front of others, but he did not hesitate. Stepping forward a few steps, Minato spoke clearly. I am Kusanagi Minato, and this time, I will take on the role of captain of our Special Operations Unit. First of all, I promise to make you stronger than the heads of the mage families. Saying that, he immediately smiled confidently, but his words left the three Ruka stunned, and even the police present were utterly confused. Seeing their reactions, Minato was not too surprised and calmly said, It seems no one believes me, so let us verify it. Shido, is there a device here to measure magic power? Sugo was still confused, stammering, Of course we have it. But then the mana detector was brought out right after. Minato glanced at the group behind him and calmly suggested, First Ruka and Ryuji, let us measure your magic power, and without hesitation, they immediately agreed. Ruka stepped forward, placed her hand on the device, and simultaneously unleashed her magic power. Ryuji was the same, starting to check his mana. Minato slowly said beside him, Ruka's mana used to be 10,000 and Ryuji's was 8,000, but Ruka's magic power is now 30,000, which makes her quite confused. Even Ryuji has increased to 28,000, and he finds this number hard to believe. Sugo's group gasped in shock after hearing Minato's words, saying it could not be true. That was the magic power level of the highest ranking mage. Seeing their reaction, Minato smirked and said, Already this chaotic, Zuka. It is your turn. Ruka froze when she heard him mention her name. She stepped forward a few paces but hesitated to place her hand down. What if the gap between her and Ruka still can't be closed? Ruka has already tried so hard. The problem is, she is not a genius like Ruka, so she is really worried what if she fails the test. Taking a deep breath, Ruka forced herself to calm down, determined not to run away anymore. then quickly placed her hand on the testing device. At the same time, her magic power surged forth no matter the result. She would no longer deceive herself or others, but her results left Sugo and Karen stunned. While Ruka dared not look at the number displayed on the machine, but this number exceeded expectations. Reaching 26,000, Sugo went from one surprise to another, muttering in confusion. According to previous records, her magic power was supposed to be around 2,000, could not possibly increase so rapidly. Manato heard this and immediately objected, saying it was wrong. We can definitely improve our own magic power. All we need is innate talent, as well as giving our best effort and never giving up. Then he looked at Ruka and praised her. I am really proud of you. You did great. Then he reached out to gently stroke her head. When she saw the result, tears streamed down Ruka's face. Her efforts had finally been rewarded. Ruka looked at her sister, her eyes full of pride. She raised her hand to hide the emotions in her eyes, maintaining her cold facade. At this moment, Manato came over to praise them, saying both did very well. Ryuji smiled proudly and said, "What else is there to say?" Minato ignored him and looked at Ruka, speaking, "Just as I expected from you." Ruka showed little emotion. Without hesitation, she spoke up, "As a member of the Mizuha clan, this is nothing special. I do not need your praise. But I just want to do it. You have done very well." Minato stubbornly praised her and even reached out to pat her head. Ryuji immediately froze. At first he thought Minato was just a numb kid to the world. But now, he probably does not even know how to spell fear. Even Ruka was utterly confused. Oh heavens, only she would lose her temper. But contrary to what the two thought, Ruka just brushed Minato's hand away and said irritably, "I am not a child," and Minato did not mind, nodding in agreement. That is true. Duika and Ryuji both sighed in relief seeing this. Lucky Ruka did not lose her temper. Ruka thought this was the first time she had ever been patted on the head. Not even her father had done that. While everyone was still enjoying themselves, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. It turned out to be the people here. I searched the entire police station for those people. So why have not they let me question them properly yet? Sugo ran over to explain when he saw the newcomer, saying I was informed they would not come today. But before he could finish, the other guy interrupted angrily. So can I come in now or not? Sugo was really annoyed with this guy, but having no other choice, he had to give in and said, "Let me introduce, this is Ngeishu, a noble mage from the Fuka clan." Everyone looked over and saw a pale-faced kid standing there, with a face that clearly screamed traitor, basically not someone trustworthy. After the introduction, Sugo leaned into Minato's ear and reminded him, "We had no choice but to get permission from a noble mage, so I had to gather your information and send it to them." "Sorry," Manato asked suspiciously. The Fuka clan ignored the disaster at the school, did not they? Sugo nodded slightly and replied that this family prioritizes maintaining their power over complying with government requests. While the two were quietly whispering, Sugo suddenly exclaimed in surprise, saying he heard this is the top magic unit in Japan. Why do I only see a bunch of kids who have not even graduated trying to meddle in adult matters? Sugo sighed reluctantly, pointing at Manato and introducing him as Kusanagi Minato, the one who stopped the disaster at the academy. Based on his achievements, he was appointed as the captain of the unit. After hearing this, Sugo narrowed his eyes at Manato, observing him for a while before sneering, "Stopping a disaster? Huh. Just a commoner, not even a noble mage." No sooner had he finished speaking than Sugo kicked Manato hard in the leg. He growled coldly, "How dare a mere servant not bow before me? Do not act so clever. You are just a servant after all." His actions made the three Ruka furious, and they started to claw at him, but he just smirked, saying, "Commoners sure get worked up easily. These two are not the Mizuhara sisters, but I guess you are not completely useless after all." The two Ruka sisters glared at him with clear disdain, but Su's sneering tone was just as harsh as the concrete floor, his smirk barely concealed. Then he boldly declared, "All right, it is decided. I will be the captain of this unit." Sugo immediately objected, but the captain had already been appointed by the higher-ups to Kusanagi. Su ignored it and coldly proposed, "Then let us have a match to decide whichever side defeats the last monster of the next disaster will become the team leader." Sugo grew more and more frustrated, wanting to stop them. But Su, with two sycophants by his side, left while proudly saying, "Let us settle it that way." Sugo truly felt guilty toward Minato. He quietly said, "Sorry, I could not do anything to him." Minato ignored the fool and said straightforwardly, "It is okay, because no matter what you say, it is useless. We just need to win." The three Ruka were extremely determined at this moment. They definitely would not let that weakling become the captain. Then they left the room with their dissatisfaction, and Minato looked at their backs, unable to help but think, "These guys are even more fired up than me." After a while, outside the police training ground, Manato called everyone out but did not know what to do first. The officer's magic power was about 10,000, so he decided to follow his original plan and talk about magic power first. After thinking for a moment, Manato spoke clearly. "First, I want to tell everyone about the importance of magic. Mana is the name of a type of energy used to channel magic, but it also has many other uses." Next, he called Ryuji over to stand beside him. Ryuji was a bit confused but still came forward, and Minato slowly suggested, Give me your best shot. Ryuji grew more confused but was constantly urged by him. In the end, Ryuji had no choice but to comply, clenching his fist tightly and shouting, "If it hurts, do not cry about it." Then he threw a punch at Manato. But before it could reach him, it was stopped by an invisible barrier. Manato spoke slowly. This is the power of a magical shield. Having a huge amount of magical power allows you to activate it easily. If your magical power is even greater, you can even activate it unconsciously. Manato said that was automatic magic. Ryuji bit his lip fiercely, wanting to break the barrier but unable to. In the end, seeing his disappointment, Manato spoke up again. That is why improving your own mana capacity is the most important and fundamental goal for any mage. Remember this well. Right after that, he called each person over to teach them how to sense mana. Just like the reaction of the 3 Ruka members after learning this skill, the police were all very surprised. After finishing the first task, Manato had them practice in real combat. And the day passed like that. After finishing the training, Manato returned home, still preoccupied with the team's matters. Besides magic training, equipment was also essential, and if possible, he wanted to borrow some gear that could resist magical beasts, but judging by Sugos' reaction, it is clear it won't be easy to borrow it right away. Thinking this, Manato could not help but sigh. These days, skilled craftsmen are probably rare, so he would have to make it himself. He had not tried before, but it probably would not be too difficult. Then he started rummaging around to see if there was anything useful in the house. Finally, Manato found a ring that looked quite cheap, but since it was still so new, it must be very important. Using this temporarily is fine, but it is still not enough. You have to go find more somewhere else. Just then, the phone on the bed suddenly rang. Startling Manato, it was Ruka calling. Being this proactive was quite rare. Manato immediately answered, and Ruka's voice came through. "It is me," Manato asked in surprise. "What is going on?" But the person on the other end stayed silent for a long moment before speaking up, saying, "You are the only one suitable for the position of our team leader." Manato could not help but laugh and joked, "Are you encouraging me?" Ruka replied without hesitation, "That is right." Manato laughed out loud. How sentimental in a situation like this. But since that is the case, I will ask her. Then he spoke up, "If you are not busy tomorrow, could you go buy a few things with me?" Ruka frowned in confusion. "A tattoo shop," Manato quickly explained. "There are a few things I do not know where to buy." And she asked again. Manato shook his head and replied, "No, just the 2 of us. Where are we going and what for?" Hearing this, Ruka was a bit stunned and asked hesitantly, "Just the 2 of us?" Manato did not see any problem with it and asked, "So what do you think?" Ruka was silent for a long time without answering. Just when Manato thought she would not respond, she suddenly spoke up, "I do not have anything to do either." Manato immediately brightened up. "You are truly my savior. So where should we go?" Ruka suggested softly. "Harajuku. Maybe you will find what you need there." So the 2 agreed to meet Mei at the station, chatting for a while before Ruka turned off her phone, staring intently at it with a thoughtful look in her eyes. Meanwhile, Manato was very happy, thinking that now he could buy enough rings for everyone. "Should I try making a magic beast resistance item right now with this?" Saying that, he began channeling magic into the ring. At the Mizuha sisters' mansion, Ruka went to Ruka's room door and called out loudly, "Sis, is dinner over?" No one answered, so she immediately muttered to herself, "No answer. Is she already asleep?" That is not like her at all. After a moment of hesitation, Ruka decided to push the door open and stepped inside, saying, "I am coming in." But as soon as she entered, she saw Ruka nervously trying on clothes. It made Ruka a bit confused, not understanding what was happening. At that moment, Ruka also heard a noise, turned her head, and saw Ruka standing there with a stern look, raising her eyebrows and asking, "What is going on?" Ruka finally came to her senses and quickly apologized, saying dinner was ready. So Ruka nodded and cut in, "I will be right there." Ruka hurried outside, thinking to herself she had never seen Ruka this excited before. Was she going out with someone? Could it be Manato? The next day at Harajuku Station, Manato was already waiting there. Because of suspicion, Ruka secretly followed Ruka and ran here, but she was afraid Manato would notice. So she concealed her magic and did not get too close to the 2, feeling that her actions might be a bit wrong. Ruka could not help but feel reluctant. Why was she tailing the 2 of them like this? In the distance, Manato, who was waiting, saw a figure approaching. It was Ruka. Different from her usual look, today she wore tight jeans, a Robtoff Sadillac, and a khaki jacket, looking very energetic, turning heads wherever she went. Unbothered, she approached Manato and asked with a furrowed brow, "Did I keep you waiting?" Manato shook his head slightly and replied, "No, I just got here too." People around them immediately started whispering and gossiping when they saw the 2 standing together, with some even thinking Manato was Ruka's boyfriend. Ruka hid to the side, feeling confused. Only she was supposed to be dating Manato. So why was this happening? Unaware that Ruka was following, the 2 quickly headed to Harajuku, where Ruka asked as they walked, "What exactly are you looking for?" Manato answered straightforwardly, "Rings. Quite a few of them." Ruka asked suspiciously, "Are you giving them as gifts?" Manato nodded slightly and replied, "Something like that. I need a large quantity." Ruka was surprised. "A lot? Are you planning to give them to many people?" Manato did not think much and admitted frankly, Something like that. Ruka thought about it quite a bit and irritably reminded him, Japan has a monogamy system. Just so you know, Manato muttered in confusion. I know that. Ruka turned away, smirking. If you want to buy in large quantities, then looking for cheap stores is the best choice. I just happen to know this place, Manato said happily. Alright then, I am counting on you. So the two of them quickly went to the jewelry store to look for rings. And of course Ruka went along, unable to find what they wanted. Manato and the others went to a street-side cafe. Then after walking around, returned to the jewelry store. Ruka stood at the entrance, sighing reluctantly, finding a ring that was sturdy, not too expensive, and low-key was surprisingly difficult. Manato went inside to choose a ring and after a while spoke up, saying that even though he found a decent ring, something still felt off and it was too expensive. Meanwhile, outside, Ruka had found a cafe across from the jewelry store and quietly watched the two Manatos. She muttered in frustration. What are they even saying, and why are they standing so close? Inside the jewelry store, the staff quickly came out to greet them. Welcome. How can we help you today? If it is a ring for your girlfriend, we have a discount program. The moment Manato heard the words girlfriend, he immediately wanted to object. No, she is not. I had not finished speaking when Ruka's expression hardened and she said, I am not his girlfriend. The staff member immediately apologized sincerely and said, please feel free to look around, and then quickly turned and ran off, leaving Ruka confused. Manato sighed reluctantly. A little later, at a restaurant, as soon as he sat down, he started complaining that walking too much was exhausting, especially in a place where everyone kept their distance. After all that effort and still finding nothing, are you thinking about reconsidering your criteria? Yet at this moment, Manato noticed that Ruka's expression was not looking too good. After a long pause, Ruka hesitantly murmured, I am not good at showing my feelings. Do you really know and understand who I am? Manato was slightly startled but quickly nodded in response. That is true. At the same time, Ruka was sitting not far away, overhearing Ruka's confession, and she was a bit startled. Then Ruka quietly said, I can't even get close to Ruka. You should just ask her out and go with her. Me tagging along will only get in the way. Not at all. That is not true. Manato gently shook his head in denial. You did research on the jewelry stores beforehand, right? You also carefully considered many of the items. Hearing this, Ruka fell silent, a look of insecurity still visible in her eyes. Manato continued, even though I am the one shopping for myself, you have been very serious about it, like you are buying for yourself. I mean, you have helped me a lot. Ruka looked at him intently, then quickly became shy. She lowered her head, fiddling with a lock of hair by her ear, whispering, is that so? Ruka heard their conversation but did not dare step outside. She had never seen that side of Ruka before. She was wondering what she was doing here and thought maybe she should just go home. So after that, Ruka turned around and headed back home. Manato went to look for a little more, and finally found it. Excited, he shouted, I finally found it. Ruka walked beside him, asking suspiciously, but you bought 5 of them, Manato calmly replied. Well, everyone gets one. Ruka grew more suspicious, watching Manato intently. After a long moment, she whispered, they will probably really like your gift, since you chose it so carefully. Manato glanced at her with a knowing look and said, this is gear for the whole unit, so of course they will be happy. Ruka was momentarily stunned, then nodded in understanding. I see. So that is how it is. Manato did not notice what she was thinking and, recalling today's events, spoke with gratitude. Without you today, I do not know what I would have done. Thank you. Ruka declined to give her opinion, saying it was not necessary. Just knowing she could help him was enough, but Manato still wanted to thank her, insisting, I should repay you with something too. Right, Ruka pouted slightly, saying it was not necessary. Just as she finished speaking, Manato suddenly pulled out a ring, leaving Ruka stunned. Manato did not notice and quickly said, give me your hand, while Ruka muttered in confusion, what are you doing? Just give it here, Manato said as he took the ring, then grabbed her hand and slipped the ring onto her ring finger. He smiled and said, this is the first piece of gear I ever made, so take good care of it. Her cheeks immediately flushed red. She quickly avoided Manato's gaze and hurriedly ran off, saying I will cherish it. See you later. Manato was a bit confused, wanting to call after her but did not have time. He was still explaining its use anyway, so he let it go for next time. On this side, Ruka quickly ran away, putting a long distance between herself and Manato. Then, she stopped for a moment, staring intently at the ring on her ring finger. Suddenly remembering something, she hugged it tightly. The next day, at the police station training ground, Manato gathered everyone and said firmly, now I will distribute the equipment. Each of you choose one for yourself. Then he handed out the rings to everyone, and holding them in their hands, they were all amazed. Karen muttered in surprise, there is a magical reaction. Could this be the anti-demon equipment? Manato nodded softly and replied, yes, these are anti-demon items enchanted with wind magic. If you use them together with your own magic, they can be upgraded to level 1 wind magic. Sugo was even more shocked when he heard it and asked in surprise, where did you get these from? Manato answered frankly, I made them myself. Sugo went from one surprise to another, Only top craftsmen with high skills could create anti-demon beast equipment, and now there is no one left. Yet this kid managed to make so many. Thinking about it, he could not help but sigh. These guys will never stop being amazed by your abilities. Manato was handing out rings to everyone, but when it came to Ruka, he just skimmed past her, leaving her surprised, but very quickly she saw a ring on Ruka's ring finger, and Ruka was shocked. She had never worn that ring before. Could it be from the date yesterday? So something happened after she came back. What exactly is going on? Manato was unaware of her thoughts, and after distributing the equipment, he spoke up again. The only thing we are missing now is transportation. We can't rely on cars because they are not fast enough. Sugo found that reasonable too, since they were always late. Manato then used magic to lift himself into the air and calmly explained this equipment. Anyone can use the wind balance spell, which will greatly reduce our travel time. But remember, this is just a simple spell that requires very little mana, so do not use it to attack. Then he told everyone to give it a try. Everyone quickly followed, but still could not keep their balance standing on it. So Manato calmly reminded them again, balance requires both flying and maintaining it, so everyone can try imagining themselves jumping up first. Then, he glanced at Duika, and when she managed it, he immediately praised her. Well done Duka, praised by Manato. Duka felt very proud, thinking she had been practicing magic control for so long. This was nothing, but then she suddenly caught Manato's focused gaze, which startled her. Duka turned away in panic, haunted by the guilt of following the two of them. While she was still feeling uneasy, Manato suddenly spoke up, but by the way, I have something I want to ask. You know a lot about Ichikami Minato, right? Duka nodded slightly and replied, yes, he is the person I admire the most. Manato squinted at her and asked, was that person strong? Duika replied frankly, his magical power was about 1 million and he could use many types of spells. He sacrificed himself in the battle against the demon lord during the Great Calamity. Manato then asked suspiciously, what happened to the mage after that person died? Duika slowly explained that there were hardly any mages left who could still fight at that time. The Mizuhara family played a tremendously important role in that effort. At that time, almost all documents and data about magic were destroyed and nothing remained. That is why their ancestors had to rebuild the magic system from scratch. Manato nodded slightly, recalling that the number of mages who died was indeed quite high. But there should still be plenty of documents and data since he had stored copies everywhere as a precaution for the future. But knowledge of modern magic is still too primitive and full of gaps, with an unbelievably low amount of magical power. Is this due to changing times or someone deliberately orchestrating it? Seeing Manato remain silent, Ruka looked at him suspiciously and asked, are you okay? Manato flinched slightly and stammered, yeah, I'm fine. Ruka, still worried, hesitated and said, if anything happens, just tell me. I might not be able to help but... Before she could finish, Manato smiled softly and interrupted. Your concern is enough for me. Thank you. You have helped me a lot. Manato knew Rui would not tell anyone what he asked, but he still could not resolve the issue with the dark magic residue. Considering the risk of dragging her into this mess, he probably should not bring it up so often. Thinking of this, Manato suddenly smiled, imagining Rui would probably faint for days if she knew he was Ichikami Manato. But Rui thought Manato did not tell her because she was not trustworthy, so what if she were stronger? Rui suddenly became determined. She was sure to give her all. A week later, still at the police chief's training ground, Manato was leading everyone in practice. The whole unit ready. Fire. Immediately, the whole team began their attack. Karen can now use level 2 Holy Light magic, and Sugo has advanced to level 3 magic. Ryuji has also improved. He can now use level 4 magic. The Mizuha sisters combined their powers to create level 4 water magic. Manato was very pleased. The entire unit's abilities had improved significantly, and even Karen could now use magic to defend herself, which she could not do before. But what surprised him the most was Ruka and Ruika. Their ability to support each other was exceptional, especially since they were sisters. Not only him, but Ruka was also amazed at her current abilities. The destructive power of the Mizuha sisters' magic was immense, leaving 2 huge craters on the ground. Ruika remembered the past and was so happy she jumped up. Seeing this reaction, Manato could not help but smile. Right after that, he spoke up again. Everyone did well, but do not get complacent just because your abilities have improved. Your level does not necessarily depend on your magic. Then he suggested, Ruka, use your level 4 magic on me, and Ruka immediately nodded in response. Understood. Without hesitation, she launched her offensive magic at Manato, but he remained calm standing there, waiting until the wave of water approached him. Manato casually waved his hand, and a level 1 spell appeared. It pierced through Ruka's water wave, directly destroying the raging wave rushing forward. This scene made Sugo exclaim in amazement that level 1 magic could nullify level 4 magic. Manato slowly explained that everyone's level simply helps increase the maximum amount of mana they can use. But it does not mean higher level magic is always stronger. You said that even with level 1 magic, if everyone focuses their maximum mana on the spell, they can still defeat level 4 magic. Of course, it also depends on what type of magic the opponent uses. Water is weaker than earth, Manato told everyone not to limit themselves by their own or their opponent's levels, but to understand the nature of magic power and master their spells, so that everyone could become even stronger. Hearing this, everyone grew more aggressive, as if they could already see the possibility of surpassing the noble mages. Manato squinted at everyone and continued, reminding them not to forget that they always have teammates by their side, and together they can become stronger than ever before. Just as he finished speaking, everyone responded in unison. But then, at that moment, an annoying voice suddenly rang out. Oh dear, you commoners must have it tough. It turned out to be Sue and the two lickspittles beside him. Sugo frowned slightly and asked, why are you here again? Sue clicked his tongue as if to say, the disaster still has not come, so I am bored to death. Hearing this, Sugo asked suspiciously, if you are not training, why not help take down some demon beasts? Sue shook his head and laughed. No need to bother, that is the police's job. These words made Ruka and the other two furious, really wanting to fight. Sue, on the other hand, did not care, tilting his head back and lamenting. Oh heavens, if only the disaster would come now. This guy really has a dark mouth, whatever he says just happens. Ruka shouted urgently, looking at the sky. The sky, which was clear just moments ago, was now covered in a blood-red hue. Sue shouted excitedly, it is here, the disaster has arrived. Then he glanced provocatively at Suga's group and said, do not forget the team that defeats the boss first will become the new unit's leader. The game is just beginning. You amateurs? Ruka grew more and more frustrated. How could they lose to people like that? Sue smirked and said, say whatever you want, see you later. Losers. Then he used magic to run off. Ruka watched his back, frustrated beyond words. While Minato, on the other hand, did not care much and straightforwardly said, we should get to work too. Don't forget, this wireless earpiece is on. This is our unit's first real battle, so everyone must stay alert. Bro, everyone responded in unison, then quickly took off using first-level magic. At the same time, on the street, a citizen's car was moving when Sue suddenly cut in front of a black car and sped away, laughing arrogantly. Too slow, too far behind, so slow that I have yawned 100 times already. Behind them, Ruka's group was chasing, and seeing the speed of those three Sue guys, they could not help but admire how fast they were, as round as a ball. Manato sighed at their reaction. After all, the opponents were skilled in wind magic, so it was understandable that Ruka's group struggled to catch up. You alone could crush them all. But then what is the point of forming this unit, if the citizens are not affected? There is no need to rush them. Yet right now, Sue up front suddenly stopped underestimating them. Those so-called mage units, you really have to struggle that much to catch up to me. So clumsy. Such little chicks. Ruka did not hear what that brat said, but she was sure a pig like him was nothing good. As soon as he finished speaking, the two subordinates beside him immediately launched a magical counterattack. Even he joined in. The powerful magic quickly struck the charging beasts. The villagers being chased by the magical beasts ran in panic to call for help, but Sue ignored them and ordered his subordinates. Keep firing, crush them all. Following his command, the two subordinates struck again, causing the villagers who had just escaped the beasts to be attacked by their magic. They are just ordinary civilians, and this magic will send them straight to their deaths. In this life or death moment, a golden beam of magic appeared. It was Manato who created a protective barrier around the two civilians. He sternly glared at the short, fat guy and questioned him harshly. What the hell are you doing, you little brat? When Minato's aura flared, the three bastards from Sue froze in place. Sue broke out in a cold sweat. Wondering what was happening, he could not move at all. But at this moment, Daika's group arrived to check on the two civilians. After confirming they were unharmed, Daika looked toward Sue's group and scolded them. What do you think you are doing? Do not drag innocent civilians into this. Sue did not answer, and after a long moment he finally moved. What exactly did Manato do? Hiding his suspicion, the scoundrel coldly said it was their fault, running around and disturbing the noble mage. He deserved to be treated that way. These words only made Daika more dissatisfied, but Sue did not care and shouted fiercely, saying he would go deal with the boss. You little chicks can go kiss the commoners' asses. Then with that, he quickly took his people and pressed the button to disappear. Manato watched the backs of those three bastards. Disabling Sue's magic was a piece of cake, but it felt like he was just bluffing his way through this tough round. Actually, this made things even more advantageous for him. After thinking it over, Manato gave the order again. I will focus on evacuating the citizens. Everyone else concentrate on dealing with the monsters. Sugo still spoke with some worry. But can I really face him alone? Even if it is me, there could still be many unpredictable situations during the rescue and evacuation. Smiling slightly, Manato said confidently, I am the captain of this special unit after all. Unable to resist, Sugo suddenly burst out laughing, then awkwardly said, that was a stupid question. Now Daika is too strong. We can't just rely on Manato. Let us take down those beasts together. Seeing their excitement, Manato spoke up, let us go. Bring victory back to us. With his order, everyone quickly rushed off, beginning to use magic to eliminate the low-level beasts. Daika is now extremely confident in her abilities. She can easily kill low-level monsters and demon soldiers like flipping her hand. Ducka used to be scared and could not do anything, but now she can take down demon soldiers on her own. She has really gotten much stronger than before. On another front, Manato searched a rooftop and used magic to scan the area. There was still a lot of magic energy both from their side and the monsters mixed together, indicating many civilians likely could not escape from here. Rescue operations are indeed difficult, but that is what others think, not you. Immediately after, Manato felt a sharp pain in his leg and jumped down. He did not hesitate and rushed forward like the wind. At the same time, Su's group here was also taking down the demon soldiers. On Ruka's side, it was no different. They were all very focused. Then suddenly, a powerful surge of magic appeared, causing Daika to shout in alarm. What kind of magic is this? While everyone was still confused, a demon general approached from afar. Su also sensed this magic power and rushed over with his men. Knowing the final victory would be his, he will show you what true 4th level magic is. Su's followers immediately warned him, as if the opponent were a demon, saying he could not defeat it with just 4th level spells. Unfortunately, Su was arrogant and spoke recklessly, saying no one had ever truly faced a demon before. How can you be so sure? I am a noble mage, and winning is naturally guaranteed. No sooner had he finished speaking than he unleashed a level 4 spell along with a wind attack, but the demon general remained completely unafraid. It also absorbed his magic, and the blazing flames quickly appeared. The flames grew even brighter with the wind, while the opposing side was swallowed by the fire. Seeing this, Su's face turned pale, drained of all color, and he muttered to himself, is my ultimate magic being nullified? But the blazing flames were already rushing toward them, and sensing danger, Su grabbed his jeans and ran away, heading towards them. The fire blaze swept past the villagers, growing stronger by the moment. Fortunately, Manato appeared before the villagers were engulfed by the flames. But before he could act, a wave of water came rushing from afar. In the blink of an eye, it extinguished the flames. The ones who took action were Lucas' group. Manato smiled with satisfaction. Well done. The short fat guy Su ran around frantically, finally finding a spot to sit down. But it was not long before someone approached him. It was Luca, and her expression was not very good. She gritted her teeth and questioned why he involved the innocent people. Su sneered and said, I already told you, if they do not run away, who can they blame? If you dare to stand in the way of a noble mage, you must be prepared to face the proper punishment. But no sooner had she finished speaking than Luca raised her hand and struck down. A loud slap echoed across the battlefield, sending Su flying several meters away. Luca was still angry and scolding. Noble mage, my foot. He was just a fat, selfish pig with no shame at all. Meanwhile, Su had not even recovered yet, trembling as he sat on the ground, unable to believe what had happened. Who dares slap me? Who dares slap a noble mage? Luca scoffed lightly, ignoring the shameless pig, and said, let us finish off the magical beasts. Then they quickly ran away, while Su kept screaming, Manato, from afar, was rescuing the people and could not help but feel moved seeing this scene. Oh my, it is so energetic in a place full of demons like this. But I have to admit they recovered their spirits quickly, so that is probably good. It seems there are still many citizens who need help. And you should also pay attention to the leader. The demon general has truly appeared here, and only by dealing with it can the disaster end. Meanwhile, in a rundown house, 3 of Bun Leo Su's men are hiding inside, with one constantly urging caution. We do not stand a chance against those demons. Sir, it is best if we retreat. Boldly biting his lip, Su thought to himself, those demons out there are really strong. Even for him, defeating them all won't be easy. But then Su suddenly thought of something and quickly spoke up, hey wait, what if we wait for them to weaken all the demons outside and then sweep them all away? Hearing this, the 2 subordinates immediately cheered, still as smart and clear-headed as always. Now Suvine said proudly, just take it easy, lie down and rest while waiting for the right moment. Outside, Ruka's group is facing off against that demon general. Its mana output is overwhelming. Ruka does not know if they can win. But no, they have to win. Right now, Ryuji shouts fiercely, strike fast and win fast. Everyone immediately recovered their magic power and launched a simultaneous attack on the demon general. Water and lightning surged wildly as continuous wet sounds echoed. Ryuji anxiously stared into the smoke, whispering, can we do this? But by the time the smoke cleared, the figure of the demon general had already appeared. It still stood there unharmed, not a scratch in sight. Everyone's faces instantly turned ugly. Ruka pressed her lips and muttered, what we need right now is a level 4 magic or enough mana to destroy it. At this moment, the demon general unleashed his fire magic. The blazing flames quickly surged forward, the heat seeming to swallow everything whole. Seeing this, Ruka's group immediately ran away. Ruka squinted at the flames below, feeling a surge of emotion. This was even more terrifying than before, possibly twice her magical power. The gap in strength was too great. They could not defeat this thing. What were they going to do? While they were at a loss, the sound of Manato suddenly came through the comms. It seems everyone is having some trouble here, so little advice. Work together. Manato watched from afar. It was not yet time for him to act. Hearing his words, Ruka immediately shouted, But they were already doing that, Manato slowly explained, combining everyone's power in the purest way. The key lies with him and Ruka. The more Ruka listened, the more confused she became, vaguely asking what he meant. But Manato did not explain further and told her to figure it out herself. Just as she was about to say something, he disconnected, and at that moment, she sensed a deadly aura rushing toward her, the fiery blaze of the demon general. Ruka and everyone quickly used magic to defend, and Ruka spoke up again, saying Kusanagi's words must have some meaning. So we need to think together. Ruka frowned slightly, and just as she said, Manato had always been leading everyone, so what does she need to do now? She stood there silently, lost in thought. Soon after, Ruka spoke up. Its magic is very strong, but it takes a long time to cast spells, so let us take down Lola's group first while avoiding its attacks. She suggested that Sugo and the others focus on the east wing, while the three of them would handle the west, and she would signal when it attacked. Sugo and Karen were a bit surprised but quickly responded, both nodding in agreement. Understood. Then everyone followed Ruka's orders, while she waited for the next attack from the demon general. As soon as it raised its hand to recharge magic, Ruka shouted loudly, "Get ready." She started the countdown, and by the last count, the flame blaze charged forward. Ruka shouted again, "Run now." Following her command, everyone used magic and then immediately fled. Manato watched the scene from afar, surprised so Ruka is in command. He thought it would be Ryuji or Ruka doing it, but she is handling the role well. At the same time, after leading everyone to escape from the demon general's fire flame, Ruka was panting heavily. Their current magic level and mana were insufficient. What should she do? In her confusion, she tried to recall what Manato had said. What did Manato say that time? Or did Ruka misunderstand? But she was not sure if this would really work, so after hesitating for a long time, she decided to take the risk. Immediately after, Ruka stepped forward and firmly asked everyone to lend her their strength. In the distance, Su silently watched Ruka's group, whispering to himself, "What are they planning to do?" Not long after, Ruka's group had their positions. Following Ruka's suggestion, the two sisters stood at the front line, Sugo and Ryuji behind them, and finally Karin with two other officers. Sugo still hesitated and asked, "Are you sure we can do this?" Ruka shook her head softly. "I do not know, but we have no other choice." On the contrary, Ruka spoke with confidence. "I believe in you." Ryuji also spoke firmly, saying we have to give it our best shot, and if it does not work, we will find another way. At this moment, the kneeling general regained his level 5 magic. The fire blaze appeared like a giant sphere. In the blink of an eye, it engulfed the entire sky. Its heat spread too fast, affecting Su's group as well. Su pressed his lips and muttered, "Those stupid peasants are a disaster. They have dragged us all down with them." Yet his subordinate shouted in amazement, "Sir, please look over there." Su startled and turned his head, his eyes narrowing in an instant. Yet they saw Ruka's group moving toward the flames. At this moment, Karen had just recovered her level 3 magic. In the blink of an eye, the magic enveloped Ruka and the others. Manato, watching from afar, could not help but smile, impressed by the sight. They will hardly be able to avoid the level 5 magic, so Karen will help reduce some of the damage from that attack. A smart move. As for Ruka and Ruka, they will be responsible for the attack. The combination of the Mizuha sisters will create a higher level water magic. Manato nodded with satisfaction. That is right. If each individual's power is not enough, the solution is to combine forces. This is also the foundation for forming the ultimate bond. Indeed, the two of them have created the ultimate level 6 water magic. Mermaid's tears. In the blink of an eye, a mermaid formed from the water waves appeared. Seeing this, Sugo could not help but marvel. Who would have thought these two sisters could wield level 6 magic? In the blink of an eye, the demon general's fairy blaze was extinguished, and he could no longer move. Seeing this, Sulian shouted excitedly. This was the moment, the grandest outburst of anger. Before he could even do anything, Zilio appeared out of nowhere and wrapped tightly around him, draining the strength from his body. Soul collapsed helplessly to the ground, his whole body limp and powerless. And it was Manato who struck the blow. How could their actions escape your eyes? Of course you had to stop them. Meanwhile, Ruka's group, unaware of what happened, got outmaneuvered. Sugo saw the demon general standing still and quickly said, "It is already down." Sure enough, right after that, the sky returned to its original blue. Sugo shouted excitedly, "We have won. We have stopped the disaster." Karen also nodded in agreement, saying it was all thanks to Mizuha and everyone else. But at this moment, Ruka and Zuka were exhausted and about to collapse, so Ryuji hurried over to check on them. Asking if they were okay, Ruka reluctantly said, her magic completely drained. Unable to move any further, Zuka was also very weak, but she was very happy, saying, "We did it, sis." Ruka nodded slightly, smiling at her. "We won." A moment later, in the police chief's office, Manato stood in the center praising everyone. "Well done, everyone. We have stopped the disaster. This is also the first official mission of our unit." Everyone sat below listening, extremely happy, especially the two Mizuha sisters. They were the key factors in this battle. Manato was also very pleased with their performance. continuously praising them, and everyone excelled in showcasing their abilities. I can truly see everyone growing more and more mature. Especially Ruka. Her development has been the most remarkable. Ruka was momentarily stunned when her name was suddenly mentioned, but she quickly straightened her back confidently. Seeing her pride, Manato did not hesitate to continue praising her, saying the instructions he gave were all perfectly fitting. Even the Supreme Master was very impressed. You had thought of that strategy beforehand. Ruka shook her head slightly and replied, No, I did not know anything at all. So that is the ultimate magic. I see. Manato could not help but be stunned. You did not know anything. So how did you guys manage to do that? Smiling softly, Ruka said it was thanks to your suggestion. The rest was my instinct. Manato grew even more confused. This girl might be more capable than you think. It is not a big deal anyway. Manato continued. After all, you did very well, especially since you adjusted such a high damage spell right on the battlefield. Obviously, the trust and harmony between the sisters also played a very important role. Saying that, Manato suddenly looked at his watch. It was almost time. Then he took the remote and turned on the TV. A live broadcast of the police department interview appeared. A reporter is currently interviewing the police chief. As we know, the leader of this special unit is the student who single-handedly prevented the disaster at the academy. Is that correct? I will answer. Without waiting for the chief to answer, Sugo quickly interrupted. Then he leaned into the microphone and declared loudly, I am Sugo, the spokesperson for the SEM captain, the captain of the special unit, just a student like you all know. As soon as these words were spoken, the reporters below fell silent, then began whispering among themselves. Hearing the doubtful murmurs, Sugo spoke again, saying she possesses powers that can easily surpass those of a noble mage. When the disaster struck the Magic Academy, not a single noble mage appeared to help. This directly put all the police officers and civilians in a life or death situation. However, Manato appeared and saved everyone. Sugo spoke with increasing passion, saying I believe she is the one who will carry the future of our country, and no one else is capable of taking on the role of captain besides her. Manato at the police station could not help but feel helpless hearing Sugo's boastful words, wishing he would just say less. Meanwhile, the reporters at the interview grew increasingly irritated, with more and more people questioning him. There was quite a bit of gossip, with people mentioning the heads of the noble mage families, especially the Fuyuka clan. This situation made the chief of police break out in a sweat, and he quickly spoke up, asking everyone to refrain from asking questions that invade the privacy of the noble mages since we are currently at the police station. Just then, the noise outside suddenly stopped, and when everyone looked out, they saw the fat Su standing there with two of his henchmen. He strode into the main hall and arrogantly declared that the current team captain of theirs was nothing to praise. Only a noble mage like himself was worthy. After saying that, Su angrily scolded him for holding a press conference without informing him first, showing no respect for the chain of command. Sugo glared at him, annoyed, and asked why he came here today when he had already lost the bet. The three shameless guys like Su immediately denied everything, pretending to remember nothing. Sugo was truly furious, but Su still ignored it and spoke up, saying that the words of a noble mage like himself were absolute, and those commoners should only listen to him. At that moment, a reporter stood up and spoke. I have a question. Su glanced at the female reporter and smiled. A beautiful lady has a question for me, a new captain. All right, let us hear it. The female reporter's tone turned serious. We have received information that not only did you fail to rescue the trapped citizens, but you also caused harm to them in the process. Is this true? Su was startled by these words, shaking his head in denial, asking what was going on, saying it was not true. But another reporter presented a video as evidence, saying we have also received similar information, including videos and photos. Immediately, many reporters below began to question Su, criticizing and condemning him. The more Su heard, the more frustrated he became, his face turning pale then white. He was extremely annoyed, shouting, Shut up. It is their fault for getting in my way. You ignorant, lowly people. Keep your mouth shut. Sugo could no longer hold back and shouted out loud. You have all probably seen it by now. The era of noble mages has completely collapsed at the hands of people like these. What they need now are heroes ready to protect everyone. Fighters who do not act for themselves, like the current captain of the special mage squad. At this point, Sugo pointed at Su's group and criticized, saying we do not need noble mages who do not even care about the safety of the citizens like you. He hurriedly grabbed his jeans and ran off, not forgetting to shout a warning that they would pay the price, and that they were doomed for doing this to him. Manato watched this scene from the meeting room and could not help but sigh. Sugo is really tense this time. Just then, Daika suddenly exclaimed, Look here, the video of the disaster is spreading all over the internet, and the actions of those Su guys during the battle have caused the noble mages to bear most of the public's criticism, especially the Fuyuka family. Manato was taken aback. The internet is truly terrifying. Anything can spread everywhere so quickly. While he was still thinking, Daika suddenly shouted, making him anxious. What is going on? Daika pointed at the screen, hesitating as he muttered, We were caught on camera too. The video clearly shows Manato's group. Every face is unmistakably visible. Manato helplessly rubbed his head, saying goodbye to his quiet, unnoticed life, as if he was not already prominent enough. Everything just keeps getting more complicated. A week later, at police meeting room number 3, Manato arrived and stared wide-eyed in horror. What is it this time? The room was packed with people. Not a single spot left. Why is it so crowded? Sugo saw you arrive and rushed over. Everyone explained that for a few reasons it is now easier to get approval from the leaders, and the number of volunteers has also increased unexpectedly. He knew the press conference would go a bit far, so he tried to apologize to Manato and promised to make it up to him properly. Manato shook his head helplessly. He did plan to retrain the mages, but this was just too much attention. While Minato was still complaining, Ruka came over, happily saying, "Just do your best for now. Anyway, the whole world can take their eyes off you anymore." Manato reluctantly said, "This is really troublesome. Please do not let anything worse happen." Meanwhile, in a dark basement, someone is tightly bound to a chair. In the darkness, a cruel voice echoed, "I will ask again. What do you know about that dark sorcerer?" As soon as the words ended, a sharp knife was pressed against the captive's neck, and it was Jun. The one pressing the knife to his neck was Suji. Jun was terrified and shouted, "I really have told you everything. I only know that he is someone who can unleash terrifying magic, that is all." But as soon as I finished speaking, the knife plunged down, fresh blood pouring like rain. Because of the pain, Jun could not help but tilt his head back and shout. Suji coldly said, "I believe you know more than that." Jun kept begging but to no avail, and finally he muttered, "I remember now. The police are searching all over the Magic Academy. So there are rumors that he might be one of the students there." Suji nodded in understanding and said, "I get it. Seems like there is nothing more to get from you." "How disappointing." Jun heard this and asked hopefully, "You are going to spare me, right?" Suji sneered and said, "Oh, of course, I will spare you in this world." As soon as he finished speaking, he slashed a blade across Jun's neck. Fresh blood splattered everywhere, even staining his sleeves, making Suji grumble in displeasure. "Your blood has dirtied my clothes. Filthy, filthy. Truly disgusting." Suji frantically wiped it away, his eyes full of disgust. Then he frowned and muttered under his breath, "But a student, huh. The screams for mercy from a young man will be quite something. Just wait." "Dear sorcerer." Saying that, Suji sneered with a smirk. Then he quickly left the place, his eyes filled with excitement. In another scene, in Shinjuku, a figure appeared once again. This was Manato in the form of a sorcerer, coming here to purge the monsters. Just then, a noise suddenly came from behind, and Minato quickly turned his head to look back. 2 young men carrying phones were slowly moving through the darkness, so he quickly jumped into the air to avoid their sight. After a few steps, they saw the corpse of a monster lying on the ground. Antique Nui spoke up, saying that one of the monsters was already dead. "This must have been done by the black sorcerer, and I missed the chance to capture that person." Minato stood high above, sighing reluctantly, imagining how the hype around mages had died down now. Yet they were still looking for him. Even in quiet residential areas like this, the patrol teams have also increased, and it seems they have been much more effective at dealing with monsters and disasters. Maybe they no longer need a sorcerer like Manato, but at that moment, he suddenly saw something: 2 men pinning a man to the ground below, shouting fiercely, "Pay up, you owe us 10 million yen. If you do not pay, we will sell your organs." The man immediately retorted, saying he only borrowed 200,000. But the 2 men, seeing his resistance, cast a spell and sneered, asking what he thought the loan was for and warning they would teach him a lesson. But at that moment, a figure appeared from above. It was Minato, who had created a protective barrier to shield the man. Taking advantage of the moment, the man turned and ran away. The 2 debt collectors, feeling obstructed, shouted angrily, "Why are you interfering? Do you think you are a hero? Looks like you need to taste some pain to learn your lesson." But they crowed a bit too loudly, and within seconds their faces were beaten into pig snouts. Minato squinted at them, silently thinking to himself, "I guess the police still have not dealt with those who use illegal magic." While you were thinking, the 2 suddenly whispered, "Is he a spellcaster? All rumors say that underground organizations are looking for him." Hearing this conversation, Manato bowed his head and asked, "The underground organization?" The 2 quickly bowed in fear of being beaten again and said, "We do not know anything about the underground organization. Break rebellion. Please let us go. We won't tell anyone about you." Manato narrowed his eyes at them, said coldly, "How much do you know? If you tell me I might let you go." One immediately nodded and replied, "Break Rebellion is an underground organization of mages operating beyond human sight, clearly involved in all kinds of crimes, making a lot of money." The other guy also has 8 coins. Whether gang or mafia, they all stand behind them, with connections in media and politics, seemingly able to do whatever they want. They told you that Break Rebellion recently has a branch in Kabukicho, and they once hoped to join or not. After hearing what he wanted, Manato knocked the 2 men unconscious. He quickly left the place, thinking as he went, remembering that Karing had mentioned the increase in illegal activities by mages. Break rebellion. Huh, I get it. Interesting. Maybe dealing with disasters and monsters should be left to the Academy's Manato, while sorcerers should cleanse the world. Alright, it is time to wipe out that Kabukicho branch, Manato thought as he quickly ran toward Kabukicho. In Kabukicho, nightfall marks the time when the area comes alive with both legal and illegal entertainment. Accompanied by the calls and shouts of the touts, Manato moved silently through the crowd on the street, feeling a deep sense of awe. The modern entertainment districts were truly bustling and dazzling. He sensed magic everywhere but could not tell which organization it belonged to. Maybe he should start by capturing a few workers involved in the underground operations here, as he thought. Manato walked into a dark alley where some idle delinquents were gathered, admiring the goods in their hands. When they saw Manato, they were furious and said, "Hey, what are you looking at? Are you looking for a quick death?" Manato said nothing and struck directly, knocking the two out cold. As if they knew nothing, he took out his phone to call the police and report everything. Just then, some locals approached, and Manato signaled them to take another route, because the stuff those two were dealing with was guns. At that moment, Manato saw something on his phone. You frowned and muttered. West Asia, so you went to find those gunmen in that area to ask. That is where the organization's members gather. The gunman asked. You will let me go after I give you the information. Right, Manato promised with a single word, got the information and ran off, hoping the info you provided was accurate, at least that much. Meanwhile, at a bar called Western, a short-haired girl quietly appeared inside. As soon as she stepped in, all eyes immediately focused on her. She walked straight to the bar and slowly sat down. The bartender did not look up, still busy wiping the glass in her hand, and asked coldly, "What do you need?" The girl stared at the man. Slowly spoke, "Do you have any information?" Then she placed some bills on the table. The bartender took the money and slipped it into her pocket. Asking suspiciously, "What do you want to know?" The girl hesitated for a moment before speaking. The location of Black Rebellion's hideout. Hearing that, the tender immediately opened her eyes wide and said coldly, "You are wrong. You should ask a different question." The girl looked at him in confusion. Before she could understand what was happening, the man spoke coldly, saying she should have asked what would happen to her next. Right. The girl then realized the people inside the shop were targeting her. The girl panicked immediately, not knowing what to do. While she was still confused, the group unleashed magic to kill her. The girl hurriedly fought back, but she knew she was no match for those people. She had to escape, and with that thought, she turned and ran, but a flame suddenly rushed toward her, causing her to fall to the ground injured. The men quickly approached her, grinning wickedly as they spoke. "These guys do not fear a strong woman. Imagining a beauty like her belongs only to me." The girl frowned fiercely, despair showing in her eyes. "I am sorry, your sister can't do anything." At that moment, a hand was raised toward her head, but at the same moment, Manato pushed the door open and stepped inside. The actions of those guys froze in their eyes. Unsure of what to do, Manato ignored them and slowly walked to the bar counter. He spoke coldly. "Are there any members of the underground sorcerer organization here?" This question left the others stunned. Before they could react, one of them approached Manato from behind and spoke coldly. "Are you crazy? Do you even understand the situation you are in?" Saying that, he placed his hand on Manato's shoulder, issuing a stern warning. "Just go home and hide under your mother's skirt." Idiot. No sooner had he said that than a fist smashed into his face. That punch sent the guy flying into the wall with a heavy thud, pain making him cry out for his parents. This guy left everyone here stunned and dumbfounded. The short-haired girl could not help but sigh. No normal person could send someone flying that far. "You used magic but she did not hear you say anything." "Who is this person?" Manato asked coldly. Not caring what they thought, "It seems my information was correct. These are indeed a bunch of low-level mages here. They are truly cowardly to gang up on a woman. Those rebellious soldiers. They must be rotten to the core." Those people saw Manato's fierce momentum and felt a bit scared, but they still tried to stay calm and composed. "Kill him. He is just a regular guy. If we work together, we can't lose." As soon as those words were spoken, a barrage of spells appeared, attacking Manato, but he easily dodged them. The short-haired girl beside him watched anxiously. No matter how strong Manato was, the majority always had the advantage in everything. You have no chance of withstanding high-level magic. You are out of options. Thinking this, the girl panicked and ran away, but Manato calmly dodged the incoming spells. He let out a cold laugh, pursed his lips, and said, "My condolences." No sooner had he finished speaking than Manato dashed forward like the wind. In an instant, he appeared before a stunned enemy. He landed a punch on him, sending him flying far away. Manato did not stop there and threw several more punches. In the blink of an eye, he took down several enemies. Manato unleashed a flurry of punches with unbelievable speed, none of them able to dodge, to the point that the short-haired girl outside was visibly shocked. She stood there stunned, unable to react for a long moment. In just a moment, the entire group of enemies was defeated. The short-haired girl could not help but feel impressed. Manato moved so fast she could not see him. What kind of magic did he use? Manato slowly approached the remaining man, making him tremble and stammer. What? What the hell are you? Who are you? Manato glanced at him coldly and said, I am the Dark Mage who will destroy Black Rebellion. No sooner had he spoken than he knocked him unconscious. Immediately after, Manato walked over the girl. The girl glanced at the men lying on the ground. Completely bewildered, Manato took them all down in the blink of an eye. He really is talented. Maybe he is a mystic sorcerer. While she was still confused, Manato had already moved close to her. His sharp eyes made the girl guess he was just about school age. Manato helped her up and whispered, It seems like you are not hurt. The girl finally came to her senses and nodded. Huh. Oh. Right. Manato nodded after hearing that, then turned and walked to the bar. He bent down and said coldly, Tell me about that organization. The man was so scared he held his head and stammered. I can't. They will kill me if I do that. But before he finished, Manato slammed his fist on the table. He squinted at the man, coldly warning, This is your last chance. Tell me about that organization. Seeing his terrifying gaze, the man quickly shouted, I am telling you. Please do not cut me up. He told Manato that the base and organization were in Tokyo, with many branches beyond Kabukicho. The head of the Kabukicho branch is a tough guy, or so he heard. The leader is a powerful sorcerer in the underworld, and there are even rumors that he is manipulating Japan from behind the scenes. After hearing this, Manato asked bluntly, Where is that branch? The man shook his head and said, I really do not know. They do not tell low-level guys like us anything. They just give us trivial tasks. Manato frowned slightly. This guy does not know where the branch is. So you are back to square one. Maybe you will go hunt down more illegal mages. After thinking for a moment, Manato rubbed his leg and left, but after just a few steps, the girl called him back, saying, Come back. Manato hesitated slightly, and the girl gratefully spoke up, thanking him for saving her, saying she could not imagine what would have happened if he had not been there. Manato declined to comment and bluntly said, Do not worry about it. I just happened to pass by. If you knew this place was dangerous and still came in on your own, then only you can save yourself. Hearing this, the girl could not help but laugh, saying you are pretty harsh on adults. She asked if Manato was looking for a branch of Black Rebellion and what he planned to do when he found it, destroy it. Manato replied briefly, but the girl could tell he was sincere. He was determined to eliminate Black Rebellion. Manato is definitely strong, but he can't do it alone, and neither can I. Maybe, after thinking for a long time, I finally suggested that we could work together. Manato frowned slightly, murmuring in doubt. With you, the girl nodded and introduced herself. I am a detective. I can access more information than you, including connections. But I do not have powers like you. Hack the Sorcerer is even stronger than the rumors say, and if she cooperates with Minato, they might achieve their goal. Hearing the proposal, Minato hesitated for a moment before finally speaking up. So, you plan to exchange the information you have for my power? The girl nodded slightly and replied, Sounds like an ideal cooperation. Right, let us combine our powers, Mage. Minato stared intently at the girl in front of him, remaining silent for a long moment. He did need information, but could he really trust her? If he went too far, he might be affected. After a long pause, Minato slowly spoke, glad to cooperate. Hearing this, the girl brightened up and quickly introduced herself. I am Lee. Manato also greeted. I am a dark mage. Luna frowned slightly and muttered. That sounds a bit pretentious and long-winded. Do not you have a shorter name? Manato shook his head softly and replied. No, everyone calls me that. Luna suddenly brightened up and thought of a name for him, then hesitantly asked after a while, How about Chrono? Fine. Manato agreed without hesitation, then asked suspiciously, So why did they attack you? Luna replied bluntly, I am looking for Black Rebellion's Hediot. Manato sighed upon hearing this. Too reckless. But Leona was not convinced and retorted, Are not you the same? He smirked and said, I know how to defend myself. Luna felt Minato made a lot of sense and sighed reluctantly. I know I am still weak, but I have no other choice. No one dares to stand up to them, and the noble mages do not care, and the police are busy with disasters, so Black Rebellion has been running wild here without any control. Minato had heard about it from Karen herself, but during the conversation, what did Leona mean by that? He blinked at her, then finally said, You are powerless too, are not you? Luna lowered her head, her lips bitten until they bled, and after a long moment she spoke fiercely. My brother was attacked by a mage, because our parents died years ago. Leona has been taking care of Kai, working tirelessly to raise him. Although Kai was alone, he never complained, until one day, Luna's house was broken into, and Kai witnessed everything. And then, the boy was attacked by the mages. Because he was too small and had no strength to fight back, Kai could only run away, but he still could not escape. When recounting this, Leona's face was filled with bitter resentment. Minato looked closely and asked suspiciously, So it was injured? Leona shook her head slightly and replied, Not injured but unconscious. Manato was shocked to hear this magic could not be used to heal it. At that moment, Luna shouted out in frustration. The doctor said she would wake up. She is 19 years old. It is because of them. They were captured. But it was not enough. In Leona's eyes were too much hatred, resentment, and helplessness. Manato realized this and asked doubtfully, "So you want revenge?" "No, I want justice," Leona shouted fiercely. "I want to stop others from suffering like this. I have no power but you do not you?" Manato said nothing, quietly thinking to himself that she seemed to be telling the truth, and this story was a way to get him to cooperate with her truly clever words. But Manato did not find it annoying. After thinking it over, he spoke up again. "If you can help me, then okay." Leona smiled proudly. "I have investigated some things. Not much, but they are Yakuza or Mafia. So you are doing some thorough research." Manato did not pay much attention, but then insisted. "Give me their base." Leona was thrilled and asked, "What are you planning to do?" Manato replied bluntly, "Break in." Leona panicked and warned him, "That is very dangerous. You are strong but not immortal." But Manato spoke with great confidence. "I want him. I am a dark mage after all." Leona hesitated and looked at him. Then after a long pause she agreed. "Fine. I will go with you." Manato was a bit surprised and said, "You might die though." Leona shook her head firmly. "I do not care." Manato squinted at her and asked seriously, "What about your sister?" Biting her lip fiercely, Luna replied softly, "If I hunt, she gets the insurance money." Manato suddenly remembered the people who died in the natural disasters in his past life. He reluctantly sighed and said, "Money is useless. It is a meaningless death." But Leona firmly sang out loud, "How can the strong understand the feelings of the weak? To live meaningfully you have to fight even if you lose." At that moment, tears fell from her eyes, her body trembled slightly, and she struggled to speak. "My brother, we have already made an agreement," Leona cried heart-wrenchingly, tears falling endlessly, while Manato silently stood there watching her. Just as she despaired, thinking he would not agree, Manato suddenly spoke up, saying, "We have to do something. Take me there quickly." Hearing this, Luna immediately stopped and looked up. Manato walked to the door, looked at her intently, and said seriously, "We will defeat them." Luna smiled softly, wiped the tears from her face, and said confidently, "Of course." The two quickly left the bar. Luna started complaining that walking was tiring, but Manato shook his head and said we do not need to walk. Then he walked straight to Leona without hesitation and hugged her, making her eyes widen in confusion. A moment later, in a room on a high-rise building in the city, a group of soldiers were standing guard by the window when suddenly a shouted, causing everyone inside to ask in confusion, "What is it?" Before they could understand what was happening, the window was shattered, and Manato stormed in with Leona, kicking the man standing near the window aside. This chaotic scene confused everyone in the room. Manato put Leona down, glanced around, and said, "This is the Black Rebellion as heading out." Luna did not answer. She was panting in fear, thinking she was going to die. At that moment, the people in the room drew their weapons, guns and swords, aiming them directly at Manato, and warned loudly, "Who are you? Do you know where this is?" Manato remained calm and said coldly, "Jakuso is nothing special." A man wearing glasses stepped in front of Manato and asked sharply, "Who the hell are you?" Manato replied calmly, "Spellcaster." The guy who heard that title immediately grew angry. "Crazy. Kill them." Instantly, the thugs surrounded the two of them. Manato whispered, "Do not stray too far from me." Luna nodded softly. "All right." At the same time, one of the thugs lunged at the two with a sword, but what he struck was something invisible, and his sword broke in half. He immediately panicked and muttered, "What is this?" Seeing their sword attacks fail, the thugs quickly fired their guns at the two. Unfortunately, the result was the same. They only hit some kind of invisible barrier before disappearing. This scene made the thugs feel like they were facing a ghost, unable to believe it, shouting out that neither swords nor guns could harm her. The monster. Manato ignored the glare and went straight to the fat guy with glasses. The hunter opened his mouth, saying, "You are her master. This group is connected to Black Rebellion." Right. These words made the other guy stiffen. After a moment, his body suddenly stiffened. He shouted fiercely, "Wakan. Do you think you can survive her? Don't you know what Yakuza is?" As soon as he finished speaking, the leader and his men crazily opened fire at Manato. Unfortunately, it was still useless as before. Manato calmly stood there and whispered, "Fine. They are just underlings." Luna was sweating nervously. Jun asked repeatedly, "Aren't you scared? And why are we unharmed?" Manato did not answer. He was checking the magic power in the room, and after a while said, "There is no magic here, so they have no connection to them. Then there is no need to stay here anymore." At that moment, the leader shouted loudly again, "You are dead for sure. Die now." Manato was too lazy to waste words on them. His foot swept across a circle, so a bunch of them got slammed against the wall and dropped dead on the spot. Manato did not even have to use magic to attack and they were already taken down. They were really just pushovers. Luna watched the scene in disbelief, her eyes full of doubt. Manato said coldly without much explanation, "They have no information here. Let us move somewhere else. Luna watched Manato intently, silently admiring his strength. Was this the power of dark magic? Surely he could take down the Black Rebellion too. As she pondered this, Manato suddenly lifted her up. Luna muttered to herself. What? Do not tell me, Manato said coldly. Let us get out of here. Then, he jumped straight down from the upper floor, scaring Leona so much she almost screamed. A little later, using the same method, Manato broke through the window with Leona to enter the hideout of a group of soldiers, then beat people to extract information. After visiting a few places, Manato suddenly wondered aloud, why do they always attack us first? Could the Zakuza really be that stupid? Leona took 2 sharp breaths before complaining. They are not tools. Do you really think they will listen to us? Then she glared at Manato again and demanded fiercely, can we not go in through the window? That would alert them. And I am afraid of heights. Manato ignored her and muttered suddenly, I know. If they are Zakuza, it will be fine. Leona was speechless, looking at him. What kind of logic is this? Ignoring her reaction, Manato nodded firmly and said, it is fine. Let us place the bet this time. After that, the 2 of them went to an office and knocked on the door. A punk came out to open it, frowned when he saw them, and asked, who are you? Manato replied flatly, we want to know about Black Rebellion. Immediately, a door slammed shut, followed by a disgruntled shout, I do not know. Go away. Leona was speechless at Manato's approach, helplessly rubbing her forehead. Who just knocks on the door openly when asking about an underground organization? Manato did, but unfortunately it did not work, so he just used force and broke in. The punk got really pissed off when the door was broken down and said, hey, what the hell do you think you are doing? Manato repeated what he said earlier. I just want to ask about Black Rebellion. Those words made the thug lose his patience, clenching his fist as he lunged forward. Seeing this, Manato reluctantly said, just listen to what others have to say. Then you threw a punch that sent the guy flying, his head smashing straight into the wall behind, leaving his comrades completely stunned. Manato did not care and asked coldly, all right, where's your boss? At that moment, a man named Mark Vest stepped forward and spoke quietly. I am of... What brings you here? Manato did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Is this place connected to Black Rebellion? Ozuro frowned slightly in suspicion. The subordinate behind him loudly cursed in frustration. Who the hell are you to ask those questions? Damn it. And then tried to attack Manato, but Ozuro stopped him, saying enough. And when the subordinate wanted to argue, Ozuro coldly said he was not someone they could handle. Then he looked at Manato honestly and said, we have nothing to do with Black Rebellion. I swear on my gang's honor. Manato did not react either and asked again, do you know where their base is? Ozuro did not answer immediately but asked back, if I tell you, will you leave? Manato nodded without hesitation. After that, Manato and Leona were invited to sit at the table, and a servant brought them 2 cups of tea. Leona was truly confused. What on earth was happening? At that moment, Ozuro spoke up again. Let me reintroduce myself. I am of... Manato also greeted politely. I Ano, a spellcaster, and Leona quickly followed. I am Lee. After the introductions, Ozuro took out a map, pointed to a spot on it, and said the Black Rebellion's base is quite far from here. He said that is all he knows. Nothing more. Hearing this, Manato raised his eyebrows and said to Leona, if you search, you might find it. Leona's actually trustworthy too. Manato squinted at Ozuro and asked coldly, have you told me everything? Or are you still hiding something? Ozuro shook his head slightly and replied, no, we are enemies. Just that we fight less often. Manato sneered and said, we hope so too. Ozuro shouted fiercely, I am not lying to someone who sits in the Yakuza office. The Yakuza have rules, so do not say those things to me. Manato was surprised that someone like him still existed. After thinking for a moment, Manato immediately stood up, ready to leave, saying we have got what we came for, so it is time to go. Ozuro watched his back and hesitated, asking about the plan to fight Black Rebellion, saying there are rumors they have connected with some influential figures, so it won't be easy. Smiling unconsciously, Manato pulled Leona close and said, but what about opponents like us? I have faced countless people before. No sooner had he spoken than he grabbed Leona and jumped out the window, leaving Ozuro with a parting remark that they would not meet again. From above, Ozuro watched Manato's figure and sneered, never expecting someone like him if he took action. He could probably wipe out the Black Rebellion. Manato did not know what he was thinking, still holding Leona as he left for where he needed to go. Meanwhile, in an abandoned house in the city, 2 groups were making a deal. The 2 leaders were very cautious about everything around them. Their subordinates were inspecting the guns inside the wooden chest, and after a while, one of them spoke up, saying there was no problem with their quality, confirming no issues. They began the exchange. A large suitcase of money was handed over, and the black-clad leader smiled with satisfaction. The red-headed man stepped forward to shake his hand. The deal was sealed. The other nodded slightly in response. A good deal. Japan is wonderful. No other country treats criminals this well. Hearing this, the red-headed man smiled and said, this place is full of peaceful souls. It is the greatest country ever. Then, they both burst out laughing together, but at that moment, the window was shattered by someone. Then, a figure landed beside the two of them. Immediately, both groups were startled and panicked. Who is this guy? The ones who arrived were Manato and Leona. Manato spoke coldly. Finally found them. Black Rebellion. He said it as he glanced over the group in front of him, wondering how many mages were here. Everyone who looks like Black Rebellion is a magic user, and about half of them look like the Mafia. Leona wisely stepped aside. Knowing he should not get involved in this fight, he did not have that kind of power, so Leona quietly moved away and then took out his phone to record as evidence. Being interrupted made both groups extremely angry. The red-headed man looked at Manato with displeasure, wondering who this freak was. Hearing this familiar phrase, Manato could not help but sigh resignedly. Oh man, villains always start with that line. Right. His words left the other man confused and bewildered. Manato paid no attention and calmly said, I am a spellcaster. I am here to eliminate Black Rebellion. The Mafia leader did not recognize the name and asked loudly, a spell-casting Singer. The redhead looked at him confused and muttered, eliminate Black Rebellion. But very soon after, the whole group burst out laughing together. The redhead sneered and said, what can a brat like you really do? But no sooner had he finished speaking than a flame shot toward him from afar. With a bang, the fireball exploded quickly, sending the nearby group flying. Manato shouted an order, I will take you down. Caught off guard, the two leaders angrily commanded, brave ones, kill him. Immediately, the whole group launched a magical attack on Manato, but none of the spells could touch him. All were blocked by an invisible barrier. Inside, they can only use level 2 magic. Any higher level would destroy the container. Manato can use combat magic, but the sheer number of them is hard to handle. Seeing Manato unharmed, the group immediately panicked. Our attack is ineffective. Our bullets do not hit him. The Mafia boss was just as confused and immediately questioned why he was not injured. The redhead looking extremely aggrieved. He has no idea. He has never seen magic like this before. Manato could not help but feel helpless. It is not even magic. Anyway, their panic is quite remarkable. Right now, the Mafia leader is no longer loud. And we still have what I brought. Right, the redhead suddenly remembered something. Confidence restored, he sneered and said, enjoy your confidence while it lasts, whether it was the mage or someone else. Manato could not help but feel uneasy. They seemed to have regained their senses. While he was confused, one of them approached carrying a poison smoke bomb. Manato shouted loudly as soon as he saw it. Leona, run outside right now. Leona obeyed immediately, turning and running toward the door. It seemed that at the same time, the other guy threw the poison smoke bomb outside. Manato did not dare to be careless and hurriedly used magic to pull it back. In the blink of an eye, all the poison gas had escaped. The two leaders, now wearing masks, looked on with satisfaction. They laughed happily. Too late, fool. Even a person can't withstand the poison gas. The game is over. He is finally dead. Right. As they spoke, they stepped forward, eager to see how Manato would die. But when they looked closely, their eyes immediately widened in horror, because inside that toxic smoke, Manato's figure still stood tall. He was basically unharmed. The two guys panicked and stepped back, unable to believe it. Shouting, wait, he is still alive. How is that possible? Manato kindly explained to them that magic fatigue and magic barriers cannot block poison gas. But poison gas is just gas. If I circulate it with wind magic, it is not a threat at all. A demon mage like you can be defeated by poison gas. The more they heard Manato's words, the more terrified the group in front of him became. The Red Knight hurriedly shouted for reinforcements, and his subordinates frantically called for help, but no one answered. Manato was not surprised either. Speaking coldly, there is definitely no one left because he had taken down everyone. All the bases outside Kabukicho had been defeated by him. Manato sneered, pursed his lips, and said, you are the last ones left, so get ready. These words made the expressions of the two leaders change color. Manato showed no mercy at all, taking down everyone inside the mansion. He declared bluntly that Break Rebellion in Kabukicho would end now, and it was time to call Leona. But at that moment, a noise echoed inside the royal house. Startling him. Frowning, he asked, who is there? From outside, Leona was brought in with a knife pressed to her neck, accompanied by a cruel voice saying, you did all that alone, I must say. Impressive. The knife was only a few millimeters from Leona's neck. Just a slight touch to her carotid artery would cut it off instantly. The one holding her was Suzy, who grinned and said, do you want to negotiate or cast a spell? Manato took a quiet breath and began calculating. The distance between them was quite far, and he could not react in time using magical combat techniques unless there was an opening. He would immediately activate his level 1 spell and make the man drop the knife, seemingly aware of Manato's thoughts. Suzy sneered, hey, do not try anything reckless unless you want to see this woman die. Manato frowned even more. That guy could see his magical power, So there are still mages who can sense magical power in modern times. Susie's magical power is around 40,000, seeming to be a high-level mage. Although he might be restraining his magic, Leona thought she had dragged Manato into this and suddenly spoke up, apologizing for following him without reason. Manato refused to comment, saying calmly, "Do not worry about that. I will definitely save you." Susie was ignored and shouted angrily, "Do not ignore my presence. Do you understand the situation you are in? I am the god of this place, and if you do anything rash, I will kill her." With that, he held a knife to Leona's neck, causing her to wince in pain. Seeing this, Manato immediately nodded. "I understand. I won't do anything." "Great." Susie was very pleased to see you cooperate and smiled. Then he continued, apologizing for the late introduction. Ayaga Susie, the head of Black Rebellion at the Kabukicho branch. He told Manato the truth. His boss had ordered an investigation into the Dark Sorcerer, and if possible, to befriend Manato, but if not, to eliminate him. Susie also said that he had tortured those connected to the Black Mage and was about to get some information. Then he suddenly clenched his teeth, his eyes showing displeasure as he shouted, "So you want to destroy this branch?" As he spoke, Susie's knife pressed against Leona's neck, fresh blood beginning to flow. Seeing this, Manato frowned, and Susie, noticing his gaze, feigned regret and said, "Oh, sorry about that." Then he withdrew the knife, smiling and saying, "Please understand my excitement. Though it is not like me, killing a hostage would not mean anything. Right?" Luna's blood on the blade made Susie feel intoxicated. He gave a twisted smile, saying that her blood smelled sweet. Really sweet, and it was fascinating to watch. Worried he might harm Leona, Manato quickly asked, "What are the terms of this negotiation?" Susie chuckled softly, then said, "Oh, I almost forgot. It is simple. Starting now, I will torture and kill you." He said Manato has the right to refuse and run away, but if he does, Leona will die. At this, Susie turned to Manato with a smug laugh and said, "So what will you do now, mage? Choose between you and this woman." Manato did not hesitate and replied, "I accept the torture." Hearing this, both Leona and Susie were stunned. Susie could not help but sigh. "You truly have a spirit of sacrifice. It is wonderful. Do not you think?" Manato was not very worried because no attack would affect him, so torture would be meaningless, but Susie was no fool and immediately ordered, "Then restrain your immense magical power. It really does not matter if you have a magic shield." Leona was startled, realizing Manato could block every attack with his magical shield. But what if he restrained it? Manato did not expect Susie to know about his shield. He must have seen it during the previous battle. Truly reckless. But having no other choice, Manato had to restrain his magical power. Then, he furrowed his brows and asked, "Are you satisfied now?" Susie laughed, then restored her mana to attack Manato. He chuckled triumphantly, unable to move. He did not kill Manato but tortured him with his level 1 magic. Seeing this, Luna was terrified and tried to stop him. But unfortunately, how could Susie listen to her? He laughed loudly, saying there was no way he could stop when he was having so much fun. In the blink of an eye, Manato was beaten down to the ground. Seeing this, Luna panicked and shouted, "Chrono!" Her eyes filled with sorrow. It was all her fault. She was determined to destroy them even at the cost of her own life, but her helplessness had dragged him into this. At this moment, Susie seemed certain of victory and shouted loudly, "What a pity, but this is the end for you. Thank you for the interesting times you brought. Goodbye." Magic user. Luna bit her lip fiercely. She would not let him kill Manato, because he was her only hope. Thinking quickly, she began to struggle to escape, while her hand absorbed her remaining magic power. But Leona's clumsy movements did not escape Susie's eyes, who laughed and ordered her to the ground. He sneered arrogantly, "I can see right through you. If you were not here, he would not have lost. Great man like him deserves to die. A fitting death for a foolish woman like you." Just as he finished speaking, Susie charged forward with a spear, aiming to kill Leona. But at that moment, Manato suddenly acted, punching him in the face and sending Susie flying like a torn axe. Manato let out a soft hum and said coldly, "The one who is pitiful here is you." Leona, seeing Manato unharmed, exclaimed in shock, "How could you? Did not you control your magic shield?" Chuckling softly, Manato replied bluntly, "It is simple. Just before his magic hit his body, I raised a small magic shield so Susie would not notice." Hearing this, Luna felt as if she had witnessed a miracle and said with emotion, "It is not simple at all. Only you could do something like that." Manato paid no attention and calmly said, "Anyway, we are safe now, so do not worry anymore." Then he healed the wound on Leona's neck. At that moment, Leona finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank God." Susie, on the other hand, was furious and shouted loudly, "What do you mean thank God?" Manato was a bit surprised. Even though he used magic combat techniques focused on speed, Gao was pretty tough not to faint. Susie glared at Manato and said angrily, "How dare you hurt me? Even torture does not harm you, so instead I will burn you to death." As soon as he finished speaking, His magic began to erupt. Manato could not help but smirk. Susie's magical power was increasing. Just as he suspected, she had been hiding it. At this moment, Susie's eyes were filled with rage, the flame blazing wildly. Burn it all to ashes. In the blink of an eye, the brilliant fire appeared inside the royal chamber. Seeing the raging flames rushing toward them, Leona immediately panicked and shouted, saying that with level 4 magic, they would not be able to withstand it. Yet Manato stood there calmly, showing no sign of movement. In the blink of an eye, the flames surrounded Manato and the other person. At that moment, Manato suddenly moved, flicking his hand casually. A protective barrier suddenly appeared in front of the blazing firestorm. Seeing this, Leona cried out in disbelief. How could a level 1 mage completely withstand a level 4 mage? She stood behind Manato, her eyes fixed on his steady back. What was this feeling of relief Leona was experiencing? Could it be that she believed he would definitely accomplish something, no matter who the person in front of Leona is, to have such power? Seeing Manato block it, Susie was not panicked and suddenly threw his head back, laughing loudly. Then he said, "Good, I knew it. You are strong. I thought my magic would not work on you. But I have a trick." As soon as he finished speaking, Susie reinforced his magic, making Leona exclaim in shock. Why is there no sign that the magic has faded? His magic should have disappeared by now. It is sustained magic, Manato explained slowly, making Leona even more confused. Manato calmly said that usually she cannot cast many spells at once, and after a spell has been active for a while, it will weaken and eventually dissipate. However, if the magic and force are continuously activated, when the magic fades, it will be sustained. This is the principle applied when Leona flies using wind magic. Without it, she would not be able to fly. Leona heard Manato mention flying and immediately sighed loudly. Thanks for the explanation, but right now there is no time for that. The mansion is about to wash up. Then as she said this, she realized something. The mansion had not disappeared, and she stared wide-eyed in shock. Seeing her reaction, Manato bluntly said, "If I can explain it, it means I also know how to use it. So naturally, can use sustainable magic too, and it is as easy as pie." But Susie here was extremely stunned, unable to believe it. No way, you can also use sustainable magic. Luna had regained her confidence by then and spoke fiercely. Your magic is useless against him. I advise you to surrender while you still have the chance. Hearing this, Susie immediately bowed his head, his body rolling reflexively. But quickly, he looked up, smirked, and said, "I am just kidding." Leona froze the moment she saw his smile. What did that mean? Susie chuckled coldly and said, "Yes, it is very strong. If we played by the normal rules, I would be screwed, but I already said, I have a trump card." And right after that, he summoned a fire flame in his hand. Immediately, Luna felt her body grow uncomfortable, struggling to breathe, muttering to herself, "It is too hot. I can't breathe. Why does my body feel so heavy like this?" Seeing this, Susie smiled smugly and said, "Do you know what happens when you set up a barrier in a closed space surrounded by fire? Naturally, the oxygen runs out and the temperature keeps rising. And now Manato has two choices: wait for suffocation inside the barrier like Leona's now, or remove the barrier to face the flames outside. That is how it is for ordinary people, but not for Manato." In just a blink, Leona's suffocating feeling vanished. She exclaimed in surprise, no longer gasping for air, and her eyes grew colder. Susie watched this scene with disbelief in her eyes. Manato let out a light laugh and said coldly, "It is true that his fire magic can interact with the atmosphere, but it seems he does not realize that magic itself also exists within the atmosphere." Susie muttered to herself, "What nonsense is he talking about?" Manato kindly explained to Gata that the magical barrier is a blend of the caster's magic and natural magic, magic existing in the atmosphere, and the nature of the atmosphere itself. As he finished speaking, a layer of energy appeared around him. In just a moment, it had slipped around the barrier, and it had also pushed back Susie's flames. At the same time, the vent above was opened. Manato spoke faintly. So in other words, magic itself is both the air and the shield. Is not that enough? Susie grew more and more panicked, clutching his head and screaming, "No way. How did things end up like this? My trick is perfect, and it just so happens to be the best magic to torture and destroy anyone." With a slight snort, Manato spoke coldly, "You bastard. I have not allowed you to fall yet. You like torturing, do not you? Then go ahead and feel the pain like your victims." No sooner had he spoken than he placed his hand on the middle of the man's forehead. In the blink of an eye, Susie's eyes lost focus, and tears began to fall. Manato sneered, casting a spell called the Shadow Realm. In Susie's subconscious, he was falling into a dark place. He did not know where he was, could not make a sound, and could not hear anything either. Deep fear quickly overwhelmed Susie, who panicked and cried for help, but no one answered. Before long, Susie could no longer resist and collapsed to the ground. Manato showed no mercy and coldly said, "Pay the price for your past sins in the depths of darkness." Just then, a noise suddenly came from outside, making Leona frown in surprise. It seemed someone was reporting this place. Feeling they could not stay long, Manato spoke up with a suggestion. "Let us go." Then he suddenly lifted Leona up, making her mutter in panic, "Wait, do not tell me we are flying again." Unfortunately, no matter how much she resisted, it was useless, and Manato carried her as he flew out the window. Manato landed on a rooftop of a nearby building, and looking at the scene below, Luna spoke slowly. With Black Rebellion in Kabukicho taken care of, Manato nodded slightly and said, "Looks like it is time to clean up the next area." Luna looked at him intently, then hesitated before saying, "Chrono, I have a favor to ask. Can you accept me as an ally?" She said she had no power and might slow me down, but she had information and connections. So she really needed my help. Luna's tone was a bit poetic. Manato looked at her intently for a long moment before sighing and saying, "I just realized this. I am pretty easy to convince when someone asks." Luna looked at him expectantly, so, nodding, Manato casually said, "From now on, I look forward to working with you." A gleam of joy appeared in Leona's eyes as she firmly replied, "Of course, I look forward to working with you too. I will handle public relations and gathering allies. Just leave it to me." Hearing this, Manato could not help but feel confused what exactly was public relations. The next morning, the media reported that the underground organization called Black Rebellion in Kabuko had been dismantled, with information suggesting that a person known as the Dark Mage was involved in the arrest. The matter is currently under investigation. But meanwhile, a junior reporter at a TV station suddenly received shocking news: a message declared by the organization opposing illegal mages led by the Dark Mage. Immediately, a video appeared showing the silhouette of a teenager in a black jacket, accompanied by a firm declaration: "Any injustice caused by illegal sorcerers will not be tolerated. No matter who they are, remember that." Well, this statement was widely broadcast across Japan. Of course, Akuto also saw the video and slammed the table in anger. He angrily cursed the heavens, "That damned mage." Just then, a man approached and advised him not to get so worked up, saying the mage was just a common nobody. Hearing this, Kudo calmed down and replied at once, "Yes, and Black Rebellion has you now." The man was the head of the Fuka family. "Fuka Jin," he smiled and said, "That is right, a noble of my caliber. So why is a noble like Jin here?" Earlier, he had seen the news where everyone was criticizing the noble mages. Major TV stations condemned the noble mages who were supposed to protect the people. But their actions in the footage and press conferences were truly frightening. Jin's expression grew darker and darker. The TV host even claimed that Manato's special unit was far more effective, raising a big question: do we still need noble mages at all? Jin's expression shifted constantly with the media's criticism, while the butler stood silently by his side. Sure enough, before long, Jin's anger exploded, and he used magic to shatter the TV in front of him. Jin gritted his teeth and ordered Sue to come here. The butler did not hesitate to obey and leave, ready to settle the matter once and for all. Jin's anger had not subsided, his eyes filled with a fierce aura. "I will show them what happens when they dare to mess with the noble mages." On the other side, in New York, chaos reigns as people flee nonstop because a disaster has struck. Demon soldiers are attacking the main street, and the American police have quickly arrived to start fighting the monsters. But there are too many of them. They can't hold out much longer. A suspicious police officer asked, "Where is the SEM team?" The person next to him quickly replied, "Danger is happening everywhere. They can't get here fast." Hearing this, the other immediately grumbled, "Damn useless bastards." While the two were talking, a massive explosion occurred. Flames filled the sky. Many were burned, and the demon general appeared on the streets of New York. Seeing it, the police were instantly terrified. How could they possibly defeat such creatures? What should they do? But at that moment, countless magic circles suddenly appeared around the demon general. In an instant, blazing pillar of fire rose up like a heavenly column, seemingly ready to engulf everything within. This strange phenomenon left the police outside confused. As if that was not enough, just as the flames appeared, a giant water shadow emerged. The water sphere merged without hesitation with the flames. The police stared wide-eyed at the scene, trembling as they muttered, "What just happened?" Just then, I heard the police radio in my ear. Apparently, the person on the other end informed them that a disaster specialist had arrived at the scene and instructed them to coordinate and control the situation, and that specialist's name was Mizuha Toshiro, a magic noble from Japan. At that moment, Toshiro was standing on a nearby rooftop and without hesitation, he jumped down from above into Toshiro's hand. Magical energy began to surge, and the demon general dared not slack off, quickly taking action as well. Fire and water collided wildly in an instant, fiercely clashing at first, but before long, they merged into one, and the flames finally vanished. However, the water did not stop. It rushed straight toward the demon general, shattering it to pieces in an instant. Toshiro descended from the sky with a commanding presence. The police outside, witnessing his swift justice, were initially stunned but quickly reacted with joy and cheers. They began to surround Toshiro with praise. The next morning, at the international airport, as soon as Toshiro arrived, reporters came to take photos. A middle-aged man grasped his hand in gratitude, saying that thanks to that day the damage had been greatly reduced. Toshiro calmly shook his head and said, "I was just doing my job. No need to thank me." Meanwhile, the two bodyguards beside the man were talking about Toshiro, saying that he had fallen out of favor and now, aside from his noble status, his magic level was quite low. Toshiro seemed to understand what they were saying, but he did not react much. He quickly left with his men, while the middle-aged man waved goodbye to him from behind. So for Japan, the current state of the magic nobles and the fact that Toshiro's daughter is in the special magic task force, he has to go back and deal with these matters. He can't let this continue any longer. In Japan, Ruka's group continued their usual training with Manato. During the break, Ryuji could not help but complain that Kusanagi was too strong, saying it was unfair since he was the strongest person in Japan. Ruka nodded in agreement, saying that is right, and it seemed like he had not even used his full strength yet. Hearing their complaints, Sugo spoke up to reassure them, saying we definitely have a chance if we all attack him at once. No matter how strong he is, we cannot afford to lose. These words seemed to energize the three of them, filling their eyes with determination. Manato happened to walk by and overheard their plan, smirking as he asked, "Do you guys want to try it now?" The three of them were startled and looked at him in panic, but Ruka shook his head and denied it. "No, we were just joking around." Manato chuckled softly. "Really? Trying to run away? Am I that scary?" Those words made the three Ruka guys annoyed, but Manato did not care. Calmly said, "The break is over. The next training is to try to defeat me. By any means, do your best." Hearing this, the three Ruka immediately became excited, their eyes filled with fighting spirit, all sharing the same goal of defeating Manato. Right after, the three of them restored their mana, with even Sugo and Karen joining in. Manato remained calm and created another shield layer. Seeing it, Ruka smiled confidently and said the shield would not be enough to protect him, but this time, Manato created another high-level magical shield. Seeing this, Ryuji was alarmed. He added another layer of defense. Ruka furrowed his brow and reminded them to focus and use all their strength to break through it. In just a moment, a series of powerful spells rushed toward Manato, but they only touched the barrier and vanished, unable to affect him at all. This move left everyone stunned and dumbfounded. Manato smirked, laughing as he dispelled the shield in front of him. Ruka ran up to him, loudly protesting, "But we already cast level 6 magic on you. I knew you were strong, but not this strong." Ryuji also complained. "Seriously? Something's wrong with him." Seeing their reaction, Manato could not help but smile, thinking it is probably my turn now. Then he accepted the magic recovery in his hands. Seeing this, everyone's expression froze, knowing they were lucky to escape with their lives. Sure enough, before long, they were all defeated, and the disgruntled group thought to themselves, "Manato is a monster." Just then, the phone in the Mizuha sisters' pocket suddenly rang, startling them both. They quickly ran over to see, their expressions immediately frozen. And Manato, seeing this, anxiously asked, "What is going on with you two?" Yuka hesitated, looked at him, and whispered, "Our father, he is coming home." A while later, at the Mizuha family mansion, the two sisters Yuka returned and sat before Toshiro. Facing their long unseen father, the sisters felt a bit awkward, and Toshiro remained silent, casting a heavy silence over the room. After a moment, Toshiro slowly spoke, "I heard that you two have joined the magic task force." The Yuka sisters hesitated for a moment, but quickly nodded in agreement. "Yes, that is right." Toshiro sighed as he looked at his two daughters, then finally suggested, "Tell me more." Hearing this, the expressions of the two Yuka sisters immediately changed, their eyes shining with joy. Yuka was the first to speak, saying the magic task force is making a huge contribution to society, having dealt with countless disasters. And everyone there is amazing. She added that they have grown a lot. Their magical power has more than doubled, and now they can even use high-level spells. They told Toshiro that most of this was thanks to Manato, and both of them took the chance to praise him a lot. After hearing this, Toshiro raised his eyebrows and slowly spoke. "This Kusanagi guy seems to be an outstanding individual, but in a place where no one could see." His eyes darkened slightly, yet the two sisters Yuka kept babbling about Manato's power. Toshiro calmly took a sip of tea, then slowly set the cup down, spoke coldly, and said the magic task force should leave. The two Yuka sisters had only just been happy moments ago before falling silent. Asking suspiciously why, Toshiro replied coldly, "I am sure you have noticed that right now, the reputation of the magic nobles is in shock, and this is having a very bad impact on Japan. It is the magic nobles who uphold this country." He said the magic task force not only fails to help but makes things worse, which darkened the expressions of the two Yuka sisters, their eyes showing clear submission. Toshiro paid no mind and continued his stern lecture, "Especially about your friend Kusanagi Manato, whom you mentioned. From now on, I forbid you two from associating with him." The two Yuka sisters immediately showed their submission but fiercely objected, saying this was unfair and only their father's will. Toshiro glanced coldly at his daughters and said, "You have always obeyed me and must continue to do so." Yuka bit her lip fiercely. She had always obeyed her father and never dared to argue. But now it was different. Immediately after, she boldly declared, "No." Yuka said she would not leave the special magic task force nor turn her back on Manato, who saved the world, and they have been training tirelessly. The task force is doing what the magic nobles should be doing, and they are willing to cooperate if Toshiro wants. but forcing them to give up is another matter. Just as I was about to finish, Tushuru coldly cut me off, saying we are done, never call yourself a magic noble again. Understood, Yuka replied coldly, then turned and walked away, but as she reached the door, she suddenly turned around, smiled sincerely, and said, I will work in the special magic squad, not as a magic noble Mizuha Yuka. Then she walked away decisively. Toshiro watched Yuka's retreating figure and could not help but speak up. I did not think Yuka would go that far. Ruka said calmly. Yuka has changed, father, and so have I. Right after, Ruka also walked to the door and expressed her own opinion. Toshiro narrowed his eyes and said coldly, if you go with Yuka, then you will no longer be able to use the name Mizuha Ruka. Ruka did not hesitate to reply, I know, if it is the end then so be it. Then she bowed to Toshiro. Thank you for everything. Goodbye, father. Toshiro sighed reluctantly. They failed to see the importance of the magical nobility. He truly felt powerless, his eyes filled with sorrow. On the other hand, the two sisters dragged their suitcases and left the house. Ruka grumbled in frustration. Dad is too stubborn. We and even Manato have tried so hard. Ruka nodded in agreement. That is right. Our life is ours to decide. But before long, Ruka hesitated, asking if she was sure about running away from home. Ruka chuckled, reassuring her that she understood and could not let her little sister go alone. Ruka felt deeply moved by these words, quickly running over to grab Ruka's arm and cling to her. Then they went to find a hotel to stay at, but all of them refused to take in the two of them. After a fruitless search, Ruka lamented in a cave. Every hotel, motel, even internet cafe, we are going to be homeless. Ruka, sitting across from her, sighed. They all refuse minors immediately. She can only lie about her age to get into the hotel, but Ruka probably would not dare do that. Ruka took a sip of milk tea and grumbled in frustration. It is so strange. We have money from working in the special magic unit, but we can spend it. Just then, two guys came in from outside, saw the two of them, and teasingly joked, you two are so cute. Are you famous or something? Come hang out with us. Without waiting for their answer, these two shameless guys just sat down at their table. Ruka's face immediately hardened, and she warned, Hey you, stay away from my little sister or I will kill you. Seeing her murderous glare, the two quickly fled in fear. Ruka saw them running away like dogs with their tails between their legs, feeling disdainful and thinking they were truly a bunch of fools. Seeing her so angry, she could not help but smile. Right after that, she grabbed Ruka's hand and suggested, but this time let us just have fun first. Ruka asked confusedly, what about the place to stay? Ruka replied straightforwardly, we will worry about that later. And so, they went to the mall, stored their suitcases in a locker, and happily went shopping, perhaps a rare moment of sisterly bonding and youthful joy. After that, they went into a karaoke room and sang freely. By the afternoon, the two left the amusement area, with Ruka smiling as she said, today was really fun. We have played enough for now. Ruka nodded in agreement, saying she has never had this much fun since she was a kid. At that moment, Ruka suddenly stepped in front of her. She smiled warmly and said, I am really glad we have each other. Sister. Ruka smiled back and looked at her. You think so? But we still figured out where to stay. Ruka's eyes instantly soft. She sighed and spoke, daring to ask if someone would let us stay together. Just then, Ruka's phone rang with a notification. It was a message from Manato. The two sisters exchanged glances, suddenly thinking of something. So a little later, Manato reluctantly had to welcome these uninvited guests and asked in surprise why they suddenly came to visit. Ruka looked at Manato with sparkling eyes and quietly asked, is it okay if we stay at your place? Manato, of course, did not turn them away and invited them in to talk things over thoroughly. After hearing about the disagreement between the three Mizuha family members, he was shocked and said, so the two of you ran away from his house. The two sisters thought Manato disagreed, sighed reluctantly, and said, you think so too? We know. Manato looked at them with wide eyes. Both of them had changed. Now they seemed more honest with themselves, and their sisterly bond had grown stronger. While Manato was still thinking, Ruka spoke up, I know it is a bit awkward to ask this, but can we stay here for a while? Ruka pleaded softly. Please. We have nowhere else to go. Manato did not answer right away but sat quietly thinking. He knew they were girls, but that did not mean there was any special bond between them. Well, that was not really the point. In the end, he nodded slightly and said, all right, you two can stay for a while. Hearing this, the two sisters immediately brightened up, seeing their reaction. Manato could not help but warn them. Let me say this first. This place is really cramped. The two Ruka sisters shook their heads slightly, not paying attention, and said, we do not mind. We really like it here. Manato sighed reluctantly. You two are really troublesome. It was only then that the Ruka sisters realized the problem with this situation. Ruka blushed shyly, feeling that looking at Manato now was different from usual. They would be together from now on, and she thought they were doing something really crazy. Ruka was no exception. Her heart was pounding fast, and she had no idea what kind of feeling this was. While they were lost in thought, Manato spoke up, do you two want to take a bath? The words "go take a bath" seemed to hit a nerve with the two sisters. Startling them both, Manato looked at them in confusion and asked, "What? You do not want to?" Ruka finally reacted, quickly shaking her head. "No, we will go take a bath." Then she went into the bathroom to wash up first. After a whole day outside, the cold water made Ruka feel very comfortable. At the same time, in the living room, Manato looked at Ruka and said, "Anyway, you two did something very brave. I never thought you two would run away from home." Smiling reluctantly, Ruka whispered, "I am just as surprised as you are. This is the first time Ruka and I have gone against our father's wishes. My father has always been strict, never allowing anyone to act freely." Manato raised his eyebrows upon hearing that, hesitated to speak, but it seemed his impression of the special mage team was quite bad. He might do something against us. Who knows? While the two were talking, Ruka came out of the bathroom. "Feeling great, sis. Now it is your turn." Ruka nodded softly and replied, "Yeah, thanks." Then she also went into the bathroom. The water from the shower poured down, making Ruka feel very satisfied. Outside, Ruka happily chatted with Manato, saying, "You know, it feels really great." When inside his room like this, Manato nodded slightly and said, "This is the first time someone has come to my house." Smiling at it, Ruka gratefully said, "Thank you, Manato. Without you we would be out on the streets." Shrugging indifferently, Manato dismissed it. "Do not worry too much, it is not a big deal." Hearing this, Ruka could not help but burst out laughing, and Manato looked at her confused, asking, "What is wrong?" Ruka shook her head slightly and replied, "Nothing, it is just that you always say that." You know, Manato did not see any problem with it and said plainly, "The special mage team is my unit. You are both a member of the team and a friend. So no matter what happens, I won't abandon you." Manato's words made Ruka's cheeks flush bright red with embarrassment. Her heart started pounding wildly, as if it wanted to jump right out. At that moment, Ruka pushed open the bathroom door and stepped out, startling Ruka, who forgot her shyness. Not knowing what was happening, she calmly said, "I am done." Manato saw the two girls had finished, so he stood up and went into the bathroom, saying, "I will go take a shower now." Ruka glanced at him going in, then looked over at Ruka sitting on the other side. The atmosphere suddenly quieted as if Ruka was lost in thought. The next day, in the police station meeting room, Sugo handed Manato a file and spoke, "This is our intensive training schedule." Manato glanced through it and nodded twice, saying it is good, seeing he had no objections. Sugo continued, "Then our trial meeting is adjourned," saying that he wanted to get up and leave, but Manato called him back and said, "By the way, I want to report something. Ruka and Ruka have started living with me." This made Sugo freeze up, and he shouted in shock, "So the three of you are living together?" Manato straightforwardly admitted, "Yes, that is right." Sugo was truly speechless. He lives with not just one but two girls, so how can he be so calm? Do young people these days see that as normal? That won't he do? Manato is an odd one. I guess I have to teach him some basics. Thinking of this, Sugo suddenly spoke seriously. "Kusanagi, Japan does not have the custom of polygamy." Manato heard this and muttered in confusion, wondering if that was the trend nowadays. After that, Manato left the meeting room, but thinking seriously, the three people in that room did seem cramped. Should he move out? Walking down the hallway, Manato saw Karen training in the courtyard. Because she had been training for so long, her forehead was drenched in sweat. Manato walked over slowly, smiling as he spoke. "Still training?" "Sergeant." Startled by the sound, Karen looked up and smiled shyly, saying she was falling behind. So she finally reached the level where she could use offensive spells. Then she suddenly realized something and hurriedly reminded him. "Actually, Kusanagi, you are our leader, so there is no need to be so formal. I am your subordinate, so from now on, you can speak more casually." Seeing her so serious, Manato nodded in agreement, and Karen finally smiled with satisfaction. But then Manato spoke up coolly, asking her to try casting an attack spell. Karen was confused, but he ignored her reaction and calmly said, "I will give you some advice. Hurry up." Karen then began to cast her magic. Manato stood by watching, and after a while praised, "You have made a lot of progress. Keep it up and you will get stronger." Karen was happy to be praised, but soon she quietly muttered sadly that compared to others, she was still very weak. Manato squinted at her and said gently, "Do not belittle yourself. I see that you are trying very hard." Karen smiled at him and sighed. "The reason I joined the police is because they said holy mages are very rare, so how could someone like me ever compare to others?" She knows she is the weakest in the unit and hates feeling this way about herself. Saying this, Karen felt a bit pessimistic and, afraid Manato would overthink, waved her hand and said, "Sorry for making you feel weird." Manato did not pay much attention and calmly asked why she wanted to become a police officer. Karen hesitated a bit, then quietly muttered after a long pause that her grandmother was a holy mage who had helped many people during the disaster before. She wanted to be like her grandmother, so she joined the police force, but now she is gone. Saying this, Karen turned away, hiding her feelings. Just a simple reason. Right, she has no grand ambitions or goals like the others. She always thought she was not good enough, that she could not do anything. Manato looked at her intently and asked coldly, "Do you really think that?" Karen did not answer. Manato slowly stepped toward her and smiled. "Sanada, you have your own strengths. You can heal others, and you have also learned offensive magic, which is amazing. It does not matter why you chose this path. What matters is what you do. You have worked hard and with passion." Manato placed a hand on her shoulder and sincerely praised her, saying she had improved a lot and it was very clear. Hearing these words, Karen was moved to tears. The two then went to the stairs to talk. Karen looked at Manato affectionately and said, "Sorry about that. I must seem like a pitiful adult in your eyes." Manato refused to agree, saying age is not the issue. Karen smiled softly. "You are right. When I see you, it just feels that way." "Thank you, Kusanagi." Manato saved her time and time again, and to her, he was a hero. A long day passed like that, and night had fallen. Manato put on his familiar mage robe and stepped outside, standing on a rooftop as he called out to someone in the distance. "Why did you call me out here?" The person who came out was Liana. She looked at Manato and smiled, saying, "I have some information that I am sure you will be curious about. It is related to the dark rumors surrounding the magical nobility." Manato furrowed his brow thoughtfully after hearing that. After a moment, he smiled and said, "Impressive. Tell me more." Liana took her time, pointed at Manato, smirked and reminded him to wear his mage uniform. Manato heard this and frowned, thinking, "Do I have to wear it every day?" Lona then got to the point, saying she had done some investigating. Illegal mages and underground magic organizations use their connections, and I have heard dark rumors about the noble mage circle's money laundering, collusion, corruption, an endless list of crimes, especially the Fuka family, who seem linked to Black Rebellion. Manato raised his eyebrows and asked who the leader of Black Rebellion was, and Lena straightforwardly replied that the rumor was Kuroe Kudo, a former noble mage who was quite rebellious during his time there and was eventually expelled, even making the news for a while. Manato immediately understood the situation and said this clearly confirms the shady ties with the noble magic circles, right? Leona replied frankly, "Exactly. There are many suspicions but no concrete evidence. No one talks about it, and no information has been found. They can be threatening, so be careful if you want to dig deeper into this." Manato ignored the threat they brought and calmly requested, "Send all the information to my device." Leona asked suspiciously, "What are you planning to do?" "Serve justice," Manato replied with a slight smile, then used magic to jump off the building. "You have countless ways to deal with enemies, and you will never show mercy." Manato quickly returned home, and Ruka each focused on their own tasks, paying no attention to each other. Ruka sat on the bed, focusing on meditation. Ruka diligently read books and did homework. Meanwhile, Manato was scrolling on his phone, thinking he needed to investigate Ichikami Minato, the disasters and the 50-year history, and he had also learned how to use the phone. Then Minato began digging up information about Ichikami Minato online, and soon the information appeared. Manato scrolled down and read that the history of Ichikami Minato was almost identical, but modern mages seem to be described as having a much lower level, and there were false rumors about the ancestors of the noble mages still being active. There is much vague information about noble mages, the secrets of high-level magic, and their training methods remain a mystery. If your spellbook had not been lost, the mage would not have perished, but according to Ruka, it seems there are no more books or data about it, as if someone is plotting to weaken the mages. The previous generation of the Mizuha family might know something, but meeting them now would be very difficult, and there is very little information about the disasters. The more Minato thought about it, the more confusing it became why they kept happening, why the disasters occurred in the first place, and what exactly the disasters were. Minato sat there lost in thought, and Ruka noticed he seemed a bit unsettled. The next day, at the police training ground, Minato was training everyone as usual when suddenly a wireless earpiece crackled with an alert: all police units. Attention, a disaster has been detected. All units proceed to the location immediately. Upon receiving the information, Minato quickly gave the order to act, and their group set off immediately. But when Minato arrived, he saw something below. It was that slime-like guy, Ruka, stepping on a demon soldier and sneering. "Oh, you are really late." Ruka stepped in front of Minato, jokingly saying, "I have already defeated all the low-level soldiers of that worm, so what is the special ops team doing?" Seeing him silent, Su grew even more smug. "Relax, no civilians got hurt." Saying that, Su took his people and left, arrogantly laughing and saying, "You always talk about protecting the citizens, but what would happen without us? Next time, focus more." "Got it." Ruka heard this and angrily cursed. "Damn it, what is this?" And Minato nodded in agreement, thinking the same as I do. But on another day, the same scene played out. When Minato's group arrived after receiving the information, Su's people had already handled everything and kept mocking them, saying, "Too late. Too late. You fools, do you even understand how to do this?" Ruka's group was furious and really wanted to fight, but Su quickly led his people away seriously. "What is the point of the special magic task force anyway, when the world clearly still needs us magic nobles?" Ruka was extremely frustrated and scolded them. This was the 5th time already. which was really strange. There was no way he would not leave something behind. Sugo sighed helplessly. Maybe someone was blocking us, and the information we have is being delayed. Manato felt the same way. He could sense a disaster approaching, but the farther it got, the weaker his perception became. What should he do? While Minato was still thinking, Ruka kept yelling, and yet he ignored a high-ranking subordinate, which was really frustrating. Just then, Karen suddenly exclaimed that it seemed Fuyuka's group was receiving strong support from the community. Sugo found this very strange and hesitated, muttering that it was suspicious since they had been heavily criticized not long ago. Karen glanced at her phone for a moment, then finally spoke up, saying a meeting was about to start. Minato frowned slightly and asked what it was about, but Karen shook her head and replied she had no clue, only that Fuyuka was gathering reporters. Soon after, the Fuyuka clan's press conference began. Jin sat at the speaker's table and firmly said, "Thank you all for attending today's meeting. This meeting was called for one reason. It concerns the mistakes and disappointments recently shown by the magic noble, especially from his beloved son, who expressed that we have faced countless criticisms about his actions and how he treats others." Hearing this, the reporters below began to murmur with criticism. Jin remained silent, listening, and after everyone finished questioning, he bowed deeply and said, "I sincerely apologize." Jin's action left the reporters below stunned, silent for a long moment. Unfazed, Jin kept his head bowed and continued, "This is certainly a reflection of my own failures as a parent. However, I assure everyone that Xu is trying to make amends and is actively involved in addressing the recent disaster." Immediately, the reporters below changed their attitude, and their tone of criticism softened considerably. Seeing Jin bow his head, he immediately smiled with satisfaction. But when he looked up, he still put on a dignified expression and spoke. "There has indeed been much discussion about how Fuyuka's son has dealt with the disasters. Recent disasters and the unexpected overseas expeditions of other noble mages have contributed to a shortage of manpower, making the situation even worse. We only revealed comprehensive measures. On this side, Ruka's group is watching the press conference, and they are extremely dissatisfied. Fuyuka's press conference is drawing a lot of attention. More than half of the comments strongly support the Fuyuka family. The more Ruka watched, the more frustrated she became, complaining that they were just expressing their thoughts. While we worked hard only to be met with a smile like that." Manato reached out to pat her head, whispering words of comfort. "Stay calm. No matter what others say, our mission won't change. Trust me, I will handle this." As he finished, he smiled with full confidence. After the Fuyuka clan's broadcast that day, Sugo was summoned to the leader's office. Upon hearing his orders, Sugo exclaimed in shock, "I'm sorry. What did you just say?" The director calmly spoke up, "I have already said. At this rate, the existence of the team is seriously threatened. Complaints about the magic task force are increasing, and opposing noble mages is an extremely dangerous matter." The director said that part of the current tension was due to Sugo's actions. Hearing this, Sugo's expression stiffened. He objected but respectfully argued, "Sir, the main issue is Fuyukasu's behavior." Before he could finish, the chief was already too annoyed. "Anyway, you should not have confronted them like that. You proposed forming the team and turned the noble mages into your enemies. That is something you brought on yourself." Biting his lip fiercely, Sugo asked suspiciously, "Our missions have been delayed." The chief replied coldly, "Now you want to accuse me? You should be ashamed." He asked Sugo to improve the police department's image in the public eye and mend relations with the noble mages. If he could not do it, then disband the team. This shocked Sugo deeply. At the same time, Jin laughed loudly in his private home, extremely pleased that everything was going according to plan. The butler standing beside him also flattered him, saying, "Your hearing is extraordinary. No one dares to doubt your judgment." Jin clicked his tongue and laughed loudly. "The public is easily swayed. Just a little acting is enough. Those fools will believe anything. And with the public against them, we will crush the special sorcerer unit in no time." Saying that, he threw his head back and laughed loudly, seemingly certain of victory, while Sugo left the police station in frustration. In the end, where will the future of the Manato team lead? And for the entire following week, the special unit did not receive a single mission to handle any geniuses. This made Ruka extremely dissatisfied. It was strange that we had not been called to work all week. Ruka also nodded in agreement. "That is right, Fuyuka has handled most of the recent disasters," Ryuji said coldly. "Even those within the police force are sabotaging the special magic team." Manato spoke while eating, saying there might be someone within the police connected to the magic nobility, and to them our team is a thorn in their side. Ruka still refused to accept it and shouted, "I do not understand why we are the ones being blocked." Manato slowly explained that our actions have negatively affected the reputation of the noble mages. Moreover, many of them seem to be colluding with Black Rebellion, which would be inconvenient if Manato's group gains influence. The more Ruka listened, the more defiant she became, shouting loudly that it was not our fault but the useless mage nobles. If they did not want their reputation ruined, they should work harder. Manato was suddenly scolded and reluctantly said, "You go talk to them." Ruka pursed her lips slightly and ignored him. Glancing at Ruka, he asked if the demons might be involved too. Ruka sighed and spoke up, saying she also suspected him. Seeing them so troubled, Manato stood up and eagerly suggested, Let us find out then. Ryuji nodded in agreement. That is right, otherwise they won't take us anywhere. Ruka hesitated slightly and muttered. But right now I do not have a good relationship with him. Manato did not pay much attention and said, if you do not want to, you do not have to come. These words made the two Mizuha sisters look at each other nervously. Hesitating before they both spoke up in unison, no, we will come, after all we are his daughters. After a while, they arrived at the Mizuha family mansion, but the servant refused to let them in. Ruka quickly spoke up, saying we just want to talk. Ruka also asked seriously, is there any exception? The person shook their head without hesitation. The master clearly instructed that his daughters are not allowed to enter. We cannot allow those who have been expelled to pass beyond this threshold. The expressions on Ruka and Ruka's faces immediately stiffened. Unsure of what to say, Manato then stepped forward and said, I am Kusanagi Minato, captain of the Sorcerer Special Forces. I have a few questions for Mizuha. The servant responded calmly, saying that for interviews, please schedule in advance. But Manato shook his head gently to deny it. No, I am not here for an interview. I just have a few questions. In short, they would not let them in no matter what, which made Manato a bit impatient. He really wanted to go in himself. Luckily, at that moment, Toshiro came out from inside, glanced at Manato, and asked suspiciously, what is going on? The servant hurriedly reported that these people wanted to speak with you. Toshiro immediately raised his eyebrows and quietly observed Manato. At the same time, Manato was also watching him, staring for a long moment before Toshiro finally ordered to let him in. Manato's group was finally led inside the mansion. Manato walked while quietly asking, I only know about your older brother. Ruka sighed reluctantly. That is our father. He is old but looks like he is in his 20s. Toshiro looked at the three of them bowing their heads and frowned, his eyes showing displeasure. After a while, they were led into another reception room, with Toshiro sitting opposite, quietly watching Minato. Seeing he said nothing, Manato also remained silent, calmly sitting there. After a moment, Toshiro finally spoke in a low voice, saying that he was the one who led his daughter down the wrong path. Smiling unconsciously, Manato calmly replied that blaming others for their child's independence is a bad habit many parents fall into. Aren't you happy to see your child grow up? In the blink of an eye. The air between them was thick with the smell of gunpowder, and Toshiro was clearly displeased. Manato remained calm, wearing a composed smile, and got straight to the point. Asking why he was putting pressure on the Special Mage Task Force, Toshiro spoke plainly. I never gave such an order and I am not involved. Noble mages rarely cooperate. Fuyuka is acting on her own will. Manato was a bit surprised, not expecting him to be so straightforward. He thought it would take more words. Toshiro replied solemnly, I respect those with ability. I have heard your story, a student possessing the power of a noble mage, hailed as a hero who has prevented many disasters. Yet I remain doubtful. Manato narrowed his eyes at him and asked coolly, do you want to test it? As soon as you finished speaking, Toshiro unleashed his own magical power. Manato did not hesitate and directly confronted him with his magic. The three Yuka behind were bewildered by this massive magical force. What kind of magical power is this? Damn. Are they monsters or what? Their magical pressure is overwhelming. The two powerful magical forces clashed fiercely, and after a while, both withdrew their energy. Toshiro narrowed his eyes at Manato and praised him. Impressed, very few can stand against my magical power. Manato did not take the compliment but calmly replied that feeling and controlling magical power is basic knowledge for using magic. And anyway, you did not unleash that much power. Toshiro heard this and raised an eyebrow with a smile, saying, well said. Manato narrowed his eyes at him. Toshiro's mana control and his immense mana were unmatched by other mages. Clearly, he had surpassed everyone in this era. Talent and skill alone cannot explain this. There is definitely something more to Mizuha Toshiro. After thinking, Manato calmly spoke again. One last question. Why have mages become weaker compared to the past? Toshiro did not answer and asked faintly, what basis do you have to say that? Manato replied frankly, because I know about things from 50 years ago. Toshiro hesitated for a moment before finally speaking, saying it is used to limit and control. Manato asked confusedly, what does that mean? Toshiro did not answer directly but said mysteriously, you will understand when the time comes. But let me say this, noble mages are necessary. Manato disagreed but asked in return, even about Fuyuka's family, a question Toshiro could not answer. Manato did not press, stood up calmly, and said it is time for us to leave. Thank you for answering my questions. You can stand up but the three of us. Ruka said hurriedly, wait a moment, we can move because of the recoil from earlier, so Manato had to help them stand up. Before leaving, he left a remark, honestly, I might have hesitated if the Mizuha clan was involved, but I feel relieved knowing you are not like that. After all, Fuyuka and Ruka are important friends to you. Toshiro blinked and looked at Manato, asking suspiciously, what are you talking about? Shrugging indifferently, Manato smirked and said, who knows? A few days later, at the police station, they were handed many boxes, and the people there immediately cheered. Finally our uniforms have arrived. These are monster-proof gear that can resist magic. Suga nodded and laughed, saying with this we can really get to work. Manato did not care about these things. He was looking at his phone and whispered, "It seems all my preparations are complete." Sugu immediately asked suspiciously about the preparations on your side. Damn, Mac nodded. Manato smiled mysteriously and said, "Let us begin. We still have a debt to repay." Fuuka Jin laughed proudly. "The special forces are arriving soon." Fuuka Jin will control Japan with the support of Black Rebellion. Suga laughed loudly in agreement, saying that money and fame would belong to the Fuuka family, and those foolish commoners would have to bow down. But their joy was short-lived as police officers suddenly burst in, with the captain shouting fiercely, "Police! Everyone freeze." This situation made Jin panic, and Hen anxiously asked, "What is going on? Do you know whose house you are in?" Recently, a reporter appeared and began to narrate everything. The police have raided the residence of the suspect. Fuuka Jin. This is the first time a noble mage has been accused. Inside the house, the police captain gave the arrest order. Speaking coldly, "You are under arrest for bribery, intimidation, and abuse of special authority. We are conducting an investigation." Hearing this, Jin defiantly shouted, "Are you kidding me? How dare you treat a noble like a criminal? You better have proof." No sooner had these words been spoken than a low voice rang out from outside, challenging us, and Fuuka's men immediately turned to look back. The person who arrived was Manato's group, holding a phone in his hand, smirking as he said, "Here it is." Su obviously recognized him too, his dissatisfaction immense. "Kusanagi Manato of the Elite Magic Task Force. How could he be here? There is no way he has proof. This is evidence of corruption," Manato said bluntly, then played a video for everyone to see. Inside, it is clearly seen that the head of the Fuuka family accepted money from an underground organization, colluding with illegal sorcerers, along with threats and intimidation. Seeing that video, Jin's face immediately turned ugly, but he did not deny it, claiming it was fabricated. In this era, anything can be brought to trial. Manato did not hold a grudge against the old man, slowly walked over to show him more clearly, and asked with a smirk, "Who dares to say this is fabricated?" Immediately, another video played, this time showing a conversation between Jin and the steward about disaster management, in which Jin took the initiative to accept responsibility. The evidence was overwhelmingly clear. Jin's face turned pale and then white, and even Su was very unsettled at this moment. Jin glared at the members of the Fuuka clan and fiercely demanded, "Who dares to be the insider? Only a few people have access to our room." Immediately, the butler stepped forward and admitted, "It was me who leaked it." Jin could not believe his eyes. He rushed over and grabbed the butler by the collar. Furious, "How dare you? You are just a butler. How dare you do this?" The butler was also helpless. He could only do that a few days earlier. One night, Manato, in the form of a dark mage, came to find the butler and wanted him to cooperate by pointing out Fuuka's crimes. At first the butler refused, saying he could not betray his master. Manato snorted, as if to say, "You are very loyal, but is that loyalty genuine? Or is your duty simply to watch the family you serve fall apart?" These words made the butler fall into deep thought, seeing the hesitation in his eyes. Manato continued, asking whether he would choose to let the Fuuka family continue to decay or accept the pain and save the magical nobles. He needed to make a choice, and in the end, his choice was to blame Jin, which led to the situation today. He sighed and said, "Those unworthy of the magical nobility deserve to be destroyed." When he said this, there was no trace of the usual respect in the steward's eyes. Humiliated like that, Jin's expression immediately darkened. His anger reached its peak as he screamed wildly, "All of you, die." Then he gathered his mana to launch an attack. But at this moment, a glint suddenly appeared in Jin's eyes. A surge of magic power came rushing from afar, shattering the table in two, and Jin quickly threw the butler from his grasp to avoid being hit by the magic. The one who struck is Minato. The commander spoke up, "You have no way to escape, you despicable magic noble." Jin stayed awake until dawn, clenching his fist tightly, gritting his teeth and muttering, "How dare you belittle my efforts all these years? All the money and status I have built over the years are now gone to waste." Hearing this, Manato sneered, as if to say, "Did you earn it yourself?" But Jin threw his head back and laughed loudly. He went mad and screamed, "This is the most frustrating time for me. I have established bases overseas to deal with situations like this. If I escape from here, no one will be able to catch me." But first, Jin wanted to kill them. As soon as he said this, he and Su's men launched their attack. But right now, a barrier has appeared in front of the police, blocking all the magic attacks. Manato quietly raised his hand and said, "The Special Magic Task Force will handle them. Everyone else, fall back." Outside, the reporter at the scene saw the magical energy spreading in the air. She immediately used her sorcery to unleash magic. It seems the Fuuka family has started to fight back, and the magical nobility is connected to crime. In this chaotic time, with natural disasters and monsters rampant, they only think about their own interests. At the same time, this live broadcast was aired nationwide. The people of Japan are watching the event and are counting on the Magic Task Force. Hopefully they can deal with the magic noble tarnishing Japan. And right now, they are facing Su, and of course, the strongest one here, Manato. will bear the greater responsibility. That was a confrontation with the noble mage, the head of the Fuuka clan. Jin glared at him, his eyes filled with rage. On Su's side, the family had also summoned their subordinates, a group of wind magic users hovering in the air. Su glanced down and spoke coldly. Do you really think you can defeat us with so few people? With a cold snort, Suka scolded. Unlike those lazy noble brats, we are not just sitting around, we have already sent others to deal with the disasters and monsters. Su was angered by these words, deeply dissatisfied, calling you all troublesome bastards. If you keep getting in my way, I want to hold back anymore, I will kill you all. Suka of course did not accept the insult. She spoke sternly. You are a disgrace to the noble lineage of mages, and I will never forgive you. At the mansion's conference table, Jin watched Manato intently, smiling as he said, do you really think you can defeat a noble mage? Manato replied coldly, I see no reason to lose to a bunch of flies like you. Then watch this in action. Jin snorted lightly, then fired a mana needle into the core, but before he could even touch the helicopter, a barrier appeared, blocking his mana. Manato sneered. Could he be any more pathetic? Shrugging indifferently, Jin smirked and said, as long as I have money, being cowardly is necessary. Meanwhile, the fierce battle had already begun below. Of course, the magic task force was not invincible either, and it was not long before one of them was taken down. Seeing this, Su's expression instantly turned ugly, but it did not stop there. Each of his subordinates fell one by one. Su's expression froze. This could not be happening. They are magic nobles, so how could they be overwhelmed? Su could not accept it. He was a magic noble and refused to be outmatched by Ruka's people. Immediately after, Su shouted orders, telling them to do whatever it takes to kill them, using all their magical powers. The other two nodded in agreement, and the three of them unleashed their full energy in an attack. The special task force remained calm. The two Ruka sisters exchanged glances and quickly nodded in understanding. Then, both struck simultaneously, unleashing a massive wave of water. In the blink of an eye, it surged forward as if it could drown everything in the world, and of course, the three Su also got caught in the wave, drenched and powerless. Sitting on the ground, seeing the two Mizuha sisters approaching him, a wave of panic surged in his heart, but the Ruka sisters showed no sympathy at all, just coldly watching them. Seeing the situation change, Su and his subordinates kowtowed desperately. It was just a moment of wrong judgment. I will change, please spare my life. Ruka hesitated for a long time before nodding and saying, I understand, if you truly intend to change, then we might have no choice but to forgive you, she said before turning away. But at that moment, Su sneered, fool. Watch me, and the three of them tried to attack secretly. Before I could even act, the entire special forces team was simultaneously revived by magic and charged straight at them. Su's legs went weak instantly, collapsing to the ground as he muttered desperately, please spare me, with a cold sneer. Ruka said, do you really think we would spare someone who does not truly want to change like you? Hearing this, Su and his men screamed in terror. At the same time, on the battlement, Manato seemed to realize they had won and smiled with satisfaction. He smiled and said, I guess they have finished dealing with it, and it seems the pride of the man, his only son, has met worthy opponents and his teammates. Jin snarled fiercely, his eyes full of rage as he shouted, you bastard. Manato showed no fear and stood there calmly. Your casual attitude only fuels Jin's anger. Unable to hold back, he starts attacking Minato, but Minno easily dodged his level 1 magic attack. When that failed, Jin moved on to level 2 magic, but the result remained the same. Minato's speed was so fast that even wind magic could not catch up. Jin did not give up either, continuing to channel more magic power and unleashing a level 3 spell. Manato remained calm, calmly dodging each wave of magical attacks. The entire scene was captured by the reporter's camera on the helicopter, and the female reporter could not stop expressing her admiration. What an incredible spell. Manato still looks fine after multiple failed attacks. Jin once again unleashes more mana and the current spell has increased to level 4. Manato still stood there calmly, his face untroubled, as if he were merely taking a stroll through the battle. Jin gritted his teeth fiercely, gathering even more magical circles in his hands. A whirlwind suddenly appeared wildly in the air. In the blink of an eye, it surrounded Manato as if trying to swallow his entire body. Seeing this, Ruka immediately panicked and shouted, Manato, while Ryuji muttered anxiously, this is too dangerous. Contrary to everyone's worry, Manato remained calm, standing in midair, letting the whirlwind rush toward him. But surprisingly, when it reached Minato, the tornado suddenly vanished. When the whirlwind cleared, Manato was still standing there safely with a few layers of shields. In reality, Jin's level 5 magic did nothing to him. Seeing this, Ruka could not help but admire that he just blocked that devastating attack with a single layer of defense. Truly Kusanagi. At the same time, those watching the livestream were also amazed, some impressed by Jin's magic, while others admired Minato's strength. The reporter at the scene narrated that neither side was willing to give an inch, and I had never seen a fight like this before. Manato landed from the air, furrowing his brows as he thought to himself, This magic is not very strong. Is he stalling? He must be preparing to retreat. At that moment, Jin suddenly smirked and said, "What is wrong? Can't he move?" Manato narrowed his eyes and replied coldly, "I could defeat you quickly. But where's the fun in that? Show me your full strength." At this, his eyes filled with challenge. "I will take it all and punish you." These words angered Jin, who gritted his teeth and muttered, "Arrogant sewer rat. I will give you what you want." But before making a move, he suddenly sneered and said, "First, let me warn you not to soil your pants." Jin claimed his magical power was 200,000, a number that left Ruka's group watching in shock, none of them believing it was real. The Ruka commander spoke up, saying he was just bluffing, and that we should help even a little. Ryuji nodded in agreement. "That is right, just standing by is not like me," and then the whole group ran towards Bangkok. Manato sensed they were coming and immediately turned his head to look back, but by then, they had already been stopped, and the one who took action was the old man Jin. The old man barked out, "Be thankful you are lucky. If you had come any closer, I would have killed you all." The three Ruka members immediately looked grim. At that moment, Jin suddenly threw his head back and roared, the powerful magic within him surging forth. The offensive magical power was so intense it made his body glow. "This is too terrifying. Even Kusanagi would be enough to kill." This made the three Ruka feel worried, but Manato sneered with contempt. Jin thought he was afraid, while old Vin smugly said, "My magical power far exceeds your imagination."
Is that so?
"Then let me show you my overwhelming power. Even a fool like you can understand." As he finished speaking, a series of magic circles appeared around him. In the blink of an eye, a spatial rift appeared in the void. Manato, however, was not afraid but excited, having never seen this kind of magic before. At this moment, the rift swallowed everything around it, and in the blink of an eye, the corridor had turned to rubble. Jin grew even more smug. This was a forbidden spell, the most powerful incantation that could shatter everything nearby, flattening anyone in an instant. Manato squinted at him, smiling and said, "I want to see you perform that." Those words drove Jin to the peak of rage. He screamed madly, "Die under the pressure. Endure it." And immediately, a level 6 magic appeared. The spatial rift was sucking everything around it inside, including Manato. Seeing this, Jin laughed triumphantly. "You can't do anything, and just die, you deserve it." Ryuka's group, on the other hand, was very worried. They couldn't believe Manato would die so easily. This must be a joke. Ryuka stared intently into the circle and shouted, "Answer us, Manato." No matter how much he screamed, there was no response. Only when that hole disappeared did Manato's figure appear. Ryuka was shocked and exclaimed, "Manato, how are you still alive?" Manato could not help but say, "Come on, do not go around declaring someone dead." Jin, on the other hand, was furious, enraged beyond words, wondering how Manato was not hurt when he was sure he had crushed him. Shrugging indifferently, Manato said bluntly, "If the external and internal pressures are balanced, there won't be any problem. It is like the principle of sea creatures later on." Jin shouted defiantly, "Even if that is true, can you use the technique? That is my signature magic." Manato put on a casual expression and said, "I watched and learned." Jin, unable to hold back, muttered in disbelief as he looked at him. "You did, just by watching?" Nodding calmly, Manato smiled cheerfully and said, "If you had used it right away, I might have been a little hurt, but you were kind enough to explain it in detail. After all, it is just a variation of wind magic. That's simple. And besides, I will let him experience basic magic." Immediately, Jin's body twisted in discomfort as he shouted, "What are you doing?" Manato smiled faintly and replied frankly, "I just amplified the sound pressure, that is all. It is called sound magic, another application of wind technique." The more Dai heard these words, the more she trembled, as if she had realized something, while Jin grew even angrier. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Who dares mock me? Enough, I won't hold back anymore. I will kill with everything I have." As he finished speaking, Jin's entire magical power erupted. He said his power was at 200,000, but that was just for now. When fully unleashed, it would reach 500,000. Feeling the magic being released, Sugo's group immediately panicked, realizing he was not bluffing. What kind of power was this? At the same time, Jin threw his head back and laughed arrogantly. "So disappointing. Kusanagi Manato." Before long, all of Jin's mana erupted, a massive power swirling continuously in the air. Jin was extremely smug now, as if he already had victory in his hands. The three Yuka could not help but panic, wondering if this was truly the power of the magic nobles. With such terrifying magical power, this is not an opponent they can face. Even Sugo was equally panicked, muttering under his breath, "We have underestimated the power of the magic nobles. We have no way to counter that strength." Seeing everyone's reaction, Jin sneered quietly, "This is all my power, and now you have no chance left to beg for mercy." Yet Manato still stands there calmly, even managing to block the attack. Jin still could not understand this calm attitude of his. He laughed wildly, saying you are all too foolish to even grasp the true power of my magic, are not you? Jin believed his spatial magic had failed only because of a small stroke of luck from Manato. But the farce ends here. He will finish them all with his ultimate magic. No sooner had he spoken than a magical space appeared. But when Jin looked at Manato, he was still standing there calmly. This attitude made Jin so furious he gritted his teeth. Immediately after, his mouth began to mutter incantations. In the blink of an eye, numerous magic circles converged into one. Seeing this, Sugo panicked and shouted, "No way, a level 7 elite mage." Karen also worriedly muttered, "Even Kusanagi can't handle it." Juka slightly raised her eyebrows. Even in this desperate situation she knew Manato would find a way. She believed in him, so please seize the victory. Jin laughed softly, confidently saying, "You have already missed your greatest chance. The time I was preparing the spell, that was your only chance to escape, and now it is too late to regret it." "He is talking too much," Manato muttered with a smirk. "All right, have you said enough?" Hearing this, Jin shouted in frustration, "There won't be a single speck left. Take my strongest magic." As he finished speaking, a vast space appeared, its movement so intense that it even affected the helicopter on the central hill. Sugo struggled to shield his eyes, muttering through the rain, "What can we do to counter this attack?" Ruka, deeply worried for Manato, shouted urgently, "Kusanagi, run." Ryuji also spoke up, advising him that he could not withstand that attack. Ruka watched Manato's back intently, her eyes filled with worry. At that moment, Jin sneered coldly and said, "You can run if you want. But afterward, I will kill your friends to make up for it." So, he wants to see what Manato will choose, run or face death. The massive space quickly appeared before Manato, yet he remained calm standing there. Manato smirked and said, "Of course I will choose to face it head on." Then, he pulled out a spirit stone from the space. Seeing this, Jin sneered, "What kind of magic is that? Does he think it can counter my magic? Accept the consequences of your own foolishness and turn to dust." Despite his madness, Manato remained calm. "Before the space sucked you in, you fired the spirit stone in your hand. Using the momentum to tear through the air, the spirit stone forcefully plunged into the space. Quickly, it merged inside, but seconds later, the space was shattered by the spirit stone. This scene caused Jin's expression to change. Even Yuka's group behind was equally shocked. They never expected Manato to so easily destroy a level 7 spell. Jin's body trembled uncontrollably. Unable to believe it. "Why did my spell just vanish?" Manato spoke coldly with a slight smirk. "Why? Because the wind element is neutralized when it meets the earth element, and a spell that takes time to cast will be nullified. Speaking of which, he remembered you provoking him. Do the magic nobles really not know these basics?" Jin could not believe it, clutching his head and shouting, "No. No way could my magic be defeated by such a low-level spell." Manato smirked and clicked his tongue, saying, "That is right, the Death Star Stone has no offensive power. Even if you shoot it at a target, it won't cause significant damage, but it contains a high-density magical energy. Therefore, it can neutralize magic, regardless of rank differences," and he said this was quite a useful lesson. Jin glared at him angrily and asked in frustration, "Why would you use such a useless spell?" Shrugging indifferently, Manato replied with a matter-of-fact expression, "Because that is a spell I created just for fun." Hearing this, Jin was filled with despair at the magical energy on the ground, muttering to himself, "The creator of magic just for fun. I have spent decades perfecting my magic." Manato paid no attention and coldly said, "Now is the time for you to face punishment." Jin finally felt the fear. Hurriedly retreating, "My magic is depleted. I can no longer move." Manato smiled slightly, but that smile carried a coldness. "I no longer want to waste time on useless things." As soon as he said that, he raised his hand to snap at Jin's chest. Seeing Manato's action, Jin thought he was a fool, really believing that a light snap would knock him down. But he underestimated Manato's strength. Manato snapped his fingers lightly, and Jin flipped several times in the air before flying away. Seeing this scene, the Yuka group was stunned. Just a light flick and Jin was sent flying. Is Manato even human? At that moment, the police team hurriedly rushed over to Jin's side. Seeing this scene, the reporters at the scene immediately cheered loudly. The noble mage had been defeated, and Special Magic Task Force Captain Kusanagi Mito had won. The live audience was also excited, continuously applauding, as justice had finally prevailed at Fuyuka's mansion. Having won, the three Yuka rushed over to congratulate Manato. He glanced at them and praised them warmly. "You all did very well." Then Mato looked toward Jin being escorted away, thinking that the magic noble was no better, and yet this is considered the pinnacle of the Japanese nobility. We really need to retrain the current generation of mages. Thinking this, Manato approached Jin from behind and spoke up. "Hey, I have a question." Jin glanced at him, waiting for him to continue. Manato spoke seriously. "After Ichikami Minato's death, what did the magic nobles do? They destroyed the ancient book that had existed for 50 years. Right? If so, why did they do that?" Jin sneered coldly. "How could ordinary people understand the profound principles of the magic nobles?" Manato asked back in confusion. What do you mean? Reflect on it yourself, Jin said lightly before leaving Manato lying down watching his back. After the battle with the Fuuka clan, Manato was forced to attend a press conference. Sugo stood nearby and shouted, "We will hold a press conference with the captain of the Magic Task Force. Kusanagi Minato. First, please invite Kusanagi to say a few words." And in the days that followed, Manato was everywhere in the news, but the person in question was currently vacationing in Hawaii. Manato lay back on the chair, constantly complaining, wondering what he was doing in a place like this. Just then, someone approached from afar. It was Fuuka, wearing a cool bikini, and she softly asked, "What is going on?" Manato. A few days ago, in the police station meeting room, everyone was gathered. Sugo made an announcement, and Minato was shocked, exclaiming, "Did he just say we are going to Hawaii?" Sugo reluctantly said, "Everyone knows that recently the Magic Task Force has been a hot topic, and we are overwhelmed dealing with the attention from the public and media." Minato looked confused at him, and Fuuka showed him a video filmed at school, with Minato as the main focus. Moreover, this video has also been widely shared across other social media platforms. Ruka then spoke up, saying the internet is flooded with posts about the Magic Task Force. Ryuji chimed in, "Even on David is all news about the Magic Task Force and us." Constantly updating, Sugo glanced at Minato and sighed, saying, "All of Japan's eyes are on you. That is why I decided to give you all a break, come to Hawaii and relax until everything is resolved." He said thanks to Minato the team has grown stronger, and with support from the Mizuha clan, they now have enough resources to handle unexpected disasters and deal with any monster threats. Saying this, Sugo came over and patted Minato on the shoulder with a smile. "Everyone has worked hard lately, so take this time to rest." And that is how Minato's group ended up in Hawaii. Back in reality, after hearing Juka's question, Minato sat up from his chair and sighed, saying, "I was just lost in thought." Juka nodded slightly in understanding, then asked, "By the way, what do you think of this outfit? Does it look strange?" Minato seriously looked her over from head to toe before replying, "It is cute." These words startled Juka, and her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Minato, on the other hand, remained unfazed and calmly remarked, "It suits your hair color perfectly, really fits you, like it was made for you in simple terms. It is very cute." Juka grew more and more embarrassed, mumbling softly, "Thank you." Just then, Ruka arrived, looking incredibly sexy in her black bikini, frowning as she said, "So you are here? I have been looking for you everywhere." Seeing Ruka, Minato carefully looked her up and down, and noticing his gaze, Ruka asked suspiciously, "What is it? Do you have something to say?" Nodding calmly, Minato straightforwardly complimented, "I just think you look amazing." Those words made Ruka startle, but Minato still spoke naturally, saying, "You look like a model. Your fair skin and delicate features make the swimsuit stand out. You are definitely the most beautiful girl on this beach." "I know," Ruka shyly replied, then turned and ran away. Ryuji standing there was utterly bewildered by the scene. This kid was amazing. Not only was he not shy, but he also complimented them naturally, with no hidden intentions at all. Karen appeared just in time, smiling excitedly and saying, "Sanada has arrived." Unlike the sexy looks of the Yuka sisters, Karen was only wearing a cool two-strap swimsuit. Ryuji immediately felt uneasy. This was really not good at all. When Karen wore the uniform, it did not feel like much, but now it is truly an overwhelming impact. Karen did not pay attention to him and looked at Minato, asking, "How do you think my swimsuit looks?" Ryuji could not help but panic, hoping Minato would not compliment her chest. "Stop it. Do not say anything about it." While he was worried, Minato nodded in praise, saying only that the style was quite nice. Ryuji finally let out a sigh of relief, thinking this comment was safe. Karen was naturally happy to be praised, her eyes shining brightly, but that is not all. Minato continued to praise her, saying the contrast with her usual style made her even more charming. She looked very beautiful, radiating the allure of a mature woman. His words made Karen feel shy, and she muttered nervously, "Do not praise me like that." Ryuji really could not stop it. He could not help but feel amazed. "You are truly an incredible guy. Are not you praising a bit too much?" Shrugging indifferently, Minato said, "Why not? I am just expressing how I feel. When I feel someone deserves praise, why would not I tell them? You see, all three of them are beautiful, so I gave them compliments." Minato asked if there was a problem with that, and Ryuji quickly shook his head, saying no problem, but it made the three girls uncomfortable, each of them blushing with embarrassment. At this moment, Minato suddenly spoke up, "Ah, Ryuji, your body is amazing too. You have a great physique, and that simple swimsuit suits you perfectly. You should be proud of that beauty." "Very well." Now it is Ryuji's turn to be embarrassed. He hurriedly said, "Do not praise me like that," putting aside the embarrassment. They then enjoyed themselves on the beach before trying out canoeing on the sea. This fun activity truly helped them relax much more. By evening, Manato had left the hotel because his throat had become dry from playing too long, so he wanted to find a convenience store to buy a drink. But after just a few steps, he ran into someone he knew. Ryuka herself was not sure if she was trying to stay awake or just happened to run into him. So they walked together, Ryuka speaking up as they went. Today was really fun. Manato nodded softly. I do not think we can relax like this easily. After all, we have been fighting non-stop all this time. Ryuka glanced at the person walking beside her, noticing a ring on Ryuka's finger. She assumed Ryuka was dating Manato, but Ryuka really wanted to deny it. She did not believe they were dating because Manato had said he was not seeing anyone. Lost in her thoughts, she finally could not hold back and spoke up. Hey, can I ask you something? Manato frowned slightly. Are you trying to ask about my strength again? That is not it. Ryuka shook her head gently to deny. Taking a deep breath, she hesitated before asking, what kind of person do you like? Manato was a bit surprised, but quickly replied, I have never really thought about that. Ryuka pressed even more urgently, asking specifically among the three of us. Or something like that. Manato thought for a moment before speaking. Maybe it is all of you. And upon hearing this, Ryuka was immediately stunned. Minato looked up at the starry sky and smiled, saying, you are all very cute and charming, and also hardworking and diligent. I like people who always try their best. This was not the answer Ryuka wanted, so she kept pressing, is not that different from a romantic relationship? Minato frowned in confusion. I thought they were quite similar. But now that I think about it, maybe I like you the most. Ryuka immediately froze, and after a long moment, there was no response. Minato did not notice and kept talking. You have always been sincere, serious, and kind since we met, and above all, you always give your best. Then he turned to look at Ryuka, who had not reacted yet, smiled, and said, Ryuka, I really like you. Those three words really like you made Ryuka blush with embarrassment, and she just sat down on the ground. Seeing this, Manato panicked and shouted, are you okay? What is wrong? Ryuka did not respond, quietly happy inside. She knew Manato did not mean it romantically, but it still made her feel happy, and she thought she truly liked him, while everyone was cheerful. Sugo at the police station was deeply troubled as things were heating up. The wave of criticism against the magical nobility is growing, and calls for the magical task force to handle natural disasters and monster threats are gaining support. Minato is rising like a storm. At the same time, the reputation of the dark sorcerers is also increasing, and it seems a confrontation is brewing. Instead of cooling down, the situation is getting tenser. What should be done now? At the same time, at the international airport, a flight from abroad had just landed in Japan. A sharp voice came from inside the airport, saying that things seemed to have become even more chaotic while we were away. Hearing this, another deep voice responded, those weaklings really are. The owner of the sharp voice earlier was the leader of the Hayamari clan, a magic noble, Homura Haneda. She now spoke with dissatisfaction, saying that if she had been there, everything would have been resolved quickly. The other person is the head of the Kachi clan, Kachiriku, who is also not very happy. A week later, at Minato's house, Ruka is happily cooking in the kitchen. Minato sat in the living room, unable to hold back a sigh, saying we came back earlier than I expected. Ruka heard this and slowly spoke up. It seems the magic task force has gotten involved in the media, and the school is also lending a hand. Minato said with relief, smirking, finally we can breathe a little easier. While they were talking, Ruka poked her head out of the kitchen and called out loudly, help me carry these plates. Minato immediately nodded and said, all right, leave it to me. Shortly after, a hearty meal was laid out on the table. Ruka asked while eating, tomorrow is the first day back at school, but are you sure everything will be okay? Manato replied frankly, the police and the school are on our side, so the attention on the magic task force must have decreased. Right? You thought everyone would lose interest soon enough and just ignore it. But when Minato got to school, he realized how foolish he had been. A group of female students surrounded him, asking for his phone number, his ideal type, and all sorts of things. Meanwhile, Ruka was surrounded by a group of male students. Of course, neither Ruka nor Igi were exceptions. They used to attract attention wherever they went, but after that incident, they drew even more eyes. Ruka, with her queen bee image, did not care and went straight into Manato's classroom without making a fuss. Sorry to bother you, we came to invite you to lunch, but it seems a bit chaotic today. Manato smirked and said you are exaggerating a bit. Ruka reluctantly explained that she heard it was still pretty mild. I heard it used to be even worse when outsiders first came in. But Ryuji has gotten used to this kind of noise thanks to Ruka. While everyone was admiring the enthusiasm, Ruka suddenly spoke up. And I, we are out of toilet paper. Maybe we should do some shopping on the way back. Manato replied casually. We can also buy some more salt. You have wanted to buy it for a long time. Right, Ruka suddenly called out. Ruka was at a loss for words. Everyone overheard the conversation between Ruka and Ryuji and immediately started whispering excitedly, which startled Ruka. She quickly pushed the two others to leave, saying, anyway, let us go up to the rooftop. On the rooftop, the four of them were eating as usual, and after hearing the story from the three, Manato and Ryuji exclaimed in shock, what? You are living at Kusanagi's house. He thought they were dating, but maybe not. Normally he would object, but since it is Minato, it is probably fine. Thinking of this, Ryuji looked at Ruka and said, "If you need help, just tell me, I will do my best to support you." Ruka nodded softly and replied, "I really appreciate that," and she thanked him. Ryuji glanced at Manato and said, "Amen Kusanagi. Honestly, forget the formalities. Can I just call you Minato?" Manato did not hesitate and nodded. "Sure, call me whatever you want." Ruka spoke happily about the issue, but on the other hand, she was very confused, unsure how to bring it up. Meanwhile, Ruka kept thinking, this is a serious matter, living together and all that, but she quickly shook her head in denial. They had not done anything wrong. Thinking this, Ruka glanced at Minato, her eyes showing a hint of shyness, unsure if Manato ever felt embarrassed about this. Manato had no idea about Ruka's restless thoughts. He was happily chatting with Ryuji. The long day passed as usual. The three of them ate, then each went about their own tasks before cramming into one room to sleep. Of course, the two sisters, Ruka, slept on the bed while Manato slept on the floor. But even though it was late at night, Ruka's eyes remained wide open. She could not fall asleep. Ruka glanced at the two people beside her, wondering how they could sleep so peacefully. Was she the only one troubled by this? The more she thought about it, the more frustrated she became. She turned to a corner, closed her eyes in irritation, and tried to fall asleep. Not long after, she fell asleep. As Ruka was about to sleep, someone opened their eyes. It was Ruka, who still could not fall asleep. Ruka shared the same question as herself. How could the two people beside her sleep while she could not? Was she the only one feeling uneasy? Ruka still was not used to sleeping in the same room as Minato. Thinking this, she sat up, not understanding why she felt so tense or why this matter troubled her so much. Ruka glanced at Minato lying on the floor. He had peacefully fallen asleep, and in the blink of an eye, Ruka's cheeks flushed red. In the end, she could not hold back and buried her face in the blanket. Ruka kept thinking about how to address Minato casually, until the next morning, on the way to school. She was still lost in thought. While Riki had already started calling Minato by name, Ruka is the only one left who still calls him Kusanagi. So when will be the right time to change how she addresses him? Why is she hesitating like this? Why is she so reluctant? She should call him Minato comfortably. He would not mind at all. Thinking of this, Ruka took a deep breath, wanting to speak, but the words got stuck and she could not say them, leaving Minato confused. Embarrassed, she changed the subject and wished us a good day, making Minato even more puzzled, muttering to himself, "What is going on? Why all of a sudden?" Minato reluctantly held his head, silently blaming himself, wondering why she could not just say it. By lunchtime, on the rooftop, Ruka tried hard to use Minato's nickname, but in the end, she still could not say it. All day long she acted like that, suddenly calling Minato, then saying some confusing things. Ruka's strange behavior lasted the whole day, leaving Minato confused and unsure of what was going on. By night, lying in bed, Yukika kept tossing and turning, unable to sleep, always avoiding it, even though she could have spoken up long ago. Ruka thought she had never been that cowardly before. A restless night passed like that, and the four of them went to school as usual. Only Ruka lagged behind. Silent, Minato sensed something was wrong, came over and asked, "What is wrong? Do you just feel unwell?" Ruka shook her head slightly and replied, "I've Kusanagi." Minato heard that name, blinked at her, and coldly said, "It is not Kusanagi." Ruka could not help but smile. Looking at him with delight, Minato spoke slowly. "We are not strangers, you know, so do not call me Kusanagi anymore." Ruka, his words made Ruka look up sharply. After a moment, she turned away, hiding her embarrassment, and muttered softly, "If you insist like that, then maybe I can change too. Minato." With that, the smile finally returned to her beautiful face. On another front, the magical nobility held a meeting due to recent events. Hinata spoke up impatiently, saying the status of the noble mages is under threat. She said everything was because of the rise of the magic task force, and for the sake of a mysterious person. They could not just stand by. Riku raised his eyebrows when he heard this and muttered, "But how should their captain Kusanagi Minato deal with him?" Hinata nodded slightly, glanced at the person across and said, "I agree. What do you think about this?" Toshiro was of course present. He thought for a moment before speaking. "I only follow the will of the master." This attitude made Hinata dissatisfied and speak loudly. "You are still as quiet as always. Do not you have anything to say?" Toshiro hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. "It seems Kusanagi, Minato does not recognize me," which surprised Minato a little. In a low voice, he wondered if he might also be unaware of our existence. Toshiro nodded slightly, saying that was very likely. Riku blinked and looked at the two, hesitating as he asked, "Then we need to test him. He might be valuable." Hinata agreed, speaking fiercely, "If he is a threat, we will eliminate him." Toshiro listened to them and showed a look of helplessness, saying nothing more. As for Minato, he naturally had no idea about any of this, as he was in the police station's classroom. Minato pointed at the map and said the next genius will strike Osaka. The geniuses still follow the same pattern as 50 years ago, except for smaller ones. Rukang overheard and chimed in, It has already been spread across the media. Ruka nodded in agreement. The appearances may be similar, but the frequency has clearly decreased significantly. Karin hesitated and said from below, we cannot predict when the next genius will strike. Even the police can only maintain a state of alertness. Matt nodded. Manato spoke frankly. Disaster response efforts are currently facing many difficulties, but in other areas there are no specialized teams like the Magic Task Force. Just as he finished speaking, Sugo suddenly laughed loudly. Ha, I guessed you would say that. Kusanagi Manato. Manato looked at him in shock, not understanding what he was planning. Smirking proudly, Sugo said, the truth is we are in the process of forming a second magic task force in Osaka. Upon hearing this, the Rika's group below immediately froze. Incredulous. Asking back, a second team. Really? With a serious face, Sugo nodded and smiled happily. That is right, cooperating with the National Defense Forces and police to improve disaster response efforts, and in fact, they even asked us to train them. Saying this, he looked at Manato and smiled flatteringly, asking, you will go, right? Kusanagi Manato, with a light sigh, Manato reluctantly said, you always lead the conversation in such a roundabout way. Fine, I have no reason to refuse. Sugo happily cheered. Wonderful. Actually there is someone waiting for you there. Someone who survived the great calamity 50 years ago and is also one of the few craftsmen who make equipment to fight monsters. Shizuku. Hearing this name, Manato immediately reacted. It was too familiar to him. Sugo did not notice the change in Manato's expression and kept smiling, saying she was very interested in meeting him, and there was no need to feel pressured. Manato shook his head slightly and said calmly, no, I will go meet her. Sugo smiled with satisfaction. It is good to hear you say that. After all, Takagami is the one who designed the uniforms for the Magic Task Force. Manato said nothing, lost in many thoughts about the name Shizuku. Sugo finally noticed Manato's unusual behavior but did not know why. In the afternoon, Manato carried his suitcase to the airport, ready to fly to Osaka. With the three Yuka seeing him off, standing in front of the airport, Manato smiled and said, all right, I'm off. The three Yuka members nodded slightly. Then each said goodbye to him. Manato suddenly remembered something and quickly said, oh right, Shizuku gave this to you. Saying that, he took out several bracelets from his pocket and handed them to them. The three Yukas were confused but still put them on as Manato requested. Manato narrowed his eyes and warned them, you need to wear these until I come back. No matter what, do not take them off. The three quickly replied, okay. Manato nodded with satisfaction but still spoke with some worry. You 1T have any problems without me? Right. Yuka smiled softly and replied, we have become stronger now. Just go head to Osaka without worry. Yuka and Ryuji also agreed with her words. Hearing that, Manato finally left with peace of mind, waving goodbye to the three of them. Alright, fine, I trust you all. Soon after, Manato boarded the plane, plopped down in his seat, and sighed in relief, finally able to sit down. Everything was just like the flight to Hawaii, but the security was definitely tight. But putting that aside, he just felt like this seat was a bit strange. Sugo really had arranged everything in the best way. Manato arrived in Osaka without having to worry about anything. Just grab his suitcase and go. At this moment, Manato noticed two people who had just boarded the plane. It was Anata and Rika, whether by accident or on purpose. They were on the same flight as Minato. Although seated far apart, their eyes kept watching Minato. This made him suspicious. Who were they? Magicians perhaps? They seemed quite strong. It appeared there were quite a few like them on this flight, but with such tight security, nothing should go wrong, and soon after, another good person boarded the plane, but Minato no longer cared. Before long, the plane finally took off. Because he was in business class, Minato was served a lavish meal, and his eyes immediately lit up. The food looked so delicious that Minato ignored everything else and just ate to his heart's content. At the same time, a few men on the plane were constantly watching the passengers, seemingly plotting something sinister. Then, a red-haired man wearing glasses suddenly got up from his seat. He brushed past Minato's seat, but he did not pay attention, enjoying the delicious food and the beautiful view. Sometimes relaxing like this is not bad, but it seems Manato won't be able to enjoy it all. Sure enough. Shortly after, a few robbers took the flight attendants hostage and shouted loudly for everyone to stay still. Not only that, the other passengers were also held captive. Even Minato is being watched by a sorcerer, so this is probably a hijacking. But they do not know that on this plane is the top-ranked sorcerer on the server. Manato, along with two noble sorcerers, Hinata and Riki. They are so cowardly to stoop that low, robbing without any shame. Minato glanced at the hijackers before him, deep in thought these are illegal mages. And there are 10 of them. If we take down each of them one by one, the passengers will be in danger, and casting high-level magic could destroy the entire plane, so you probably can't handle this alone. Meanwhile, the terrified passengers scream loudly, making the robbers angry and shout, do I even allow you to talk? Do you want to die or what? There are children on the plane too. A scared child clings to his father. crying nonstop. "Dad, I am so scared," and the father can only soothe him softly. "It is okay, my dear." At that moment, the gang leader shouted fiercely, "Our demand is simple. Release the members of Black Rebellion." No one answered, silence filled the air, and the leader shouted again, "We will not tolerate the unfair treatment of mages. You criminals." He gave a 5-minute deadline to contact those on the ground and demand the release of their comrades, or they would start killing the hostages one by one. The captain in front immediately scowled upon hearing the robbers' threat. In the passenger cabin, Manato was silently thinking there was not much time left. What should he do now? At the same time, Manato was very uncomfortable. Riku remained silent, but his expression was grim. Both of them simultaneously unleashed their magic power. Manato sensed their magic power, furrowed his brow slightly, and seemed ready to move. The two others noticed his gaze and looked over at the same time. At the same time, the bandits noticed Manato and quickly warned him, "Hey you, if you make one more move, we will kill you." But before they could finish, Hinata and Riku had already acted. Without hesitation, the two of them punched the two nearby men. Ricky used something wrapped in his black cloth to strike hard at another robber's face. Then he rushed forward, but when he arrived, he saw Manato had already dealt with the nearby bandits. The three stood there looking at each other, all alert in their eyes, and Hinata gave a slight nod. Immediately, all three of them ran off together. Seeing them, the bandits instantly panicked, but before he could react, he was punched by Minato, sending the bandit flying far away. Riku was no less fierce, drawing his sword from its sheath and beginning to slaughter the pirates. Hinata did not hesitate either, rushing forward with the speed of the wind, swiftly gliding past the passengers' seats. One of the men immediately took a magical attack, but moving too slowly, Hinata kicked him in the head and neck as she approached, coldly scolding, "Hurry up, you guys can't do this." Seeing them rise up to attack, the leader immediately threatened, "Enough, I have had enough. If it has come to this, then they will all die together." He said he would kill them all. As he spoke, the magic in the leader's hand pressed against the female passenger. But before he could act, Hinata charged fiercely, kicking him flying, while the cold boy sneered. Too slow, Hinata then punched another thief. Smirking. Too weak. Riku also took down the last one. Speaking coldly. Too knave. In the blink of an eye, the three of them had defeated all the pirates. The passengers were stunned by the scene, but they quickly reacted, realizing they were saved, and everyone rejoiced, beginning to cheer. Hinata ignored them and walked up to the leader. Speaking coldly. How pathetic. Let us settle this now. Just then, Manato suddenly noticed something and shouted out, but it was not over yet. Hinata was startled, wondering what was going on, but Manato did not explain and immediately ran off, heading straight into the cockpit. Sure enough, inside a robber was threatening the captain with a gun, and seeing them approach, he shouted a warning not to come any closer or he would take action. But none of the three were afraid. Hinata gritted her teeth in anger, holding her mouth as if to die. She immediately rushed at the robber and punched him, and although the gun was fired, the captain was unharmed because Manato had created a protective barrier. But at this moment, his expression was not very good. He furrowed his brows and muttered, "It is not stable." As soon as Manato finished speaking, the captain's control began to shake, the plane began to tilt, all three Manato struggled to stand, and the passengers outside also lost their balance. Inside the cockpit, Hinata asked in frustration, "What is going on?" The captain replied hoarsely, "The system is not responding. The radio is broken too. If this continues, we are going to crash." Hinata panicked and shouted, "What did you just say? Damn it. Do something." While in confusion, the airplane window was suddenly crushed. The external suction made it difficult for everyone inside the cockpit to maintain balance. The co-pilot next to me soon started shivering. "It is so cold. We will freeze to death before the plane crashes." Hinata could not help but panic and shout, "This is serious. What the hell are we supposed to do now?" Riku helplessly said, "We might as well die together." Hinata immediately scolded in frustration, "Do not say such scary things. You idiot. Damn it. Is there really no way out?" Riku nodded slightly, his eyes full of despair. "Yes." The co-pilot was panicking, crying uncontrollably, saying it was impossible, there was no cure, it was over, we were all going to die. But in the midst of despair filling the cockpit, Manato suddenly spoke up, saying there was no problem. Hearing this, the co-pilot immediately asked suspiciously, "What do you mean? No problem. We are all going to die." Manato looked at him confidently, smirked, and said, "I will save everyone." The co-pilot looked at him in disbelief. "No way. This is not something an ordinary person can do. It is all over. We are going to die." Manato looked back at him and started crying, sighing helplessly. Immediately after, Manato went to the window, and this action made the captain shout in panic, "Hey, what are you doing?" But Manato did not answer and jumped straight outside. Seeing this, Hinata hurried over, shouting in panic, "That kid is running off alone." But at that moment, the plane suddenly lurched. Then it cut through the wind and plunged straight down. The captain sensed this immediately and was shocked, saying, "We are diving at a dizzying speed. If we keep this pace, the plane will crash into the ground in just a few minutes." Passengers outside felt the plane diving and began to panic, screaming, their desperate cries echoing through the cabin. The girl clung to her father's chest, crying out in fear. The captain in the cockpit struggled to hold the controls tightly, but the plane kept plunging forward, now very close to the vast ocean. In an instant, it suddenly changed direction, then soared up into the sky. The captain looked at the data in front of him in confusion, murmuring in doubt, "The speed has started to stabilize. Are we saved? What just happened?" Inata seemed to realize something, mumbling with a slight smile, "It is him, he did it." Manato was now at the tail of the plane, alone holding up the entire aircraft. Manato created a shield with immense magical power, enhanced his strength with magical energy, and used the wind element to adjust the plane's trajectory. It was his first time supporting an entire plane like this, truly a great challenge for him. But fortunately, he succeeded. The captain learned the reason and shouted in disbelief, "It is unbelievable. We are thousands of meters above the ground, not to mention the plane weighs 230 tons. Can one person really do this?" Inata could not help but marvel. "Captain Manato Kusanagi of the Magic Task Force, we are traveling with an unimaginable monster." After a turbulent storm, the flight attendant finally announced the passengers were safe. Everyone on the plane finally breathed a sigh of relief. They were saved at last. The little girl who was still scared earlier asked innocently, "Dad, are we safe now?" The father immediately nodded to reassure her, saying, "Okay, do not worry anymore." But at this moment, the captain was still quite worried, pursing his lips and muttering, "We still can't be at ease." The landing system was not working, so the safe landing depended on him. And of course, Manato single-handedly supported the plane from behind. When it got close to the ground, he created a barrier, finally allowing it to land safely. Manato bit his lip fiercely, his fingers trembling slightly. He skidded a long way down the runway. And though it was tough, it was still safe. Manato let out a sigh of relief. He finally landed. The passengers on this flight narrowly escaped death and joyfully embraced each other. The captain was very grateful to Manato. From the cockpit, he looked down, smiled, and thanked him. Captain Kusanagi, Hinata and Riku quietly watched Manato from the plane, their thoughts unknown. After a while, at the airport exit, a group of reporters surrounded Manato, bombarding him with questions. He sighed helplessly. It was the same kind of trouble as always. Fortunately, the airport security helped block the reporters. Manato was only able to escape them and was escorted by security to meet Shizuku. But before he could meet her, someone else blocked his way. It was Hinata and Riku. Hinata frowned at Manato, lips parted, clearly impressed by what he had just done. Shrugging indifferently, Manato declined to comment, saying it was not exactly like that. Before he could even finish, Hinata already showed her displeasure. "Are you teasing us?" Riku spoke up with praise. "That was truly an impressive spell." Manato praised them as well, saying the two of them were not bad at all. The conversation gradually became awkward, making Hinata lose patience. "You brushed it off and said fine. Do your best, Captain Manato Kusanagi of the Special Magic Task Force. We will meet again." Then Hinata left with Riku, and Minato watched their backs without saying a word. A few hours later, in a villa in the heart of Osaka, an old lady stood gazing out the window, looking at the photos on the shelf. Just then, there was a knock at the door, followed by a voice reporting, "Madam, you have a visitor. Please come in," the old woman said faintly as she put the photo down. Shortly after, the servant led Minato inside. Seeing him, the old lady immediately smiled and said, "I have been waiting for you." Kusanagi Minato. Then, the two sat down at the table, and the old lady spoke slowly. "The reason I wanted to meet you is simple. I have a proposal for you." Minato's achievements are truly impressive, and his magic closely resembles that of her teacher and ally, Ichikami Minato, but void magic is a rare type of magic, one that Ichikami Minato mastered perfectly. However, it is difficult to cast and only a few mages can perform it correctly, often considered not very effective. Minato was able to use that magic. The old woman asked who had taught him and how he could use the same kind of magic as Ichikami Minato, but at that moment, Minato suddenly burst out laughing, leaving the old woman confused. Squinting at her, Minato smiled softly and said, "Oh my, you really have not changed at all. Shizuku, once something catches your interest, you jump right in, do not you?" So this old lady is Shizuku, the person Minato needed to meet when he came to Osaka. Shizuku looked at him confused and asked skeptically, "Have we met before?" Minato smiled unconsciously and replied frankly, "Yes. So many times I can't count. It is obvious since I can use Ichikami's magic." Minato did not hide it either and honestly said that he was Ichikami Minato, which left Shizuku stunned and speechless for a moment. But very quickly, Shizuku reacted and sighed reluctantly. She spoke slowly, saying that there have been many similar cases before, where people claimed to have a connection to Ichikami Minato and tried to get close to him. Relatives, friends, spiritual connections. even illegitimate children, but Shizuku had never imagined someone would claim to be Ichikami Minato himself. Saying this, she stood up from her chair and spoke with disappointment. I am sorry if this seems rude. I reached out to you first. But could you leave now? It is just that Minato remained calm, sitting there coldly, and said, recently, I met a pair of siblings. The younger one has an Ichikami doll. Shizuku looked at him suspiciously and asked, so what? Minato smiled and said, you were the one who said that, right? That you wanted to be a doll like me. Shizuku recalled the past and asked in shock, how did you know about that? Minato put on a matter-of-fact expression and smiled, saying, as you said, my doll can make the children healthier, and until now Ichikami Minato has been protecting everyone. Shizuku looked at him in disbelief, murmuring in confusion, did this really happen? Are you really Ichikami? Minato asked reluctantly, so, you still do not believe me? Then let me tell you another story. Shizuku quickly returned to her seat, confirming once again what Minato had just said. In just a moment, her face changed color repeatedly. Minato kept repeating the old story, the one only the two of them knew. Shizuku listened silently, finally unable to hold back a smile, saying, it really is you. Minato was a bit reluctant. His lips parted but no words came out. Finally willing to believe me, Shizuku objected stubbornly. After all, reincarnation is hard to accept. Oh dear. You were always different, but this time it is truly unbelievable. She sighed deeply. After your death and the great catastrophe, everything became so difficult. Minato looked intently at Shizuku, unsure what to say about the events from 50 years ago. But before he could speak, Shizuku smiled and said, I am truly glad to see you again. Really? Minato smiled back and nodded quietly. What started as a meeting between senior and junior had become a reunion of two friends. At this moment, Minato spoke up again. Shizuku, you know exactly what has happened over the past 50 years, the loss of magical knowledge and the weakening of the mages. There is nothing but misinformation about Ichikami Minato and the rise of the current magical nobles. So he asked Shizuku what exactly had happened. Minato really wanted to know what happened 50 years ago. Shizuku hesitated for a moment, then sighed deeply and apologized. But at that moment, Shizuku's phone suddenly rang, and her eyes narrowed sharply. Seeing this, Minato asked with concern, is something wrong? Shizuku seemed to be hiding something, hesitated and shook her head. It is nothing, it is late now. Let us continue the conversation tomorrow. Since you are here, please stay overnight. Minato did not suspect anything and went to the room Shizuku had prepared to rest. But at midnight, someone quietly entered his room, carrying a sword. The person who came was Riku, quietly approaching the bed, intending to attack Minato. Without hesitation, he swung his sword down, but when he saw the scene below, Riku immediately froze. There was no one there, and Minato was standing beside the bed, smiling playfully. How rude to attack someone while they are in bed. You are the one I met this afternoon, are not you? Riku did not answer, glaring at him silently before attacking again. However, Minato dodged it, despite Riku's incredible speed, but in a moment of distraction, Riku kicked him, causing him to crash into the window. Minato was pushed out into the yard, but Riku did not stop and unleashed a level 1 magic attack on him. Not daring to be careless, Minato created a shield to block it. Sure enough, Riku's magical attack was blocked by this barrier, but he did not stop, aggressively swinging his sword, and Minato's barrier was cut in half. Manato quickly stepped back a few paces. He squinted at the sword in Riku's hand and said excitedly, "That is a good blade. It cut right through my magic barrier. That is anti-magic gear." Yet Riku remained silent, not uttering a single word. Shrugging indifferently, Manato smiled and said, "Silence is golden. Right, asking why attacked is probably pointless. Well then, let us have a little fun," he said as he unleashed his own magical power. Riku showed no sign of backing down either, gripping his sword tightly and staying alive. A glint of excitement appeared in Manato's eyes. His opponent was on his level, and he wanted to play along a little. But before anyone could act, a sharp voice rang out. "Enough." It was Hinata speaking, and she was there too. Not too surprised, Manato calmly spoke up, "I know you are involved too." Hinata narrowed her eyes at him, coldly smiling. "Do not resist anymore. Kusanagi Minato, we have hostages in our hands. You have a lot of friends in Tokyo, do not you?" Then Hinata showed him a video, which contained footage of Ryuji's house and Minato's house, where the two sisters Mizuho were staying temporarily, guarded by several men in black. Minato frowned immediately and asked suspiciously, "What do you want to do?" Hinata smiled openly and said, "First let me introduce ourselves. I am a magic noble and the leader of the Hamurai clan. Hamurai Hinata." After speaking, she pressed her hand to Riku's body. Seeing this, Riku also slowly introduced himself, a magic noble and leader of the Kachi clan. Kachi Riku. After the introduction, Hinata quickly stated her purpose. "We have a request. Join us. As a magic noble, Minato will gain fame and status. Even wealth, power, and women. Anything you want, but most importantly, can you protect your friends? After all, Their orders are absolute. She told Manato to think carefully, because even if he escapes this time, he will still be hunted by those lifelong magic nobles. Manato did not respond, only silently listened. Hinata continued to threaten. You may be the strongest person in the world, but when you eat, bathe, sleep, or are away from your friends like now, can you still protect them? Answer me. Manato did not hesitate and replied. I refuse. Hearing this, Hinata remained unfazed and coldly warned. Is that so? For a noble cause, sacrificing a little is inevitable. Teach him a lesson he will never forget, so he never dares to insult again. The moment the order was given, the group entering Ryuji and Ruka's house immediately took action. At the same time, all three of their rings suddenly lit up. A surge of magical energy burst forth as well. Seeing this, the group in black could not help but panic. In an instant, the magic transformed into an illusion, this shadow clearly belonging to Manato, and immediately after, it began to slowly advance toward the group of men in black. There was no movement on the other side, and Hinata finally began to panic. Shouting urgently, Hey, what is going on? Answer me. Unfortunately, no one can answer anymore. That surge of magic power has captured the entire group of people in black. Then, they crushed them right on the spot without alerting anyone. Riku quickly realized something and muttered. They have been wiped out. Hinata looked at Manato in shock and asked anxiously, What did you do? Shrugging indifferently, Manato seemed to say, You should have expected this to happen, unless you are a bunch of fools. Hearing this, fire of anger ignited in Hinata's eyes. She snapped irritably, What a complicated pest. But I have to admit, handling the robbery and hostage situation was not bad. Senra, you have passed the first test. Manato raised his eyebrows and asked suspiciously, The robbery was also arranged by you. Hinata shook her head in denial. That was unexpected. We would never do something so foolish. So let us move on to the second challenge. As soon as those words were spoken, Hinata and Riku simultaneously unleashed their magic power. Minato glanced at them coldly and said, I want to retreat if possible. Don't even dream it. Hinata shouted, rushing forward with Riku right behind her. Hinata wildly kicked at Manato, but to her surprise, he blocked it. Hinata's entire body was thrown backward, but she did not back down and quickly recovered to launch her fire magic attack. With a muffled sound, the blazing flames exploded, smoke and fire filling the sky. But when the fire died down, Manato was still standing there, completely unscathed. At that moment, Riku arrived wielding a sword. The blade aimed sharply at Manato's neck, but blocked by a layer of barrier. He smirked and joked, Oh, if it were anyone else, they would have been dead long ago. This careless attitude made Hinata upset, and she shouted fiercely, Do not be so arrogant. Immediately after, a pillar of fire appeared, its heat threatening to burn everything to ashes. But Minnow showed no fear. He calmly fought back, the raging water surging forward, and he sneered with contempt. Magic spells are no match for me. With a sound, the two forces clashed fiercely. But true to nature's law, fire met water and was quickly extinguished. Hinata saw this and immediately flew into a rage, gritting her teeth as she said, It is just as rumored. You cast magic without incantations and countered it with a level 3 spell. Are you mocking my magic? At that moment, Riku quickly rushed forward, swinging his sword at Manato, but his speed was too slow. Manato used sky magic to dodge and kept mocking him, saying he could not fully unleash his power on the ground. So why not try the hilltop? You are being way too confident. Hinata was furious, then quickly flew up to the mid-hill. With Riku right behind her, Hinata faced Manato, gritting her teeth and muttering, Maybe we have underestimated you. No more holding back. As she finished speaking, she and Riku simultaneously cast their spells, fire and water magic appearing in an instant. They shouted in unison, My attack will destroy everything. The blazing magical flame wildly charged towards Manato in an instant. Beside it, a massive boulder was about to crush him. Hinata seemed confident of victory, and spoke proudly, Magic has the power to destroy half a city. Do you really think you can withstand it? In the blink of an eye the fairy magic, and the giant boulder merged into one like a meteor about to crash down on Earth. Yet Manato remained completely unharmed. Sneering. Immediately after, he was hit by a level 7 void magic called Death to stop him. In an instant, powerful surge of magic enveloped the magic flame and the giant rock. Within 3 seconds, they completely vanished into thin air. This scene left Hinata and Riku speechless. Smirking, Manato seemed to say, Of course, I simply dissolved and dispersed the magical energy. Hinata looked at him in disbelief, growing more frustrated. This is cheating. I won except. You are out. Everything so far was just a joke. Now I will show my true power. Saying that, she unleashed her magic power once again. But Minato did not pay attention to her because he had noticed something appearing. Even Hinata and Riku felt it and screamed in terror. This energy, it has arrived. Minato looked up at the sky, which was now covered in a blood-red hue, signaling a disaster descending upon this place. He furrowed his brow in silence. Too many things happening at once. Definitely not a coincidence. The three of them now headed together toward the disaster. Manato did not even bother to change clothes before getting ready to run, but Hinata was furious. Are you kidding me? Who cares about that disaster? I will crush you right here and now. Right after that, she wildly charged at Manato again, but Riku behind her reached out and pulled her back. He sternly reminded them not to forget our mission. Hinata gritted her teeth in frustration but ultimately stopped attacking Minato. Manato was not afraid of them either. He calmly said, "Sorry, but our battle must be postponed. I will deal with the disaster first." Then, Minato glanced toward the distant Dotonbori, which, if he remembered correctly, had been abandoned and left in ruins since the great disaster 50 years ago. Even without a disaster, the monsters kept emerging, and Minato thought no one would come here unless they were completely foolish. Manato quickly ran toward the area, using magic to scan around, and saw that many monsters were appearing. If left unchecked, they could invade human residential areas, and dealing with them alone would be very difficult. While you were worried, Riku appeared beside you and quietly said, "We will give you a hand." Hearing this, Minato nodded and said, "Thank you, I really appreciate it. Did not you try to kill me?" Riku shook his head slightly and replied frankly, "We were just testing you, and you passed, that is all." Hinata was unusually quiet, staying close behind the two of them. Manato did not pay much attention, just feeling a bit reflective. His problems just kept piling up. Very quickly after that, they reached the place where the monsters were invading. There were beasts and demon soldiers, constantly launching attacks on humans. Hinata landed from the air, her voice cold as she said it was time to hunt. Without hesitation, she unleashed her fire magic, burning the monsters in front of her. On this side, Riku was also not idle, his sword swinging continuously, slaying many monsters. Manato was even more relentless, casting a barrage of spells. In the blink of an eye, countless fairy magic forces appeared in the air, relentlessly charging forward to kill the monsters. Manato looked down, planning to handle the little ones while waiting for the boss, but at that moment, he suddenly saw a solitary figure within the ruined city, a middle-aged man walking quickly with a cane. Manato hurriedly ran over, deeply worried, apologizing for the trouble and asking if he was okay, but there was no answer, so he followed behind the man, warning that this place was dangerous and suggesting they should take him somewhere safer. Saying that, Manato reached out and grabbed the man's hand, but at that moment, the man suddenly turned his head and locked eyes with him. Startling Manato, the man, feeling embarrassed, quickly spoke up, thanking him for his concern and saying he was fine, not to worry about him. Then he left. Manato watched the man's retreating figure, feeling puzzled why a man pretending to be him would wander here. Besides, he looked very familiar. Who exactly was he? The man walked straight outside where a car was waiting. He got in and ordered the driver to leave. After a while, the police and defense forces arrived at the scene. They also joined in the fight against the monsters. Seeing this, Manato could not help but feel moved. They responded quickly and were ready to face disasters as Sugo had said, though they still lacked experience. At that moment, police officer saw Manato and hurriedly shouted, "What are you doing here? This is a dangerous place." But when he saw his face, his attitude changed. "Kusanagi Manato from the Magic Task Force. The day has finally come. How we're leaving." While he was speaking, a demon beast rushed in, but luckily Manato burned it to ashes with his fire magic. Manato continued to ask about our current situation, and the officer replied briefly that the police and Steve have sealed off the area around Dotonbori, prioritizing the safety of the people. However, they are still unprepared to counter the boss, and their forces are insufficient to deal with it. Hearing this, Manato spoke up to reassure them. "Do not worry, I am here." His words put everyone at ease. Manato smiled softly and said, "I am not the only one here." The police officers looked up in surprise and indeed saw Riku and Hinata fighting the monsters. They exclaimed in shock, "The Noble Magic Clan. Is not that the Hamurai and Kachizo families? The Special Magic Task Force working with the Noble Magic Clan." But no matter what, they felt much more confident with 3 Minatos here. They were sure they would win, but at that moment, a massive surge of magical energy suddenly filled the air, causing everyone to panic. The police muttered anxiously, "What is happening?" Their bodies feeling heavy and burdened. Everyone turned their eyes toward the flow of magical energy. Where a figure had silently appeared, it was the demon general. The monster had arrived. Seeing it, the officers here were immediately terrified. "No way. This creature has the power to destroy the entire city of Osaka. We cannot possibly win." But at that moment, Manato suddenly stepped forward, excitedly saying, "Finally, you have decided to show up." Hearing this, the police were immediately alarmed. This can't be. They are facing the demon general. How can he be so calm? But before Manato could act, Hinata shouted, "That is our prey, stand back and watch." And immediately she and Riku charged forward together. Manato sighed helplessly. They were faster than him. Well, they would surely handle an opponent like that. The two of them quickly closed in on the demon general's position. Hinata spoke excitedly, "It is fine. I will take my anger out on you," and Riku nodded in agreement. I will take you down right here. Anata quickly recovered her magic and shouted, I will blow you to pieces. Even Riku was not idle, creating a massive boulder. In the blink of an eye, the fiery flames and the boulder charged wildly toward the demon general. The demon general showed no sign of hesitation. Raising his hand to form magical circles, a level 5 fire magic was unleashed, and a giant sun appeared. The intense heat forced Riku and Hinata to step back, and even the police could not help but dodge, leaving only Manato standing calmly. When the brilliant light faded, the demon general still stood tall, with the ground around it shattered within a 10-meter radius. Seeing this, Hinata and Riku were terrified it had counterattacked, and the magic was truly terrifying. At that moment, the demon general spoke with contempt. Weak humans, is there not a single worthy mage among you? Hearing its voice, the surrounding officers immediately panicked. It can speak. I heard they have higher intelligence than ordinary monsters. But like this, Manato glanced at them, silently thinking that if they were just low-intelligence monsters, they might be less panicked. But if the enemy is intelligent, it is understandable that they would feel fear. Of course, there are exceptions, Hinata shouted angrily. Do you think I am an idiot? I will burn you to ashes. I will put all my strength into this. As soon as she finished speaking, all her magical power was unleashed. Even Riku was far from idle, gripping his sword tightly while maintaining an 8th-level magic barrier called the Space Blade, a secret technique of the Kaichi clan. Seeing this scene, Manato immediately shouted excitedly, this is the original spell clone. No one answered him. Hinata and Riku shouted together, this time you are definitely going to die. The demon general spoke coldly, an impressive magical power indeed. Hinata sneered, so you finally realized it, but the demon general just smirked and replied, I am not talking to. He was referring to Manato standing in the distance, sensing the strong magic power radiating from him. Riku and Hinata had no idea who it was referring to, but they were furious, charging wildly forward, shouting in anger at anyone who dared to underestimate them. Those bastards. Hinata created an illusion of a wind chieftain carrying flames and struck down. However, the demon general still managed to defend, and at that moment, Riku also charged with his sword, but the demon general vanished in an instant, only to reappear behind Riku. Immediately after, it started to fight back, with Riku and Hinata working together to defend, but the demon general was too strong, gradually pushing them back. Meanwhile, in the sky, composite magic circles suddenly appeared. This is level 6 fusion magic, the Raging Firestorm. The Raging Firestorm swept across, putting heavy pressure on Riku and Hinata. Before long, they collapsed to the ground. Without hesitation, the two quickly stood up, ready to coordinate their attack once again, but Manato stepped forward and said, leave the rest to me. Hinata said irritably, you can possibly fight it. Even we noble mages can do it. Riku glanced at her and suggested, running away is not a bad option either, but Manato paid no attention, slowly stepped forward and said coldly, stay calm, a monster like that is no problem for me. These words stunned Riku. Could not he see that powerful magical energy? Hinata was furious, shouting angrily, damn it, this can be, I won except. She said she could not let that person lose face and needed to prove her worth. Riku watched this scene feeling a bit helpless. Manato did not care what they thought and quickly stepped in front of the demon general, smiling and saying, it seems I have kept you waiting. The demon general stared at him intently and said coldly, incredible magical energy, so who are you? Shrugging indifferently, Manato smirked and said, do I really have to answer that question? The demon general was not surprised either. Calmly speaking, perhaps not. Dealing with people like you is worthless to us. Hearing this, Manato could not help but smile, his eyes filled with excitement. The demon general did not back down either. Slowly speaking, then unleash your full power. As soon as the words left its mouth, it lunged toward Manato. You remained calm and steadily unleashed your magic power. The demon general frantically attacked you, but its shadowy claws hit an invisible barrier and could not harm Manato at all. But Hinata outside could not see clearly and thought Manato had been hit, smiling smugly and saying, see, I told you, you can do anything. You can beat the demon general. Just as she finished speaking, she saw Manato move and throw a punch back at the demon general. You stood there proudly, speaking coldly. It was really frustrating. Riku and Hinata could not help but be shocked. None of those attacks caused him any harm, but very quickly, Riku realized that just defending was useless. With such strong defense, how could they possibly harm the demon general? At the same time, Manato was thinking about a spell he wanted to try, but now was not the time. Just using a random spell was enough. Thinking quickly, Manato cast a level 9 spell called Luminous Light. Seeing this, Hinata could not help but exclaim level 9 magic. Level 8 is already our limit. Ignoring their reactions, Manato remained focused on casting the spell. In the blink of an eye, beams of Liu Kuang shot wildly through the air. Immediately after, they enveloped the demon general's body. By the time the luminous rays faded, the demon general's body had turned to fragments. The police outside watched in stunned silence. Is it over already? He defeated an enemy that even noble mages struggled to fight. It is unbelievable. Immediately after, they quickly ran towards Manato, continuously praising him. Manato paid no attention and walked up to the two of them, smiling and saying, "See, that was nothing for me." Inata bit his lip fiercely, his eyes filled with resentment. He had won, and won so easily. They were no match for him. And in their current state, they could not do anything. Seeing they did not answer, Manato asked again, "Do you want to continue from where we left off?" Riku immediately shook his head and replied, "No, we have lost. You have passed the challenge." Manato narrowed his eyes and raised his brow, asking, "You are going to explain everything right now, are not you?" Riku nodded slightly and replied, "Of course. For this matter, we need one more person." Manato heard this and glanced back. Seeing Shizuku approaching, she looked at him and asked suspiciously, "Have you known everything all along?" Manato nodded slightly and replied, "Of course. You know you can't hide anything from me." Manato said she needed to explain a bit about why she tried to test him, why the mages have been weakening over the past 50 years, and why she decided to cooperate with the noble mages. Shizuku heard Minato's continuous questions, a look of resignation appearing in her eyes. After a while, Shizuku took Manato and the three others back to her home. Manato sat across from her, speaking coldly. "All right then, tell me the whole story. Shizuku, you know about these people, right?" Shizuku nodded slightly. "Yes. I even knew you would be attacked." Manato frowned and asked, "Tell me why." Hearing this question, Riku and Inata outside remained silent. After a long moment, Riku slowly spoke. "We wanted to see if you would use your power for personal gain, to prove that you truly have the ability." Manato, still confused, asked, "Is that why you dragged my teammates into this test?" Riku shook his head slightly and replied, "It was just a warning. We had no intention of harming anyone." Manato demanded to know why he still did it, and Riku slowly answered each question one by one. He and his team had become a threat to the magical nobility, which was a dangerous situation for Japan. Manato was unconvinced and retorted, "That is the consequence of your irresponsibility. The special magic team never intended to offend the magic nobility. It was you who interfered in our affairs." Inata heard this and immediately wanted to lash out, but Riku quickly stopped him, saying, "Fine, he is right. He knows well that when the first disaster struck, the nobles turned a blind eye, and he has to admit their response was slow, but the world still needs the magical nobility." Manato sighed and looked at Riku, neither refuting nor agreeing. It was then that Shizuku spoke up, saying the root of this problem began 50 years ago. It started with his passing, which led to the current situation in Japan and ultimately the rise of the magical nobility, with the loss of many mages, including Ichikami Minato, and the disappearance of most demon generals. The number of illegal mages in Japan increased. During the disaster, both the people and the self-defense forces were exhausted, making control impossible and turning Japan into an autonomous country. The legal mages fought bravely to stop the evil mages, but Japan was on the brink of collapse, and everyone was tired and lost faith in the future. Everyone was shaken by Ichikami Minato's death. He was the hope of the people, but he was gone. At this, Shizuku sighed helplessly, and the remaining mages carefully pondered how to rebuild Japan and restore the people's faith. Shizuku's face was filled with sorrow. Hearing this, Manato immediately understood and said coldly, "So the noble magic faction was established." Shizuku nodded slightly in agreement. "Exactly. They created a clear force, the magical nobility, to regain the trust of the people. They believed that with a new hero like Ichikami Manato, Japan could return to peace. The power of mages at that time was very dangerous, so the magical nobility confiscated all spellbooks and related documents across the country. They accepted talented mages, and if not, they would kill them all to monopolize magical knowledge and skills." Shizuku spoke reluctantly as a law was enforced throughout Japan. At that time, all rumors or traditions of magic were banned, and Japan gradually returned to peace, resulting in mages becoming weaker. Manato nodded clearly. The police gradually fell behind in technology and knowledge. This is a common story. You still remember the situation 50 years ago, when many civilians and mages died in the disaster and many used magic for evil purposes. It is easy to imagine what would happen if you died. But Manato did not trust the nobility either and asked skeptically, "Do the magical nobles really have the power to do those things?" Hearing this, Shizuku glanced quickly at the two people, Riku standing in the distance. After hesitating for a long moment, she quietly asked, "Do you still remember Miumi Haifumi?" Manato nodded slightly and replied, "I remember. He was my student. He always had issues with Manato, a pathetic guy. Loud, but you can't deny he was talented." Shizuku whispered, "He is now the chairman of Miu Miu Company, a major corporation in Japan, gaining fame as the heir to the Miu Miu Group, and he has been supporting the magical nobility since then." Hearing this, Manato nodded clearly. "I understand, connecting to the global economy, which implies politics, but I did not know he was the heir to the group." Smiling involuntarily, Shizuku said resignedly, "How you are still the same, not chasing wealth, fame, or money, you only care about magic and the people." Shrugging indifferently, Minato smirked slightly. You do not see much of a problem. Shizuku glanced at the two Riku once again, after a long pause. She continued, Japan has the lowest number of mages in the world. They used to be the top when England was still Ichikami Minato, but now they are no longer like that. Hinata immediately retorted with frustration. Japan became peaceful thanks to our predecessors. And that has never changed. Minato glanced at her and smirked, asking, So what is your next plan if the disaster happens again? The question left Hinata stunned, unsure of what to do. Riku hesitated for a long moment before speaking. Back then, we thought the disaster would not happen again, and even if it did, we believed the police could handle it, and in the worst case, the magical nobility could take care of everything. With a light snort, Minato scolded in frustration. All those theories are wrong, and Riku immediately shrank back in silence. He then glanced at Shizuku and asked, You already know everything about this, do not you? Shizuku. Yes, I have been involved since 50 years ago. Shizuku nodded softly, but I am not part of the magical nobility. My power and influence are not as strong as theirs. Now I am just a weapon maker fighting against monsters. Manato frowned deeply upon hearing this. So this is the truth from 50 years ago: the magical nobility, the decline of magic users, the lack of knowledge about magic, and many disasters, along with the reasons behind them. But is this the whole truth? Thinking this, Manato squinted at Shizuku and asked, You have told me everything, right? Shizuku could not help but nod and quickly said, Yes, there are no more secrets. Rikyu and the other two also looked at him with tears in their eyes but said nothing. Minato glanced at all three of them and sighed helplessly after a long moment. You spoke up and suggested ending the discussion here, saying you had a proposal. Hinata raised an eyebrow skeptically. A proposal, Minato said bluntly. Why do not we form a team? Which annoyed Hinata. Minato ignored it and continued. Consider it a partnership. I am not saying I am limiting everyone. You have seen from the last disaster, cooperation is necessary. Hearing this, Hinata immediately responded with a cold sarcasm. Does the hero Kusanagi Minato need our help? Minato paid no mind to this and calmly explained. I have my limits too. It would be great if the magic noble class joined us. We can overcome any disaster. No one objects to helping the people after all. Rikyu hesitated for a long moment before speaking up. An invitation we cannot refuse. We cannot defeat the demon leader, so we have no choice but to rely on you. At that moment, Takami also spoke up, offering to join, saying that in his own way, he could craft weapons. Minato of course did not refuse, nodding with a smile and saying thank you to both of them. Then, the three of them all looked toward Hinata. In Hinata's eyes there was a lot of resentment, but then she loudly complained, Fine, you want us to cooperate, right? Hinata said in return that Minato better not bring this up again, or she would knock his head if he complained. Minato nodded without hesitation and said, All right. I understand, and you two stop taking hostages, Hinata replied coldly. Got it. And so, the special magic squad and the magic nobility became allies, marking the first time in 50 years that the magic nobility cooperated with others. Minato suddenly remembered something and whispered, Now that I think about it, why do I feel like I forgot something? Maybe it is just my imagination. The thing he forgot was the group of people in black who were defeated at Ryuji's house and the two Yuka sisters. After seeing them, they were very surprised and did not understand what was happening. The next day, the local police academy in Osaka, when they learned Minato was there, a group of people came over to greet him, saying, Hello, Captain Kusanagi Minato. Minato was intimidated by their enthusiasm, unsure how to respond. Just then, a stern voice shouted, Line up, you are no longer students. Hearing the sound, the whole group straightened up and lined up neatly. A middle-aged man quickly stepped forward and apologized, saying that Captain Kusanagi was truly embarrassed for the police force to have people like this acting so childish. Minato looked at them in confusion, nodding and muttering. Right, the man continued speaking. But it was understandable what the special magic team showed during the disaster was so impressive that even I wanted to join this training. After hearing that, Minato sighed reluctantly. Not only were the police in the yard, but there was also a crowd outside, all eager to see Minato. But Minato paid little attention and began training the police in the yard. As soon as he finished speaking, all the officers simultaneously cast first-level magic at him. During training, a few female officers secretly glanced at Minato. He rubbed his head helplessly. It seemed the rumors were true. They did not seem very interested. But at least they were passionate. But he wanted to go easy on them, and so a group of police officers endured a day of torture. No different from hell, Minato stood outside like a demon drill sergeant, shouting loudly, This is training to strengthen your body and power. Run and feel the magic. Think of yourself as relying on it. They kept running like that, running until their heads and bodies were soaked with sweat, cries and groans echoing across the training ground. Minato paid no attention, smiling devilishly as he said, Stay calm. I have healing magic. Just keep training comfortably. If you are hurt, I will heal you. So stop complaining and keep running. The enemy does not care about your problems. The group ran on in despair, gritting their teeth as they went. 1 week later, all the police officers in training could feel the magic power. Minato nodded with satisfaction. Everyone did very well, and the others were completely different from a week ago. You told them to keep training even when you are not here because they are the peacekeepers of Osaka. Hearing this, the police here were deeply moved, and some could not hold back their tears. Manato ignored them, turned away, and left the rest to his team. After that, the magical power of the Osaka police force improved, matching that of the Tokyo team. Manato felt he should return to Tokyo, or else he would have to deal with the press conference later. A few days after, the media quickly reported that the special magic team and the noble magic families Hamurai and Keiichi would cooperate. The media quickly exploded, and everyone began to talk about this. People all across Japan are paying attention to what is behind it. Even the students still in school are paying attention to this. But one thing that made the media suspicious was why the head of the Mizuha family did not appear at the press conference. And what are these noble magicians thinking? Since when did Japan become united to fight against disaster? Meanwhile, at the Tokyo Police Department, Minato glanced at the two behind him and asked suspiciously, "You two have not been able to contact the fake master?" Ruka nodded softly and replied, "Yeah, we have tried many times," she said helplessly. "Once again, we have been abandoned by him." Minato frowned slightly and said, "I am a bit worried that the head of your family has not shown up yet." Ruka wanted to say, "We thought he would come if we agreed to cooperate with the Hamurai and Kachi families." Minato remained silent and thought, if there were no issues between the two sides, then the problem between Ruka and her father should be resolved. But Toshiro stayed quiet, so maybe he should look into it. Minato just stood there without saying a word, while the two sisters watched him intently. After a while, Ruka suddenly spoke excitedly. "We heard you were very successful in Osaka." Ruka nodded slightly in agreement. "Yes, we are very proud of you." Minato smiled faintly, wanting to say there was nothing but trouble coming his way. While the three were talking, Sugo quietly observed Minato. When he was not around, the sorcerer did not appear, and he could not help but suspect that Minato was the sorcerer. But if Minato is a bad sorcerer, Sugo will have to capture him. He really does not want this to happen and can only hope his suspicions are wrong. This afternoon, Minato quietly left alone again. It is rare to see all three of Ruka busy, and going home alone is fine, but on the way back, you were suddenly stopped. As servants of the Mizuha family, they bowed to you respectfully and said, "Kusanagi Minato, we have come to take you home." A moment later, at the Mizuha family mansion, Toshiro glared at Minato and asked angrily, "I heard my daughter is living with you. If you have bad intentions toward her, I will end you right here." As he finished speaking, he unleashed his magical power. Minato was at a loss for words, sighed and said, "But we are just friends." Toshiro frowned slightly and continued to question, "You won't lay a finger on her, right?" Minato calmly nodded. "I won't do that to my friend." He did not expect Toshiro to call him here just out of concern for his daughter. Guessing that he still had the instincts of a father, while Minato was thinking, Toshiro suddenly called out, "Come here," and the two quickly went outside. Toshiro stood in the air and coldly suggested, "Let us have a match." Minato nodded without hesitation and agreed. "All right, I do not mind." Seeing you agree, Toshiro unleashed the magic power from his body. Minato did not hold back either, and his strong magic power quickly spread out. Toshiro really wanted to fight him, immediately casting a level 7 spell to attack, a wild black water wave rushing forward. Minato did not dare to be careless and also cast a level 7 spell to counter. With a splash, two powerful energy waves collided, and the two quickly landed from the sky. Toshiro squinted at Minato. Unable to help but admire him, he could counter the weakness of water magic with an equal level of harmony magic. "You are strong. I trust you with my daughter." With that, he brushed past Minato. Minato watched Toshiro's retreating figure, unsure of what he was thinking. Elsewhere, in a large house, Akuto was so furious he smashed everything around him. He screamed in madness, "You all are useless. Chrono is still alive and well, but that is enough. I will kill anyone who stands in my way." Then he pointed at the person beside him and demanded fiercely, "Will you fulfill my request?" Toshiro nodded slightly and replied, "Rest assured, I will eliminate the black magic user." Akuto glared at him, coldly declaring, "I will wage an all-out war between the Black Rebellion and the remnants of the Dark Arts. Just you wait, Dark Arts remnants." The next day, in the classroom, Minato was once again surrounded by a group of female students as usual. He was truly helpless, and things were even more troublesome than before. Ruka was going through the same thing, with more and more students crowding around her. And this caught the attention of another group of female students. They were extremely resentful that Ruka was so admired. Ruia finally could not stand being asked repeatedly and made an excuse to run off, saying she needed to use the bathroom. She ran out into the hallway and finally let out a small sigh, saying she was used to things like this, but it was really exhausting having them constantly follow her. Just then, a group of female students blocked Ruka, led by a red-haired girl who raised an eyebrow and asked, "Mizuha, are you trying to start a fight?" After that, they found a hidden corner of the school. Clearly nothing good was going to happen. The red-haired girl pressed Ruka against the wall with her foot. She shouted fiercely, "You are really lucky. Do you know that someone like you making it into the special magic team Just because you are from the noble world does not mean you deserve special treatment. The blue-haired girl next to her also joined in the criticism, saying she must have done something shady to get in, that she's been corrupt since she was little. Hearing this, Ruka could not help but shout back, I got it on my own abilities. I was trained for this. Why would I have to stoop to something like that? With a scoff, the red-haired girl frowned and said, so you mean you do not like Kusanagi? You do not accept him as your boyfriend? Right, people in the noble magic circles do not dare lie. Do they? Ruka heard the accusation and immediately fell silent, unsure how to respond. Just then, Manato appeared and shouted loudly, what are you all doing here? His shout startled the 3 female students. The red-haired girl hurriedly explained, we were dissatisfied with Mizuha, that someone from the noble class was treated so well. The blue-haired girl also nodded in agreement. She probably took advantage of her connections. Seeing Manato remain silent, the red-haired girl grew even more arrogant. She arrogantly questioned, surely you are supporting her too. No surprise from someone as powerful as you. It is so unfair. The more Dai heard these accusations, unable to defend herself even once. She was always like that, never flinching before challenges to her abilities. Manato frowned, staring at her silently for a long moment. The 3 of them became even more smug, laughing and saying they might do even better if they were part of the team. Hearing this, Manato could not help but give a cold smile. Immediately after, he spoke coldly, I see you are very enthusiastic. Fine. I will let you join the special magic team training. Manato said they would be accepted once they complete the training. In the blink of an eye, the 3 girls instantly became excited, constantly proclaiming they would surpass everyone. Daika watched this scene as if trapped in an ice cave, unsure of what to do. In the afternoon, at the police training ground, Manato led the 3 girls there and clearly announced that they would start training from today. Ryuji squinted at them. The sergeant spoke up, saying he had never seen them before, and Ruka nodded in agreement, noting that they did not seem very disciplined and their strength appeared lacking. Daika was confused and did not know what to say. Manato really planned to let them join, but quickly she forced herself to stay focused. All she needed to do now was to do what had to be done. The 3 girls still had no idea what awaited them ahead, still excited and chatting happily, but their conversation made Ruka unhappy. They seemed to take this lightly, and Ryuji muttered in displeasure, what is wrong with them? Manato knew what the 2 were worried about and spoke plainly. Right now, do not think about anything else. They need this training. The red-haired girl did not think about training at all. She was just happy to be close to Manato. But her happiness did not last long once the training started. Even breathing became difficult, let alone paying attention to Manato. Unfortunately, Manato did not notice and kept running ahead, urging everyone to train harder, telling them to run like their lives depended on it. The enemy does not care about you, so imagine a monster chasing you from behind. Ruka's group was used to this. They kept running forward, but the 3 girls could not. They started complaining after a short run. After running, Manato had them do push-ups, and the 3 girls could not last long before collapsing. Next was magic training, and by this point, the 3 of them had decided they had to escape or they would die. But before they could get far, a hand pulled them back. Manato smiled wickedly and said, where do you think you are going? This is just the beginning. In the end, the 3 of them could not take it anymore and started crying. No normal person could train like this. This is torture. You are doing this to hurt us on purpose. Look at them. Manato did not pay attention and just pointed to the distance. Then he slowly said, at first they could not endure it, but they improved day by day to reach the strength they have now. The 3 of them immediately looked ugly when they heard him speak, but Manato did not care and continued, saying Daika always works hard and keeps moving forward, still believing she has no flaws. By the time he said this, his tone had become harsh, yet some still thought she got in easily. Appearance and connections had nothing to do with it. As he spoke, he stepped in front of the red-haired girl, making her tremble with fear. Manato showed no mercy, coldly continuing, Daika is a very important friend to me, and I will not forgive anyone who tries to hurt her. The 3 of them instinctively flinched. Tears began to fall. And finally, unable to hold back, they turned and ran away, begging for mercy. Manato watched their backs and sighed helplessly. Damn, they are really cowardly. They could have continued if they were willing to train. Ryuji came up beside him, murmuring in confusion, what is wrong with those girls? Shrugging, Manato smirked and replied, do not worry about it. They are just pathetic. At the same time, Daika finally understood why Manato allowed those people to join the training. In the afternoon, after practice, on the way home, Daika gratefully said, I heard what you said back there. Thank you for standing by me. Then she gave him a genuinely sincere smile. Manato said bluntly, I think showing them the reality like this will make them less arrogant and stop the nonsense. But Daika still smiled happily and said, you just told me not to worry about that. Right? Manato nodded confused. Yes, that is right. Daika was truly happy at that moment. She muttered softly, but you know, I also consider you someone important. is that Somino quietly misses you but does not seem to pay much attention. Dai Kai knows being important to him is a different kind of thing, but for her now this is enough. One day, when she gains enough strength to be right beside Minato, at that time, Dai Kai will become very strong. And thinking of this, she suddenly quickened her pace, with a playful tone. She said, I will be strong enough to defeat you, Minato, so get ready. Saying that, Dai turned to look at Minato and smiled brightly. The next day, the disaster struck again, monsters rampaging and destroying everything. Immediately, a few figures appeared at the scene. It was Minato and Hinata as well. Upon hearing the disaster alert, they rushed here quickly and then worked together to handle the disaster, with hot-headed Hinata charging ahead first. Minato had no choice but to quickly follow behind. The two swiftly used magic to eliminate the monsters. Seeing this scene, the fleeing citizens could not help but feel moved. It was truly wonderful that the special magic team and the noble mages were actually working together, and with the cooperation of the special magic team, the reputation of the noble magic class was gradually being restored. The trend is that the dark mages are eliminating illegal sorcerers, while the special magic team handles disasters and monsters. The magic team operates a special type of enterprise focused on students as its core, and some people think of it as a police organization, frequently delaying responses, causing increasing criticism of the police. Meanwhile, at a city hospital, a boy about 9 years old lies in a hospital bed, his eyes tightly shut. At that moment, the hospital room window suddenly opened and someone quietly slipped inside. It was Minato, using healing magic to treat the boy lying on the bed. In the blink of an eye, the boy's body was enveloped in magical energy. Healing magic does not work on those in a coma, but Minato hoped it would help both his body and mind. It had been a long time with no change. Even though Minato kept healing her continuously, it seemed the healing magic had no effect. But remembering Leona's desperate look, and knowing this boy was her brother, he could not help but furrow his brow. Minato was determined not to give up, but at that moment, a noise outside startled him. It was Leona, pushing the door open and stepping in, but Leona suddenly sensed something, furrowing her brow and muttering to herself. Feeling like someone was here, maybe she was just imagining it. She was not wrong, Minato was really here. But before she could see him, he had already jumped out the window. Leona walked over to her brother's bed and softly asked how he was feeling, though she probably already knew the answer without asking. Then she began telling him stories about the singing mage. Leona said the mage is an amazing person. His magic is absolute. He is proactive and reliable. She has never met anyone like Minato before. After a while of talking about Minato, Leona started to speak hesitantly. But you know, he can be a bit mean sometimes. She said this because Minato forced her to train for a long time. He was strict and very fierce. At that moment, Leona suddenly burst out laughing. But within that laughter was a trace of sorrow. Her hand resting on the bed kept trembling uncontrollably. Luna pressed her lips and muttered, I won't give up. I will make sure no one suffers like you did. She promised she would overthrow Black Rebellion at any cost. Luna bowed her head, her figure filled with sorrow. She reached out to gently stroke Kai's pale face lying on the hospital bed. After a long moment, she finally muttered softly, Day. Luna stayed by Kai's side all night like that. Manato quickly left the hospital, and that night, at a warehouse, he arrived at the meeting spot to see Leona. But a few strangers showed up, making him confused and ask, Who are they? Leona cheerfully explained that these were his teammates. Manato, upon hearing this, immediately felt annoyed and asked where he found these people. Shrugging indifferently, Leona smiled and replied, I did not find them myself. They found each other. I posted your pictures and videos online to see if they would contact me. Minato immediately understood the situation and nodded, realizing how it was, seeing him silent. Leona continued, Don't worry, I have verified their identities and taken photos. They are trustworthy. Right now, everyone present is cheering excitedly. This really is Chrono, the mage in the flesh. Seeing this, Minato frowned and said flatly, I am here to train you all. I won't hold back anymore. Get ready. Hearing this, everyone shouted excitedly, We are ready. No matter how we look, we are confident in ourselves. Smiling faintly, Minato said, I am really looking forward to it. And in less than an hour, they were all down. Minato's brutal training was too overwhelming. He even complained, You are all useless. Train like your life depends on it. Although the newcomers were very passionate at first, their dedication was clear, and they made significant progress under Minato's guidance. A new strategy team specializing in intelligence gathering and manipulation was formed. The strike team targeted and destroyed Black Rebellion's bases. The dark mages gained support from underground organizations, and Minato's power continued to grow. At the police station, this information naturally reached them. During their break, they could not help but discuss how the Black Rebellion's dens had been severely affected. Is this the feud between the illegal sorcerers? Some see the sorcerers as a neutral faction. Sugo was also there, and hearing these words, his expression grew darker and darker. That so-called neutrality is nonsense. Those illegal mages are just criminals, and he won't let them continue like this. On Akuto's side, he was also very angry, gritting his teeth and snarling, daring to challenge and look down on us like this again. I won't hold back anymore. Just then, a subordinate came to report. Boss, everything is ready, Akuto angrily shouted. Too slow, a bunch of useless fools. I will close in on them and kill them all myself. Just wait. Kusanagi Minato. Chrono, despite the shocking news outside, everyone at the police station is still training hard. Throughout that time, Sugo quietly observed Minato, recognizing him as an exceptional person. Yet he could not help but suspect that Minato might be Chrono, based on Minato's age, abilities, and the timing of his appearance. It was hard for Sugo not to be suspicious. He wants to believe that Minato is not a dark sorcerer. While Sugo was lost in thought, the three Yuka stood before Minato, each apologizing profusely. Minato looked at the broken bracelets in his hand. A bit startled, Yuka hurriedly explained, "We tried to fix them." But before she could finish, Minato interrupted softly, "It is okay, do not worry. They just exceeded the limit. It seems like a newcomer like you can't craft weapons to defeat monsters. You should still ask Shizuku." At this moment, Ryuji complained, "I can't say I like this," and Yuka muttered in frustration, "I think they will be activated at night to test us." And Yuka could not accept sneaking into the house like that at night. Seeing their displeasure, Minato quickly spoke up, "I am uncomfortable too, but considering future cooperation with them is necessary. Sorry, but can everyone just let this go?" With that, the three of them nodded without hesitation. Yuka suddenly remembered something and hurriedly spoke up, saying she just recalled that the magic rules back then acted a bit strange. "I was not attacked by magic, but they seemed unaware of the situation they were facing." Minato slowly explained that magic causes chaos, absorbing power and memories. So they do not remember what happened after the magic was used on them. Seeing they were fine, he quickly suggested, "Alright, training is over, let us go home." However, the three people Yuka said they were busy and then split up to go separately. Minato felt a bit reluctant, but he said nothing. Just then, Sugo approached and offered, "Kusanagi, let me give you a ride home." Minato did not refuse and got into Sugo's car to go home. Sugo sat in the driver's seat and spoke slowly. Recently, the mage has been expanding his influence. Minato could not help but raise his eyebrows and say, "Are you still suspicious of me?" Sugo neither denied nor confirmed it. He just gave a faint smile and said, "Chrono is an exceptional person, and I think you, in the same position, will realize it someday." Shrugging indifferently, Minato seemed to say, "I do not know anything," and Sugo squinted at him. Asking suspiciously, "What is wrong?" Minato calmly asked, "Is this Chrono guy really a bad person? I have not seen or heard him do anything wrong." Sugo did not hesitate and replied, "As far as I know, he is a good person, but he is still a criminal." Hearing that, Manato asked confused, "Why?" Sugo hesitated for a moment. The cars lined up by the roadside, and the air inside the car fell silent. After a while, he finally answered, "My father was a police officer, a man who upheld justice. He was an exceptional man, and he once had a happy and proud family." Sugo's father used to say that criminals are also human, with a conscience. And if you are honest with them, they will understand. When Sugo was young, he respected him for that and wanted to become a police officer like him in the future. But Sugo's father was killed while trying to negotiate with a criminal who was holding hostages. But he cast magic on Sugo's father. For someone who did not know how to use magic like him, he collapsed immediately. The more Sugo spoke, the angrier he became, biting his lip until it bled. Yinjiang said he was too stubborn with his beliefs, trusting criminals only to be cruelly betrayed by them. That guy was charged with robbery and murder and was arrested. And when asked why he killed Sugo's father, every time Sugo remembers it, his anger flares up. The hero roared loudly, "Nonsense. It says it is scared. The ones who should be scared are the victims. My father, who was murdered, even killed for no good reason. Sugo will never forgive people like that. Criminals are all just the same scum." He said that even if someone is saved, criminals do not deserve forgiveness. In the end, Sugo could not hold back and buried his head in the steering wheel, muttering, "My father, what is all this supposed to prove?" Manato stood silently by his side, listening without a word. If Sugo had shared so much, it must have affected him deeply. After a moment, Sugo realized he had overstepped, quickly apologized, and said he would rely on him once again tomorrow. After saying that, Sugo ran off again, dropped Minato off at his house, and carried his worries back with him. The next morning at the Magic Academy, Yuka and her sister were waiting for Minato, but he never showed up, leaving them a bit frustrated. Meanwhile, Minato was running frantically down the street. It was just that when passing by a building, two guys were lurking around, clearly not good people. At that moment, the screen on the building started losing signal. When the signal returned, Akuto appeared on the screen, boldly declaring that this broadcast had been taken over by Black Rebellion. The people around immediately grew anxious upon seeing him, but some people also recognized Akuto and began whispering, "Is Nani Kuroi, the former magic noble?" Kudo had taken over the broadcast, boldly declaring that the special magic team in Chrono had a surprise for them. He announced that Black Rebellion had planted bombs all over Japan, warning the police against rash actions, or he would detonate them one by one. But as soon as he finished speaking, Akuto snapped his fingers. Instantly, deafening explosions rang out. Smoke and fire filled the sky, throwing the people into chaos. Rocks and earth began to fall, ready to crush everything to pieces. Fortunately, Manato was already there, using a magic shielding blade to protect the people. After escaping danger, the people hurriedly thanked him. At the same time, the police also received this information, but it was distorted. Sugo bit his lip angrily, as neither the police nor the special magic team could take action. Zuka is trying to contact Manato but can't reach him. She anxiously says, "I can't get through to Manato. What the hell is he doing?" Meanwhile, at the TV station, Akuto laughs triumphantly. "Chrono, you will have to go to the designated location alone. If you do not comply, I will detonate all the bombs at once. There is no way you will run away." "Right, Chrono." Manato looked up at the large screen in front of him, his face showing a hint of seriousness. By evening, Manato had put on the Black Mage uniform and arrived at the meeting place set by Akuto. Through the earpiece, Luna hesitated and asked, "This time the location is a warehouse at the port, once used as a hideout. Are you really going through with this?" Manato nodded slightly and replied, "Yeah, it will be fine." After a brief hesitation, Leona spoke anxiously. "Be careful. Chrono, do not die before us." Of course, Manato smiled unconsciously and replied confidently. After a while, he arrived at the designated warehouse. Although the warehouse was abandoned, it was still lit up at this time. A group of gangsters with dyed hair were gathered here, their battle-scarred faces not a good sign. As soon as Manato appeared, they surrounded him. Akuto stepped out from the crowd. Sneering coldly, "I have been waiting for you a long time, Chrono." Then he threw his head back and laughed loudly, saying he had waited a long time for the day to fight me again. He said the people here were top-tier mages with overwhelming power. The strongest of Black Rebellion were all here. With a cold sneer, Manato spoke lightly, "So if I defeat everyone here, will Black Rebellion be destroyed?" Hearing this, Akuto laughed loudly as if hearing a joke. His subordinates also mocked, saying, "Are you stupid? Acting like you alone can win." Akuto bit his lip fiercely, a murderous aura spreading around him. Snarling, "Damn it. That is how you deal with someone who underestimates you and ends up defeated. But I am not like that. I won't hold back. I will kill Chrono and never let my guard down." Manato sneered coldly and said sarcastically, "Do you really think you can do it?" Then he immediately charged forward. Seeing this, Akuto immediately laughed and said, "Come on, you can resist. You know that, otherwise I will blow up the city with a bomb. I wonder how many people will have to die." Manato's steps immediately faltered. Seeing this, Akuto became smug and shouted another order. "Kill him." In the blink of an eye, a barrage of magic rushed toward Manato but was stopped by the barrier. This made Akuto so frustrated he gritted his teeth. A magic barrier, that annoying bastard. His henchmen kept targeting Manato, but it was not long before they ran out of energy. Manato was not hurt at all, he said coldly. "Useless, and third-level magic has no effect on me." Akuto grew more and more furious, punched his subordinate, and shouted angrily, "All of you are useless. You did not even make it bleed." Manato could not help but curse under his breath. "You bastard." Akuto did not back down either, cold and ruthless. This bastard was ready to kill mercilessly. He said, "You are strong, with a huge amount of magic and high-level spells. Normally I would not stand a chance against you." Then Akuto pulled out a gun, grinning as he asked, "But what about this?" Manato was not too worried and said calmly that guns were useless against him. Yet, as soon as he finished speaking, a bullet grazed his face, leaving a small wound with fresh blood starting to flow. Akuto laughed proudly. "I want to see that expression on your face. This thing is enchanted with magic that can destroy all kinds of spells. It can pierce through anything, even the strongest magical barriers." Then he started shooting at Manato, who quickly dodged without hesitation. Seeing this, Akuto grumbled in dissatisfaction. "It has been a long time since I used a gun. It is not that impressive." But at that moment, he saw a surge of magical energy around Manato. In the blink of an eye, the wounds on his face had healed. Not only that, the other wounds on his body had also disappeared. Akuto's face immediately darkened. "Damn it. He is using healing magic, is not he?" Manato spoke plainly. "Do not lump them together. This is natural magic. It activates on its own without my permission. I do not resist it at all." Akuto bit his lip aggressively, but quickly calmed down and said, "Never mind. It is not important anymore. Healing 1T changed the situation, and it actually works to my advantage because I can hurt you many more times." With that, Akuto fired at Manato again. He squeezed and laughed triumphantly at the same time, asking if it hurt. "It must hurt a lot, right? Even if the wound heals, you will still feel the pain." But Akuto did not notice. The faces of his subordinates were now filled with panic, because Manato's wounds were only superficial and he had healing magic. They healed quickly. Just then, a sound came from inside Manato's hearing, and he immediately turned his head, saying, "All right. I understand." "Shut up." Akuto was furious. "How dare you talk to your comrades in front of the enemy? Why do you dare insult me like that? I have tolerated enough. I will kill you. But before he could act, Manato cast a level 5 spell. In the blink of an eye, the gale rose up inside the warehouse. They quickly surrounded the Black Rebellion members, then threw them out. By the time the cyclone faded, the others had been defeated. Akuto snarled fiercely, grabbed his phone to order the bomb to be detonated immediately. But the response on the other end shocked him, making him shout, "What did you say?" Manato spoke up then. "It is useless. All the bombs have been disabled by my allies." Akuto immediately panicked. Manato sneered, admitting it did hurt. "You know, but I will pay you back 100-fold. Akuto grew more and more furious, grinding his teeth fiercely. "Damn it. I will kill you." Just then, Sugo arrived with his group, shouting, "Enough already." Ruka glared at Akuto. Len shouted, "All the bombs have been neutralized." Ruka also warned, "Stop that useless interference immediately." Manato could not help but smirk. They arrived quickly. Could it be they were waiting nearby without being detected? Ruka looked at his back and whispered, "That is the Chrono Mage." "Right," Ryuji shouted excitedly. "His power is strong too." Only Karen here knew the person in front was Manato, and she was a bit worried. Did he really come here alone? They had to help him quickly. Manato saw they had arrived and immediately spoke up. "The situation has changed." Akuto sneered aggressively, his eyes full of anger. Just then, a figure stepped outside, a deep voice echoing, "It seems you have had a difficult time." Seeing him, the two sisters Ruka immediately panicked, because that person was Toshiro. Ruka could not help but question, "Why are you here?" "Father," she also asked angrily, "why are you standing with Tenku Roy?" Akuto smiled smugly and said, "Of course, it is because we are allies." These words made both Ruka and Ruka unable to believe it. Hong asked, "Does this make any sense?" "Father, what is going on?" Toshiro remained indifferent, coldly saying, "I have no obligation to tell you too." Until now, the two sisters Ruka still could not accept that their father, whom they always respected, was colluding with criminals from the underworld. But Sugo ignored this and rushed toward Minato, trying to grab him. Manato frowned slightly and asked in frustration, "Is this really the time to see me as the enemy?" Karen also spoke up, "Kusanagi is not here. We should cooperate." Ryuji nodded slightly in agreement. "Yeah, there is no time for misunderstandings now." Biting his lip, Sugo hesitated before agreeing. "All right, we will cooperate, but only this once." But just then, Minato suddenly shouted, "Dodge quickly." It seemed that at the same time, several grenades fell right in front of Sugo's group. With a bang, a deafening explosion rang out. Smoke and fire spread rapidly. Fortunately, Sugo's group managed to dodge in time. Ruka pressed her lips together and murmured, "This power is terrifying. This is no ordinary grenade." Minato could not help but speak up, surprised that besides guns, there were also anti-magic devices that could nullify magic. Yet Akuto just kept smiling, saying that was not all. Saying that, he tore open his shirt, revealing smoke and various weapons inside. While Ruka and her sister quietly watched their father, Ruka hesitated for a long time before speaking. She never thought she would have to fight against her own father. Reluctantly, Ruka asked, "Why did it have to come to this?" While the two were confused and unsure what to do, Toshiro cast a spell, sending a furious wave rushing toward them. Seeing this, Ruka immediately jumped in front of Ruka and cast a counter spell. Two waves of water quickly collided. However, Ruka's magic was weaker than Toshiro's, and her wave was shattered while Toshiro's wave surged straight toward Ruka and the other person. Fortunately, Ryuji quickly created a barrier to block the attack for them. Ruka narrowly escaped danger and gratefully looked at Ryuji. Thanking him, Ruka spoke up, thanking the two of them. Toshiro, without a hint of concern for his two daughters, spoke coldly, "The two of you have truly grown much stronger, and your teamwork is not bad, but compared to me, it is nothing." As he finished speaking, Toshiro's magical power erupted within him. Ruka could not help but panic. Such terrifying power. Ryuji also muttered in shock. Maybe it is on par with Manato, but at that moment, a confident step came forward. Ruka boldly declared, "Now we can take action. Before, we could not do anything, but now everything is different." Ruka nodded slightly in agreement. "That is right. We are stronger now. There is nothing to hesitate about." Ryuji also shouted excitedly, "We have overcome the harsh training sessions." Ruka squinted at Toshiro and confidently said, "I will defeat you, and then I will ask you about all of this." Immediately, the two sisters Ruka combined their magic. A level 7 spell appeared. A water column surged like a river gate. "To Knave," Toshiro coldly looked down on it. Next, he created a level 8 water magic, summoning its tsunami. A column of water clashed with the tsunami, with a splash and an explosion. Everything turned into tiny droplets falling down, soaking the entire group of Ruka. Toshiro stood in the water, coldly saying, "You can nullify my magic, but not completely. Both of you are still far from enough." Ruka lay on the ground, Unable to leave what he saw, could he really cast an 8th level spell? He was too strong. Akuto watched this scene with great satisfaction and laughed loudly. This was truly a one-sided battle of magic. Between them and us, he was now standing opposite Manato, holding a gun with a confident look, saying that even the great Chrono was useless against anti-magic devices, someone who had never faced a gun before, and above all, Akuto had a seasoned warrior on his side. So he believed Manato had no chance of winning and told him to start begging for his life. But Manato remained calm standing there, and Akuto became confused, not understanding why he acted that way. Manato ignored him and glanced at Ruka's group behind him. Seeing him ignore him, Akuto flew into a rage and shouted, "Do not be so arrogant," then fired at Manato. But this time, Manato did not stand still and take it, he quickly dodged. This scene left Akuto in disbelief, eyes wide open. Manato dodged every blade as if it were a mere feint, something no ordinary person could evade. So what about this? Seeing that guns were ineffective, Toshiro unleashed level 8 magic to attack. Powerful tsunami quickly surged before Minato, and at the same time, Akuto began to act. Drawing a knife from his body, he cast a level 5 dark magic shadow strike to join the fight, and in a flash, Akuto was behind Minato. Without hesitation, he swung his knife down, but Minato dodged it, and not giving up, Akuto started shooting again. Minato dodged once again. The bullets simply could not hit him. But what awaited him was Toshiro's tsunami. Not daring to let his guard down, Minato quickly created a shield to defend himself, while Toshiro pressed on, maintaining his magic. Minato stood there, protected by the blade barrier, the tsunami unable to reach him. Watching the battle between the two, Yuka's group could not help but be shocked. Were these fighters monsters or what? Just standing there, they already looked pathetic, and at this rate, they would not stand a chance against Minato. But Sugo was still intent on capturing Minato. If they attacked head-on, they had no chance of winning. But now that he was not paying attention to them, if the other mages gained the upper hand, they might find an opportunity to subdue him. Reinforcements will arrive soon, and then Akuto and Toshiro will be taken away. They will never get another chance if they miss this. Thinking this, Sugo immediately looked at Karen and said, "Sanada, we are going to attack Chrono." Karen looked at him anxiously. "But why?" Sugo spoke coldly. "He is only fighting for himself. He is a criminal mage. This is our chance to capture him." Karen hesitated, wanting to say something, but Sugo cut her off coldly. "Please. This is our chance." Karen furrowed her brow slightly, her eyes darting around as if deep in thought. After a moment, she stood up immediately, and Sugo eagerly asked, "She is going to do it, right?" As expected, Karen cast her magic. A stream of divine mana struck Manato directly, sending him flying out while he was fighting Akuto. Akuto laughed triumphantly at the scene, not surprised at all. Those cops really are useless. Seeing this, Sugo smiled with satisfaction. "Well done, now it is my turn." But looking closely, he saw Manato being healed by Karin's magic. Akuto was furious these cops even rescued Chrono, an illegal magic envoy. Manato was also a bit surprised. He can heal wounds and recover with passive magic. He does not need Karin's divine magic, no. She is probably just trying to show her feelings. Sugo did not believe Karin's explanation and asked why she was healing him, to which Karen calmly replied that he was fighting to protect us. Sugo immediately felt frustrated and thought, "What the hell is she talking about?" Karen angrily explained, "Do not you see? We can't even move and yet we are still alive. Why do you think he just stands in one place? It is because he is trying to protect us." She is right. Minato really is trying to protect them, but fearing Sugo still does not understand. Karen continued, "If it were not for him, we would have already become their target. That is why we can run away." Sugo stubbornly shook his head in denial, saying it was impossible. He was an illegal sorcerer. There was no way he would try to save the police. Karen grabbed his collar and shouted fiercely, "Have you forgotten why he is here? He came here alone to save everyone, and he has always fought for others." Hearing this, Sugo fell silent, his eyes shifting to Minato across the way. Indeed, he did not seem to move much. That is why he is covered in wounds. The illegal sorcerer really did that to protect them. And the more he thought about it, the harder it was to believe. Had he misunderstood? Although Minato is an illegal sorcerer, he is not like the others. Sugo might be avoiding the truth. At this moment, the three Vuka also struggled to rise from the ground. They did not care that their ally was a dark sorcerer they had to fight. Akuto was still laughing arrogantly, saying that it would not change anything. The Mesa's strength was about to run out. The three Vuka paid no mind and immediately began restoring their magic. Ruka shouted fiercely, "Though our strength is limited, it is all we can contribute." Meanwhile, Toshiro, who was already facing Minato, suddenly saw a wave rushing toward him, mixed with dart-shaped stones. Toshiro was stunned, quickly dodged, and immediately prepared to counterattack. But before he could do anything, Fire Demon wildly charged at him. Not daring to be careless, Toshiro cast a level 7 spell, creating a raging wave to block the Fire Demon. Toshiro frowned silently. He did not have many chances to attack the Dark Sorcerer. Even when targeting the magic team, Manato will also block the way, and with their seamless coordination, this is more than just a temporary response. Right now, the 3 VUCA members launch another attack. Ruka shouts fiercely, "At least we know how to hold them back." Karen is also using healing magic to support Manato. He is not fighting alone. Only Sugo remains silently standing there by himself. After hesitating for a long moment, he suddenly became resolute. He quickly joined the battle. This enraged Akuto, who shouted loudly, "You disgusting lot." Manato furrowed his brow in thought. Relying on the special magic team, Toshiro's attack seemed to weaken, making the battle easier to handle, but Akuto still refused to let him go, firing wildly in this direction while shouting nonstop, "You guys are such a nuisance. I will kill every last one of you with my bare hands." As usual, Manato dodged every bullet fired. Akuto stared in disbelief. "You dodged them all. What trick are you playing? Some kind of illusion or magic?" Manato replied coolly, "I am just dodging normally, no magic needed." Akuto scoffed. "Just dodging, don't you mess with me. This is not like in the movies." Shrugging indifferently, Manato seemed to say, "It has been a long time since I have faced a weapon soaked in poison without magic, and I have not even used my full strength yet." In an instant, Akuto's eyes grew cruel as he frantically fired at Manato again, but he still dodged it, speaking coolly again. "Useless. I have already read you." Akuto did not give up and pulled out a suitcase. He roared fiercely. "But what about this, an anti-magic device? A rocket launcher? Everyone will be blown to pieces by this." Yet before Akuto could react, Manato appeared behind him with a cold smile and said, "I am here." Akuto was stunned and asked in shock. The user can wield social attack, but Manato did not answer. He just muttered 2 words. "Cruel." Immediately, cursed magical energy entered Akuto's body, causing him to scream wildly. This is a special type of dark magic, unlike others, and Akuto will have to endure the pain for 3 days and 3 nights. Manato smiled wickedly and said, "A fitting punishment for people like you." Akuto lay on the ground in pain, his eyes filled with disbelief as he looked at him. But Manato did not care. He narrowed his eyes at Toshiro and said, "Now it is your turn." At the same time, Yuka's group here was also exhausted. Sitting on the ground gasping for breath, Manato smiled at them. "Well done. The rest is up to you." Then he looked at Toshiro and said, "All right, let us begin." Toshiro glanced at Manato for a long moment, then coldly raised his hand. He slowly spoke. "I surrender." Manato could not help but feel confused. "What do you mean?" Just then, Manato's earpiece suddenly picked up a voice. "Chrono, can you hear me?" Leona said she is in trouble. The police and the magic aristocracy are surrounding all Black Rebellion bases in Tokyo. She is sure they are up to something. Their information was leaked by Toshiro. Hearing this, Manato immediately understood the problem and squinted at Toshiro, asking if he was a spy infiltrating Black Rebellion. Toshiro just shrugged. "Something like that." But at that moment, Manato suddenly jolted and looked back. Akuto had somehow broken free from his magic, gritting his teeth and snarling, "You are messing with me, all of you. I will deal with you." Manato squinted at him, realizing he was breaking the curse with an anti-magic device. Akuto was furious, holding a remote control in his hand, going completely mad. "I will destroy everything. I will activate the bombs placed nearby." Hearing this, Ruka's group immediately panicked. "We have to run fast." But their bodies could not move. Immediately, Manato and Toshiro both sprang into action. Manato created a wall of fire to protect everyone. Even Toshiro created an ice wall to surround Ruka's group. Of course, he wanted to protect his 2 daughters. Ruka could not help but shiver because she had seen the sorcerer up close. But when he pressed the button, there was no sign of anything happening outside. Ruka could not help but mutter anxiously. Nothing happened. Akuto was equally shocked, muttering in frustration, "What is going on? I clearly planted bombs everywhere." Just then, Luna ran in from outside and spoke up. "Did not we say those bombs had been defused?" Akuto glanced at her, filled with rage. How could one of the Mage's subordinates dare to gather with the rest of you worthless worms? He had gone mad by now, shouting nonstop, "You worthless scum. Kneel, drop your guns, and obey me. The useless ones are just slaves working for me." Leon ignored his words and rushed forward to punch Akuto. Seeing him collapse, she finally let out a sigh of relief, thinking, "In the end, I managed to defend myself." Akuto still refused to accept the truth, muttering hoarsely, "You are all just being deceived. I am not the mastermind, just a pawn." How I just realized. Never mind, Akuto has passed out. Manato heard everything he said before fainting. He furrowed his brow quietly. Is there someone behind Black Rebellion? If so, what great conspiracy is unfolding here? Manato just stood there silently. But soon, he sensed that something, maybe the police were coming. Manato quickly lifted Leona up, and seeing him about to leave, Yuka hurriedly called out, "Wait," but Minato had already disappeared without a trace. The three of them watched him go with cold stares. He was gone like the wind. Just like him, Karen finally breathed a sigh of relief, truly grateful to Manato for protecting so many people. The next day, the news reported that Akuto, a former magical noble, had been arrested on charges including conspiracy to commit a crime. Hinata and Rikyu also happened to hear this news while on the road, but Hinata's expression was far from happy, and she walked away in frustration. On this side, Yuka's group acted without Manato. So when they met him again, they asked about the reason. After hearing it, Ryuji suspiciously asked if something had happened to his family. Yuka anxiously reminded him to keep in touch with them next time, and Minho nodded slightly. Someone then spoke up, apologizing, saying things have been too chaotic lately. A moment later, at the Mizuha family mansion, two servants were already waiting outside the door. When Yuka's group arrived, they immediately greeted them respectfully, saying, "We have been waiting for you." Members of the magic task force. Inside the living room, Yuka did not hesitate to confront her father, asking him to explain the situation with Dicha. Toshiro was silent for a moment before slowly speaking, saying it was to cleanse the disgrace of the magical nobility and to stop the rampage of illegal sorcerers. "I recently collaborated with Kuroi to infiltrate Black Rebellion. Akuto is a former magic noble involved in countless crimes and continuously expanding Han's influence. He said he could not ignore Akuto continuing to do bad things." Yuka listened and then asked suspiciously, "But why now?" Toshiro slowly explained that it was a special directive from the police. Previously, he had been summoned by the police chief and asked to act as an informant if Akuto had colluded with Fuyuka. They believed it would be easier for Toshiro, a noble magic householder, to approach Hantei. Indeed, the Akuto trusted Toshiro, and after hearing this, Manato furrowed his brow in silence. The story fit perfectly. Toshiro continued, saying that although he was not officially part of the police force, he was treated as an undercover investigator and would not be held accountable for any crimes. After hearing the full story, the Yuka sisters finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then they both started criticizing the police, saying the victims have to endure this while the police do nothing. Manato remained quite doubtful. The magical task force is just the visible part, and it is very likely it will follow the same doomed path. But why did Toshiro have to go this far? They usually show great respect for the magic nobles, yet this time the roles are reversed. Moreover, why did the police decide to take action right now? The reason that they could no longer ignore it is unconvincing. Above all, on the night it happened, after leaving the warehouse, Manato asked Leona if the police had really made the first move. Luna nodded firmly and replied, "Yes. The police, despite having poorer intelligence gathering, acted before us. Moreover, more than half of the bombs were just dummies." Upon hearing this, Manato raised his eyebrows and speculated that they had not prepared enough real bombs. Shrugging indifferently, while Leona nodded and said that was also a possibility, but too careless to be a real threat, the police acted too quickly, as if they knew in advance there is something suspicious about this case. While Manato was thinking, Toshiro continued, "According to Soho Mirai and Kachi, we will also publicly cooperate from now on, and I will cancel the order to abandon the children. I admit my guilt, please forgive me." Hearing this, both Yuka sisters were very happy. Seeing them like that, Manato also felt much more at ease, and after the conversation, their group quickly left the mansion. Ryuji walked while smiling and said, "The Mizuha family has reconciled and even promised to cooperate with the magic task force. With Black Rebellion defeated, the problems have been resolved." Karen quietly watched Manato from behind, feeling very happy he was the same person as the spellcaster, and he was her hero. At the same time, Sugo was lost in thought, wondering if the spellcaster was Manato. Should he arrest him since spellcasters were illegal mages? And what exactly should he do? Yuka was also confused about the singing mage's identity. At that moment, she caught a glimpse of the singing mage's eyes. They looked exactly like Manato's eyes, so she began to suspect they were the same person. Manato, walking ahead, sensed everyone's gaze and sighed inwardly, feeling speechless. The situation was truly deceptive, and if it continued like this, it would be dangerous. That night, as usual, Manato went to the hospital to treat Kai's wounds, but the boy remained unconscious, making him a bit anxious. While Manato was treating her, Luna pushed the door open and came in, with no other choice. Since she was under fire, Manato quickly ran out the window to hide. Luna did not know about these things. She went to Kai's bedside and murmured, "We have defeated the evil together. There is no need to worry anymore." Then she reached out to stroke his head and whispered, "No one will hurt you anymore." So just as Leona had not finished speaking, Kai on the bed suddenly lost his voice and called out something. In that moment, Leona joyfully grasped his hand tightly. "I am here. Your sister is right here." Kai finally woke up, smiling at her and happy that she was back. He had tried his best to be strong while she was gone. Leona, moved to tears, hugged her brother tightly, knowing her efforts had finally been rewarded. Manato, standing outside the window, felt warmth from the scene and smiled along, then quickly stepped into the darkness and headed home. The next morning, on the rooftop of the Magic Academy, Ryuji was trying to persuade the three Manitos. "Please, I need you all to take care of my siblings tomorrow." Hearing this, Manato asked suspiciously, "Is something wrong?" Ryuji quickly explained, "The thing is, my shift lasts all day tomorrow, and I will be home very late." Usually, Ryuji participates in special magic task force activities and works whenever his mother is off duty, but it seems neither of them is available this time. Ryuji says he can't leave his siblings home alone until late, so he hopes Manato can take care of them for him. Manato nodded without hesitation and said, "Alright, I do like kids after all," and Ryuji happily replied, "Really, thank you so much." But then Ruka spoke up shyly, "Sorry, I am afraid I can't make it. I still have to deal with moving." Ryuji remembered something and nodded, saying, "Oh right, you are moving back to your father's house." Ruka shook her head slightly and replied, "No, we are moving to a bigger place. Just be confident in yourself and step out to explore the world. Having Kusanagi Minato by your side is enough. That is what my dad says." Ryuji could not help but sigh. "Your dad is the same as always." Huh. Ruka shyly scratched her head. It is lucky that he cares so much. Minato frowned slightly. If he really wanted to encourage independence, then Juka and Ruka living together made sense. But it seemed he had his own reasons for staying close. Juka then spoke quietly, "So that means Minato and Ruka will go with you." But when he looked at the two sitting on the couch, his eyes clearly showed the words, "stubborn and foolish," so Ryuji immediately changed his mind. Now thinking it might be better to leave Juka alone, Minato frowned and asked, "Why hesitate like that?" But Ryuji did not answer, so Minato looked at Juka and asked, "What about you, Ruka? I guess I can take care of myself." Ruka hesitated for a moment, then finally spoke up, "I want to help too." Seeing them agree, Ryuji happily said, "Sorry to both of you. I will repay you." Minato shook his head slightly to show it was nothing, then looked over at Ruka who was hesitantly sitting nearby. The next day, as promised, Minato and Ruka took the three kids to the amusement park. Yu smiled happily and said, "It has been a while since I last came to an amusement park." The three kids were very excited to play and kept wanting to try all the rides. Minato did not hesitate and agreed right away. "Alright, we will play everything." Then he took the three kids inside, but after a few steps, he realized Ruka was not following. Minato raised his eyebrows and asked, "What are you doing? Let us go." Ruka squinted at everyone, her expression a bit scary. Then she reluctantly said, "Okay, I am coming." Her expression scared the kids, who clung to Minato and cried. Minato sighed helplessly and said, "Hey, your face looks scary. Why do not you smile a little?" Ruka, "Sorry everyone." Then she tried to force a smile, but it looked even worse than crying, so the kids started crying again, saying she looked too scary. It made Minato a bit helpless as he tried to soothe the kids. Ruka was also reluctant, her face looking like a grumpy robot, and even when she smiled, it did not get much better, but this was quickly forgotten as Minato took the kids to play on the carousel. Then they went on the merry-go-round, and the children laughed with pure joy. But that is not all. Minato took the kids to ride the roller coaster. They played like that all day long, and the kids kept wanting to go again. Only Ruka quietly walked behind, and Minato noticed this. Seeing his gaze, Ruka gave a reluctant smile and signaled that he was fine. Just then, the two kids needed to use the restroom, and Minato quickly warned them to be careful not to bump into anyone. So Minato and Ruka sat on the bench waiting for the kids, and Minato slowly said, "Seeing the kids so excited is truly the best." Ruka nodded slightly, hesitated for a moment, then whispered, "You are really amazing, Minato. The kids really adore you." Minato quickly denied it, saying it is nothing special. Ruka disagreed, sighing as she said, "You can see, I am not good with kids. It is not that I hate them, I am just not good at interacting." I smiled unconsciously, and Minato replied frankly, "I know." The more Ruka spoke, the more sorrowful she became, whispering, "I'm sorry. Once I told Ruka that she would never beat me, but that was not true. She said she could not cook, was not as clever as Ruka, and was not good at socializing either, even falling behind in magic use." Ruka sighed reluctantly, "I am not perfect. I am just a fragile girl who can do anything." Minato remained silent, listening without saying a word. Seeing herself too gloomy, Ruka immediately changed her attitude, putting on a cheerful face and said, "I am not usually like this. Sorry. Forget what I just said." Minato said nothing, and at the same time, the kids had returned, but at that moment, a young couple was filming and kept cursing, saying those noisy kids were such a nuisance and that they were capturing all their silly faces on video. Meanwhile, a child running towards Minato bumped into one of them. Seeing this, Minato was immediately startled, but before he could do anything, Ruka dashed off like the wind. In the blink of an eye, she had grabbed the child, and they both slid across the ground. After making sure the child was safe, Ruka quickly pulled the child from her arms and anxiously asked, "Are you okay?" The child then remembered what had just happened and began to cry. Seeing that the baby was unharmed, Ruka finally let out a sigh of relief, saying, "That is great, you are not hurt at all." Right then, the couple approached Ruka from behind, aggressively criticizing, "That is not okay, bumping into someone without even apologizing. Truly rude beyond words." Hearing this, Ruka frowned and glared at them, saying we did not do anything wrong. You are the one who should apologize. Manato grabbed the scumbag's hand tightly and commanded, you scumbags only know how to cause trouble for others, so do not ruin the place that brings everyone joy. Without waiting for a response, he twisted the scumbag's arm behind his back. Ignoring his futile struggles, Manato gave a sharp command, then released his grip, and the scumbags immediately ran off. He did not pay much attention, his eyes turning to Ruka as he asked, are you two okay? Ruka shook her head softly, but the little one clung tightly to her leg, crying, I am so scared. The other two kids were the same, leaving Ruka confused and unsure of what to do. She hesitated, looking at Manato as if seeking help, but he just stood there smiling, with no other choice. Ruka hugged the three kids, soothing them, it is okay, you are safe now. Afterwards, they took the children home. When night fell, Ryuji hurried back, apologizing for being late, and asked if the kids had caused any trouble. He had barely finished speaking when he breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed it was not the case. Because at that moment, Manato and Ruka were lying on the floor with the three kids, all sleeping soundly like a family. Darkness and light are the pair of sorcerers in Japan drawing attention. Yet in contrast, the police reputation continues to decline. Although their quick response to the Black Rebellion explosion was praised, the achievements of the magical task force overshadowed the police, leaving their reputation barely improved. In the end, they had to hold a meeting to discuss how to deal with the dark sorcerers. They could not allow the police force's honor to be tarnished. The police chief spoke firmly, insisting that those imposter knights must be arrested immediately. At the same time, in the Kachi family dojo, ever since teaming up with the Kachi clan, Manato has been training with Riku, and now he is preparing for a sword duel with him. Riku on the opposite side did not flinch at all, calmly drew his sword, and with a swift move, he dashed forward like a gust of wind. The sword in Riku's hand kept dancing as he attacked Manato, but Minato's speed was not bad either, allowing him to calmly respond. Riku shifted from a direct attack to targeting the lower part of Minato's body, but Minato was still one step faster and dodged. The attack failed, and Riku struck again. The two of them stood like that for a long moment. The fight only ended when the tip of the sword stopped in front of Manato. Riku glanced at him and calmly said, the match is over, the result is a draw. Why a draw? Because Manato's sword was also stopped right in front of Riku's stomach. They quickly lowered their swords, and Riku could not help but feel impressed, saying, you are truly impressive, you can match me blow for blow. Smiling softly, Manato said with a slight smile, when it comes to swordsmanship, I am no match for you. Hearing this, Riku felt even more admiration, nodding and smiling. You are humble and talented. I am truly impressed. Manato politely opened his mouth. You flatter me too much. Riku said nothing and went to the wooden rack to put away his sword, as soon as the sword left his hand. Riku collapsed, muttering in frustration. This is too troublesome. Manato, unable to hide his confusion, asked what had happened to him in such a short time. Riku asked hesitantly, holding the sword in his hand, saying it gives him some motivation. Otherwise he would not want to do anything. Daring to say he could disappear or become a tree, Manato approached him slowly and advised, let me put it this way, even if no one asked you, do not die. Doing nothing is fine as long as you are alive. And if that makes you happy, then nothing else matters. Riku could not help but feel moved and said, you really are an interesting person. He said he always felt isolated, and when he became famous for his swordsmanship, he felt even more distant. Manato gently shook his head in disagreement, saying it was not alienation but just his uniqueness. Hearing this, Riku could not help but wonder quietly. Special you say, no one has ever said that to me before. Manato sighed softly and whispered, I have had a similar experience. You were caught in an unimaginable horror and faced death almost up close. That was the experience from a past life, when he was Ichikami Minato, during a disaster when he was still an ordinary person, and Minato fought back against the magical beasts attacking him. As a result, he awakened his power. Hearing this, Riku raised his eyebrows. In the investigation documents, he found that after a disaster Minato had changed, and he thought it was because of that, not realizing Manato was talking about a different experience. Since that day, Manato learned to use magic by mimicking the spells of monsters, and now he has even developed his own magic. But that day, Manato was the only survivor, and he could not save anyone. Thinking of this, Manato could not help but clench his fists tightly and spoke firmly. Everyone around me saw me as an outcast, but now my power, my abilities have saved others. Then he looked at Riku and asked, do not you have something to protect? Isn't that why you fight? Riku hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded and said, I understand. You are right. There are indeed a few things I want to protect. Hearing this, Manato immediately smiled and said, then use your power for that. You are special, right? Riku finally regained his confidence and smiled gratefully. Yes. Thank you. Kusanagi Manato. Immediately after, they shook hands sincerely. Manato said happily, looking forward to working with you, and Riku nodded in agreement. Yeah, I hope so too. After the conversation, Manato left the Kaichi clan's dojo. Riku watched his back, seemingly deep in thought. Meanwhile, Manato also saw Riku differently as the head of a noble mage clan. He was quite kind, despite having some odd quirks, but Riku was still much better than the other arrogant, wicked, or simply incomprehensible people. Lost in thought, a figure with bright red hair suddenly bumped into Manato. Manato quickly reached out to help her up, asking with concern, "Sorry, are you okay?" But she did not answer and complained, "It hurts so much. Be more careful when you walk, kid." Hearing that voice, Manato immediately froze. "So it is Hinata." She looked at him suspiciously and asked what he was doing here. Then Hinata quickly stood up, annoyed, baring her teeth, saying, "Today I ran into a troublesome person." Manato looked her up and down, smirking, "You are not wearing your usual flashy outfit today." Hinata glared at him. "Who wears those flashy clothes all the time anyway?" "Only when I am on a mission, kid. It is magical resistance gear after all." Shrugging indifferently, Manato said bluntly, "I thought you cooked it that way." And Hinata turned away without saying a word. Seeing her reaction, Manato muttered anxiously, "So she really likes it." Hinata grew increasingly upset and fell silent, saying, "Is that my decision or not?" Her shout drew the attention of those around, and Hinata immediately muttered under her breath, "We are too conspicuous here." Then she noticed a calf by the roadside, quickly ran inside, and urged Manato, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up." Manato was truly helpless. She always liked to do things her own way. Although he thought so, he still followed her, and they found a table in a corner to sit at. But some people still noticed Manato and started whispering and gossiping. Some even recognized Hinata and thought the two were dating, which made Hinata furious as she shot them a glare that scared them stiff. Manato felt like she was a mad dog, always wanting to bite someone. Just as he was reflecting, Hinata suddenly spoke up, "Hey, you met Riku today, right?" Manato looked up at her, suspiciously asking if she already knew, and Hinata smirked teasingly, saying they seemed to get along well. "It must be fun." Manato thought she was jealous and quickly said, "I should have invited you to come along." "Sorry." Hinata heard this and immediately felt very annoyed. "I am not free just because you did not invite me. We are only temporarily on the same side. I have no interest in being close to you." But at that moment, she suddenly noticed a happy family on the other side and fell into a daze. Manato did not notice and smiled cheerfully, saying, "It is fine as long as we can cooperate now." Hinata quickly looked away and said seriously, "The confidence of the strong. Right, it is as annoying as always. But you are really strong. Can you tell me how you became this powerful?" Manato replied indifferently about a traffic accident, but Hinata was not interested and immediately cut him off, saying she already knew about that, but one accident alone could not make him that strong. She said Manato's magic power was abnormal and could not simply grow that much overnight. Magic did not work that way. Actually, Manato is holding back his magic power a lot, even more than before. Seeing him not respond, Hinata continued, "If just coming close to death could boost magic power, then we would not have to struggle so much." At this point, she suddenly lost control, grabbing Manato's collar and demanding, "There has to be a reason you got stronger. Tell me now." Manato saw desperation in Hinata's eyes. Did she want to become that strong? But telling Hinata that he is the reincarnation of Ichikami Manato would mean nothing and would not satisfy her. After hesitating for a long time, Manato finally spoke slowly, saying there is nothing special about it. If you want to get stronger, just train as usual. Hinata angrily let him go, sighing coldly, "I really can't understand you." Just then, the waiter brought the drinks, placing a strawberry ice cream in front of Hinata. Seeing it, Manato immediately panicked and shouted, "What kind of weird ice cream is this?" Yet Hinata's eyes suddenly lit up, smiling brightly, "Here it is. I have been looking forward to trying this for a long time." Manato grew even more confused. What is going on? Hinata looked like she had just seen her owner come back from the market. Hinata knew she was being awkward in front of him, so her attitude immediately changed. Pretending to be reluctant as she said, "It seems they mixed up our order, but since it has already been served, let us just eat it." The refreshing taste of the ice cream satisfied her, and Hinata could not help but exclaim how delicious it was before she started eating eagerly. Manato sat opposite her, helpless, focusing on drinking his water. Very quickly, Hinata finished a large cup of ice cream, hugging her round belly and laughing, saying it was really delicious and now she was stuffed. Only then did she realize Manato was still there, scratching his head awkwardly. "Hey kid, I have wanted to try the parfait here for a long time, but going alone felt weird, so this is perfect." Manato said nothing, just a bit surprised that this fiery girl liked sweets. Truly unexpected, but very quickly, he noticed Hinata's magic power was surging, and it seemed Hinata realized it too. She hurriedly stood up to leave, saying, "I have nothing more to say to you. I am going now." Manato did not stop her, quietly watching Hinata walk away. Perhaps she had let her guard down just enough for him to see a glimpse of the magical power she was holding back. But clearly it was much stronger than the last time they fought. Increasing to that level, what exactly did Hinata do? After a moment of thought, Manato was sure Hinata was hiding something. On another note, in the police station office, Sugo was still focused on his work, but his mind kept dwelling on the possibility that Manato might be the dark mage. Whenever the dark sorcerer is around, Manato happens to be absent, making it hard not to suspect that he is the dark sorcerer. Police investigation is intensifying, and it is only a matter of time before the dark sorcerer is caught. So, Sugo did not know what to do anymore. He stared at the family photo on his desk, sinking into despair. By evening, on a rooftop of a building, Luna met with Manato and reported on recent events. The police are trying to eliminate the dark mage. Operations are underway everywhere. Some members have been arrested, but so far it is only interrogation. Manato raised his eyebrows after hearing that the magic task force had also been ordered to arrest, and they were concentrating all their forces on the pursuit. Should he tell Leona that he is Manato, a member of the magic task force? But if she gets caught, knowing her personality, she would never reveal anything about you, so that would only put unnecessary pressure on Leona. Moreover, telling the truth right now won't help much. This is not the time to reveal it. While Manato was thinking, Leona spoke up, saying if things continue like this, they might track us down, so we need to come up with a plan. Manato nodded slightly and spoke confidently. Let me handle this, I have a plan. The next day, Manato approached Shizuku and apologized for the sudden request, saying he needed her help. Shizuku responded without hesitation. If it is a request from Ichikami, then I have no reason to refuse. At the police station, after several days of searching with no news of the mage, the chief angrily slammed the table and scolded his subordinates, asking if Chrono still has not been found. A police officer hurriedly reported that they were still interrogating members of the Shadow Organization, but they kept insisting they knew nothing. The chief was immediately displeased, saying it was the police's job to force them to confess. But the officer hesitated and said they did not have enough evidence to charge them, and it was possible they had not informed the lower-ranking members. The more the chief heard, the angrier he became, slamming the table and shouting that the honor of the police force was at stake. He did not care if force was needed. Chrono must be caught at all costs. Inside the Magic Task Force meeting room, Sugo stood at the podium, sternly announcing that, as everyone knows, they had received orders to hunt down Chrono and the members of the Shadow Organization. Manato was of course present, quietly listening to his announcement. Ruka and Karen also focused on listening, but everyone had their own worries. The officers below started whispering among themselves after hearing Sugo's words. We are already overwhelmed with disasters and monsters. Is not this Sim's responsibility? What are the higher-ups thinking? Manato furrowed his brow deeply, which only showed how desperate the situation was. If the police really took action, it would be hard for his team to escape. At that moment, Sugo spoke again, prioritizing disaster and monster response while continuing the search for the one carrying darkness, that is all. Dismissed, the police below quickly dispersed, and only then did Karen run over to Sugo and ask, "Do we really have to hunt down the one carrying the darkness?" He nodded coldly. "That is an order from above. We have no right to question it." Ryuji heard this and was dissatisfied. They have already pushed the heaviest burden of the disaster onto us. And Ruka sighed. Now there is even more work to do. Who do they think we are? Karen hesitated to speak, but I can understand why the higher-ups acted that way. Sugo replied calmly. If those illegal spellcasters gain more support, who knows what might happen? Then he glanced at Manato and said, I think it is time to end this clown. Captain Kusanagi. Manato raised his eyebrows and asked suspiciously, What are you trying to say? Sugo narrowed his eyes at him and earnestly advised, If you are Chrono, then surrender immediately. Upon hearing this, Karen and Ruka were instantly stunned. Even Ruka and Ryuji were deeply confused, not understanding what Sugo was saying. By the time they reacted, both Karen and Ruka had already spoken up together. Kusanagi is not Chrono. I have told you many times, there is no way Manato is Chrono. Sugo ordered the two to be searched, firmly stating that their desperate efforts to protect him only proved they were both involved in this matter. Leaving Karen and Ruka stunned and speechless, Sugo sighed reluctantly, saying Captain Kusanagi is indispensable, not just in Japan but worldwide, and indeed Chrono has saved many people. Karen looked at him suspiciously and asked confusedly, so why was Sugo so aggressively secretive because of that? If he surrenders now, there is a good chance the judge will reduce the sentence, which is still better than being arrested by the police. When Manato and the other sorcerer appeared, their appearance and abilities were identical, but most importantly, Manato was never present whenever the other sorcerers appeared, so these events cannot be connected. This left Karen and Ruka speechless, unsure of what to say. Sugo ignored them and fiercely questioned Manato. Answer me, Captain Kusanagi. Tell me your true identity. Are you Chrono? Manato frowned slightly, stared silently for a long time without answering. Just then, Karen suddenly shouted, Wait, Sugo was cut off and asked angrily. What now? Do you really still want to protect him? No. Look, Karen quickly shook her head and showed Sugo her phone, revealing a group of people wearing black coats. The person sitting on the cold chair opened their mouth wide and said, We have taken control of the broadcast. I am the leader of the organization of those who bring darkness. Chrono. Pausing briefly, the person continued, Sorry for interrupting your leisure time. Dear citizens, it seems the world is very eager to know who is truly stronger. My name is Kusanagi Manato. So the other person said they would satisfy everyone's curiosity and officially challenge Kusanagi Manato to a match. Hearing this, Sugo's group immediately gasped in fear. Minato seemed very calm. Everyone was within his grasp. Sugo was extremely confused. How could this be? He wanted a duel. How could he do that if they were just one person? Karin was no exception. She had confirmed from the start that Manato was the Dark Mage. But what was going on? Ruka also thought she must have been mistaken. Maybe Manato really was not. Ryuji did not know what everyone was thinking. But if you ask Minato, then what are you planning to do? Manato, Ruka said with a slight smile. No need to ask. Minato glanced around at everyone, then smiled confidently. He calmly spoke, of course I accept the challenge. The next day, in Shibuya, Manato arrived at the meeting place to accept the challenge from that rogue sorcerer. Naturally, for such a major event, reporters were also present. They arrived early and started live reporting. The battle between Kusanagi, Manato, and Chrono was about to begin, but Chrono has yet to show up. A large crowd is gathered here as if this were a major event, with police deployed due to its dangerous nature. They might also be waiting to arrest the dark sorcerer. Everyone outside kept cheering for Manato. Of course, there were also those who believed the rogue mage would win. Ryuji stood in the distance watching everything, unable to help but feel moved. This had turned into a large-scale performance. The three Ruko over here were also following the online reactions. Everyone was very interested in this matter. Sugo frowned slightly as he watched Manato from afar, wondering what he was planning to do now that there was no turning back. At the same time, Hinata and Riku also arrived. Hinata could not help but speak up. He is late, but soon after, Toshiro arrived as well. Hinata murmured with a slight smile. So you are here too? Riku nodded in agreement. This is truly unexpected. Toshiro spoke plainly. This is a battle I must witness in person. Just then, Hinata sensed something and quickly turned his head to look back. Riku and Toshiro also noticed this and quickly looked over. The group of Sugo's men on the rooftop shouted in panic. What is that? A streak of light was seen rushing down from the sky toward the ground. It passed by the helicopter above, causing it to sway. Hinata also looked up, waiting for it to appear. With a soft sound, the light beam touched down on the ground. Hinata stood calmly there, her face without a trace of disturbance. But the others were not like that. They were pushed back by its pressure. The Dark Mage, leader of the Shadow Organization, has appeared. Seeing the figure behind the black cloak, the reporter immediately shouted, Chrono has appeared. Amazing. He is truly flesh and blood. Sugo was stunned when he saw the other person, and Karen exclaimed in surprise, so Kusanagi is not Chrono after all. They really are two different people. Down on the field, Manato suddenly scratched his head and muttered, I usually do not like showing off, but it seems I have no other choice. Chrono across from him said nothing and took an attacking stance. Manato raised an eyebrow and smiled, saying, what is wrong? Scared now? Fine. No matter. Let us just end this. Immediately after, both took fighting stances, and those outside watched eagerly. Sugo's group also observed the two below, worried about Manato. As for the three Toshiro, they were also eagerly waiting to witness this classic battle. Manato had now regained his magic to attack. Chrono did not back down either. Dark magic appeared in his hand. Manato fired a sharp golden beam. In contrast, Chrono created an illusion of a large bird carrying terrifying dark magic. With a boom, the two forces collided, creating a deafening explosion. The helicopter in the air kept shaking uncontrollably from the explosion. The reporter could not help but shout, if this keeps up, we will crash. Let us get out of here quickly. But down below, the most intense moment has arrived, and they do not want to miss it. Right now, Chrono is rushing over like the wind. Manato also refused to back down, clenching his fists tightly as he charged forward. The two fists collided, neither giving an inch. Their speed was so fast that the naked eye could not see it. In just a blink, they exchanged several blows. Chrono crazily threw a punch right in front of Manato. At first, Manato was still able to calmly respond. In just a few moves, Chrono suddenly struck at his stomach, wielding level 9 lightning magic in his hand. Just like that, Manato was knocked flying, crashing hard into the buildings behind him. Chrono smiled smugly, as if he had already won. Manato stood up from the ground, complaining, this is just ridiculous. You did not hold back at all. My clothes are all messed up. Chrono did not answer and cast an attack spell once again. In the blink of an eye, a giant boulder flew toward Minato, but Minato remained calm, casting magic without a hint of panic. Instantly, a shield appeared above his head. Once again, two powerful spells collided, but this time, the giant rock was shattered into pieces by the shield. Minato breathed a sigh of relief, reaching out to grab a magic spirit floating around him. He smiled with satisfaction, saying that with a new type of magic like this, it was pretty good. Seeing his magic, the onlookers outside could not help but feel thrilled, but they quickly reacted. They started cheering loudly. No one cared about the magical nobility anymore. The two of them had reached a completely different level. The female fans kept praising Manato, while Hinata muttered irritably that those who nullify magic are always overly showy. Just a bunch of fools who know nothing. Riku sighed in admiration. Both of them can use level 9 magic. Just a light sound. Anata disagreed and said their mana was truly overwhelming. Even using high-level magic, they still had energy left. Toshiro also joined the discussion. But the most remarkable was Kusanagi Manato's magic, whose chained spells moved as if they had a will of their own. Hearing this, the three fell into deep thought. After activating a spell, if reactivated within a very short time, the spell's effect continues. That is chained magic, but Manato's was far superior. After a while, Hinata spoke again, saying that very few mages can use second-level chain magic. Toshiro nodded slightly and added that even fewer can combine it with automatic magic. Another thing is Manato's extraordinary physical strength. He might be using magic to enhance his body, boosting both his attacks and defenses. Hinata glanced at Toshiro, raising an eyebrow as if to ask, and Toshiro nodded calmly, replying that maybe it was true because their magic was so unconventional. They had surpassed us, the noble mages, in every way. By now, he truly believed that both Manato and Chrono were monsters, unaware of everyone's thoughts. Below, Manato and Chrono were still fighting fiercely. The magic they used was all high-level spells that amazed everyone. Manato shouted once and instantly appeared in front of Chrono. Without hesitation, he kicked him, causing Chrono to fall from the platform, but he quickly used magic to fly back up again. The Sugo group watched from afar, their faces full of horror. Duka could not help but sigh. I knew they were strong, but I did not expect them to still have hidden cards. Ryuji also nodded in agreement, and I understood why the curious crowd was so captivated by them. Karen exclaimed that it was getting hotter and hotter on live streams and social media, and not only in Japan but the whole world is watching this match. Especially in New York, it can be said that this match has attracted a huge crowd, with everyone moved by the performance of the two fighters. Even in South Korea, it is no different. It is so hot that people are willing to ignore everything to watch it. Even dates. A girl ignored by her boyfriend muttered in frustration, "Who cares about those Japanese mages anyway?" No sooner had she finished speaking than the crowd around her began cheering for Manato and Chrono. Just like that, a single duel had sent the whole world into a frenzy. At the battlefield, Manato stood facing Chrono. Speaking coldly, "You fought well, but it is probably over now." Chrono remained silent, saying nothing. Immediately after, he unleashed a level 9 revival spell, summoning a giant scythe. Chrono wildly swung it through the air, sending a flurry of blade lights dancing with deadly energy. Manato remained calm and smiled, saying this is the end. Then, he cast a level 10 nullification spell. Manato created a giant wall without hesitation, sending Chrono flying back. The pressure was so great that even Ruka's group in the distance was affected. They could not help but exclaim, the magic was too powerful. Just how strong was Manato after all? After casting that spell, Manato quickly flew towards Chrono. The reporter on the scene immediately urged the pilot, "Hey, hurry up. Follow him." But the pilot shook his head and replied, "I can't, he is too fast." Then the cameraman panicked and shouted, "The video signal is lost," and the reporter went crazy. What the hell is going on? It was exciting but got cut off. Below, Manato slowly walked up to Chrono, who was now sitting weakly on the ground. Manato stood opposite him, holding his hand suspended in the air, not knowing what he intended to do. Chrono suddenly widened his eyes, then magical circles appeared in his hands. Startling Manato, he glanced at Chrono and said, "You can stop now." But just as Manato finished, Chrono suddenly trembled. Then, a golden magical aura enveloped his body and dissipated into smoke. Manato let out a sigh of relief. "Oh, it looks like I did it. The anti-monster device you asked Takagami to make has also reached its limit. It can probably only withstand level 9 magic for a short time. Clone magic is very useful but quite difficult to use. The clone is much weaker than Manato and can hardly speak." At the same time, Takagami quietly observed everything. Seeing that things were going smoothly, she finally breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that everything went well. She was very surprised when she first heard that Naito was the reincarnation of Ichikami Minato. But to think he was also Chrono was a bit hard to imagine. He always had surprises. Since Manato could not activate 2 spells at once, he only had a short time to reactivate the magic clone, which already had a very limited duration. It means he needs to continuously use magic to maintain it. Manato can't use any other magic, so Takagami prepared him a set of monster fighting gear with automatic magic, allowing the equipment to cast spells automatically if he loses consciousness. In theory, Manato can use multiple types of magic at once, but not only does it require an enormous amount of mana, he also has to control the clone with his mind. Otherwise, the clone could go out of control and attack those around him. In other words, Manato expended a huge amount of mana while maintaining control over a clone and even fought an intense and spectacular battle, something only Manato could do. At that moment, Manato contacted Leona through the earpiece, saying, "Ayano, Leona, you can stop the broadcast now." Leona immediately replied, "I understand. It is over." Manato slowly responded, "It is all over." And under his orders, Leona instructed the organization to cease the broadcast. Then she smiled and said, "So no one will be chasing Chrono anymore." "Right, Captain Kusanagi Minato," Manato exclaimed in surprise. You figured it out, huh? Luna smiled softly and replied. Of course, do not underestimate my intelligence network. I have known for a long time. Just had no reason to mention it until now. After hearing that, Manato asked suspiciously, so now you finally have a reason? Luna nodded softly and replied, yes, because today is the last time I will see Chrono. Leona smiled faintly. Manato could not help but joke. You saw right through me, did not you? Luna did not answer but said gratefully. Thank you. Chrono, you saved me. The others, and so many more. I am truly glad you were there for us. The number of illegal mages has decreased, and so has the crime rate. Those who deal in darkness will cease their activities until things settle down. Without Chrono, Japan will still be fine. Luna gave a faint smile and suggested, but I can handle Kusanagi Minato's part, provided there is a fee. Manato felt a bit helpless. She plans to charge me, Leona said bluntly. Of course, but I will give a discount to friends. Manato sighed reluctantly. All right, I will count on you when the time comes. Luna smiled with satisfaction. All right then, Manato just said briefly, not knowing what to say. After a moment of hesitation, she finally spoke. Goodbye, Chrono. Manato did not respond. Disconnecting the earpiece, he glanced into the distance, smiled faintly, and murmured, Take care, Leona. Right at this moment, Ruka's group rushed over to Manato, and Ruka anxiously asked what happened to Chrono and if he was hurt. Manato straightforwardly replied that it seemed he had escaped but was seriously injured, and he probably would not dare show his face for a while. As soon as you spoke, Sugo bowed to you. Aine apologized, saying she had mistaken you for Chrono and was truly sorry. Karen also spoke up quietly, saying she had started to doubt you and asked for your forgiveness. Seeing this, Ruka quickly expressed regret to Manato as well. Manato really did not know what to do. He felt very guilty. But there was no other way. His master could deceive everyone. Thinking that, Manato had to wave his hand as if to say it is okay. Do not blame me. Everyone makes mistakes sometimes. Meanwhile, after watching the battle, Inata shouted in frustration, Are you kidding me? Damn it. How can those bastards be so strong? Then she bit her lip fiercely and muttered determinedly, I have to become stronger. I will never catch up to them with my usual training. Toshiro also spoke up with emotion, still having magic power after such a fierce battle, showing how much magic he had left. This time, Manato was able to prove that Chrono and he were two separate individuals. The Black Rebellion was also disbanded. The Shadow Organization was no longer needed. Although Ikuto's words still lingered in Manato's mind, he had dealt with the most urgent issue, and for now, that was enough. And so in the days that followed, Manato appeared all over Japan, branching out into advertising for various products. Manato's commercials spread widely. Before that, the videos of his training were also spreading on social media for everyone to watch, and Manato had to go through a series of interviews. Then came the magazine covers, and he was so popular that they sold out in an instant. Not only that, Manato was also a top celebrity at the Magic Academy. Surrounded by female students wherever he went, Manato was like a youth idol at this point, which made him feel truly helpless. The three Yukas were very worried about Manato's situation. Unsure if he could handle it, he obviously answered no. Manato was completely losing his mind. In the end, he could not hold it in anymore, slammed the table and stood up. Manato did not hesitate and jumped out the window, crawling away. Only now does he regret it. He should not have blindly listened to Sugo. At this point Manato is beyond saving. Everyone will chase after him as soon as they see him. Back home, Manato was in a dazed state. Yuka asked worriedly if he was okay. Mito reluctantly nodded. Somehow I am fine. More importantly, have you finished packing for the move? But if you look closely, the current house is already spotless. Yuka proudly boasted that while he was running away, she was doing it with her sister. Yuka did most of the work. They have now moved into a 3-bedroom apartment, so each of them will have their own room. With this space, they won't feel cramped at all. It is just that the two sisters, Yuka, felt a bit regretful if they each had their own room. They would not get to see Manato's sleeping face anymore. Thinking about this, both immediately blushed and turned away, leaving Manato bewildered. But you did not pay much attention and went out to the balcony because the phone was ringing. Manato quickly answered. Greeted Takagami, and the line soon filled with Takagami's voice. Do you have time to talk now? I just wanted to check if everything is okay after that incident. Manato replied cheerfully. Everything is going smoothly thanks to you. Although it seems to be causing me trouble now. Takagami could not help but smile. It really is tough being a celebrity. Manato did not hesitate and said plainly, if you need any help, do not hesitate to ask. After all, you are an important friend to me and the only one who knows my true identity. Takagami hesitated for a moment, then nodded and replied, if anything happens, I will call you first. The two chatted a little longer before Takagami hung up, sitting down on the ground, clutching a family photo. Injured. Takagami muttered. Ichikami, what should I do now? The next day, at the police training ground, many rookies arrived very early, excited, the boys happy to train with the Yuka sisters, and the girls eager to meet Manato. Yuka saw the long line of heads on the training ground from afar and could not help but sigh. There are more rookies than I expected. It is because of Manato. Of course, Sugo explained shyly. Whatever the reason. At least they have passion. Ruka clicked her tongue and shook her head, hoping they could endure it, and Yuka agreed, saying, yes, that is truly hell. Just then, Manato was walking out of the police station. Seeing him, everyone started to get noisy and restless. Manato sighed helplessly. Oh man, this really is never going to end. Thinking this, he immediately unleashed his magic power. In the blink of an eye, the rookies felt their bodies weighed down by an unseen force, unable to move, and because of that, the noisy chatter fell completely silent. Manato smiled with satisfaction, finally silencing everyone. These rookies actually look pretty tough. I planned to go easy on them during the first trial, but it seems that is not necessary. The three Yuka heard this and helplessly rubbed their heads, suddenly feeling a bad omen. As expected, a group of rookies charged in with full enthusiasm, only to be worn down by Manato's harsh training. The whole group attacked Manato with magic, but his shield blocked it all. On top of that, they had to endure some harsh words with magic like that. You wouldn't be able to defeat any monsters. Before long, the whole group had fallen, their frustrated groans echoing nonstop. But at that moment, Yuka suddenly shouted, I am not done yet. Immediately after, a massive wave surged toward Manato. Not only that, Yuka and Ryuji also launched their attacks at him simultaneously. Seeing this scene, the rookies immediately panicked and shouted, what the hell is that? This is no longer within the scope of training. But the surprise was yet to come. Manato only used a single shield to block all the magic from the three Yukas, and then all three of them fell. Manato laughed lightly and said, alright, that is enough for today. We will measure your mana later. Everyone head to the testing room after a 5-minute break. Immediately after, Manato turned and left. The rookies watched his back, and one of them could not help but speak up in frustration. He left as if it was nothing, truly a monster. But then they heard what the three Yuka said next, and the whole group was even more shocked, overwhelmed with confusion. A little later, in the mana testing room, after the tests, Yuka's mana reached 120,000. Yuka's mana reached 118,000, and Ryuji's had risen to 105,000. Karen and Sugo were not far behind, with Karen reaching 100,000 and Sugo hitting 112,000 mana. Seeing these numbers, the rookies behind them were stunned. Over 100,000. That is the level of noble mages. Are all the members of Synth this strong? Manato spoke coldly. Yuka's magic power was only 2,000 before, but she has grown to this level now. A rookie asked doubtfully, can we become that strong too? Manato nodded without hesitation and replied, of course, if you are serious. Hearing this, the rookies suddenly grew determined. Feeling that the harsh training had been worth it, Manato said nothing more, lost in thought. Knowing that with their current strength, Yuka and the others could defeat a demon on their own. They can even take down a demon general if they fight together. Everyone has become stronger. But Manato still feels it is not enough. The demon king and the demon core are still out there. While he was thinking, Sugo came over, patted him on the shoulder, and smiled, asking if Captain Kusanagi could talk with him. Manato frowned, feeling uneasy about this. Just as expected, Manato was hosting a party. Since it was a formal event, he had to wear a suit. Manato really felt annoyed and wanted to run away from here. Sugo came over from outside, gratefully saying thank you for joining us. Captain Kusanagi. Manato muttered irritably that cooperating with noble sorcerers was a good thing, but did we really need a party like this? Sugo quickly explained that they wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to celebrate the restored power. Manato reluctantly held his head, knowing that as the captain, he really could not ignore this, and it was no longer just about the 2-0 score. With that in mind, Manato decided to let it go and then started complimenting Sugo, saying he looked pretty sharp in that outfit. Sugo laughed openly and said, thanks. I am pretty used to wearing these now. Ryuji then started complaining, saying I really do not suit this kind of thing. Manato immediately disagreed, saying I do not think so. You are tall and handsome, and you have a solid build too. It is perfect. Ryuji glared at him in frustration, leaving him confused, while Sugo suddenly shouted, looks like the girls have arrived. The first to step in was Ruka, wearing a purple dress with a hair clip, looking quite cute, contrast to Ruka's divine beauty. She wore a dark blue halter dress, elegant and dignified. Meanwhile, Karen looked cute with the girl next door vibe in her light blue dress, and all three looked different from usual. Ruka walked over to Manato, and Rizat asked, does it look strange to see me dressed like this? Manato nodded without hesitation. He was right. You look cuter than usual. A comment that made Ruka blush with embarrassment. Not only that, Manato also began complimenting Ruka's outfit, saying the soft colors suited her well, highlighting her style and enhancing her mature beauty. Not wanting to leave anyone out, he also praised Corinne. This made the three women so embarrassed they did not know what to say. Ryuji watched helplessly at the scene. Manato was doing it again, showing no hesitation at all when giving compliments. Just then, Someone came in from outside, accompanied by a voice full of displeasure, saying, "Look who is here." Manato glanced over and saw Hinata in a bright red dress walking in, accompanied by Rikyu and Toshiro. Manato looked Hinata over and then unabashedly commented that the dress suited her well, its elegant appearance creating an interesting contrast to her usual strong image. This made Hinata annoyed, and she shouted fiercely, "Stop praising me. It is embarrassing. I am leaving. I am leaving now." Manato did not care. He looked at Toshiro and asked, "Are you here too?" Toshiro nodded calmly and said, "Of course. I promise to cooperate with you guys, but I am not interested in meaningless conversations. So I will take my leave." After saying that, he quickly left, causing the two Yuka sisters to speak up, apologizing for him, saying their father is usually very quiet. Manato did not pay much attention and shook his head, saying, "It is fine. I do not mind." While they were talking, a woman dressed in black walked in. Manato seemed to sense something and quickly glanced after the girl. Soon, the party began with the voice of the host tack in the banquet hall. "Thank you all for being here today. Please give a warm round of applause to welcome tonight's main characters." Toshiro's group quickly lined up neatly, and the three heads of the noble demon magic families were ready to step onto the stage. In addition, the host introduced two others, Miumiu Haifumi, the director of the Mage Association, and Taiya's daughter, Miumiu Klo. Manato saw the man and could not help but be stunned. This was the man he had seen in Dotonbori. It turned out to be Tae. And the mysterious girl in the black dress Minato saw earlier, she was actually his daughter. Haifumi quickly stepped onto the stage, smiled, and thanked them for the introduction. "Our country is currently facing a crisis caused by the emergence of disasters and monsters." Everyone in the banquet hall immediately turned their attention to the stage. Listening intently to his words, Haifumi spoke passionately, saying that if the noble mages and some joined forces, the monsters would no longer be a threat. "We noble mages vow to do everything in our power to protect world peace." The three Toshiro behind heard this and felt helpless, but they remained silent. Everyone below immediately applauded warmly, praising what Haifumi had just said. Manato could not help but feel moved, straightforward and clear. It was a very good speech. He was nothing like the politicians who always speak in circles. While he was lost in thought, Klo's gaze suddenly turned this way, startling him. Caught spying, Klo not only showed no embarrassment but also smiled mysteriously. At this moment, Haifumi continued, "From now on, we will cooperate closely with SEM as both of us strive to maintain public security in Japan." Then he turned to Minato with a smile, "Very pleased to work with you, Captain Kusanagi." Minato politely returned the greeting. "Yes, I am also very honored to work with you." Immediately after, they shook hands, and Minato quickly sensed Haifumi's magical power. Feeling deeply moved, possesses a solid source of magical power, clearly maintained through years of training. Thinking this, Manato smiled with satisfaction. It seems Haifumi is still the same. About 50 years ago, at the Mage Training School, when he was the great representative Ichikami Minato was extremely arrogant and provoked the rookies below, saying, "Try attacking me by any means. You can all strike at once if you want." At that time, Haifumi was still a rookie, and upon hearing this, he angrily retorted, "Do not underestimate me, you bastard." Takagami was of course there too, and she warned him, "Miumiu, that is disrespectful. You are talking to a living legend, a great illusionist." But Haifumi was young and hot-headed then, and he sneered coldly, "Do you think I care who he is? I will smash that proud face right into the ground." Immediately after, Haifumi began attacking Minato with magic. Although she disliked his way of speaking, Takagami still joined the battle, seeing the two streams of magic coming toward him. Minato sneered, "Damn. This is just some stage magic." Then he cast his own spell. Haifumi angrily retorted, "Someone using a one-star spell, do not insult me." But Minato did not care much. Small earth-made darts appeared, flying like a gust of wind. Then they shot straight at the two streams of magic in front of him, directly destroying them. Not only that, the darts also attacked the rookies behind, injuring them. Takagami could not help but sigh, overpowering a level 4 spell with just a one-star spell. What incredible power is this? Minato saw them all fall and sighed reluctantly. "I have held back quite a bit. Many gave up right after the first training session. Maybe this time won't be much different." Before, Haifumi suddenly stopped growing. "I have just started warming up." Damn it. Right after that, he shakily stood up from the ground. Minato was a bit surprised he could still get up. With a soft sound, Haifumi said coldly, "Of course, it is nothing." Not long after, Takagami also shakily stood up, saying he could keep going. Minato glanced at the two of them and smiled with satisfaction. These two have potential. Finally a good catch. But that smile caught the eyes of the two, making them resentful, shouting in unison, "Wipe that arrogant smile off your face. I am going all out from now on." Yet in the end, they were still defeated by Minato. Haifumi was unwilling, clenching his fist tightly, muttering nonstop about those damn monsters. Minato glanced at the two of them. All the other rookies had left, and these two were the only ones still standing. He was truly impressed that they could go this far, then slowly spoke up, saying today's training was enough, time to go home and rest. Just as Manato turned to leave, a shadow magic bolt tried to strike him from behind, but he still managed to dodge it. The one who struck was none other than the stubborn Hifumi. He gritted his teeth and muttered, "Not over yet." "Not finished. I will defeat you." He had barely finished speaking before falling flat on the ground. Even so, Manato saw the determined look in Hifumi's eyes before he fell, and he was sure that one day he would become a great mage. And behind Hifumi, Takagami also tried to exploit Manato's weakness to attack. The Mage Association is about to have some promising new recruits. Hifumi always said he would surpass Manato one day. Hearing this, Manato just smiled and said, "Sure, I will be waiting for you." And the boy from back then has now become an outstanding person. Manato thought it might be okay to tell Hifumi that he is Ichikami Minato. But after thinking it over, he decided not to, since Takagami had warned him not to tell anyone because it would only cause chaos. Immediately after, the introduction ceremony began. After introducing all the main characters, the host announced that the introductions were now complete and encouraged everyone to use this time to chat with each other. Only now did Manato let out a sigh of relief. It seemed his role had finally come to an end. At that moment, Chloe suddenly approached him with a smile and said, "Excuse me, are you free? I am Mumiu Chloe." She said she had noticed Manato for a long time and hoped to have a little chat. Manato replied without hesitation, "It is an honor. You seem to be a mage as well." Chloe smiled shyly and said, "That is right, but compared to you, I am still far behind." Just as Chloe said, she does not have much magic power and seems unable to control many attributes. But somehow, Manato felt that something was off. What was this strange feeling? As he was thinking, Chloe smiled and said, "I hope we can become good friends. I have a pretty sharp intuition about things like this." At the same time, Yuka and her sister were quietly watching Manato, and seeing him talking with Chloe, they seemed uneasy. Unaware that they were observing her, Chloe continued to chat happily with Manato. Looking forward to working with him, Manato replied politely, "Yes, me too." Immediately after, they shook hands. At this very moment, Chloe seemed to sense something, a flicker returning to her eyes, but she quickly composed herself and smiled, saying, "You are just as I thought. I am glad to know that you are a good person." Without waiting for Manato to respond, she quickly turned and left, leaving behind a cryptic message. "We will meet again soon." Kusanagi Manato did not pay it any mind. What caught his attention was the handshake earlier, the next day in class. As usual, Manato was surrounded by a group of female students, which annoyed him greatly. Just then, the teacher entered and spoke up, telling everyone to return to their seats because today our class will welcome a new student. Immediately, a pair of slender legs slowly stepped in. The new student was Chloe, standing on the podium. Speaking clearly, "Very pleased to meet you all. I just transferred from the Magic Academy. My name is Mumiu Chloe, and I look forward to your support." For a moment, Manato froze, looking at Chloe in confusion. Immediately, the students below began whispering among themselves, realizing that Chloe was the daughter of the Mumiu family. By coincidence, there was an empty seat next to Manato, so the teacher let Chloe sit there. Chloe had no objections and went to sit beside Manato. Manato glanced at her and calmly said, "I did not expect you to transfer here." Smiling unconsciously, Chloe said happily, "I told you, did not I, that we would meet again soon?" Manato could not help but look at her once more, as if lost in thought. During the break, the boys started gathering around Chloe, asking all sorts of questions, and the girls tried to befriend her. Seeing this, Ruka could not help but feel amazed. Has she really become that popular? Usually, they all crowd around us. Even Ruka could not help but speak up. "I really did not expect her to transfer here." Ryuji muttered in confusion. What exactly is that girl thinking? The three of them gathered together, repeatedly discussing why Chloe transferred here. Minato glanced at them and could not help but smile. Chloe showed no sign of confusion despite being surrounded by many people. She remained calm and always wore a faint smile. After school, the three of them were met with an even more surprising event. Sugo brought Chloe to the police training ground. And I have to say it again, this is Mumiu Chloe. She will be joining Sunt from today. As soon as these words were spoken, the students below immediately became confused. Is not she the daughter of the Mumiu Corporation? So why is she joining SMENT? Sugo slowly explained that to strengthen the cooperative relationship with the noble mages, we decided Chloe would serve as the bridge between the two sides, which is what we were informed of. At this moment, Chloe also introduced herself, saying, "My name is Mumiu Chloe, and although I am still a student and lack much experience in magic, I hope to receive guidance and encouragement from everyone." The three Rukas looked at each other for a long moment. Finally, Ruka stepped forward to shake Chloe's hand with a smile. Congratulating her, Mumiu, Chloe politely nodded in response, saying she looked forward to working with everyone. Sugo hesitated, walking up to Manato and whispering, "Sorry, this is an unexpected order from above." Manato replied bluntly, "They informed us that we will have a major collaboration. I also suspected this would happen." Hearing this, Sugo let out a light sigh of relief and said, I see. President Kusanagi is really something else. But no sooner had he spoken than Manato replied coldly, I still need to check on her. Very quickly, Manato trained everyone. As usual, starting with running, the three Yuka ran wildly ahead. But without giving them time to catch their breath, Manato coldly said, I am going to get serious now. Follow me. No sooner had he spoken than he sped off like the wind. The three Yukas refused to lose and hurriedly chased after him. The other trainees had given up, unable to keep up, and began to sigh heavily. But at that moment, a figure suddenly dashed past them. It was Chloe, who quickly caught up with the three Yuka, and not long after, Chloe surged ahead, smiling and saying sorry. Seeing this, Yuka immediately became competitive, shouting fiercely, No way that is happening, then wildly chased after her. After finishing the running training, Manato began teaching them how to use magic. As before, the three Yuka still held strong, and Chloe was the same. Even though it was only her first day of training, followed by heavy push-ups, Manato was like a hellish drill instructor, shouting while doing push-ups, pushing them to keep training their bodies. It only truly mattered when their lives were on the line. After a while, almost all the trainees had collapsed. Manato finally spoke up. All right, take a break. The three Yukas were not much better, sitting on the ground, gasping and sighing, just like always, but still struggling. Surprisingly, Chloe was still holding on. She walked over to Manato with a smile and said, Is it already break time? I still have some energy left. Compared to everyone else, she was still looking fresh. This amazed Yuka beyond words. How could this be? When even they had only recently gotten used to this intensity, unaware of Yuka's thoughts. Chloe continued, This is truly an extremely harsh training session. Minato glanced at her and asked if it was too outdated for her. Shaking her head, Chloe replied frankly, Not at all. Actually, I think it makes perfect sense. By training the body, everyone will improve their physical strength and combat ability. And when using magic, pushing physical limits helps enhance magical techniques and raise the power threshold. By pushing magical power to its limits, everyone will make it stronger. At this, Chloe glanced at those who had collapsed over there. Then she smiled and added a bit of Spartan toughness to keep everyone's spirits up. If you do not act like your life depends on it, you might lose it in a real battle. Manato nodded in agreement as he listened to her, praising her. Exactly, she really understands. Chloe smiled, covering her mouth. After all, I am a daughter of the Miu family. Ruka did not expect Chloe to understand so well, but she could not help but praise her. She is truly amazing. I admit it. Ruka nodded in agreement. We should learn from her. Smiling unconsciously, Chloe modestly said, Everyone has done very well. I know all the SEMP members are very reliable. Then she turned to Manato and asked, By the way, Captain Kusanagi, I have a question. Seeing this, the two sisters Ruka showed signs of discomfort. Chloe was truly beautiful, seemingly loved by both boys and girls, and perhaps even Minato. Chloe's abilities are undeniable. If she were stronger than them, she would be the one standing beside and supporting Manato. Thinking this, the two immediately wore ugly expressions, leaving Ryuji beside them confused and unsettled. Just like that, they chose to stand close to Manato and Chloe to listen to the conversation. By building a cooperative relationship between Sunt and the noble mages, even though disasters happen frequently, they can now respond faster than before, and thanks to that, Sunt expanded its operations to more areas, significantly reducing casualties from disasters. However, the number of disasters is still increasing, and Minato knows they cannot afford to let their guard down. Right now, they are working with the noble mages to handle a disaster, and Hinata's fairy kick struck the Kwai Tong Kwan's body. In an instant, she burned it to ashes. The group walking beside Hinata immediately jumped out cheering. Those weak monsters were just as expected from our great leader. They are no match for you, boss. At the same time, Duka also ran up to Minato and said the monsters have been cleared out. Although most were defeated by Hamura, Minato barely paid attention, smiling calmly as he said she was very skilled, much stronger than before. Hinata glared at him, her tone full of challenge, saying no matter how unlucky I am, I will surpass you, so get ready. Then she turned and walked away. Riku sighed reluctantly. Who else would say it? Sorry about that. She just does not seem able to be honest with herself. Minato replied indifferently, I do not mind. And you should not either. They kept talking like that, with Hinata standing nearby eavesdropping, while Chloe was only close to the special magic team, chatting happily. Noticing this, Minato could not help but speak up, asking if the noble mages were not very close to Chloe. Riku nodded slightly and replied that they usually avoid getting too involved with the scheming families. While they were talking, Chloe approached, and Riku wisely left. Chloe smiled softly and asked, Kusanagi, are you free right now? Minato frowned at her and asked, What is going on? Yuka and her sister, seeing the two standing close together, also looked over intently. At that moment, they heard Chloe's sharp words as if slapping their faces. Do you want to go on a date with me? And so, later at Shinjuku Station, Minato arrived at the place as promised. While waiting, he heard people around talking about a girl who looked very cute, Before he could even process the chatter, another exclamation rang out. Is that Chloe's group? She is so charming. Go talk to her quickly. Manato looked in the direction they were staring and indeed saw Chloe standing there, wearing a black dress with her long hair brushing her shoulders, enhancing her elegant beauty. He pushed through the crowd to her and asked, have you been waiting long for me? Chloe shook her head gently and replied, it is okay, I just got here too. The situation left the crowd stunned, and those who were about to step forward to talk hesitated. They left in despair, leaving Manato confused and unsure. As Manato walked with Chloe, he asked suspiciously, so why did you invite me here? You did not really want to set me up with them, did you? Smiling unconsciously, Chloe remembered what he said. You caught me. Actually, I am not very familiar with this area since I just transferred to school, so I hoped you could be my guide. Manato was confused and said she could ask someone else, but Chloe shook her head slightly, smiled faintly, and said she also had something personal to talk to him about, so that is why she called it a date. Manato nodded slightly, but recalling the awkward atmosphere that day, he felt quite embarrassed. While he was thinking, Chloe sighed and said, I am the daughter of Mumi Haifumi. No matter where I go, I always feel out of place. Everyone pretends to respect me and treats me specially. But you are different. Manato felt confused and asked, are you okay? Ignoring his reaction, Chloe continued smiling and said, talking to you for the first time, I realized you do not treat me like everyone else does. Manato spoke softly again, saying that status and position mean nothing. What matters is who she really is. Nothing more. Chloe could not help but laugh aloud, smiling with feeling, saying he truly is an interesting person. At the same time, a shadow quietly followed behind the two. It was none other than Ruka, sneaking after them again. But what else could she do now? Maybe it was time to give up. At that moment, Ruka spotted a familiar figure nearby. It was Ruka herself, also tailing Manato. Ruka was shocked. Impossible. She would never do that. But in her hand was a red bean cake. There was no mistaking it, she was clearly following Manato. Anyway, Ruka still had to keep following them, or she would lose track. So while rushing to catch up, the two sisters bumped into each other. The two glared at each other for a moment, then hurriedly ran off while talking. Ruka asked suspiciously, why are you here? Is something wrong? Ruka quickly shook her head to deny it. Nothing's wrong. Manato heard the sound ahead and immediately turned around. Seeing this, Chloe asked suspiciously, is something wrong? Manato furrowed his brow, then shook his head after a moment and said, nothing. Meanwhile, the two sisters Ruka had already hidden behind a big bear. Sighing reluctantly, it was almost all just noise earlier. Ruka suddenly realized something and quickly exclaimed that it seemed like they were all aiming for the same target. She nodded slightly in agreement, saying that was probably the case. So the four eyes met, both faces full of determination. In the end, Manato and Chloe stroll was followed by two tails. Wherever Manato and Chloe went, the two sisters Ruka would follow. They sneaked around quietly, not like they were trying to catch them in the act. After a while of walking, Manato and Chloe arrived at a cafe. Chloe smiled happily and said, so what will they do next? Manato thought for a moment before answering. They will talk, then eat, and then go back home. Ruka's two sisters were sitting quite far away, so they did not hear what Manato and Chloe were saying. On this side, Chloe suddenly spoke up with a melancholy tone. I see now. So this is what a typical high school date is like. Saying that, she set the glass of tea in her hand down on the table. Then she spoke coldly, wondering what the purpose of these things was. Just walking around, looking at the surroundings, then sitting down to eat. What meaning do these actions have? Manato replied frankly. Maybe those actions do not really mean anything. Chloe asked confused. But people still do them even without a clear reason. Manato nodded slightly and explained. What matters is who you are with, as long as it is with that person. Even a walk becomes special. That is why time spent with them is precious, even if it has no clear meaning. Chloe fell silent after hearing that, then finally asked, so that is what you call a date? Shrugging indifferently, Manato replied, I think so. So, was our time together today meaningful? Chloe hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, I think so. Manato smiled softly. Pleased. Hearing you say that makes me very happy. Chloe suddenly lowered her head and murmured quietly, I often surprise others with my words or actions. But you never flinch at all. She praised Manato as a very lovable person, and Yuka's two sisters, who were not listening carefully, suddenly heard this and both blushed, wondering if Chloe liked Manato. But on the contrary, Manato did not think much, smiling and said, it is truly an honor. Just then, someone in the cafe recognized Manato and Chloe, and they started whispering among themselves. Manato, fearing trouble, quickly stood up and said, we should go. Chloe nodded softly and replied, good idea. The two quickly left the cafe and returned to the train station. Chloe happily said it was a meaningful day for her, and Minato replied frankly, that is great. Chloe hesitated for a moment, then shyly asked, can we hang out together again? Of course, I do not mind at all, Minato replied without hesitation. He said he also wanted to get to know Chloe better. and from a distance. The two sisters Yuka were shocked to hear this. Chloe was a bit surprised too, smiling as she said, "You are really straightforward, but I think the same. So see you again later." Manato waved goodbye, and Yuka watched their backs with mixed feelings of worry, unable to believe Manato said that. Ruka was equally troubled, wondering if Manato was really serious. While Manato turned and walked away, they went in two different directions. But there were too many mixed emotions for all four of them. The next day, in the special magic team's classroom, Ryuji ran up to Minato and asked with a smile, "How did your date go yesterday?" Ruka sounded a bit annoyed and asked why he was asking. Ryuji smirked and replied, "I am just curious about your friend." Minato reluctantly answered, "That was not a date. I just showed her around the area. All we did was walk around, shop, and have tea. And you call that a date?" Yuka and her sister did not look very happy at that moment, but Chloe was happily chatting with Corinne, seemingly not paying much attention to what happened yesterday. Ryuji sighed helplessly, hoping it would not cause any trouble. Thinking that over, he patted Minato on the shoulder and reminded him to be careful. Minato looked at him confused, wondering what he was talking about. After a while, when everyone had gathered, Sugo began the meeting. "Now, allow me to explain our current situation. Up to this point, they have seen a significant decrease in casualties related to natural disasters and monsters within Japanese territory. After Black Rebellion was disbanded, there was a similar decrease in the number of illegal sorcerers. Besides that, there have been no appearances of dark carriers or chrono." Karen also agreed, "It seems like these days the shadow bearers are rarely talked about." Manato frowned quietly, thinking the police must have handled most of the illegal mage cases by now, so maybe the shadow bearers do not need to do anything anymore. Thinking that, he shouted fiercely again, "But we can't be complacent. We will train ourselves even harder from now on." "That is right." Immediately, the entire special magic team responded in unison. By evening, Minato had returned home, and after dinner, he lay down on his bed to rest. Quietly reflecting, the Sunt members had improved their skills, but their coordination with the elite sorcerers still needed work. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. Minato immediately answered, looking suspicious, and asked, "What is going on?" On the other end, Leona quickly switched to her voice, talking about Mumi Klo and Takagami Shizuku. "I have investigated them and thought you should know too. Is now a good time?" Minato nodded slightly and replied, "Yes." "Tell me what you found." Leona immediately replied, "First about Mumi Klo. She is not Mumi's biological child but the stepchild of his wife. Strangely, she only became his stepchild a few years ago. Klo's parents both died in an accident, and since then Hifumi has probably been raising her." Minato listened and asked suspiciously, "She is studying at a magic academy, right?" Luna nodded slightly and replied, "That is right. Although she transferred schools at the same time she joined Sunt, her magical abilities are clearly above average." Minato raised his eyebrows upon hearing that. He could not call her abilities above average, seeing him silent. Leona continued, "She seemed to be a calm girl with a strange aura. With her appearance, she always stands out far more than others." Since she was cooking, she placed the phone on the table. Then Leona called out loudly, "Kai, help me set the table." Kai immediately ran in from the living room, and the boy's condition had improved a lot. Minato on the other end of the line heard Leona's reproachful yet loving tone toward Kai and could not help but smile. After giving Kai instructions, Leona affectionately said, "Sorry, let us continue our conversation later." Next is Shizuku. She seems to have a daughter and a little granddaughter. However, no one has seen her lately. Minato furrowed his brow and asked suspiciously what she meant, and Lena slowly replied that some sources said she had crossed the sea. Just then, a sudden noise came from outside, and Minato quickly said, "Wait a moment." Then he went outside to open the door and saw the two Yuka sisters had returned. He waved to them and said, "Welcome home." After greeting them, Minato went back inside and continued talking with Leona, saying sorry and asking her to please continue. Luna nodded slightly and replied, "Okay, as you know, that matter has not been confirmed yet, but something about it does not sit right with me, so I will look into it a bit more." Minato, hearing all this, gratefully said, "Sorry for causing trouble, I really appreciate it." Leona declined to comment, casually saying, "It is nothing, you have helped me many times already. Alright, we will talk more next time." Then she hung up. Seeing this, Kai ran over and asked, "Was the person you were just talking to Chrono?" Luna looked at the boy with suspicion and asked why he thought that way. Kai smiled openly and said, "You really look happy," and those words stunned Leona. After a moment, she finally smiled faintly and said, "I understand, I look happy, huh." Meanwhile, in the police chief's office, there seemed to be a guest, and he spoke up again. "We need to know more about Kusanagi Minato, and I want to assign that task to you." This guest is Shizuku, who remained silent upon hearing the chief's words. The chief paid no mind and continued, "If we cannot uncover the secret behind his power, we will be powerless." After hesitating for a moment, Shizuku finally nodded and said, "I understand." The chief furrowed his brow and asked suspiciously, "That guy seems careless around you. Is there a reason for that? Shizuku fell silent again, hesitating for a long time. She finally spoke up, saying it might be because of my age. He is a very kind person. As you can see, the chief did not doubt her and stood up from his chair. Approaching Shizuku, the chief warned coldly. After all, I can turn back now, and neither can you. We are in this together. Yes, sir, Shizuku replied reluctantly, but in the end, she nodded in agreement. On the other hand, at the police training ground, it was Manato and the team's practice time. Seeing everyone gathered, Manato immediately ordered, "Now let us start training," but the kid had not even gotten a chance to do anything yet. Shugo hurried over, apologizing. Wait a moment, Minato looked at him and asked. So, Shugo replied anxiously, the US military mage division has come to Japan for a meeting, and I was informed that they want to observe some training session. The people below were stunned. Ruka muttered in confusion. Are not they supposed to be one of the strongest elite units? Ruka nodded slightly and replied, they pride themselves on having some of the best mages in the world, while Ryuji shook his head, pretending not to know. Manato furrowed his brow in silence, thinking that America's level is not as high as it was 50 years ago, and he believed they had risen to the top in today's era. While everyone was confused, Shugo spoke up to explain that news of Sun had spread overseas, and the recent battle with Chrono seemed to have truly put us in their sights. So what they really care about is. She paused there. Everyone fell silent. No one dared to speculate. Manato remained silent in his thoughts. At this moment, Shugo continued. There was another reason they came to visit Japan in the present era. The disasters happening all over the world are like 50 years ago. The Americans might come here to find a way to deal with them. But just as the words left her mouth, a fierce voice rang out. Who needs a way to deal with it? Startling the whole group. When they turned back, they saw a man in a suit approaching, his body muscular and toned, unlike a Japanese person. Behind him was a group of soldiers in U.S. military uniforms. Seeing that group, the Sun team members immediately exclaimed in shock. That is the US Mage Division. They are truly terrifying. The American group advanced toward Manato with an intimidating presence. Two powerful streams of magical energy are silently clashing. The pressure is so intense that those behind are forced to step back, struggling just to stand. At that moment, the curious man suddenly squinted at Manato. Then, he quickly reached out with both hands. Seeing this scene, the two sisters Yuka immediately became worried. Yet the man hugged Manato tightly and laughed loudly, saying, "At last, we meet, Kusanagi." But no sooner had he spoken than he sensed something. Immediately, the man curiously observed Manato after squeezing his abs and kneading his biceps. He muttered suspiciously that Manato's body was firm, but too thin. Could he really fight to the death with a body like that? Manato, annoyed by the man's constant touching, spoke up. Can you let go now? The man finally realized his mistake, quickly letting go and saying, forgive my rudeness. Then he introduced himself as Lieutenant Aaron Anderson from the 157th Mage Division of the US Army, also the lead researcher at the Mage Institute, the Magic Institute. They study disasters and monsters, as well as all forms of magic. After thinking for a moment, he also spoke up to introduce himself. I am the commanding officer of SUMT, Kusanagi Manato, and these are the other members of SUMT. Hearing this, Aaron threw his head back and laughed loudly. Who needs introductions? I already know each member of SUMT well. I have heard they are very skilled. The SUMT members were instantly pleased by the praise. Who would not be proud? Manato, however, remained silent and thoughtful, as Japan's own magical research had not advanced much in the rules of sorcery. Not to mention, your own knowledge is already 50 years outdated. So you should see this as a good opportunity. With that in mind, Manato smiled and spoke up. You are a magic research expert, right, Anderson? If you do not mind, I have a few questions about monsters and disasters. As soon as he said that, the US soldiers behind immediately dispersed their intense aura. In the blink of an eye, it spread through the air. Manato sensed this and could not help but smirk. Meanwhile, the VUCA group behind had completely collapsed. The aura was too strong, far surpassing their magical power. After a long pause, Aaron finally shouted the order to cease fire. Only then did the US soldiers withdraw their aura. Aaron looked at everyone and laughed, apologizing for these inexperienced people. Sometimes even the best dogs can be too sensitive. Shrugging indifferently, Manato smiled and said, it is okay, it is just a cool breeze. Hearing this, Aaron laughed in anger and said, so my team's magic is just a breeze to you? Let me tell you something. You are quite funny. Manato lazily responded to the sarcastic remark. Seeing Manato remain silent, Aaron spoke again. Do you want to ask about the disasters and monsters? Manato nodded slightly in response. I am sorry for my lack of knowledge, but I am curious to know exactly what they are, as well as your recent findings. Aaron hesitated for a moment, then spoke slowly. It is hard to sum up in a few words, and we are still investigating, but I believe monsters are living magic, and disasters are phenomena that transport monsters to Earth. Recent investigations have revealed that when a rift occurs, the area is flooded with a unique type of magic distinct from human magic. Essentially, This theory is supported by the fact that people can detect magical power when the sky turns red, but so far there is no convincing evidence that magical power has characteristics similar to monsters. In other words, monsters are artificially created from magic, and their bodies turn into particles when they die, further reinforcing that theory. After hearing this, Manato raised his eyebrows and asked why they were attacking humanity, but Eren shook his head and replied that there was no clear reason. Though there was a theory that they were reacting to our magic, 50 years ago, there were not many disasters in America, so there were fewer investigations and limited information to work with. However, there have been many reports of disasters triggering the magical power of awakened individuals, and that still holds true today. But recently, Eren has begun to understand more about this issue thanks to the improved quality of magical measurement devices. For example, when a disaster's magic dissipates into the atmosphere, it still exists as natural magic. When a monster is destroyed, it releases a certain amount of magic, from which you can infer that the particles humans see when a monster dies are its body dissolving into magic. Daika felt uneasy hearing this. That was what Manato said to her. Like, how could Manato know about that? Manato looked intently at Eren and asked suspiciously, I once saw a monster seemingly trying to cause a calamity before. Nodding solemnly, Eren replied frankly, aside from nearly identical cases, the first disaster in the world happened when there were no monsters around, so you likely misjudged the situation or misunderstood something. Manato furrowed his brow and frowned slightly. Confused, he did not think so. The previous calls to action by the demon general clearly seemed off. Eren continued, saying that monsters, especially the final larvae, could gradually become stronger. It was possible that the monster had caused the disaster, and Manato was startled, asking, Really? Nodding solemnly, Eren calmly admitted, We have tested it. We waited to see what would happen. If we deliberately do not defeat the larvae of a minor disaster, monsters will appear in waves, but they stop reproducing after reaching a certain number, and then their increase suddenly halts, and the amount of disaster magic in the atmosphere does not rise. There is no doubt that leaving a disaster unchecked is very dangerous. Even if the monsters are getting stronger, the last monsters still have to be destroyed, at least until that theory can be proven right. After hearing this, Manato immediately furrowed his brow, thinking the same about the monsters. Those experiments on disasters were interesting, but Manato guessed they had not found anything concrete yet. At that moment, Eren spoke up again, saying, You have an impressive amount of magical power. Right, not many mages have such strength, so please let me examine your body. I refuse. Manato shook his head without hesitation. Eren sighed in despair, feeling that you lacked knowledge, but Manato did not care and calmly asked, Do you know about the noble wizards? Eren calmly replied, I probably only know as much as you do. 50 years ago, American mages were still weak. They stopped receiving deployment and technical support from Japanese mages, and information related to mages was cut off. Manato frowned slightly, influenced by the monopoly of magical knowledge and techniques held by the noble mages. There was no doubt that America had surpassed them. Quite ironically, then, feeling grateful, Manato said, Today I have learned a lot from you. But Eren declined to comment. Don't mention it. We are grateful for their help during the global catastrophe, especially Ichikami Minato. Manato blinked slightly as he looked at the soldiers behind him and hesitated before asking, It seems like you are looking for something else. Just as you thought. The soldiers have been watching you closely without looking away, Eren said seriously. To be honest, I wanted to test your strength myself, which is why I came to Japan for the second time. Hearing this, Sugo panicked and shouted, Are not you in Japan to attend an important meeting? Shrugging indifferently, Eren replied with disdain, Who cares about that secretive meeting full of big shots and fools? Sugo urged even more urgently, But we are not allowed to train for combat. Captain Kusanagi, please intervene. However, Manato shouted fiercely, If everyone just kept quiet, everything would be fine. Hearing that, Eren laughed excitedly and said, I am a big fan of your spirit. This is a rare opportunity, so give it your all. Manato smirked without responding. Who needs a backup plan anyway? Isn't that what you said? That shows how much confidence you have in your abilities. Right, seeing is believing, Eren declared. And immediately, the entire US military force unleashed their power. Manato's eyes now held a spark of excitement. This was a great chance to measure the magical power of the American mages. Let him see what they have got. Eren raised his eyebrows and smiled, saying, I will let you taste the strength of these guys first. Before Manato could answer, the VUCA group stepped forward. Zuika shouted fiercely, If you send your subordinates to fight, then we will fight too. But Eren waved his hand to stop her. Sorry, but can you please stop? Zuika asked confused. Why? Eren spoke calmly. We only care about the strong unless all of you are on the same level as Kusanagi. This made Zuika hesitate. She did not know what to say because the truth was no one here was as strong as Minato. Seeing everyone hesitate, Manato immediately spoke. This is a good opportunity. Everyone has fought monsters many times, but we have not had many lessons on fighting other mages, so watch our battle closely. The Sim group responded in unison without hesitation. Yes, sir. Seeing this, Aaron could not help but feel impressed. He had thought they were just ordinary. But surprisingly, they seemed very disciplined. At that moment, Manato spoke up, "Then let us get started." As soon as he finished, Aaron's soldiers unleashed their magical power. Aaron shouted fiercely. Then said, "Let the training match begin." The American soldiers all took up battle positions. In the blink of an eye, they split into multiple directions and rushed toward Manato. Manato remained calm and cast his magic without a hint of panic. Surprisingly, the American soldiers were able to dodge the magic beams he fired. In the blink of an eye, the entire group had surrounded Manato. Seeing this scene, the Daika group immediately panicked and closed the distance without using any magic. Could they reach Manato in the blink of an eye? Manato was only slightly surprised. He smiled wryly and said, "Your moves are not bad." As soon as he finished speaking, the American soldiers attacked again. Manato did not rush to attack, calmly dodging their strikes. Sensing the battle was unfavorable, the American soldiers began casting spells. They did not give Manato a moment to breathe. Relentlessly attacking with a barrage of wild elemental magic, Manato did not create a shield to block the attack. He simply dodged it casually. He landed safely without sustaining any injuries. Just as he landed, the US troops attacked again, moving at a fast pace. Manato was startled and blocked the attack with his hand. But before he could catch his breath, others launched magical attacks. Once again, a barrage of magic erupted wildly. This time, Manato did not dodge but created a shield to block it. Watching the battle unfold, Sum's group was stunned. Daika muttered in disbelief. They were pushing Manato into a defensive position. Ruka also spoke seriously, saying that although their magic levels were not exceptional, each had considerable firepower, and even Manato's magical defenses could not hold for long. So this is the power of the Mage division. After a long moment, Manato stepped out safely from the shield and said coldly, "Just as I expected from the military. You have been trained exceptionally well." Saying that, Manato shouted loudly in the battle against a mage, "You rarely use large-scale spells." I said only when both sides have high skills do they understand using them. In most cases, people fight their opponents in close combat. That is because it takes time to cast magic, making it difficult for a mage to use spells when the opponent is assassinating them. Even for two mages of the same high level, close combat is common for that reason. While Manato was talking, the cooldown for the soldiers ended, and they cast magic again. Without hesitation, they attacked Manato. Out of fire then water, Manato could avoid them all. Even the lightning strikes from the American soldiers were met with his shield biting back. Aaron stood to the side watching, unable to hide his raised eyebrows as Manato giving a lecture to show his subordinate rank. If so, he was disappointed in him. Aaron wanted his soldiers to quickly end this, but he soon realized that his troops were struggling. They simply can't touch Manato. His speed is too fast. Aaron watched with a frown, puzzled what is going on. He did not understand why his subordinates could not do anything to Manato. And the more he watched, the uglier Aaron's face became. Why can't even a single strike land on Manato from his soldiers? They can't hit him. Not a single attack works. They had never faced an opponent like this before. While the American soldiers were still confused, Manato spoke up, praising their refined skills as the result of hard training. "Your combat skills are truly impressive." As soon as he finished speaking, he released his own magical power with a smirk, as if thanking them for showing their skills, and said he would take things a bit more seriously. Immediately after, Manato quickly charged forward, relentlessly attacking them. His speed was too fast for them to react. Manato finished punching and kicking, each strike capable of taking down those American soldiers. He defeated them one by one without using any magic. Manato did not give them a chance to react. Before the last one could use magic to fight back, he struck first. This one-sided crushing attack left Ruka's men behind stunned. Aaron's expression also began to darken. All the American soldiers were defeated by Manato. Aaron stared for a long moment before sighing and saying, "Is my special forces unit really taken down like that? Who would have thought that an ordinary student from this once arrogant country could become so strong?" Manato said frankly, "Your men fought very well." Aaron said unhappily, "Although I am honored by your compliment, we have completely failed. Where did you learn to fight hand-to-hand like that?" "Actually, I mostly taught myself," Manato replied frankly. Hearing that, Aaron could not help but laugh out loud. "Haha, that is really interesting. You truly are an intriguing guy. If that is the case, then allow me to show my strength next." As soon as he finished speaking, he took off his outer shirt and threw it away without hesitation. Aaron's muscular and solid body appeared before everyone, and he smiled, saying that even though I am like this, I love exciting battles. Manato was a bit at a loss for words. It really was like that. Aaron was now full of fighting spirit, and Hung Fan spoke up, "Now let the battle begin." "Kusanagi." Manato squinted at him, a flicker of caution in his eyes. In the blink of an eye, Aaron unleashed his magical power. Manato was caught off guard, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. In his moment of confusion, Aaron suddenly appeared right in front of him. Manato was even more startled. His speed was truly fast. Aaron attacked without hesitation, but Manato was still able to dodge. After 5 punches failed, Aaron switched to magic attacks, firing a beam of earth energy at Manato. He tilted his head back to dodge, then flipped backward. Manato landed safely without any injuries. But before he could catch his breath, Aran appeared behind him and sneered. "Stealing is wrong." Manato flinched slightly and quickly dodged, stepping back several meters away from Aran. Now it was Aran's turn to mutter in confusion. "You really are slippery. I was sure I had you caught." Manato spoke bluntly. "You enhanced your physical abilities with magic." "Right," Aran smiled and said. "I am glad you noticed. This is a technique I invented myself." He bragged that thanks to recent advances in magic measurement and sensing technology, we are in the process of developing a method to freely control our magic. Aran's power uses that method a lot. He calls it muscle magic. It just seemed that at the same moment, Manato called out a name in unison: mana art. The name of this power, and as soon as he spoke, the magical energy within his body began to erupt. Aran's expression immediately darkened. That was the technique Manato used in his battle with Chrono. His magical power rivaled Aran's and even surpassed it. This technique was the result of decades of research. A true mystery how Manato could use it. But Aran no longer cared about that. He will enhance his power alongside him. Manato here is not counting on any tricks. Although it is far from perfect, he is still surprised that Aran can use mana art. He never expected to find someone who could create the same technique through their own effort. It seems Manato will be able to enjoy this fight. Thinking this, Manato took off running, simultaneously increasing his speed. In the blink of an eye, Manato lunged in front of Aran and threw a punch at his face, while also getting hit by him. In an instant, they exchanged blows across several dimensions. Their speed was so fast that Ruka's group behind could not keep up. Ryuji could not help but speak up. How strong is he really? Manato is still a student like them, yet his magical knowledge far surpasses this world. You can defeat any enemy without breaking a sweat, which truly terrifies them. Ryuji's words only grew more admiring as he faced off against an elite soldier of the US army. Manato is dominating not only with magical power but also in physical combat. So how is he doing that? Ruka can't help but frown. All this time she pretended not to notice Manato is simply too strong. It is only now that Ruka realizes the truth. They are becoming stronger, which is why she has always believed that one day, as long as they keep training, they could stand beside Manato as equals. But if that is even possible, Ruka truly cannot imagine a future where they can catch up to Manato. The two sisters, Ruka, grew more and more panicked as they thought about it. They truly could not accept it. Meanwhile, inside the battle, Manato and Aran were still fighting. Manato is dominating. In this fight he forcefully kicks Aran. Aran is pushed back but quickly strikes back, though Manato blocks it, not giving him a chance to breathe. He countered with a punch. His speed was too fast for Aran to dodge, so he took the hit. Aran bit his lip fiercely, trying to strike back, but Manato stepped back. But this time, Aran sat on the ground gasping for breath, while Manato stood there completely calm. It was only now that Aran accepted the truth: Manato was too strong. He was just a kid compared to him. Aran truly doubted if Manato was even human, or if he was a monster. Manato narrowed his eyes at him and asked coldly, "Shall we continue?" Aran shook his head softly and replied, "No. I lost. I am speechless. This is not even a competition anymore." Manato walked over to wait for him to teach. Aran sighed, wanting to say he rarely saw anyone as strong as him, meaning there were monsters in the US too. Then he made an offer. "Please come visit my homeland. You will always be welcomed as a friend." Manato nodded without hesitation and agreed. "Definitely. I will go if I have the chance." As soon as he finished speaking, they shook hands. After a satisfying battle, Aran happily grabbed his coat and left, saying, "Next time." Kusanagi. Goodbye to the Sunt members. Once they were gone, the Sun team rushed over and lifted Manato high into the air. "Amazing. Captain Kusanagi, even the US Magic Division is no match for you." Only Yuka's group remained standing silently, having made a decision that could change their lives. In the days that followed, Yuka trained relentlessly, determined to become stronger and to reach the same level as Manato, and Ryuji felt the same way. He was tired of always relying on others and had to find a way to move forward on his own. While they were struggling with training, Manato was troubled by another issue and exclaimed in shock, "We will sell goods for the collaboration between Sunt and the Magic Association." Sugo nodded slightly and replied, "Now that you appear more in the media and more people want to join Sunt, our budget is steadily increasing, so we are considering our next move." Manato, hearing this, asked discontentedly, "Is that why you want to sell Itama? Because you want to pocket the money for yourself?" Sugo immediately shook his head in refusal. "We need money to keep going, and I am not really fond of this idea either." Manato sighed reluctantly, feeling disappointed, then looked at the draft in his hand, which had a stuffed toy of Manato on it. He suddenly thought of the Echikami Manato plush toy from the boy he saved the other day and finally nodded in agreement. "All right, I allow us to sell the items." Sugo cheered happily, but Manato smiled and said with one condition. After hearing that, Sugo hesitated and muttered, "That will drain a lot of our budget. Is it really feasible?" Manato smiled and said, "That is not a problem. The preparations have already been made." So afterwards, the entire SUM team received an unexpected message about a joint training camp with the nobles being organized. A few days later, Manato's group arrived at a location somewhere in Tokyo. Before long, the noble mages arrived, with Hinata leading the way, constantly complaining about how troublesome it all was. Soon after, Hifumi appeared with an assistant. Always smiling, saying this might be a bit too much for my fake body. Seeing him, the Yuka sisters gasped in shock. Even Chairman Mumia was here. Was not this supposed to be just a regular training camp? Could there be some mistake? Sugo seemed to realize something and muttered quietly. It looks like Chairman Mumia is behind this camp. Maybe he wants to make amends for the past of the noble sorcerers. Minato looked at Chloe with suspicion and asked, "The Fuuka family is not here, right?" Chloe shrugged indifferently. Basically, they all disbanded after their leader was captured, and the Fuuka family will never regain their former glory. Minato still asked with some doubt, "Are not there still members not involved in that conspiracy?" Chloe replied frankly, "I am sure they are all starting new lives." Minato frowned silently upon hearing this. He had heard a bit about the Fuuka family from Leona, and it seemed the steward was still safe. Then they got on the bus to head to the training site. When they got off, Minato suddenly noticed Hinata's gaze. On the training ground, other noble magic users were already waiting, but their gazes seemed displeased when they saw the Sump group. Feeling those gazes, Fuuka could not help but panic. "Why are they staring at us like that?" Ruka frowned and muttered, "Even though we are working together, they do not seem to have a good impression of Sment." Seeing this, Minato sighed helplessly. "Oh God, I do not know what will happen next." After a while, they entered the storage area. Then we gathered at the training ground. Hifumi stood on the platform and loudly thanked everyone for taking the time to come. "I am pretty sure you are all mentally exhausted." Minato raised his eyebrows slightly. "The police and Sent regional units are temporarily providing support during the absence. There usually are not many natural disasters during this time, so it should not be a problem, but you still feel a bit uneasy." While Minato was lost in thought, Hifumi continued, "However, I believe this joint training is crucial to overcoming the great catastrophe." From this point on, their battle became increasingly fierce. That is why improving cooperation between the noble mages and Sunt is extremely important. Hifumi said that very few people have the ability to lead everyone. It must be someone honest and wise. Above all, they must be an outstanding mage, and he believes there is only one person suitable for this role, and that person is none other than Manato, who will lead the joint training this time. Hearing this, Hinata clicked his tongue, seemingly anticipating what would happen next, and sure enough, the noble mages immediately erupted in dissatisfaction and began to argue back. Hifumi had anticipated this, casting a sharp glance over them before issuing a command. "It seems some are dissatisfied, so tell me, is there any mage here who can defeat Captain Kusanagi?" This silenced the noble mages, and no one dared to argue anymore. Only then was Hifumi satisfied. He looked down at Minato and said, "Then Captain Kusanagi, please show us something." Minato frowned slightly. Though what Hifumi said was true, it also served his own interests. The noble mages monopolized the knowledge and magical techniques, but they could not defeat him. They realized they had reached their limits, and Hifumi was trying to take advantage of Minato. After all this time, he still hates losing, but Minato was not bothered by that about him. Thinking that, he stepped up to the podium and clearly declared, "You will be trained here for 2 weeks, and I have only one request. Follow my lead as if your lives depend on it." After saying that, Minato glanced at everyone, and no one objected. Soon after, they obediently followed Minato's training, but being forced to do push-ups left them all feeling very resentful. "Why make us do push-ups?" Manato did not mind. The weight on his back was 10 times heavier than theirs, yet he did not break a sweat. Coldly, he said, "Training the body is the foundation of all magic, so push yourself to the limit." The heads of the 3 noble magic clans were also doing push-ups with everyone else, carrying heavy weights on their backs. After all, as clan leaders, they could not afford to lose face. After finishing push-ups, Minato had everyone pull the heavy wheel while running, constantly urging them to give their all. There is no point in cheating, so the whole group crazily ran after Minato, dragging the heavy wheel along. The 3 Hanadas always stayed close to Minato because they did not want to lose to him. Daika saw this and could not help but feel moved indeed. The noble mages truly listened to Minato. She never thought this day would come. After a while, the running training ended, and Minato straightforwardly said, "Take a 5-minute break and remember to drink water." But someone objected, asking what the purpose of this was since we are just training without a specific goal. Before Minato could respond, some team members fiercely objected, saying he misunderstood Captain Kusanagi as an amazing person. So, in no time, an argument broke out with neither side willing to back down. Ryuji sighed helplessly. "I knew this would happen," and Dai also shouted in panic. "We have to stop them, not letting this go on any longer." Minato stepped in to intervene. "Enough you two." The Sunt members were still dissatisfied and wanted to say something, but Minato waved them off. He looked toward the noble mage's people and said coldly, "I know you do not trust me. If I were not the guide, I would not mind being criticized, but now I am asking you to follow my orders." Without finishing his sentence, Minato looked back at his people and sternly corrected them. "And you, if you trust me, just be patient right now." Understood. They immediately nodded in agreement and said, Captain Kusanagi. We apologize. Captain. Manato successfully broke up the argument, but he was still very worried. It seemed they held a deep grudge, and the fact that they still had reasons to argue was the real problem. In this case, of course, something had to be done, and Minnow suddenly smiled wickedly, startling Dai nearby with fear, and their hell had begun. Manato found a high ground and without a word unleashed a furious magical assault, terrifying them into a chaotic retreat. He shouted fiercely, "Come on, what is the matter? You will truly die if you do not fight back with everything you have got. Use all your magic until it is completely drained." But could Manato's magic be resisted by them? The answer was no, and one by one they were struck down by the magic. The disgruntled one shouted defiantly that this was not training but humiliation, to which the Scent members sneered coldly in contempt, saying, "You noble mages are truly pathetic." Those words struck at the pride of the noble mages, and the whole group glared fiercely at the Sum team. "Don't underestimate us. We will show you what it looks like when noble mages get serious." The Sum team refused to back down, shouting defiantly as if they would lose to us. Manato watched this scene with great satisfaction and smiled. It seemed to have sparked their competitive spirit. Mission accomplished. Next, Manato defeated everyone, then finally spoke up, saying that is enough for today. Rest well and get ready for tomorrow. With that, Manato turned to leave, but after just 2 steps, Inata called him back. "Wait. Kusanagi." Minato glanced back quietly. "If you have questions, do you want to ask?" Inata glared at him, dissatisfied, and asked, "Are you really going to keep pushing us like this?" Manato, a bit surprised, asked back, "Is that a complaint?" She shook her head. "No, but there has to be another way," Manato said coldly. "I have said it before, there is no other way, except for one method to stimulate the ability to sense magic power. That is through the assistance of a high-level mage performing shock therapy to awaken the magic flow within. That was meant for beginners. You said it did not work on Inata," and hearing that Hinata immediately calmed down. "So how could you be so strong? How could you have such an unreasonable amount of mana?" Minato calmly explained, "Besides increasing mana flow, there is also the way to use mana until it is depleted, or improve magic techniques in other ways. I do not know any other method to become stronger." Inata bit her lip fiercely, unwilling to accept the coldness, then said, "Fine. Forget it. Sorry," and immediately turned to leave. Seeing this, Rikukli apologized to Minato before running after Hinata. Minato watched the backs of the two as they walked away, sinking into deep thought. How could he increase his strength? The first disaster was what triggered Minato's awakening. Yet he had never met a mage as strong as himself. Why Minato is so strong, and why he possesses so much magical power, he himself does not really understand. The next day, Minato continued training them as usual, and only after defeating them all did he speak up. "Alright, training ends here for today." As soon as he finished speaking, all the noble mages collapsed to the ground groaning. Some grumbled through clenched teeth, "Is training like this really rare? We are noble mages." Yet this harsh training is no different from the military. Many days had passed since they started training, and they thought Mito was all talk. Hearing their murmurs, Minato immediately spoke up. "Let us go to the mana measurement room. Follow me." So after that, the group of noble mages followed Minato to the measurement room, still with their usual dismissive attitude. Chatting as they walked, nothing much had changed. But when they arrived at the mana measurement room, everyone was shocked. The mana of one of them has already risen to 40,000. The others are similar, which has left them extremely confused. It really increased so much in such a short time. Seeing their reaction, Minato spoke again. "This is not all. You will become even stronger over the next 2 weeks." Hearing this, a spark of determination suddenly appeared in their eyes, and in the days that followed, they accepted Minato's harsh training without any complaints. Seeing this, Manato was very satisfied. This mental preparation was considered a success. They finally realized the value of this short-term training. If this is the result after just a few days, then with full effort over these 2 weeks, their strength will grow even more. Manato saw the determination in their eyes and was naturally pleased. After running, Manato began training them in how to use magic. Before long, the Sunt members were exhausted and out of mana, but as they sat down, the noble mages surged ahead and even mocked them. "Some really are a weak bunch. You are nowhere near the level of noble mages." Those words seemed to revive the spirit of the Sum team, and they started running wildly. Seeing this scene, Ruka could not help but feel moved. It seemed they had sparked an exciting competition. Ruka nodded in agreement. At first she was a bit worried, but now they had turned the momentum in their favor. But while they were talking, a blazing flame suddenly appeared. The two sisters Ruka immediately panicked and ran away. After running for a while, the two sat down on the ground, panting. But after just 2 breaths, Minato approached and said with a cruel smile, "If you have time to chat during training, it must be easy for you too, so I will increase the difficulty level just for you." Hearing this, the 2 Ruka sisters screamed in terror. A little later, in the training camp dining hall, the noble mages group ate while chatting excitedly, saying, "My magic has been running very smoothly lately. Not only has our mana increased, but even our magic levels have improved. This made them very happy. Everyone felt encouraged, and the atmosphere at the dining table became much more cheerful. Finally, someone could not help but sigh, guessing that Captain Kusanagi's strength was no joke. Hearing this, the others suddenly felt guilty, realizing they had underestimated Manato before. While they were talking, the Sunt members came over laughing and said, "I told you, Captain Kusanagi Minnow is amazing." Hemph, with a snort, the noble mage disagreed. "I will admit that, but our archmage is even better." And once again, a debate broke out at the table. But this time the atmosphere was completely different. Manato smiled with satisfaction. It seemed to have worked. After the meal, Manato gathered everyone for training again, this time practicing beer selling. Standing outside watching, Manato felt a sense of pride. Everyone's magic level seemed to have improved, and they were doing very well. At that moment, his gaze was drawn to someone, Chloe, who was casting her dark magic with genuine skill. Manato furrowed his brow slightly, thinking to himself that according to Leona, Chloe's abilities were supposed to be above average. But clearly they were even higher than that. As he was pondering, Chloe suddenly turned her head and smiled at him. Manato said nothing, just stared at her intently, as if Chloe was hiding her true power, and he could not see through her. But for now, Manato would set Chloe aside. What worries you more is Riku, and also the hot-tempered Hinata. Riku and Toshiro are fine, but Hinata lacks motivation, and Minato can understand why. Every time she sees your face, Hinata looks like she wants to bite someone, and you have been wondering why. But it won't be good if she keeps acting like that. It is really troublesome. So after training, Minato approached Hinata to talk and apologize for asking her to stay, but Hinata replied flatly, "Just tell us what you want." Minato squinted at her and calmly asked, "It seems the training is not working for you. Can you tell me why?" Hearing the question, Hinata seemed to hold back for a long time before suddenly exploding, saying it is almost useless. "I can't get stronger this way." Minato asked confusedly, "But you still participate every day." Hinata shouted fiercely, "Shut up. It is an order, so I have no other choice." Minato grew even more confused. An order? It seems only Hifumi can make the noble mages obey. And he was quite surprised that she actually listened to someone. While Minato was thinking, Hinata angrily turned away, saying that no matter what, she would not change her attitude about this. Seeing that, Riku immediately felt guilty and apologized on Hinata's behalf. Minato declined to comment, shaking his head and saying, "It is okay, I do not mind. Thinking about it, you have always been by her side. Do you have any relationship with Hamura?" Riku hesitated for a moment before speaking. "I think we are just friends, but maybe I was wrong, though there is nothing special between us." Minato nodded gently in understanding. "I see. Sorry for asking about personal matters." Riku smiled softly and said, "No, it is fine. I am sorry for bothering you too." Minato looked a bit puzzled and asked suspiciously, "Do you mean Hamura?" Nodding solemnly, Riku sighed and said her personality is a bit rough, which is why people often misunderstand her, but she is not a bad person. Hearing this, Minnow finally understood and smiled softly, saying, "I quite like straightforward and honest people like her." "I understand." Riku smiled sincerely at him. "Thank you." Kusanagi Minato. Shortly after, Riku left, and Minato bid him farewell, but in his heart, he decided to keep an eye on Hinata. The next day, at the training ground, everyone gathered as usual to practice, resting while chatting together. Only Hinata kept to herself, not paying attention to anyone. Minato always watched her, frowning at the sight. Hinata really did everything alone, even eating by herself in her own world. He had made up his mind. Maybe it was time to step in and help Hinata a little. And in the days that followed, whenever he saw Hinata, Minato would always start a conversation with her. During training, he also paid special attention to Hinata. He kept following her, whispering sweet nothings in her ear nonstop. This made Hinata furious. She was so annoyed. What the hell was going on? Do you have a problem? Why do you keep following me? What are you washing? Shrugging indifferently, Minato replied bluntly, "I just want to talk to you." Hinata looked confused and asked, "You just want to talk?" Minato nodded slightly and replied, "Yes. You are always alone and seem very lonely." Hearing this, Hinata immediately replied, "I am not lonely. I like being alone." Minato disagreed, saying it did not seem that way. That remark made Hinata upset again. "What do you know?" Minato slowly replied, "People who like being alone do not put themselves in situations where they have to cooperate with others. They did not care about anyone, rejected any concern, but she did not seem to fit any of those cases." Hearing his words, Hinata raised her eyebrows, muttered under her breath, then stopped as if saying, "You understand me, right?" But Minato did not care and spoke up, asking, "Let us be friends." Hinata hesitated, unsure how to respond, but very quickly, she angrily snapped, "What the hell are you talking about?" Shrugging indifferently, Minato remembered to ask, "Is that not okay? You know, I actually like you quite a bit." Hinata blushed shyly when she heard the word like and quickly said, "No one normally takes the initiative to be friends like that, do you understand?" Minato muttered confusedly, "I think you are right." Hinata glared at him, then suddenly muttered in a low voice, "Enough already. Give up on trying to understand me. A girl like me is really annoying and troublesome, is not she? After saying that, she fell silent again, but Minato did not hesitate to object. Not at all. I do not hate you. Actually, I like the way you express yourself honestly. People who have judged me without reason make me uncomfortable. This made Hinata's steps falter. After a moment, she remembered and smiled, but then said, you really are such a fool. What did I just say? Hinata suddenly realized what she had said, panic flashing in her eyes. She quickly turned and ran away, shouting as she went, anyway, I would never be friends with you. That will never happen. Manato sighed helplessly. Oh man, it seems like I have been rejected. You just do not know that the conversation you two had earlier was overheard by someone. Chloe, standing behind the wall, heard everything. A little later, at the training ground, Manato had everyone practice using magic again. After training with Manato for a few days, Toshiro's magic had improved. Yuka and her sister saw this and fear flashed in their eyes. At that moment, Manato shouted, training is enough for now. Let us take a break. Everyone was trying their best, as if they were refining their own strength. On the way to the dining hall, Manato saw the Mizuha family of 3. The 2 sisters were trying to invite Toshiro to have a family meal with them, as they had not had the chance to talk for a long time. But Toshiro coldly replied that he still had a lot of work to do, so he had to decline the meal. Saying that, he limped away without looking back. Manato approached Yuka and her sister and said helplessly, he is still the same as before, is not he? Still has not changed his attitude even after disowning you guys, to which Yuka gently shook her head in response. He was not like that before, Manato asked confused. Is there a difference? Yuka's tone was a little sad. He used to be kinder and would listen to us. But since Mom passed away, Toshiro has never been the same. He no longer talks to us much and is always away for work. Ruka now also muttered softly. She thought she understood our father's feelings because she was the same. When Mother passed away, she felt she had to become stronger. When she tried to protect Ruka, Ruka became harsher and lost herself. Hearing this, Ruka immediately clasped her hand to comfort her. But now, she is still the gentle sister she used to be. Ruka looked at her gratefully and smiled, saying thank you, but I changed while Dad did not. He still cares about us. Yuka was not sure either. Whispering hesitantly, I can know what Dad is thinking. He never tells us. Hearing their conversation, Manato immediately smiled reassuringly. If he did not care for you too, he would not have seen me as an enemy and challenged me. Right? That is definitely the attitude of a father towards someone trying to get close to his daughter. There was just one thing Manato found confusing. Why did Toshiro's magic fluctuate so much? It seemed like he was hesitating about something. Just then, Chloe suddenly came over and called him with a smile, saying, can I talk to you for a moment? Manato did not refuse, and the two found a quiet corner to talk. He thought Chloe was about to ask him out. As Minato was thinking, Chloe slowly spoke, saying she had been thinking a lot lately and wanted to know more about him. As she spoke, Chloe stepped forward and quickly stood right in front of Minato. She placed her hand on his chest and whispered, I want to understand the deepest nature of you. I want to know what kind of person you really are. She said Minato was unlike anyone else, both in beauty and soul, a charm that radiated only from him. Minato did not react much to these words, slowly nodded, and said, I understand. I am honored to receive a compliment from you. Chloe was momentarily stunned. She gave a faint smile before calmly speaking. You are a strange man, outwardly straightforward, yet full of contradictions inside. Sometimes proud, sometimes innocent. Even those elusive sides are captivating. After a pause, she seriously asked, have you considered dating me? She believes that their relationship would definitely be wonderful, even if she only says so, as she is a very loyal person. Chloe also said that if Minato wants, she can do anything and give him everything. While talking, Chloe moved closer to Minato, their faces just a few millimeters apart. She raised her eyebrows and smiled, asking, so what do you think? Will we spend our lives together? Minato saw the distance closing in and quickly pulled away, shaking his head to refuse. Sorry, I have no intention of dating anyone. Chloe was not too surprised by the rejection, just smiled faintly and said, is that so? That is too bad. Very quickly, she returned to her usual self, smiled and said, that is done. I am leaving now. Minato watched her back as she walked away, sinking into a deep silence. Elsewhere, at the training ground, Ryuji suddenly grabbed Riku's shoulder and laughed loudly. Come on, man. Riku furrowed his brows and muttered, you are not bad either. Minato had just returned and saw the scene. Asking suspiciously, what is going on? How did it come to this? Ruka slowly explained that the two of them discussed their training routines and decided to challenge each other. The result was that both completed 1,000 reps, then collapsed right after, and somehow things ended up like this. Minato sighed helplessly after hearing that, realizing they were both just muscle heads. Putting those nonsense aside, Minato then began training everyone in how to use magic. After some time, the Sunt members and the noble mages grew much closer. On the final day of training, Manato stood on the podium and proudly declared that everyone had trained very diligently. Today marks the end of your training. But it is only the beginning. Many lives may be at risk in the upcoming world disaster. But if you can fulfill your roles to the best of your ability, all disasters can be overcome. He said they were all very strong. Even the world disaster was no match, and told them to rest until the mission began and to prepare their minds. Then Minato raised his fist high and shouted fiercely, "Everything depends on your shoulders. We will definitely protect Japan and the world." And as soon as those words were spoken, everyone around shouted in unison. The two groups, who initially entered with mutual dislike, ultimately became companions. Hinata stood at a distance watching this scene, unable to help but admire. Manato was truly an incredible person. Not only Semp but also the noble mages he trained had to have grown much stronger. The more Hinata thought, the more her gaze fixed on Manato standing on the high platform, thinking about the word friend that he had suggested. She quickly shook her head. What was she even thinking? She did not need friends. Hinata did not need that. Anyway, to her, it all became meaningless. After a while, Hifumi approached Manato from afar and praised him, saying the results were truly excellent. "Captain Kusanagi," Manato replied with a polite smile, "it is truly an honor to defend this pass." Hifumi did not notice the politeness in his words and continued speaking. Above them, there was disagreement due to misunderstandings. But now they are gradually beginning to trust each other, and everything is progressing smoothly. By continuing like this, the world will eventually see peace, which makes Hifumi very happy. I hope so. Manato nodded softly, shaking hands warmly with Hifumi. Thanks to the training, the levels of cement and the noble sorcerers have risen, and their cooperation has improved significantly. As a result, the damage caused by disasters and demons around Tokyo has significantly decreased, and although natural disasters still occur, the recorded damage is the lowest in the past 50 years, bringing great joy to people across Japan. Now we can finally go outside without worry, thanks to the success of Sumt and the noble mages. All of Japan is living in peace, for better or worse. Of course, except for the Sent pair. They still have to train daily with the Hell instructor Minato. He teaches on one side and pushes on the other. If you do not push yourself to the limit, it is meaningless. The closer we are to death, the more peaceful Japan becomes. While training, Sugo ran over from a distance to report that Captain Kusanagi has decided we will cooperate with mages across Japan. Many mages will step in to help when the great disaster strikes. Minato nodded in approval. Caring continued. Based on the location and extent of damage from the great disasters 50 years ago, we have decided on deployment plans for each member. After finishing the report, Sugo leaned close to Minato and whispered, "I have arranged the distribution for your request." I handled it discreetly. Minato nodded and advised, "That will help. We need some assurance. The world disaster, the greatest among all catastrophes, will affect not only Japan but the entire world. This is not a single disaster, but multiple disasters happening at the same time. Years ago, humanity could not handle a disaster of such unpredictable scale, but this time it will be different. Manato is prepared for every situation." Thinking of this, Manato shouted loudly, "As we all know, in a few days the world disaster will happen, so rest until then and spend plenty of time with your families." Hearing this, the Sunt members immediately whispered among themselves, wondering if this was okay, since they did not know how dangerous the great disasters would be. Hearing this, Minato spoke up to reassure them, "We have done all we can. All of you have become much stronger. So relax. We will definitely win." Despite his words, everyone below remained worried. Even Sugo's group was no exception. Seeing their mournful faces, Minato felt a bit helpless. Then he confidently declared, "Let me say one last thing. Trust me when things get tough, when pain strikes, when fear takes over, when it makes you want to run away. Remember me." Hearing this, everyone immediately stood ready. The groups of Duika, Ruka, Ryuji, Sugo, Karine, and even Klo, after hearing his declaration, grew much more confident, and smiles returned to their faces. Minato spoke confidently, "No matter the situation, I will save all of you in this world, so you can always trust me. No matter what happens, I will handle it." "Yes, Captain Kusanagi." Immediately, all members of SEM shouted in unison. Besides them, the heads of the noble magic families are also very busy, with Hinata and Riku always sticking together. Toshiro may seem cold on the outside, but he is constantly busy handling work. Hifumi is the chairman of the Mage Association, always busy but unsure if that is a good or bad thing. To prepare for the approaching world disaster, everyone is very busy, some handling their work, some spend time with their families, and Duika of course did not miss this moment. The three of them, including Minato, tried to enjoy this last peaceful time. And then, as expected, a few peaceful days passed before the announcement of the approaching global disaster was broadcast across all of Japan. Because it was predicted, the military quickly mobilized to respond, and the police blocked off all quarantine zones, and the SUMP team's battle officially began. This was the moment to prove all their hard training. Manato squinted at the sky slowly changing color and slowly said, "It is coming." The sky was terrifying at this moment. The disaster caused the death of Ichikami Minato, and an army of thousands of demons had appeared. They began to invade the world, and the key to victory lies in Minato, the reincarnation of the great sage from 50 years ago. Ichikami Minato, he led the Sum team toward the disaster, shouting fiercely, moving forward to save the world. The world disaster is a phenomenon where thousands of catastrophes occur simultaneously across the globe. It is the greatest disaster in human history, and at this moment, the greatest disaster has begun in Tokyo. The global disaster took Ichikami Minato's life while he was fighting against it. In the government meeting room, all the senior officials were present, and someone nearby rushed over to report. Prime Minister, it seems the world disaster has already begun. The Prime Minister's face twisted with displeasure as he muttered, "We are counting on you all, Sumt." Elsewhere, in Old Shibuya, monsters flooded the area, and Minato led everyone to run. From above, Manato surveyed the entire disaster, furrowing his brow with a grim expression. Just like last time, the scale even seems larger this time, and he can feel a massive aura surrounding his body. But unlike before, Manato will not let anyone die. Because of the great disaster, people were warned to stay indoors, watching the sky slowly change color. Everyone was worried, but the innocent children still firmly believed that the hero would protect them and everyone else. All the people of Japan are placing their trust in Manato. At the disaster site, reporters have arrived by helicopter to cover the situation live. The sky suddenly turned bright red, spreading across all of Japan. Monsters poured out in increasing numbers, with countless demon soldiers and demon generals. Although terrified, the reporter still tries to describe the situation for the people watching at home as demons gradually appear. The public is being urged to evacuate from the expected disaster zone. But will they truly be safe? No one could be sure they would be safe with the demon soldiers and generals attacking like this. The reporter grew more and more worried as the number of monsters swelled like an army in an instant. But at that moment, blazing firestorm raged down, engulfing the monsters in a sea of flames. At the same time, a towering figure landed firmly on the ground. This person is none other than Minato, the hope everyone has been waiting for. Without hesitation, he soared into the sky and began using magic to destroy the monsters. At this moment, a wave of water fiercely attacked the monsters, followed by a series of lightning, wood, and dark magic spells. This was the elite group of the Sum team, including the two sisters Yuka, Ryuji, Sugo, Karine, and even Chloe. Minato glanced at them and ordered, "Eliminate the demons immediately. Hold your ground until the disaster leader appears. There is more than one disaster, so do not waste your magic power." Yuka's group immediately followed the order and began attacking with magic. Under their fierce attack, waves of demon soldiers were wiped out. Minato then realized a problem and muttered, "There are many demons with ordinary names." Yuka nodded in agreement. "And they are even stronger." Ryuji killed the monster while grumbling. "Where are the noble mages?" Sugo replied in a low voice, "I am trying to contact them, but I can't get through." Even Toshiro is not answering. Minato noticed something strange and glanced at Chloe, asking, "Do you know something?" Chloe shook her head slightly, denying it. "I'm sorry, I do not know anything." On this side, Karen is trying to contact the noble mages, but the command system is out of control. She cries out in panic, "It is no good. The communication is cut off." Minato furrows his brow and frowns. All the meticulous preparations until now are facing problems. At the most critical moment something must be happening. Just then, soldiers rushed over. Minato looked at them and asked, "We lost communication. How is the situation over there?" The border police quickly replied, "The situation here is the same for both the police and the defense forces." The scene was complete chaos. They could not coordinate their forces. The situation was spiraling out of control, and Duca shouted in panic, "We can stop this disaster without the noble mages." Ryuji grumbled in frustration. "Damn it. What the hell are they doing?" Seeing them lose their composure, Minato loudly reassured them, "No matter the situation, what we have to do remains the same. Even without noble mages, we can still win if we unite our strength." Everyone looked at him, seemingly calm once again. Seeing that, Minato spoke clearly and loudly, "I believe in all of you." Everyone quickly regained their confidence. That is right. What do they have to worry about? Just like Minato said, they only need to do what must be done. Ruka smiled softly. Just as she expected from Minato, he was always calm and reliable. And with him by their side, they could not lose, and so they united once again to defeat the monsters. Barrage of powerful magic continuously struck the creatures. Seeing this scene, the reporter immediately cheered. "Please look, Sumti is controlling the demons, just as expected from Captain Kusanagi Minato. If it is him, Japan will surely be protected." Everyone at home watching the news felt much more at ease. They have someone to rely on, someone to trust. The demons are no match for Manato's group and were quickly defeated in large numbers. Dozens of disasters are happening in Japan during this global catastrophe, and it would be a tough battle without the support of noble mages. But with this many, Manato believes they can still manage. He has prepared for today, and right at that moment, demons kept pouring out from the streams of magical energy in the air. Manato quickly shouted a warning, urging everyone not to let their guard down as the demons continued to appear, and Vuka's group immediately charged forward on command. Manato led the attack, clenching his hand into a fist. Without hesitation, he punched the body of a demon general. But soon, Manato realized something. A horde of demon generals was simultaneously launching magic attacks at him. The ground was ravaged by their attack, dust filling the air, but Manato remained unscathed, cold and disdainful. Too naive. Then, he used level 9 magic to attack them. A radiant light quickly appeared in the air, destroying the bodies of the demon generals. Manato landed from above, barely catching his breath. When another group of demons appeared, Manato could not help but frown and mutter to himself, "They are still coming. It seems I have to do it." Meanwhile, Ruka's group, burning their last strength, finally defeated the demons. Manato also stopped the demons appearing here, killing each one as it came out. But something made him worry. Just as Manato predicted, it seemed this was not simple at all. At that moment, the two Ruka sisters sensed a massive surge of magical energy approaching and screamed in terror, feeling as if the worm was appearing. Meanwhile, the deep red spao rift in the sky suddenly began to tremble. From inside, a demon appeared, seeing its massive body and overwhelming magic power. Ruka and the others immediately panicked. That was a demon king. It had finally appeared. Seeing the giant demon king, everyone was terrified. Ruka cried out in fear, "This is terrifying." Even Ruka could not help but feel it. This is no joke. Just as they were panicking, the demon king unleashed his magic and began to attack. A brilliant stream of flames appeared in the air. This was a level 10 fire spell, which exploded on impact, destroying everything within its radius. Ruka's group dared not let their guard down and hurriedly cast defensive spells, but the force of the attack was too strong, and many buildings were reduced to rubble. By the time the smoke cleared, hundreds of scorch marks had appeared on the ground. The Demon King glanced around, ready to leave the place immediately. Just as he was about to leave, a cold voice stopped him saying, "Where do you think you are going? The battle has just begun." It was Manato's voice, who had timely used the Divine Shield, a level 9 magic, to protect Ruka's group. There were also members of the SEM team, and he tried to protect them all. The two Ruka sisters looked at Manato and said, "Sorry, Manato. We were too slow to react." Manato shook his head slightly, not paying it much mind. "Do not worry about that. After all, the opponent is the Demon King. Just stay alert," Sugo said with admiration. "I did not expect he could use 2 spells at once." Chloe calmly spoke up. "Perhaps magic like that of the fairies is an automatic spell, and the magic that protected us was cast by Captain Kusanagi." Karen exclaimed in surprise. "Is not it true that you can only cast 1 spell at a time?" Chloe slowly explained that automatic magic is an extremely advanced technique that allows the user to control magic subconsciously, with intense focus and eliminating the need to transfer mana required for regular magic. The entire casting process can be completely bypassed. This phenomenon is similar to muscle memory. In other words, Manato has mastered controlling magic both consciously and unconsciously at the same time. The more they heard, the more everyone found it hard to believe, and Ryuji admired aloud. As usual, he just casually does impossible things. Right at that moment, the Demon King charged at them. Ruka's group quickly dodged to the side. Then Ruka shouted urgently, "Let us go." Very quickly, the two of them cast magic together, unleashing a level 8 spell as a raging tsunami surged toward the Demon King. At the same time, Ryuji and Sugo's group at the back were not idle either, beginning their own magical attacks. All the magic attacks rushed wildly toward the Demon King. But surprisingly, it was able to dodge every single one without taking any damage. Seeing this, Ruka could not help but be shocked. "It escaped our magic," Ruka muttered in disbelief. "Can we not hurt it?" Just then, the sky suddenly exploded, smoke and fire filling the air. But when the smoke and flames cleared, the Demon King was still standing tall. Manato immediately shouted, "I will handle this one. You all go to the other disaster site." The Ruika sisters hesitated to leave upon hearing this, but Manato urged them on, saying there is more than one disaster happening. Without support from the noble mages, our response options are running out. You told them to go support the other teams. You are starting to get serious now. The Ruika sisters hesitated for a moment before Ryuka finally spoke up, saying we would only be in his way if we stayed here. Ruika also thought it made sense. Nodded aggressively, and said, "That is right." Then she turned to the members behind her and shouted, "Leave this place to Captain Kusanagi," and each team moved to another disaster. The Ruika sisters led the way as they ran off. Ruika smiled and said, "We do not have to worry about Manato." Rika nodded slightly in response. After all, it is Manato, and Manato definitely won lose. No matter who the opponent is. Waiting until they left, Manato looked at the Demon King and smiled. "Now it is just the two of us." As he spoke, Manato unleashed his magic power, standing face to face with the giant body of the Demon King, without a trace of hesitation. Without hesitation, he quickly wiped it away. Seeing this, the Demon King also swung his claws, but he was too slow and Manato dodged. Actually, defeating the Demon King is simple, but you have to conserve your mana. Thinking this, Manato jumped onto the Demon King's back, knowing he does not have unlimited mana and preparing it takes time. Manato aimed to defeat the Demon King using as little mana as possible, then struck a punch. The Demon King dodged, but Manato did not give up and continued attacking with an 11th level holy magic. In just a moment, the Demon King was struck by brilliant rays of holy light. Its body was covered in wounds, but it was still alive. Manato frowned slightly, so it escaped. After breaking free from Manato's attack, the Demon King began to unleash its magic power, but in the blink of an eye, Manato appeared before it, his cold contempt cleared too slow. Then Manato continued casting magic, using level 12 Fire-Earth fusion magic, and with a boom, the violent ground exploded directly. He could not help but frown, using so much magic power already. It seems this one is even stronger than the previous Demon Kings. The final Demon King was finally defeated by Manato's violent earth attack. He frowned silently, needing to conserve more magic power until the Demon God appears. On the other side of the screen, everyone is anxiously awaiting the outcome. At this moment, the reporter's excited voice rang out. Captain Kusanagi has defeated the Demon King, and he did not even seem to care about it. Everyone cheered upon hearing the news. But in other disaster zones, the Sun team and defense forces were struggling to hold back the demons, overwhelmed without the noble mages. At the scene, a reporter suddenly shouted, "What is that?" All Manato could see in the blazing red sky were monsters endlessly flying around, making strange sounds. He frowned, realizing it was similar to the scene he had seen before, demons recovering from a disaster. In the blink of an eye, the sky blazed again, and through the rift in space, a horde of demon generals appeared. Manato's expression instantly darkened. This was the final stage of the world's disaster, the place where the demon god appeared. The final disaster took his life when he was still Ichikami Minato. On another front, on the other side of the battlefield, Juka's group was still fighting against 7 low-level demon beasts. Juka fought while thinking, that powerful magic is gone. Manato must have defeated the Demon King. It really is him. But here, the Fent team members have started to falter. She wonders if Ruka is okay at the other disaster site. Just then, a sudden broken sound came through the radio. Juka shouted in panic, "Is the wireless connection working again?" "The signal has been received." A voice came through the radio. "A major disaster has occurred near Tokyo Tower. All personnel please proceed to the scene immediately." Hearing this, someone asked anxiously what they should do, since they could not even handle a small-scale disaster here without the help of noble mages. Juka frowned, thought for a moment, then finally said, "I will head to the major disaster site. The rest is up to you." The group immediately nodded in agreement. Juka gave the orders and left. Meanwhile, Manato gathered his magical energy and began casting the spell. Level 8 magic. The frenzied inorganic spell rushes forward, destroying the demon generals ahead. Manato descends from the sky, frowning in deep thought. There are too many demons. Does he have to use a higher level spell? But he still wants to conserve his magic power. Just then, Ruka's group flew in from afar, hurriedly speaking up. "Manato, sorry for being late." Manato looked up at them, puzzled. "Everyone seems fine. Did you leave them behind and come here?" Ruka nodded slightly and replied, "Yes. Everywhere is short of people." And she explained that there was no other way to fill the gaps left by the noble mages. Hearing this, Manato smiled faintly, glanced at the demons slowly appearing, and finally said, "Then we will stop them here." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone responded in unison, "Yes." Captain Kusanagi, at the same time, on the helicopter, the female reporter was still live broadcasting the disaster to everyone. "This is the final stage of the disaster. Could this be the catastrophe that took Ichikami Minato's life?" But clearly, this disaster is on a completely different level than the one from 50 years ago. The people watching the battlefield scenes on the screen could not help but sigh. This is truly hell on earth. Is this still the same world? They believe humans cannot fight this and can only hope for Minato. On the battlefield, the pilot sensed danger and quickly spoke up, saying it was too risky here. All the other reporters had already evacuated, and we needed to leave, but the female reporter shouted fiercely, "No way. We have to show everyone their efforts. Moreover, this helicopter is equipped with anti-monster devices, so the demons can't touch it." Yet no sooner had she finished speaking than a demon soldier approached the helicopter, startling her in panic. In this life or death moment, a shield appeared to protect the helicopter. Seeing this, the female reporter joyfully shouted, "Did you see that? We are safe now." But the relief was short-lived as the demon soldier tore through the shield and broke in. The reporter screamed in panic, "No! This can't be happening." At the same time her scream echoed. 2 beams of magic shot from afar, killing the 2 attacking demon soldiers. Manato flew close to the helicopter, anxiously asking, "Are you okay?" Seeing him, the female reporter immediately felt reassured, and the cameraman quickly pointed the camera toward Manato. Instantly, his voice was broadcast to everyone, to the people of Japan. "Right now, I am sure everyone is panicking and scared." Minato's voice was like a spell, calming everyone down. The worries in everyone's hearts quickly faded. Manato stood confidently before the camera, declaring that everyone was anxious, not knowing when the demons would strike, but everyone can rest assured. I won't let anyone die. Saying that, he immediately turned and flew down below. The female reporter watched his back in awe, thinking he was so cool. Down below, Sugo's people had already started the battle, fiercely destroying the monsters. A series of high-level spells appeared. Even Chloe joined in. Manato, of course, was not idle either, as he faced off against a demon king. The level 7 spell had been cast and the demon lord in front of them quickly exploded into pieces. Manato did not stop either, instantly appearing beside another demon lord. He kicked fiercely, smashing the demon king like a broken axe to the ground. When Ruka arrived and saw this, she could not help but ask excitedly, was that a spell nullifying magic? Amazing. Manato wanted to say that it does not work very well and can only disable spells of a certain level. While they were talking, Ruka suddenly shouted that they were still coming. Manato immediately flew off, seriously warning everyone not to let their guard down, and they hurriedly followed him. The two sisters combined their attacks, unleashing a powerful tsunami that surged forward wildly. Sugo's group was also busy, starting to use magic to eliminate the demons in front of them. Manato beside them began to unleash his own magical power. In the blink of an eye, a brilliant holy light struck down, deafening explosions rang out, and many monsters fell. Manato quickly reunited with everyone. Ryuji gasped a few breaths, furrowed his brow and muttered, "Are they still here? Just as you said. The Demon King has appeared. Manato has not had a chance to act yet, but I already hear the SEMP members' cries for help. There are too many of them. We need backup immediately." He furrowed his brow and frowned. It seems the situation in the other disasters is not any better either. What should we do? In another corner of the disaster, the SEMP members were struggling to hold on, all of them already weakened. Meanwhile, a group of noble mages approached from afar. Seeing them, the SEMP members immediately cheered. Finally here. Hurry and join the fight, planning to show up as heroes at the last minute. However, the noble mage suddenly cast a spell to attack them. Then the sounds of chaos reached Manato's ears. The noble mage had betrayed us. Don't trust them, you shouted in panic. Hey, what is going on? Dai looked at your face, not looking well, and asked worriedly, what the hell is happening? At that moment, a deep voice rang out. Oh my, what a commotion. Dai looked over in surprise and could not believe it. It was Chairman Moomin. The person who arrived was Haifumi, accompanied by a group of noble mages. Seeing them, Sugo could not help but step forward and ask, reporting that the noble mages had betrayed us. Is that true? Smiling unconsciously, Haifumi replied frankly, how could we possibly betray you? Upon hearing that, Sugo finally exhaled in relief, but before anyone could celebrate, Haifumi sneered and said, we never intended to cooperate with you from the start, so this can be called betrayal. Right, his words left the SEMP group confused and stunned. Ruka also ran outside to question, aren't we allies? But she had only taken 2 steps when a beam of magic shot toward her feet, making her startle and step back. Hinata sneered coldly. Do not get me wrong, we never considered you our allies. Manato seemed to realize something. Looking at Riku with suspicion, he asked, Keiichi, are you the same? You can see for yourself. Riku nodded without hesitation, admitting that the noble mages had turned against SEMT. The police, the defense forces, and even Japan itself. Hearing this, Chloe panicked and cried out, no way, would Dad really do something like that? Haifumi threw his head back and laughed loudly. Finally the time has come. Then he soared into the air, proudly saying, after countless trials, it is finally complete. As soon as the words left his mouth, a massive magic circle appeared in Haifumi's hand. Seeing this, the VUCA group panicked in fear. Meanwhile, Chloe shouted fiercely, we will stop it before it activates. As soon as she finished speaking, she cast a level 4 magic spell, and a painful energy blast flew toward Haifumi. But before they could touch him, a sharp claw stopped them, all the monsters surrounding Haifumi, as if he were their lord. This scene shocked everyone. VUCA could not believe it and shouted, the demon actually protected the blind Haifumi. Sugo still could not accept the truth, shaking his head in denial, insisting that it could never happen. But no matter how much he denied it, the truth remained. Haifumi had allied with the monsters. Manato was still listening through the receiver. On the other end, the noble mages were truly cooperating with demons, attacking SEMT members. The SEMT members could not believe it. They muttered to themselves in disbelief, why is that? I thought we had understood each other during the joint training. At Manato's main battlefield, Haifumi laughed proudly. With this disaster controlling magic, all the demons in Japan will become our allies. Manato looked up at the scene, truly at a loss for words. How did he learn a magic that controls disasters and demons? As he pondered, Haifumi smiled and added that this magic also has a special effect. As soon as he finished speaking, massive streams of magical energy began to flow, crazily entering Haifumi's body. This scene terrified the people below. Chloe could not believe it and cried out, the disastrous magic power is flowing into Father. Duika also muttered in shock, what kind of strange magic is this? I have never seen anything like it before. Manato's expression also grew serious at this moment. It was the same as when he first awakened his magic. The phenomenon is exactly like when Manato first encountered the disaster. Thinking this, he slowly spoke. The disaster is an event that brings magical energy to this land and also provides magic power to those with magical potential. If used wisely, one can gain an enormous amount of magic power. With a cold laugh, Hifumi seemed to say, just as expected from Kusanagi Manato. You understand quickly. The magic power from the disaster allows people to receive a great deal of magic power. But of course, it would be meaningless if you do not have enough capacity to contain it. Manato narrowed his eyes at the two and asked, so this is why your magic power keeps increasing? Manato smiled softly and replied, that is right. We have always received magic power from the disasters, and we have pretended to cooperate all this time just to ensure the disasters continue smoothly. She shamelessly said she only used sunt members so fewer people would suspect the noble mages. Whether they pushed the disaster in the shadows or stole the disaster's magic power, no one would notice. Manato frowned and asked, a monopoly on power? Hinata replied calmly, at first we planned to eliminate you, but you turned out to be more capable than expected, so we decided to use you. If the disasters ran rampant without control, the noble mages would face a wave of criticism, and that would be troublesome. Moreover, to trigger the great world disaster, they have to follow the flow of history. Manato grew even more confused, wondering why she had to follow the flow of history at all. Foolishly ignorant, Hinata sneered coldly. Disasters basically occur in the same locations because certain places allow the disaster's magic power to spread more easily, and unless one disaster is resolved, the next one won't happen. So the noble mages use Manato to deal with each disaster one by one. Hifumi is absorbing the disaster's magic power, and the amount he will receive is immeasurable. This will be the birth of the strongest mage. After hearing this, Manato was silent for a long time before slowly asking, did you plan to betray me from the start? Hinata scoffed coldly. We just said that, did not we? Manato squinted at her and asked slowly, could it be that there was never even a single bond between us? This made Hinata so annoyed she snapped. Shut up. Shut up. Keep your filthy mouth shut and stop talking about those disgusting things. She said there is no such thing as a bond, that she does not need any allies like you. Ryuji could not believe it as he looked at Riku and asked, Riku, are you really going to betray us? Riku froze at the question. After a long pause, he slowly spoke. War was erupting everywhere. Noble mages and demons were the enemies, and it was only a matter of time before Japan fell. Riku glanced at Manato but slowly spoke. Kusanagi Manato, even you can't protect all of Japan. Manato faced him silently. At the same time, the other members found themselves in a dilemma, overwhelmed by the enemy and unable to hold their ground. While on the other side, monsters attacked the civilians, causing widespread panic. At the main battlefield, Sugo was extremely panicked and muttered that the situation was dire. With no reserves left, if things continued like this. Just as he had not finished speaking, two sinister voices rang out in succession, saying everything was still going according to plan. Exactly. Sugo looked at the source of the two voices, unable to believe it. Why is this happening? Why are Kuroyakudo and Fuuka Jin here? No mistake, Jin and Akudo had also appeared on the battlefield, and even Shizuku was following behind. Sugo shouted in disbelief, how could Takigami be involved too? Even Manato could not believe Shizuku would betray him, muttering under his breath. Why Takigami? Why? Kudo laughed loudly with great satisfaction, finally meeting the person. Kusanagi Manato, I can finally kill with my own hands. Sugo stared at Akudo fiercely and questioned, should not you be the one locked up by now? Shrugging indifferently, Akudo smirked and said, noble mages have many allies. Of course, even the police. Saying this, Akudo placed his hand on Shizuku's shoulder, raised his eyebrows with a smile, and added, including here too. Right. Ruika heard that and immediately questioned with dissatisfaction, even if you are a noble mage, why are you doing this? Because we are noble mages, Kudo replied with a cold smile. True to their noble title, they are exalted beings who believe themselves far above weak mortals. Then Akudo burst into a triumphant laugh, already casting a spell in his hand. A chaotic illusion filled with dark energy rushed forward. He laughed proudly. With magic we could easily destroy half the city if we went all out. Akudo's chaos quickly reduced the buildings in front of him to rubble. Akudo sneered coldly. We can level an entire city, even a nation, with just a single mage. But for some reason, the noble mages are being manipulated by weak commoners. By fools, and Akudo feels deeply resentful. He shouted fiercely, is not it strange? Noble mages are supreme, below them are regular mages, and beneath them are useless weak trash. Those worthless fools are deluding themselves about their power. Jin then added calmly, from the start our clan became noble mages for this purpose, to punish the incompetent. Yet those useless scum dare to take advantage of us noble mages. As soon as he finished speaking, Akudo threw his head back and laughed loudly. But now it was over. We have learned that we can become stronger through disasters. With this much power, they have no enemies. This is the era of the noble mages. In the blink of an eye, their magical power erupted. the pressure causing the two sisters Yuka to panic. What kind of monstrous magical pressure is this? As if they have become completely different people, while Minato remained calm standing there. This made Akuto angry, gritting his teeth and cursing. Damn it. They act like nothing happened. It is so frustrating. Manato ignored him and glanced at Shizuku behind. You ordered me to speak. Takigami. Have you been deceiving me? Akuto, quick-tempered as ever, felt even more irritated seeing this, as if they were ignoring us. How dare they? Without waiting for Shizuku to answer, he spoke for her. Yes. She has always sided with us. The scum who only know how to lie for profit and manipulate others. Shizuku heard this and immediately lowered her head. Saying nothing, Hanada and Riku over here are the same, now standing on the opposite side of Manato as those filthy noble mages. Akuto laughed and said it was time to stop the nonsense here. Jin nodded slightly in agreement. Yes, it has begun. With a commanding laugh, Akuto said through clenched teeth, Now, let us begin the massacre. At the same time, in another corner, a group of monsters charged from afar, starting to attack the cement members. Not only that, they also broke into the city where the civilians were hiding, causing widespread panic. The demon general smashed through the glass door and charged in, and the screams of the helpless echoed everywhere. On this side, Minato received a report that the demons had entered the streets and asked for his orders. Akuto smiled smugly and said, What will you do? Kusanagi Minato. Jin also wore a mocking smile, saying even someone as powerful as you can't save them from here. The situation is getting worse and worse. Glowy muttered anxiously. Even if we leave right now, it won't be in time. Sugo bit his lip fiercely. What should we do? Seeing the panic in everyone's eyes, Akuto and Jin only laughed louder with excitement. You will be crushed and killed by your own weakness. Taste despair. Feel our humiliation. Yet at this moment, Minato suddenly spoke up. There are 3 types of anti-magic equipment. These words made Akuto frown, not understanding what he meant in this situation, but Minato did not care and continued. First is the type used by the mages themselves. The basic type of magic lasts longer and can control attributes that the user normally cannot use. The second type interferes with magic or mana. The uniforms of some noble mages belong to this type, which can amplify mana or suppress the power of magic. Hearing Minato ramble on, Jin asked with some annoyance, Are you going crazy in this situation? Minato ignored him and calmly continued. There is one more type, although it has a short lifespan. Even those without magical power can use it, a type that requires certain conditions to activate. Meanwhile, in the shelter where the people hid as demons prepared to attack, a magic-resistant equipment with an automatic magic effect appeared, forming a shield to block the attack, and that thing is the Manato printed bobblehead that was previously released to the market. Moreover, the people who own similar items are also protected by Minato's magic power. They are bracelets, keychains, anything Manato released, all turned into magic-resistant gear and are working effectively. They exploited Sen's popularity to mass-produce these items and cleverly embedded defensive magic-resistant gear into them as a backup plan for situations like this. When Sugo first heard about this plan, he could not believe it either. Akuto heard Minato's words and ground his teeth in frustration, thinking he really was Denzoma, yet still calculating to this extent. Jin shouted in frustration. But even if it could defend, it was useless. The very person who said offensive magic-resistant gear has a very short lifespan. Nodding, Manato calmly said, Yes, that is right. So this is what we will do. He engraved his magic onto the anti-magic equipment, and his magic is spreading throughout Japan. With his own magic, Manato can accurately sense it even from far away. In other words, Minato's magic can reach everywhere in Japan. As soon as he finished speaking, a series of magic circles appeared above his head. Immediately after, thousands upon thousands of magic beams continuously flew out. This is grade 13 magic, infinite magic bullets. They seem to have a sixth sense, targeting the demons attacking the city and directly killing them. Just as Manato said, the magic bullets are like his magic power, able to cover all of Japan. As long as it passes through, demons cannot survive, and as long as he maintains it, no civilians will be attacked by demons. This scene made the noble mages break out in a cold sweat. After a moment, Manato withdrew his magic power. Immediately, news of everyone's safety began to spread within the group. The two sisters Yuka admired Minato. This was beyond reason. They were truly at a loss for words. Minato was truly extraordinary. Akuto could not believe this. It was madness and recklessness. This was absurd. It could not be possible. Releasing magic across all of Japan. This was not something humans could do. Seeing Hen lose control, Jin quickly spoke up to calm him down. Stay calm, Kuroi. The demons definitely have not been wiped out yet. Hearing this, Akuto took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down, pointing at Minato as he scolded. That is right. The noble mages are still out there. If any magic devices can't be used repeatedly, then the magic in those items would be useless too. But Minato just smiled and asked, Have you forgotten? Akuto was stunned and suspiciously asked back, What? Elsewhere, outside the disaster zone, just as everyone was starting to breathe a sigh of relief, another group of demons approached. Startling them, But at the same time, another group appeared behind them. Manato remembered you looking at Akuto with a smile and saying, "Is there really no one left to rely on in Japan?" And then a twist happened. The people who had disappeared for months, the organization of those who bear darkness, suddenly appeared here. Seeing them, the police and stunt members immediately exclaimed in shock, "The darkness bearers are here. Are they coming to help?" While they were still confused, the people in black had already begun to act. A barrage of magic attacks struck the monsters. There was no doubt they were fighting alongside the police and Sunt. Immediately, some personnel reported the situation to Minato, emphasizing that the safety of the people is the top priority and that they will cooperate with the shadow bearers. At the same time, reporters at the scene saw this and excitedly shouted, "Look, Sun is cooperating with the shadow bearers." As soon as this information was released, Chronos fans began to cheer enthusiastically. Moreover, the internet exploded with anticipation for the moment Minato teams up with Chrono, but the leader of the dark organization this time is Liana. She is also very confused, not understanding what is happening. Luna had to endure an extremely harsh training life and memorize how to use a bunch of anti-magic equipment. She had already said goodbye to everyone, so meeting again now feels a bit awkward. But anyway, Luna thought she just needed to give it her all. With that thought, she unleashed a level 7 magic wave, a giant wave of water that destroyed a demon. The members of the Dark Organization immediately cheered for Chrono when they saw this. Luna quickly joined in, but deep down she felt a bit embarrassed, seeing their leader take action. The members of the Darkness Organization also began to attack. The Sunt members and the police here joined the battle as well. Leona fought while thinking to herself that after this, Manato definitely owes her a proper meal. At the same time, Akuto on this side also received the news, his face immediately turning sour. He shouted angrily, "Are those shadow bearers appearing all over the country? You bastard. If you were prepared from the start, does that mean you suspected those noble mages all along?" "That is right." Manato nodded coldly in acknowledgement. This only made Akuto and Jin angrier, and they both shouted in unison, "You are mocking us. I will kill you." Immediately after, both unleashed their magic power. Kudo glanced at Shizuku behind him and urged, "Move forward and fight." Takigami. Shizuku hesitated briefly at first, then quickly unleashed her magic power as well. Hinata saw the tension and said, "It seems we have no other choice." At the same time, Minato quickly ordered Duika's group, "Let us end this here." In the blink of an eye, both groups charged forward together. Kudo led the way using his dark magic skills. Before he could escape, the man appeared behind Duka, holding a knife in his hand, and the commander said, "I will deal with these small fries first." Seeing this, Minato could not help but worry, but he had no time to intervene because Hinata had already attacked him from behind. Minato quickly dodged as her fists swung through the air, while on the other side, Duka realized Akuto's blades were already too close to avoid. In a life-or-death situation, a wave of water surged forward, stopping Akuto's attack. Duka glanced back gratefully and said, "Just saved you," but Ruka quickly warned, "Stay alert, it is not over yet." On this side, Minato had just dodged Hinata's attack and stepped back a few paces. Squinting ahead, he was about to make a run for it when Riku swung his blade. Minato was surrounded by Hinata and Riku but stayed calm, responding coolly as he swept his leg and kicked both of them away. Minato calmly landed, ready to run away, but a large wall of ice appeared right in front of him. Shizuku spoke slowly, "I won't let you get through." In the end, Minato was left to fight 3 against 1. Hinata shouted, "We have seen your power with our own eyes, and we won't let you help the others." Minato could not help but smirk, a strategy full of traps. "This is really troublesome. You have used too much magic already, and if possible, you want to deal with Hifumi first, but a large number of monsters are guarding him, and while Minato could win with full power, it is a gamble." While you were hesitating, Hinata ordered sharply, "I won't let you protect Chairman Mumia." Riku also said firmly, "You will have to get past us first." Minato knew they were stalling, so he just fought back, launching a serious attack on the group surrounding him at a speed too fast to see with the naked eye. Riku could not help but shout, "He is too fast," while Hinata angrily yelled, "Stop running away." On this side, Akuto and Jin were no better off than Bao, fighting until they were drenched in sweat, making Akuto grumble in frustration that these damn pests just would not go down. Meanwhile, Ruka's side was also weakening, and she muttered in panic that the enemy was too numerous if things kept going like this. Just then, Klo suddenly shouted, "Do not give up. If it is us, we will definitely win." This restored everyone's confidence. Ruka nodded and smiled, saying she is right. We must not lose hope, and Ruka also smiled in agreement. Now is not the time to give up. Ruka looked at Klo with teary eyes, and everyone spoke up. "It seems I misunderstood Klo. She really has a fiery fighting spirit." Smiling unconsciously, Klo confidently said, "Maybe it is because I was inspired by all of you." And right after that, all the loyal members of Cement fought with full force against the noble mage group. Akuto, a bit impatient, shouted, "Do not be reckless, you weaklings." Then he unleashed an 8th-level magic attack. The two sisters Ruka also refused to back down, striking like a tsunami, both shouting in unison, "We will not lose." Immediately, The waves in Akuto's dark shadow clashed and eventually merged together. Seeing this, Kudo clenched his teeth in rage. Damn it. They are killing each other, Jin muttered in disbelief. Really? Are they that strong? Just then, Kudo saw Shizuku standing aside doing nothing. His anger surged, and he gritted his teeth, cursing that damn woman. At the same time, Manato was still fighting the others, but in his mind he was counting down each second. The time was almost up. On the other side, Kudo finally lost his patience and shouted loudly. Takigami. What the hell are you doing? But fight. Kill him. If you do not obey, you know what will happen. Shizuku was instantly terrified. Then she accepted the magic suppression, and just before raising her hand, she pleaded. Forgive me. Kusanagi. Manato saw this and sighed helplessly. Really? Seeing him smile and release his magic without creating a barrier against Shizuku's attack, the three Yuka immediately panicked. They shouted in unison. Is he not defending himself? Does he want to die? Move quickly. At the same time, a wild barrage of attacks rushed toward Minato, and you just stood there, neither dodging nor defending. But surprisingly the windblade just brushed past your face. Yuka could not help but shout in panic, saying, "Are you crazy?" Shizuku bowed her head low, muttering repeatedly that she truly could not do this. She could not attack him. This made Akuto furious. How dare she defy me? Does she know what will happen to her family? Hearing this, Shizuku hurriedly pleaded, begging them to stop and not harm her daughter and granddaughter. With a cold snort, Akuto spoke, saying she was the one who broke the pact, and one call would end everything. Should I break one or both of their arms? Or would it be better to just kill them? Shizuku listened in fear, her eyes pleading desperately, but Akuto showed no mercy at all. With a contemptuous smirk, he said her family would suffer because of her, serves her right. Just then, Manato received a call, nodded, and said, I understand, right on time. Well done. This action made Akuto furious as he shouted, Are you really making a call in a situation like this? Enough. I will kill her daughter and granddaughter right now. But just as he finished speaking, Manato held out the phone and smiled. It is useless. I have already saved them. Seeing those faces on the phone, Akuto was instantly stunned. He could not believe it was true. Only a few people knew their location, and even the police had been bribed. Minato smiled openly and said, they were careful not to leave any traces, so tracking them was very difficult, but their scattering from the carpet became a fatal weakness, which allowed us to find their location. It seems the members of the One Who Carries Darkness have done very well, and their disguise still has not been uncovered. Biting his lip hard, Akuto gritted his teeth and asked when they found out. Minato spoke slowly. Even though there was a family photo there, she never mentioned her family. She was too cautious with the noble mages, so I had someone investigate Takigami's magical power. Then he glanced at Shizuku, but you smiled and said, she must know by now. She can't hide anything from me. Takigami. Hearing this, Shizuku could not hold back her tears and started crying. Jun muttered, they are really safe now. That is great. That is really great. The plan was ruined again. Kudo was furious, grabbing Shizuku's hand, gritting his teeth and snarling. Damn it. You are such a troublemaker. If that is the case, I will take her hostage. Of course, Shizuku was not someone to be bullied easily. Without hesitation, she used a whirlwind attack to push Akuto away. Shizuku sneered with contempt. Do not touch me, you filthy thug. Seeing this, Minato could not help but laugh and say, looks like she is finally serious. Shizuku bowed her head affectionately and said, Kusanagi, I am truly sorry. I betrayed you. Minato did not pay much attention and calmly replied, do not worry about that. Helping friends is only natural. Shizuku looked at him for a moment, then smiled and said, you really are different. While they were talking, Akuto stood up, shouted loudly, stop being so sentimental. Damn it. Immediately after, he looked at the group of noble sorcerers in Soma and said, this time seriously kill us. Do not hold back. Hinata heard this and furrowed her brows without saying a word. At the same time, Minato approached Hinata and the other, saying, stop taking hostages. I am disappointed in you. Homura, Kaji. Hinata turned away from Minato's gaze, but her tone remained sharp as she said, be quiet. Do not order me around. Meanwhile, the two sisters Ruka had just defeated the demon general. Ruka frowned and muttered, it seems we have defeated all the recent monsters. Ruka nodded slightly and replied, the noble mages except for the leader have been defeated. Jin's face immediately darkened when he saw all his men had been taken down. I never thought they would be this strong. At the same time, Minato and Shizuku leaned against each other. Shizuku slowly said, Kusanagi, from now on, I will fight by your side. Minato joked, that is a relief. Just then, a figure appeared from afar. It was Toshiro, who spoke coldly. It seems the party has reached its climax. Should I lend a hand? Seeing him, the two Yuka sisters immediately panicked. While Akuto was very pleased and reached out, he grabbed Toshiro's shoulder and laughed, finally decided to show up. Huff Toshiro. The Yuka sisters immediately grew upset. asking what he was doing and to stay away from their father. Akuto shrugged indifferently, smirking as he said, "Typical dutiful daughters. Tell them which side you are on." The two Yuka sisters seemed to have guessed something, but still shook their heads in disbelief. "No way. Father is on their side. It is fine. If anyone dares to insult my father, I will not forgive them." But Toshiro ended up disappointing them. He took a deep breath and said firmly, "I am ally of the noble mages." In the eyes of the two Yuka sisters, despair had taken hold. They muttered in disbelief, "No, that is a lie. It can't be true." Suddenly laughing loudly, Akuto spoke with satisfaction. "During the bombing incident I thought Toshiro had betrayed us. But the truth is different. Even though I was expelled from the noble mages, the bond between him and me was never severed. The noble mages control the surface world, while Black Rebellion aims to dominate the underworld. Also that the noble mages can rule the world." Toshiro continued, "But because of the Dark Sorcerers, Black Rebellion was destroyed, and information about affiliated organizations began to leak. Not only noble sorcerers, but the government, financial sectors, police, and many other organizations were involved." Akuto laughed and said, "So they decided to abandon Black Rebellion. A cruel decision. Right, like a god cutting off its own tail. I thought I would be abandoned just the same." Toshiro spoke coldly, "And as a result, the police gained a better reputation and their connection with Black Rebellion was concealed. This led to the natural formation of an alliance between the noble mages and Sunt." Speaking of which, Akuto laughed loudly again, saying that all of Japan had been deceived by the noble mages. Jin, standing nearby, could not help but speak up, saying the noble mages had not changed at all over the years. Over the long years, a few fools have misunderstood the true purpose of the noble mages. Manato suddenly remembered the butler who had accused Jin earlier. After hearing this, the two sisters Yuka still could not accept it and shouted loudly, "No way. This can't be true. Tell me you are lying, Dad. Just like before, you are secretly investigating, are not you, Dad?" Toshiro shook his head slightly and replied coldly, "I have never changed. I am a pure noble mage, and I have no intention of betraying my allies." Biting her lip fiercely, Yuka whispered in despair, "So all this time, father has been my enemy." Yuka felt the same. No one could accept that their beloved father would side with the villains. At that moment, Manato slowly stepped forward. "You asked coldly, I can't understand this. Why do you protect the noble mages? They oppress others and only pursue their own interests. Do people like that deserve to be called nobles?" "Be quiet." Toshiro did not respond, only coldly uttered 3 words, but Minato did not listen at all and shouted fiercely, "I know you love your daughter. That is why you tested me and kept them away from you." Toshiro bit his lip fiercely, gritting his teeth in denial. "That is not true." "It is true." Minato snapped loudly. "You are deceiving us and yourself too. What has made you like this?" Toshiro, unable to listen any longer, shouted in anger, "I said be quiet." The two sisters Yuka had truly lost all hope in their father, but Toshiro did not care much. He unleashed his magic power, and the others quickly followed. Toshiro shouted fiercely, "I have had enough of your nonsense. I will kill you all and restore the noble mage world." Seeing this, Manato felt helpless and scolded, "This stubborn old man." Immediately after, Manato and the members behind him also unleashed their magic power, ready to fight. Confrontation between Sumt and the noble magic and demons. This will truly be a fierce battle. Meanwhile, in the sky, Hifumi continues to absorb the disaster's magical power. Immediately, Inata took the brunt of the magical attack. A blazing fire erupted, quickly spreading over a large area. Manato quickly used the celestial magic to dodge. Yuka's group was no exception. They did not want to be burned by the flames either. Because of the fire this time, Manato was separated from everyone else, and he did not know if they were okay, but he did not have time to worry. As Inata, Riku, and a group of demon lords surrounded him, Riku spoke seriously, "Let us continue. Round 2 begins." This time, Manato does not need to dodge anymore, he said coldly, "I won't hold back." Alright. At the same time, Kudo and Jin faced off against Suga, Karin, Ryuji, and Shizuku, with Jin complaining in frustration about fighting these minor characters. So boring. Kudo also looked down on them coldly. "Weaklings, just die already." These words made Sugo's group angry. They shouted fiercely, "You are the real side characters. You will regret underestimating us. Don't be arrogant." "Weaklings," Jin said coldly before unleashing his level 8 wind magic to attack. Ryuji did not back down either, shouting loudly, "Too slow," then also began casting magic. A massive boulder quickly crashed down from the sky. With a thud, Jin's whirlwind was crushed, and he muttered in frustration, "This is really bad luck." Akuto glared at the old man and shouted, "Do not lose to those weaklings." Jin retorted angrily, "Shut up. Earth magic is my counter to you." Akuto felt a chill and said, "Watch and learn. With this anti-magic gear that can dispel magic, countering is no longer a problem. It is a waste of bullets. But it can be helped. All of you will die." No sooner had he finished speaking than he raised his gun to fire. But before he could pull the trigger, 2 beams of magic struck his hand, causing the gun to drop to the ground. Shizuku shouted fiercely, "The anti-magic gear is just a tool. I will show you that if you let go, you won't be able to use it anymore." Kudo furiously furrowed his brows, grinding his teeth as he glared at Shizuku. Right at this moment, Jin shouted fiercely, "Damn old woman. Then there is no need to retreat anymore." Kudo also went mad and yelled, "Die under the full force of my magic." Seeing that, Karen vowed coldly, "I won't let you do that. I will also give it my all here." Ryuji, excited, laughed and said, "Finally, it is my time to shine." On the other side, Shizuku grew a bit worried. The amount of magic power was terrifying. It seemed they had some plan, so it was best to provide support right now. Thinking this, Shizuku quickly threw the magic stones in her hand, intending to compensate for the lack of magic power with this magic-resistant equipment. In the blink of an eye, the crystals suddenly lit up, and the bodies of Sugo and Ryuji unleashed their magic together. Corinne was not idle either. She immediately shouted, "I will grant you the holy attribute." As her words ended, the radiance enveloped Sugo's body. Confidence quickly filled their eyes, and Ryuji laughed excitedly, saying, "With this, we can win." Watching this scene, Jin was furious, shouting aggressively, "Die, you foolish bounty hunters." Immediately after, a spatial rift was unleashed. At the same time, Kudo also forced the Reapers out, shouting orders, "Fly into the darkness." "You weaklings?" Ryuji dared not be careless and hurriedly used magic to defend. Sugo on this side also did not hesitate, counterattacking Dao Kwang's strike. In the blink of an eye, the spatial rifts of both others were engulfed by the light. Immediately after, the Grim Reapers were also pierced to death by Dao Kwang. A fierce battle between the 4 was underway, each determined to bring the others down. After a moment, Dao Kwang pierced straight through the 2 spatial rifts. Then, it directly stabbed down, piercing through the body of a Reaper. Jin was also affected, screaming in pain. Akudo took the brunt of the Death God's attack, bearing the heaviest lightning strikes as crackling sounds passed over him. At the same time, Sugo's group was also exhausted and scattered. Ryuji began to complain, saying he had truly reached his limit. Sugo sighed and said, "I am out of magic power." Not long after, Akudo and Jin stood up from the rubble. Jin muttered through gritted teeth, "Damn it, I did not expect us to be pushed this far." Seeing this, Shizuku could not help but panic. "You can still move." Karen could not believe it and shouted. Yet they managed to stand up. Although the 2 Akudo got back on their feet, they used too much magic power and have no more anti-magic gear left. The damage is too severe, so it might be best to wait and see what Sugo's group plans to do next. Meanwhile, Shizuku has also used up all her magic resistance gear and has little magic power left. The consequences of neglecting training have finally caught up. Karen is the only one left with magic power, but she wants to avoid wasting it when healing her sister, and she is not good at fighting either. Karen thought that for now, the best thing to do was just to observe. Meanwhile, in the battle between the 2 Yuka sisters, they were facing their own father. Both sides used water magic. The waves collided wildly and then dissolved before disappearing. Toshiro showed no mercy, creating a giant water sphere and throwing it. Ryuka looked up at the water sphere rushing toward her, panic flashing in her eyes. At that moment, Chloe ran over and pushed her away. And then, Chloe was struck by the giant water sphere. The 2 Yuka sisters immediately rushed over in panic. Chloe was seriously injured and fell into a coma. The 2 Yuka sisters sighed in relief when they saw she was just unconscious. Toshiro coldly watched the scene, silently muttering, "The first one." Anger flashed in the eyes of the 2 Yuka sisters as they shouted together, "No matter what, if you hurt our teammate, we won't forgive you." "Are you serious?" Toshiro still kept his indifferent attitude and coldly replied, "I told you from the start." These words filled the faces of the 2 Yuka sisters with despair. They shouted fiercely, "Then we will respond seriously. We will surpass you right here. With the new magic we have developed, we will unleash all our power." Immediately after, the 2 combined their powers to cast a spell. A level 11 spell appeared, and countless shards of frost began to vanish. Toshiro also did not hold back, casting his own level 11 magic to fight back, and for a moment, they clashed amid a flurry of ice shards. The 2 Yuka sisters bit their lips, struggling to maintain their magic power. Toshiro was no better. Although he had more magic power, he still could not gain the upper hand. The 2 Yuka sisters shouted fiercely, saying, "We cannot lose until we hear the truth from our father." Then their magic power erupted, and the ice shards surged forward with renewed strength, quickly tearing through the raging storm. Shards of ice pierced straight into Toshiro's back, and he collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, Yuka finally exhaled in relief. "We have won," she murmured. "We have defeated father." But even so, there was not a trace of joy in their eyes. It did not last long before Toshiro struggled to his feet, pressing his lips together and muttering, "Not yet." The 2 sisters Yuka were startled. Even after enduring our strongest magic attack, he still stood firm. "Truly our father." While they were still in awe, Toshiro cast magic once again. Seeing this, Yuka immediately spoke up to stop him. "Please stop, Dad. I do not want to fight anymore." Yuka also tried to persuade him to turn back, saying that if the family kills each other like this, Mom will be very heartbroken. When mentioning his wife, Toshiro suddenly hesitated, and then immediately let go. But at the same time, Akuto, who had somehow arrived on their battlefield, saw Toshiro let go and a flash of rage appeared in his eyes. Right after that, he saw the gun lying not far away, so Akuto dashed like the wind and grabbed it. He screamed madly, "Die! You weaklings!" Without hesitation, Kudo fired at the two Yuka sisters, fresh blood splattering everywhere, covering them both. They were shocked but felt no pain, because the one hit by the bullets was Toshiro, not them. The two Yuka sisters quickly ran over to support him. They cried in heartbreak, "Why did this happen, Dad? Why is this happening?" Akuto still did not lower his gun. Speaking coldly, "You all are stubborn in the most annoying way." Right at that moment, Shizu could not hold back and shouted, "I won't allow you to cause any more harm." In the blink of an eye before Akuto could fire again, her magic struck his hand, making him drop the gun. Akuto grabbed his aching wrist, gritting his teeth and cursing. Worthless weakling. Toshiro, a bit dazed from the bullets, was wondering what he had been trying to do, even if it meant making his daughters cry from heartbreak. It was only at this moment that Toshiro realized he had done something futile. Toshiro was born a noble mage and raised as a magical aristocrat. Toshiro believed that noble mages were the supreme existence. Magic users were exploited by people seeking to change the world. They waited to rise up, sought power that was the duty of the noble mages. After the Great Catastrophe, the noble mages were able to seize control of Japan, but because those who misused magic followed Ichikami Manato and due to the schemes of powerful figures, the noble mages could not seize control of Japan. Since childhood, Toshiro had always trained in all these things to manipulate the foolish masses and to stand at the top. He was chosen as the clan leader and then arranged a marriage to preserve the noble mage bloodline. The head of the clan chose Toshiro's wife, and that day was the first time he met his fiancée. It was just a political marriage, nothing more than a formal arrangement. That is what Toshiro thought until the day he met Suzy. She was a strange person, openly showing her emotions. Suzy was stubborn like a child and always wanted Toshiro to hold her hand. But it was not long before he found these things quite comforting. Someone like Toshiro, who always focused on matters of noble mages and laws, realized it was not a problem after all. Suzy was the first person Toshiro truly loved, and over time, he gained more precious people in his life, his two daughters, Ruka and Ruka. But as a noble mage, Toshiro had to prepare for the inevitable battles ahead, so at that time, he worried about his wife and daughters, wondering if he should drag them into this war and make them bear the burden of saving lives. The thought that his beloved family could die was enough to terrify Toshiro, and then that fear transformed in another way. Suzy fell ill with a terminal disease. Before she passed, she urged Toshiro to take good care of their two daughters and always love them. At that moment, Toshiro agreed to her words, and with those final words, Suzy passed away peacefully, as if reassured, but Toshiro could not keep his promise to Suzy. Without her, he did not know how to love his daughters. He is the head of the mage nobility, raised to believe that the law is absolute. Inside Toshiro, the law and his love for his two daughters are in conflict, and amid these currents, his daughter joins Sunt, the enemy of the mage nobility. The noble blood of the mage noble inside Toshiro and the fatherly love within him, he truly did not know which side to choose, and in the end, this is how it turned out. Toshiro did not betray the mage nobles or Japan to fight his daughter, yet he still took a bullet for her. Thinking about the past, about what he had done, Toshiro's usually expressionless face showed rare sorrow as he cried out in pain, "I cannot love my children fully." I'm sorry. Seeing this, two Yuka sisters also began to cry. Toshiro fell into a coma from losing too much blood. The two Yuka sisters were alarmed and hurried to wake him up. Seeing this, Karen ran over to treat Toshiro, trying to reassure the two Yuka sisters that he would be fine. He was just unconscious. A holy light filled Toshiro's eyes as it began healing the wounds on his body. Seeing he was okay, the two Yuka sisters approached Toshiro, bloodied, and declared, "Whoever dares harm our father, we will not forgive." Akuto and Jin showed no mercy, coldly saying, "You are nothing but weaklings with no magic left. It is time to end this." In the eyes of the two Yuka sisters, filled with hatred and a deadly tone, "This is where the noble mages will meet their end. We will avenge our father right here." Meanwhile, in Minato's battle, he is now surrounded by Hinata and Riku. Hinata frantically charged at Manato, putting all his strength into a kick. Although Manato blocked with his hands, he still slid across the ground, falling straight into the Demon King's trap. It seemed that all of them cast magic to attack Manato at the same time, but they did not stop and kept throwing punches continuously. In the blink of an eye, the ground was destroyed by them. Hinata stood outside, watching this scene with growing suspicion. Had he died? Riku could not believe it and shouted out, "Impossible." He was still perfectly fine. Just as he said, Manato caught the Demon King's punch, smiling and saying, "That was pretty good." Hinata grew more and more alarmed. Unable to believe it, how could he have no killing power at all? Riku muttered in confusion, "This is impossible for an ordinary person." Manato ignored their reactions. frowning as he muttered that there were too many of them, and he needed to thin their numbers a bit. No sooner had he spoken than he leapt into the fray. Then he threw a punch, shattering a demon lord. Another demon lord tried hard to catch Manato but failed. Manato let out a commanding laugh as he began casting magic, brilliant holy light swiftly striking down, turning all the demon lords to dust. This scene shocked Hinata. She could not believe it and shouted, "Do not joke around. There are even demon kings here. There is no way to defeat them so easily." Anata said their magic power had surpassed 1 million thanks to disaster magic. They had reached Ichikami Minatos level. So what exactly was that power of Minatos? Manato shivered in disbelief upon hearing that. The information must be wrong. There is no way Ichikami Minato is that weak. Inata, unconvinced, shouted back at those behind her. Is that so? But what about your teammates? Ruka and Duka were panting heavily, constantly complaining, "I can't move. Is this our limit?" Sugo's group over here was the same. Their bodies no longer obeyed, and their magic power was depleted. Seeing this, Akuto laughed loudly with satisfaction. "Haha, this is the fate for the weak and arrogant. You are finished." Jin also shouted fiercely, "Die, all of you are blocking the way." But at that moment, Manato suddenly appeared behind Jin and Akuto, demanding, "What are you planning to do with my teammates?" Inata was startled and turned around, wondering when he had arrived. Ignoring their reactions, Manato snorted coldly, "You are too arrogant." Then he kicked both of them hard, sending them flying dozens of meters away. The Sugo group saw him and could not help but feel happy. Ruka spoke up, apologizing for being a burden to him. Manato refused to comment, calmly saying, "Everyone has worked hard until now. Well done. Leave the rest to me. Step back or you will get caught up in this." With that, he flew off once again. Ruka stared after him in a daze, worriedly asking if Manato would be okay. Ruka furrowed his brow, Hedgehog wanting to say he could not bear to think of him losing. The Sugo group also watched Manato with hope, knowing the future of Japan rested in his hands, and he must win. Shizuku furrowed her brow, silently wishing for Manato's safe return. On this side, Manato ran up to the group of noble mages and spoke coldly. "All the noble mages are gathered here now." The 4 of them looked at him with eyes full of emotion. Akuto shouted in rage, "I will tear you apart, I will chop you to pieces." Jin also spoke with anger, "How dare you impersonate one of our noble mages?" On the contrary, Hinata was only a little annoyed. She confidently spoke, saying, "Even you can't defeat the 4 noble mages." Riku drew his sword and said coldly, "I will end you here." Manato basically ignored their threats, smirking and saying, "Enough with the nonsense. Bring it on." The 4 noble mages immediately charged forward to attack. Manato easily dodged their attacks, but before long, a whirlwind rushed toward him. He hurriedly used magic to disperse them, barely catching his breath before Hinata and Riku charged forward together. Manato did not dare relax and responded calmly. Kudo outside was very displeased, quickly pulling out his gun to shoot, cursing Manato in his heart. But Minato had already quickly created a defensive shield outside, making it impossible to harm him at all. At that moment, Manato suddenly sat down, and numerous magic circles appeared on the ground. In the blink of an eye, stone pillars rose from beneath the earth. They quickly rose up, carrying flames beneath them. All 4 noble mages were blown away, and Hina cried out in disbelief. A level 12 fire-earth combined spell. The ground has vanished. Her body slammed hard onto the ground. Hinata slowly sat up, unable to help but feel amazed that in the blink of an eye all the noble mages were defeated. Manato slowly approached them and said coldly, "I am a bit surprised too. Maybe I lost control for a moment." Kudo glared at Manato unwillingly, while Jin kept clutching his head and screaming, "Monster! A monster!" Hinata finally gave in, sighing reluctantly, knowing it was impossible to win. How could they possibly defeat a terrifying creature like Manato? Hinata reluctantly bowed his head, unable to face him. Manato paid no mind, tilting his head up to look at Hifumi above. The noble mage had been defeated, and now it was his turn. But at that moment, Hifumi suddenly laughed triumphantly. "It is too late now." His entire body was enveloped by a blood-colored magical aura. Not long after, from the blood-colored cocoon, a set of monstrous claws appeared, followed by Hifumi's entire body. The sight before them shocked everyone below. The Yuka sisters cried out in disbelief. "No way. What is this?" Manato's expression also darkened. Hifumi now had monstrous hands and a pair of wings growing from his back. Ryuji panicked and muttered, "He really looks like a monster. What is happening?" Shizuku was equally worried. She could not believe it and murmured, "No way. This is madness." Hifumi calmly landed from the air. He smiled coldly and said, "I have to admit, I am surprised. I never expected to become a monster, but the feeling is really great." Hifumi does not hate it. Manato squinted at him coldly and asked, "Is this what you want? Are you so eager to become stronger that you have to turn yourself into a monster?" Hifumi replied bluntly, "I no longer care about being human, but my power has easily surpassed 10 million. I have even surpassed Ichikami Minato." At that moment, a figure staggered toward us. It was Hinata. She was weakened but still dragged herself forward, muttering nonstop, "Father, I tried my best like you told me, even if I was sent away like an adopted child, Hinata pleaded as she approached Hifumi, finally grabbing his leg and crying out loud. I even fought Kusanagi. I was so scared, but I did my best, so please praise me. Please acknowledge me. Despite the noise, Hifumi scolded her and then shoved her away with his hand. Fortunately, Manato rushed over and caught Hinata. Although she had fallen into a daze, Hinata kept muttering questions. Father, why? Manato looked helplessly at the person in his arms and finally understood the reason. Manato quickly carried Hinata safely to the ground. He handed her to Juka and instructed, take care of Hamura. She originally did not want to who would want to care for their enemy, but in the end, she nodded in agreement. I understand. Manato's actions made Hifumi displeased. He scoffed coldly with contempt, calling him a hypocrite for protecting the weak and asked why he did not just abandon the useless. Squinting, Manato looked at him and asked in a deep voice, she is your daughter, is not she? Do you have no conscience at all? Hifumi answered without hesitation. No. Disappointment flashed in Manato's eyes as he shouted fiercely. You have crossed over. Blind fool. Suddenly standing tall, Hifumi said excitedly, no, I have transcended, I have surpassed Ichikami Mido, I have become a being equal to a god. Minato looked at Tedem puzzled and asked, why do you want to surpass him so much? He is already dead. Hifumi snorted coldly and said, that is right, he is dead. Dead because he kept protecting the weak who are worthless. Even though he stood above me. Even though he said he would wait for evil to be purified, he still died. He said he could not forgive Manato for winning and then leaving, so he had to surpass him. Hifumi grew more arrogant as he spoke. I am the supreme being. All other magic is useless. How arrogant. Manato snorted coldly and unleashed all the magic power in his body. Hifumi paid no attention and laughed loudly, saying arrogance is the privilege of the strong. Immediately after, he cast a spell, and a swarm of dark illusions rushed toward Minato. Seeing this, Yuka's group behind him was instantly terrified. Level 14 elite. No way, and he did not even need to chant. Manato, on the other hand, remained calm and calmly cast a level 14 spell, creating an ice wall. The dark illusions then slipped inside the ice wall. In the blink of an eye, cracks appeared on the ice wall, then it exploded into pieces flying toward Hifumi, but he stood there unflinching, not dodging, and as they reached him, he was blocked by dark energy swirling all around. Only now did Hifumi sneer and speak up, an interesting magic, but monotonous. Hearing this, Manato could not help but smirk. Then I will make it more diverse next time. The Sugo group behind watched the battle between the two, their eyes filled with disbelief as they kept murmuring. What kind of fight is this? No way a human could win against something like that. But the two sisters Yuka held strong faith. They believed that if it is Manato, he can win. But at that moment, Shizuku suddenly gasped. Impossible. That is unthinkable. And Yuka, hearing this, asked in surprise, what is wrong? What's this? Takigami. Shizuku twitched, pointing forward and murmuring that Kusanagi was inside the battle. Manato was now forced into defense, constantly creating shields to hold back the attacks. But Hifumi's attacks kept coming at Manato relentlessly. He could not afford to let his guard down and created a level 14 shield to defend himself. But Hifumi's attacks showed no sign of stopping and kept coming. Manato's shield kept wavering. Before long it was destroyed, and Minato had to defend himself. Suka witnessed this scene and was shocked. Ruka could not believe what was happening right before her eyes. Manato was truly being pushed back, and wounds had even appeared on his body. Fortunately, Manato has healing magic, so the wounds on his body quickly disappeared. Hifumi looked down from above and exclaimed in disbelief. Too weak. Has he really run out of magic just in this battle? Manato has not even had time to respond. The two sisters Ruka have already grown up too fast. Manato losing. That can't happen. All three Suko members were the same, each uttering a sentence full of faith. There is no way Minato could lose to anyone else. Kusanagi will definitely win. The only one worried right now is Shizuku. The queen mutters anxiously. Why did not I realize it sooner? We have been too cruel. Everyone looked at her in confusion. Shizuku quietly muttered under her breath. He always acts confident. Always says everything will be fine. He always says just leave it to me. Saying that over and over is meant to reassure us. He reassured everyone. But Minato is human too. You are just human like the rest of them. Those words made everyone fall silent. A flash of sorrow appeared in Ruka's eyes. They had relied on Minato too much. They thought they always trusted him, but in reality, they were just putting everything on him. Minato's back was too far away for anyone to reach, and no one even noticed. No one realized how much Manato was hurt. No one realized how he had protected them. Realizing this, the whole group began to feel guilty. Ryuji aggressively confronted himself. I am the bad guy. Sugo quickly joined in. You too. And all of Japan are the same, Shizuku said hurriedly at this moment. If we do not believe in that, everyone will feel uneasy. That is why he always smiles like that. He shows confidence. Always like that, but I never really noticed. Then she burst into tears right there. Ruka also stopped crying and looked toward Minato, calling out loudly. Minato. Hearing the sound, he turned his head back, Seeing the whole group staring at him with tears streaming down their faces, Manato smiled faintly and spoke with confidence. I won't lose. It is just that you spoke too soon. Hifumi rushed forward and said coldly, you will die right here. In a sudden glance back, Manato could not help but startle. But before Hifumi struck, Manato had already dodged. But he kept charging forward. I kept muttering to myself. Too slow. Manato dared not let his guard down and quickly dodged aside. Just like that, the two of them fell into a deadly stalemate. Hifumi kept attacking wildly, fiercely in that moment, while Manato only defended and counterattacked when the opportunity arose. At the peak moment, it seemed he had just recovered level 13 magic. Infinite magic bullets were firing wildly. There were too many. Hifumi simply could not dodge them all. He just kept choosing targets one after another. This made him furious, filled with rage. You dare mock me just as I spoke. A shield of dark energy appeared to block it. Manato could not help but raise an eyebrow. Magic that activates automatically. How persistently annoying. With a slight snort, Hifumi spoke coldly. That should have been my question. But now it is over. Your magical power is about to run out. Manato squinted at him, saying nothing. Seeing that, Hifumi sneered coldly. The match ends here. It seemed that at the same moment, Manato also quietly spoke. I thought the time had come. Hifumi frantically resisted the magic. He kept shouting without stopping. You will die here, by the highest level magic I have created. Manato muttered quietly with a slight frown. It seems I have no choice but to use all my strength. At this moment, a level 15 spell was cast, and the dark energy transformed into arrows wildly rushing toward Manato. Manato also remained calm, casting the silent combination spell of level 15. In the blink of an eye, the energy of the light blade enveloped the area. The radiant light surged toward the dark arrows. It moved like a gust of wind, and those arrows simply could not stop it. Seeing the blue light engulfing him, Hifumi could not help but panic, but it was too late. He had already been knocked away. Manato sat on the ground, breathing heavily, his body slightly weakened. Seeing this, Ruka panicked and whispered, have we already defeated him? But Hifumi rose from the rubble, laughing triumphantly. Not yet done. I can still move. Even after using such powerful magic, I still have strength left. Behold this infinite magical power. Manato also stood up at that moment, shouting sharply. Enough already. Hifumi glared at Manato and sneered. Are you begging for your life now? So, you are just an ordinary mage after all. Saying that, he cast a spell and then threw his head back, laughing loudly. The magical power of the disaster is terrifying. I will surpass Kusanagi Minato and Ichikami Minato and become a god. Minato was truly helpless before him and quickly said, can't you see that you have reached your limit? Hifumi was stunned, only now realizing something. His body was starting to crack, and he shouted in panic, what is happening? Moreover, his body was continuously burning. Minato spoke slowly. If you force yourself to increase your magical power, your vessel will shatter. That is inevitable. Hifumi looked at him in disbelief. Did you know from the beginning? Yes. Minato casually nodded in admission. Hifumi was unwilling, muttering in frustration that he had almost surpassed Ichikami Minato. So how could he fail now? The only one he should lose to was Ichikami. Only him. Hearing this, Minato could not help but sigh. Because I am already dead. I have caused you pain. I told you to wait. These words confused Hifumi, who muttered in distress. What are you talking about? Minato bowed his head slightly, injured, and spoke up. Sorry. Mew Mew. Hifumi suddenly saw an old friend in Minato's eyes and cried out in disbelief. No, it can't be. About 50 years ago, at Ichikami Minato's funeral hall, there was an incredibly lonely figure. Hifumi could not believe his eyes. Muttering hoarsely, why did you die? Why do you look so peaceful? Minato had already passed away after the great disaster. Seeing him in pain, Shizuku went over to comfort him, saying Ichikami fought tirelessly for everyone, so let him rest now. Hifumi ignored her, waving his hands wildly, too angry to listen, shouting, be quiet, do not bother me. Then he ran to Minato's coffin and cried out, Ichikami is still alive. It is just the healers who are incompetent. He can still come back. Shizuku feared Hifumi would act rashly out of grief and hurriedly warned him. What are you doing? You are not allowed to use the sacred magic. And even if you do, Ichikami has. But before he could finish, the sacred magic in Hifumi's hands appeared. Shizuku grew even more terrified, telling him he was not allowed to use it. But Hifumi ignored her and continued to use the holy magic on Manato, crying out nonstop, please come back to life, Ichikami. But before long, Hifumi's movements froze, as someone ran over and grabbed his hand. Hifumi struggled fiercely, refusing to accept it, shouting, I will never forgive you, you worthless fools who killed Ichikami. He started to go mad, shouting like a lunatic, you useless fools, Ichikami died because of your incompetence. Only exceptional sorcerers are needed. I will change this rotten world. I will surpass Ichikami Minato. Seeing this, Shizuku felt heartbroken. The death of Ichikami Minato was a tremendous loss for Hifumi. From that day on, he trained relentlessly, dedicating every day to honing his skills. Hifumi maximized his position, creating a magical nobility, then expanding his influence into politics and finance, controlling the information given to the ignorant masses, monopolizing knowledge and technology. Hifumi trained relentlessly, but he was still far from reaching Ichikami Manato. So driven by Hifumi's foolish pride, he even forged information about Ichikami Minato. He turned his shame into anger and kept training, for that promise, for his vow to surpass Manato. So, he lived for Minato, and no matter how many times he fell, Hifumi would always get back up. He wanted to surpass Manato, to become stronger than him and stand by his side as they walked forward together. Hifumi lived in that illusion until one day, a familiar hand was extended before him, the figure of the old friend he dreamed of every night. Ichikami Minato, you reached out to Hifumi, wanting to support him. Hifumi never actually hated Minato. He just admired him, that is why he wanted him to stay alive. And now, Hifumi's wishes come true and new Ichikami Minato is truly standing before him. Hifumi trembled in his hands, trying to grasp the arm of his old friend. But at that moment, a stream of black blood suddenly poured out. Hifumi's eyes widened, his face showing pain. Minato was caught off guard by the scene as someone had stabbed through Hifumi's chest. That hand grabbed the spirit stone in his chest and pulled it out. Hifumi's body went limp and collapsed. Ruika trembled as she watched the scene. Unable to believe it, she cried out, "You are." Why was she so shocked? The reason is that the one who struck was Chloe. Ruika could never have imagined this. At the same time, Hinata also woke up, but the scene before her broke her heart. Hinata ran over wildly with a big head, then stopped. Manato could not accept this either and lost control, rushing forward and throwing a punch at Chloe's face. But she created a shield on her side to block it. She sneered and said, "Hitting a woman is the most despicable thing." Manato. Hinata hurriedly ran to Hifumi's side, her eyes filled with worry. Manato squinted at Chloe and asked, "What are you planning to do?" "This is what I want to do," Chloe replied coldly, then used level 14 magic as the death shadow began to attack. The main targets are Hifumi and his son, but Minato 1T give her that chance. Using magic to defend, a layer of bone shielded Minato. The frenzied black shadows crashed into it. Then they exploded, throwing Minato and the two behind him flying. Minato was fine, but Hinata and Hifumi were not doing well, so he quickly used magic to support them and help them get to Yuka's group at the back. At that moment, Chloe laughed triumphantly. Finally this moment had arrived. Without hesitation, she swallowed the spirit stone into her mouth. In the blink of an eye, a massive surge of magical energy erupted, enveloping Chloe's body and spreading relentlessly through the air. Minato quickly turned away to avoid being affected. Soon after, a figure appeared within the surge of magical power, with a spirit stone embedded in their forehead. At this very moment, the entire Yuka group felt an intense pressure, as if their bodies were being crushed by some invisible force. Chloe's cruel voice echoed, "It has been a long time. 50 years. I have waited and waited." And finally, the moment she had been waiting for had arrived. The faces of the Sugo were extremely ugly, as if they could not believe their eyes, because Chloe's entire body had completely transformed, becoming gigantic, with purple spirit stones radiating magical power on her body. Both Hinata and Shizuku could not believe their eyes, whispering in fear that this was impossible. Chloe's form now was that of a demon god. Manato naturally recognized this form. While everyone was still confused, Chloe suddenly burst with magical power. Its strength was so great that Luca's group could not withstand it. Before long, they all fell to the ground. Even those far away felt the terrifying power, but not to the extent of Lucas' group. And inside the city, the people in their homes suddenly fell into despair, their cries and wails rising nonstop. The demon god threw back his head and laughed loudly, as all of Japan was swallowed by despair. "Do you hear that? The screams of humanity." Then she looked at Minato and called out Ichikami Minato, and Minato froze at the sound of that name. The demon god sneered and continued, "The moment I touched your hand, I knew for sure you were Ichikami Minato. That is why she infiltrated Sun, gathered all kinds of information, earned everyone's trust, and made them foolishly feel safe." Minato frowned and demanded fiercely, "The strange behavior of Miu Miu and that disastrous magic, you are the one who manipulated him, are not you?" Shrugging indifferently, the demon god said, "Manipulated? That sounds so evil. I simply brainwashed him." For over 50 years, the demon god slowly brainwashed Hifumi. She was like a demon. No, she was the demon itself. The silent disasters and the evil demon grew stronger, and a massive source of magical power was born. By triggering the great catastrophe, the demon god concentrated all that chaotic magic into a mortal vessel, and by seizing it, the demon god would be resurrected. The last thing left was to kill Minato, and as soon as she finished speaking, she cast a level 15 spell, unleashing a barrage of dark arrows flying toward Minato. Not daring to let his guard down, Minato tried to cast a spell to defend himself, but his arm kept twitching uncontrollably, making it impossible to cast the magic. The demon god laughed even more triumphantly. "Your magic power is about to run out, and even a great illusionist can't do anything when their magic is depleted." Unable to cast spells, Minato could only dodge on his own, but there were too many dark arrows, and they relentlessly chased after him. Before long, Minato could no longer defend himself, struck by an arrow and thrown far away, his body crashing hard to the ground. He coughed up fresh blood, but the dark arrows showed no sign of stopping, relentlessly charging forward. Without hesitation, It pierced Manato's body. He lay powerless on the ground, battered and wounded. Seeing this, the demon god smiled smugly and said, "Just like 50 years ago, you fought for others and sacrificed your life for them. Maybe it is better to leave your fate to them." Manato stirred slightly, causing the demon god to raise an eyebrow in surprise. Sure enough, it was not long before Manato stood up from the ground. The demon god clicked her tongue in admiration, covered in wounds, with magic power so depleted that even automatic spells would not activate. But Manato did not care. He shouted fiercely, "Answer me. What have you done in the past 50 years, and why do the demons kill people? Why did they come here?" And he wanted to know, what exactly is the disaster? With a slight snort, the demon god sneered, mocking, "In a situation like this you still dare to ask? Fine. I am in a good mood, so I will tell you the secret of the disaster at the final moment." Then suddenly paused, smiling bitterly. Then she laughed and said, "You have probably guessed it already. The disaster is the phenomenon of the migration of magical beasts and magic power. Magic power being transferred from the demon world to the earth. That magic power is consumed and magical beasts appear. The more magical beasts appear, the more the magic power increases. And the more the magic power increases, the stronger magical beasts can be revived. And in the end, the demon god was destined to descend to earth. But since earth lacked mana, only low-level demons were initially revived. However, once the mana reaches the threshold of the storm fire, humans will also turn into demons. Since the first disaster, the earth has been instantly flooded with demons. However, for some reason, humans did not turn into beasts, and mages appeared. And then the worst happened. Mages absorbed the mana, and because they did not become beasts, the mana needed for the demon god to reincarnate became insufficient. Mages are merely a hindrance to the monsters, which is why the monsters help the mages and have also started eliminating humans who do not turn into monsters. Hearing this, Manato's expression immediately darkened, but the demon god did not care and continued speaking, saying that the first disaster alone would have been enough, but to strengthen the magical power, the disaster had to be carried out step by step. The powerful beasts called bosses are actually reservoirs of magical power. They are monsters containing immense magical energy, and whether they live or die, their role remains unchanged. This is the true meaning of the disaster. The disaster was initiated so the demon god could take over the earth. Saying this, the demon god suddenly muttered in dissatisfaction, but an unexpected event occurred. Regrettably, I was defeated by Minato Ichami. The demon god took a devastating blow and was even prepared to face death. Yet just before being scattered into mana, the demon god managed to retain consciousness. Her magical power became weaker than that of a demon beast and she could no longer use magic. In other words, the demon god barely managed to keep her consciousness, becoming a remnant of magical power and wandering all over Japan. She had never endured such a great humiliation before. While wandering in the darkness, the demon god sensed the resonance of magic power. And thus, she encountered Hifumi, a being carrying deep, tragic darkness yet possessing a pure and steadfast soul. Those with such clear hearts made it easy for the demon god to infiltrate. Over time, the demon god gradually regained her magic power and continued to silently invade Hifumi's consciousness. His tension towards the 8 sorcerers, his self-righteous mindset, the habit of blaming others, and the decay of moral values all paved the way for silent brainwashing to take hold. In the end, Hifumi took over Japan's underworld, but his weak heart still fought desperately. Pitifully, he cried out for salvation, calling Manato's name again and again. Manato listened silently, and by now, the aura around his body had calmed considerably. The demon god chuckled and smirked, saying, "After a long time, my magic power has gradually recovered, but I cannot reclaim the demon god's body. To stabilize the mana source, I need a vessel and an enormous amount of mana." It was then that the demon god met Chloe, and like Hifumi, she sensed a powerful mana resonance. The demon god took over Chloe's dying body and became an adopted child of the Mew Mew family. The demon god recovered part of its power, but during those 50 years, the number of magical beasts steadily declined. She tried to trigger the great disaster, but the magic power was too weak, so only a few scattered magical beasts were revived. So the demon god came up with a plan, gathering the magical beasts and forcing the great disaster to happen. Once the great catastrophe occurs, smaller disasters will naturally follow, with major disasters created by controlling the magical beasts, causing the great catastrophe floods the earth with magical power. But even that is not enough for the demon god to fully restore its form. She needs a more concentrated and pure amount of magical power. The human body is a vessel that holds magical power, so if the demon god injects magic directly into the human body, and she accumulates enough magical power to the point of explosion, it could condense it. That is why Hifumi was pushed to the brink of explosion. And through that, she gained a massive source of magical power. Speaking of which, the demon god suddenly let out a near laugh and, by the way, let me tell you this. The reason you are in this desperate situation today is all part of my plan. As soon as she finished speaking, she threw her head back and laughed loudly. 50 years ago, Manato refused to abandon others, fighting on the front lines until his mana was completely depleted and he fell. You even defeated the demon god, but at the same time, you exposed your weakness. No matter how strong you are, Manato's magic power is still limited, and right now you do not even have 10,000 magic points. The demon god is like an old beast. She laughed wildly. So pathetic. Is not it Ichikami Minato? When I discovered you had reincarnated, I was horrified. Yet in the end, you still made the same mistake as before. In terms of Minato's magical power, he has almost transformed into a magical life form similar to a demon beast. Even after death, he maintained consciousness in the form of magical energy, and ultimately found Kusanagi Minato. In other words, Manato was also reincarnated using the same method as the demon god. But at this point, the demon god no longer cared. The false command spoke. But it no longer mattered. I will erase every trace of your magical power, and even your soul will be destroyed by me. Manato had been silent until now, then finally spoke slowly. Could it be that all the disasters in the past, the first catastrophe, the sweetest step in Manato's life, the day he first saw magical beasts flying across the sky, the time he saw waves of mages and civilians fall, and even many children lose their lives in that disaster were all connected, and in the disasters that followed, Manato lost many comrades as well, dragging countless innocent lives into destruction. He wanted the demon god to admit with her own mouth that it was all caused by her. The demon god let out a bitter laugh and replied, "So what?" As soon as those words left his mouth, Manato suddenly threw his head back and shouted loudly. Minato's body was suddenly enveloped by a layer of magical energy that erupted fully in the blink of an eye. Seeing this scene, the demon god could not help but exclaim in disbelief, "What kind of magic is this? Why is the mana surging like this? Clearly your mana should have been completely drained by now." Manato did not answer, biting his lip in frustration. Immediately after, he began to swing his hand to cast magic. First was the unconscious level 15 holy magic, a stream of holy light quickly surrounding Manato. Next, the holy light began to devour the mana. The demon god stared in shock at this scene, an unconscious spell followed by a star action. Full recovery combined with the ability to devour mana. What kind of twisted magic is this? But the bigger surprise was yet to come. She saw Manato's magic power growing stronger and stronger. In the blink of an eye, it rose to 30 million, then 50 million, and kept increasing without stopping. The demon god could not believe his eyes, muttering with clenched lips, "Impossible." In the blink of an eye, Manato's mana reached nearly 100 million, just one unit short, and he let out a low laugh. "You are truly the one who has made me furious." Demon god. The demon god is becoming increasingly unbelievable. Impossible. The only magic that can absorb all energy is destructive magic, and that magic is unconscious magic. Moreover, its recovery speed surpasses even destructive magic. It is not simply absorbing mana. In other words, the recovery ability of physical strength and mana, with a level of perfection nearly reaching its limit, has enveloped this entire area with infinite mana. Meanwhile, outside, the two sisters Yuka have also awakened, and seeing this scene, Yuka cried out in panic, "What is going on?" Yuka hurriedly said, "I can feel the pressure from the energy of the demon god and you." Before I could finish, they saw a sturdy figure standing within the magic force. Yuka exclaimed in shock, "It is Manato." What is happening? Inside the battle, the demon god refuses to accept defeat. Damn it. How can he use such magic? Manato did not answer immediately. He slowly walked toward her. Only then did he finally speak. "If what happened 50 years ago happens again, then of course I won't let it happen a second time." 50 years ago, there were very few mages, and they were unprepared for the great catastrophe. So today, Manato has increased the number of mages, training them and teaching them how to deal with disasters and monsters. As for Manato overcoming his own weakness of depleted magic power, he researched absorption magic and conducted numerous experiments, but using it on monsters carried a high risk of being detected by the demon god, so he limited the target to humans. Using it like unconscious magic is still difficult, but this source of his anger will make it effective. The demon god snarled aggressively. Deeply dissatisfied, "Stop being ridiculous. Ichikami, are you jumping around like you prepared everything, trying to prove you know I exist here?" Manato smirked and said, "When I was reincarnated, I was not sure yet, but I had to consider this possibility. So I planned for everything." As time passed, the truth became clearer. The moment the demon god noticed me, I was already paying attention to her. Hearing this, the demon god became overly excited, saying that letting me struggle freely was your intention. Smirking, Manato mocked, "You are a terrible actor." The demon god had become frenzied, aggressively rushing right up to Manato. Of course, Manato did not back down either and quickly charged forward. With a sound, two powerful magical forces collided. Manato continuously created magical circles to attack the demon god, because the speed of those magic beams was too fast. She could not escape at all. Manato did not stop either and kept charging forward. Very quickly, he reached the demon goddess side. Then, he delivered a kick to her, but at that moment, a beam of light shot out, wildly rushing towards Manato. Unfortunately, it hit an invisible wall and then vanished into thin air. Not even a single hair of Manato's was touched. Seeing this, the demon god immediately panicked. She muttered anxiously, "What did you do? What did you just do?" Shrugging indifferently, Manato smirked and said, "It is nothing. I was just standing here." The demon god grew even more furious and shouted loudly, "Then tell me, is it the barrier? I won't accept it. I am the demon god of the fallen demon, and a mere human dares to outsmart me." She acted like a madwoman, shaking her head in denial. Then, the demon god threw his head back and screamed. She shouted aggressively, "I will not accept this." At that moment, a group of demon kings appeared and surrounded Manato. But he was not afraid at all, standing there calmly, no matter what they wanted to do. He just needed to stay inside the shield. At that moment, the demon kings cast their magic. In the blink of an eye, a barrage of magical beams fired toward Manato, but they could not harm him at all. Meanwhile, Manato unleashed countless magic bullets, and one by one the demon kings fell. In the blink of an eye, there was not a single demon king left around Manato. The magic god shouted defiantly, "Vanish." Immediately after, the dark arrows flew wildly, and Manato hurriedly dodged. The demon created large magic circles. In an instant, numerous magic circles appeared above her head, releasing a frenzy of magical power before transforming into a multicolored orb that hurtled down from the sky. Manato finally began to fight back, casting a level 15 ultimate spell called Cataclysmic Fury. Instantly, a giant elephant appeared. He reached out and grabbed the multicolored orb, then crushed it into smoke. Manato landed safely on the ground without any harm. The demon god was terrified beyond belief, unable to accept what he saw. Did he really block all those complex divine spells so easily? Is Manato even human? The more I think about it, the more unwilling I am to accept it. The demon god is insanely powerful, yet someone like Ichikami has surpassed me as a demon god. It is absurd, but if he can surpass me, then I will definitely go even further. As soon as she finished speaking, she absorbed the remaining disaster magic. In the blink of an eye, the magic power surged wildly into the demon god's body. Before long, her body was overflowing with magic power. Without hesitation, the demon god began casting magic. She laughed triumphantly. The highest level magic Ichikami Minnow could use was 15, but I reached 16. Immediately after, level 16 dark magic was cast, and a terrifying dark aura began to engulf the sky over Japan. Manato remained calm, standing there with a cold smile, saying, "Please allow me to reach level 17. Without hesitation, Manato began casting magic, and a spear glowing with golden light appeared. The divine spear plunged straight into the dark energy. With a roar, thunderous explosion erupted, shattering the dark energy completely, and the divine spear charged straight at the demon god, piercing through the upper part of her body, making her furious as she shouted out. But it was no use. The divine spear plunged forward wildly. Before long, the demon god's body fell like a torn axe, but she stubbornly continued to cast magic, then rushed in front of Manato to attack. Unfortunately, Manato was one step ahead and landed a series of punches on the demon god, knocking her down. Manato glanced at the demon god and sneered coldly, "Your disaster magic is incomplete. It has too many flaws, and its absorption speed is too slow. That is why you only use it on fools." Right? The demon god trembled as he looked at him, unable to believe his own eyes. Why? How could he see through so much? What kind of monster is he? Smiling unconsciously, Manato said bluntly, "I am a great illusionist. I am the one who knows everything." The demon god grew more and more resentful, screaming wildly, "What kind of great illusionist am I?" Then lunged to attack Manato, but he remained unfazed, coldly saying, "I am too tired of these monsters. Disappear." As soon as he spoke, a beam of magical energy shot toward the demon god, piercing right through her, until she vanished. The demon god still could not understand how she lost to a mere human. How a human could do this, not only adapting to magic but also maintaining a human form. Why has not this world been corrupted? Countless questions from the demon lord, yet no answers. But very quickly, she realized it was because Manato was here. He had the ability to contain magic far beyond the demon god. And because he was here, humanity was not corrupted by magic. Could it be that Manato absorbed magic from Earth into his own body? Despite his small human form, this world is different from that of demons. A small world where the anomaly is Manato. After the demon god was defeated, the skies over Japan returned to a bright blue, and everyone rejoiced the disaster was finally over. A member of Sent nodded and smiled, saying it seemed so. Damn those magic nobles. Everyone in Japan came out onto the streets to celebrate. Not only that, other places in the world have also overcome the disaster. King Kobuparan is not so bad after all, managing to hold on until the disaster ended. Until the end, Sugo's group finally woke up, and the magic nobles slowly opened their eyes. Manato had just returned from the sky, and everyone excitedly ran over when they saw him. Ryuji smiled happily and said, "You defeated the demon god, right?" Sugo also cheered happily, saying that if so, the world would return to peace. The two sisters Ruka looked at Manato gratefully and said, "Thank you. Without you we would not have been able to defeat the demon king." Manato gently shook his head and replied, "It was not just my power. It was the strength of everyone in the world. Thank you all. Yes, this victory is not mine alone, but a testament to everyone's efforts." Just then, a sudden sob broke the silence, startling Manato as he looked over. Riku saw Hinata crying pitifully beside Hifumi, saying, "Dad, I do not want you to go." Seeing Manato approaching, Hinata clung to him like a lifeline, pleading desperately, "Please, I am sorry for everything I have done to you. I will make it up to you. I will do anything. So please, save my father." Then she lowered her head, Looking utterly miserable, Riku also spoke up. I want to ask you for the same. I know it is selfish. But please, I beg you. Then he also bowed to Manato, who stared at them for a long moment before speaking. Do not forget what she said. Understood. Heal, provide magical power. And then for those who have turned into monsters, Manato will take the disaster magic power. With the way you are doing now, you will be able to do it all. Thinking this, Manato bowed down and placed his hand on Hifumi's body. In an instant, a bright light enveloped him. Watching the wound heal at a speed visible to the naked eye, the VUCA group behind panicked and shouted. Everything is back to normal. It is a miracle. Hinata finally felt relieved, unable to hold back her tears as she cried out. Thank you. And Riku gratefully said, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Manato just smiled without saying a word, and then the days of fighting came to an end. Thanks to information from Hinata and Riku, as well as Toshiro, the magic nobles, along with other accomplices, were captured one by one. Many were forced to cooperate under threat. And although they could not prove their innocence, fairly high percentage would receive reduced sentences. Hinata has regained consciousness but lost her memory. Hinata is Hifumi's biological child, and as a result, she has relinquished custody rights from the family. She grew up in loneliness, never knowing a father's love. However, her obsession with him never faded, and it became twisted. Manato was given the chance to visit Riku, and Riku told him everything. I could not stand seeing Hinata abandoned like that, so I took on the role of her brother, thinking I was looking out for her. He said he had also been lonely and never known the warmth of others. Maybe this was one-sided empathy and he too would be haunted, until Riku realized it. There was no turning back. Saying this, Riku lowered his head, muttering to himself, I am a murderer. I have dragged many innocent people into disaster. A terrible person. Manato stood up from his chair and said coldly, guilt will not disappear, but there are some burdens you do not have to carry. Take a look at today's newspaper. Then he turned and left the cell. Riku then returned to his room carrying a newspaper. When he saw the news, tears streamed down his face, because the news reported that the number of casualties in this disaster was not a round figure. Riku's guilt lessened a bit. Meanwhile, at the hospital, after waking up, Toshiro had changed. Looking at the two sisters Yuka, he softly said, just because of my weakness, I caused you all so much worry. I'm sorry. Yuka did not pay any attention and smiled happily, saying, from now on there are only the three of us. Let us do everything together like a family. Ruka nodded in agreement. That is right, because we are a family. Toshiro could not help but feel happy as he suddenly heard Ruki's voice carried by the wind. She smiled at him and gently advised, please do not make our daughter cry anymore. Okay. In the blink of an eye, tears fell down Toshiro's face. He bowed his head low and muttered, yes. The children are right. 1 month later, everything had been resolved peacefully. Everyone had a happy ending. Except Manato, who was very frustrated. After returning to school, he had to face being surrounded by female students again, not just in the classroom, but also in the hallway. Wherever I go, I get surrounded. In the end, Manato could not stand the girls anymore and jumped out the window to escape, but he was not the only one running away. Yuka and her sister did too. The three of them looking at each other in helplessness. After a while, they finally found a quiet place, and Manato complained in frustration. Honestly, just give me a break. Yuka looked up at the sky and laughed, saying she guessed that meant peace had returned, and Yuka nodded in agreement. It seemed all the monsters had completely disappeared. Manato fell into deep thought upon hearing the words peace. They had defeated the demon god and no new monsters had appeared, but he had no idea if peace had truly returned. At the same time, the two sisters Yuka were silently watching Manato. They clearly heard the demon god call Mito Ichikami Minato, and his appearance looked exactly like the great predecessor they saw in the photo, so that means the Minato by their side is the great proxy Ikami Minato who died 50 years ago. While they were thinking, Manato spoke up, saying I guess I will head to the training area. I can rest peacefully until Shido understands me. The two sisters Yuka quickly snapped out of their thoughts and hurriedly ran after him. Meanwhile, in a dark corner somewhere, a set of claws was breaking out of a cocoon, signaling a glimmer of hope, though hope was scarce. A few months after the great disaster, other disasters stopped occurring, and monsters disappeared from the world. The whole world rejoiced in peace. Daily life gradually stabilized, and everyone went about their work without living in fear anymore. Then one day, Sugu announced shocking news to everyone, and Yuka could not believe it, shouting that the Magic Task Force was disbanding. Sugu calmly replied that the main mission of the Magic Task Force was to handle monsters and disasters, and since those threats had disappeared, disbanding was only natural. Yuka muttered with pursed lips, I mean, yeah, it makes sense. But just saying that, she did not know what else to say. The members below also started whispering among themselves, we have worked so hard to get here. Are we really going to disband? Seeing this, Manato spoke up to reassure them, saying there was no need to be sad because for anything, we should be glad that peace has returned. He said that even if the team disbands, what they have built will not disappear, and everyone has grown a lot and achieved many accomplishments. Everyone has overcome many challenges. They can grow anywhere as long as they believe in themselves. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd below immediately responded in unison. Order. And so, it was like a farewell. They began spending time exchanging their final words. Manato's group also happily said their goodbyes, but Dukai spoke up, saying no. That meant the magic task force was truly coming to an end. Ruka quietly nodded and murmured, that means we will return to being students. But Ryuji immediately objected, saying no way. That could never happen. Thinking about being surrounded both inside and outside the classroom, Ryuji knew he would never make it through a single lesson in that cramped room, especially now that they are so famous. Speaking of school, Manato immediately felt discouraged, shaking his head and muttering, I do not want to go back to school either. Seeing this, Ryuji could not help but click his tongue in admiration. It seemed to affect him more than we thought. Right then, Sugo suddenly suggested, how about we become famous or something? Have you been followed? Before he could finish, he caught Manato's deadly glare, and Ninjang asked, are you serious? Sugo nervously shook his head. No, sorry. I heard that everyone can complete the course remotely, and you might get recommendations from the university. Companies around the world will want you. They saved the world. Now it is time to think about your own future. Manato's group immediately froze when they heard this. Sugo was right. On the way home, Ryuji kept muttering about it. My future hub. Manato glanced at him and asked, have you planned what to do after graduation? Ryuji calmly replied, I really can't afford college. I want my mother to live comfortably, so I will probably look for a job. Manato could not help but smirk, hearing it sounded tough. Shrugged indifferently, Ryuji said frankly, recently I have been paid by the magic task force. That has made my life much easier. And my mother has switched from the night shift to the morning shift. Hearing that, Manato laughed and joked, my little brother would probably be happy too. Smiling unconsciously, Ryuji cheerfully said, that is right, every day is fun. You should come visit again. Then he looked at Ruka and suggested, you too. The kids say they miss you a lot. Ruka was a bit startled but quickly nodded in agreement. Yeah, I will visit soon. Manato looked at the two sisters and asked, have you decided what to do yet? Ruka replied happily, I am planning to study abroad at a magic university. And Ruka nodded in agreement. Me too. I want to learn more about magic. Manato saw their unity and smiled with satisfaction. Although their father had been arrested and things were difficult for them, it was good that they shared so much empathy, and they happily went home together. Meanwhile, Ruka had her own thoughts. She still had not had the chance to ask Manato if he really was Ichikami Manato. She also thought reincarnation was impossible, but the truth proved otherwise. Ruka was thinking the same thing, the knowledge and skills, the way you behave and your strength. If Manato is Ichikami Manato, then it all makes sense. On the way, Ryuji suddenly remembered something and asked suspiciously, oh right, how is Miss Takigami? Manato replied slowly, I visited her the other day. She looked quite well. Because Shizuku committed the crime under duress, it seems she will only receive a suspended sentence. Hearing this, Ryuji finally let out a sigh of relief, but quickly muttered sadly that Riku would face a harsh sentence. Minato frowned slightly, disagreeing, and slowly explained that the esteemed Mage Council had made a serious mistake by overly embracing elitism, which led to their downfall. Ryuji could not help but feel resigned. He knew it was true, but he still was not very happy. The two Yuka sisters lowered their heads silently, fully aware of the situation. Seeing their expressions, Minato sighed softly to comfort them. Yet the demon god was truly behind this, and that would surely be reconsidered. Only then did the three Ryuji's faces break into smiles, feeling much more at ease. But Minato was not. His mind was filled with thousands of unresolved questions. For example, what is the demon god? And what is the other world she mentioned before disappearing? Why did Ifumi turn into a demon? And the reason Minato was reincarnated, perhaps he was reborn using a method similar to the demon god. And if that is true, then he is an entity like the demon god. And finally, is Minato really human? A little later, at Ryuji's house, Ruka was struggling with the kids as they climbed on her and spun around. Seeing this, Ruka could not help but sigh. Hey, I have never seen my sister act like this before. Minato heard it and replied with a smirk. I told you, but you are not much better. Getting teased by a kid pinching your cheek. Ryuji immediately spoke up apologetically, saying he thought she was just too excited because you guys came. She was more lively than usual. Just then, Manato's phone on the table rang. He quickly picked up the phone and answered, his tone a bit unusual because of the cheek pinch, which confused Sugo on the other end, saying, Commander Kusanagi, your voice sounds strange. Seeing this, Ruka took the baby away from Minato, and only then did Manato calmly ask, what did you call me about? Sugo called back and said that the documents for your international mage qualification test have arrived. Hearing this, Manato immediately put it on speaker for Ryuka and the others to hear, while Sugo on the other end kept talking. But he said it seems their achievements during the disaster have been recognized. Many new mages appeared during the disaster, and their abilities were not properly valued, so they decided to have mages retake the test. Hearing this, Ryuka anxiously asked. I mean, are we also considered temporary mages? Ryuka bluntly said. After all, minors do not have the right to be licensed yet. Minato looked at everyone and smiled, saying this is a perfect opportunity. Let us get started. Immediately, Ryuka spoke up with great enthusiasm, saying for us, it will be as easy as pie. Ryuka nodded in agreement, saying it was nothing compared to the great disaster. Ryuji also spoke up enthusiastically. Let us do it. Sugo on the other end of the line smiled slightly. Then continued. I will send you the detailed information. Do your best. Commander Kusanagi, you might even get into the Sage class. Manato raised his eyebrows and looked at everyone as if asking what the Sage class was, and Rika quickly explained that it is the highest rank for mages, with only 6 people in the world holding it. Ruka blinked and smiled, saying, to put it simply, they look like that. A few days ago, at the International Mage Association in the US, Aaron entered from outside, looked at the people sitting around the long table, and respectfully greeted them, thanking everyone for gathering here, the esteemed members of the 6 great sages. As soon as those words were spoken, one of the 6 great sages, Andrew Grundon, shouted fiercely, who dares challenge me all the way from afar? Do you look down on me? Another great mage named Victor Butler, seeing his strong reaction, could not help but tease. I really can't stand watching someone let emotions overpower reason. Please keep some dignity. Vaidavama, a female magic intellect, also could not hold back and spoke up. Less intelligent people are often easily controlled by emotions, and it seems that does not change even at the mage level. These words drove Andrew mad with anger. He unleashed his magic power and gritted his teeth fiercely. Who dares to look down on me? But before he could act, a hand grabbed Andrew's arm. This is Firan, Mystic Sage, who spoke coldly. Stop it. Andrew showed no sign of backing down, glaring at Firan. Damn it. Are you trying to piss me off that much? Enough. While everyone was noisy, a solemn voice rang out. This was Leonard Porter, one of the 6 chosen sages. He spoke coldly. The sages should not be quarreling like this. Andrew, can't you keep calm here? Only after Leonard said this did Andrew promise to hold back, as if to say, I know. Ignoring the commotion, the High Priestess Krista Elmond asked doubtfully. We initially met remotely, but is it really okay like this? Aaron explained slowly. The 6 sages are not required to meet in person, but this time I believe a direct dialogue is necessary. Leonard furrowed his brow slightly and asked suspiciously, is this related to the International Mage Tournament? Aaron nodded calmly and replied frankly, yes. The great disaster has gradually subsided. However, there is currently a movement calling for a thorough review of inaccurate information related to magic. Since Ada seemed to realize something, she furrowed her brows and asked again, so the mage exam being held is also part of that? Right. Aaron nodded slightly and calmly said there was one more reason, and that was Lord Kusanagi. Hearing the name, Leonard's expression darkened and he pressed his lips, asking, the one who stopped the great disaster in Japan. So in other words, you want us to fake fighting him? Aaron, still unaware of the issue, calmly replied, he might very well have the potential to reach sage level, but no sooner had he spoken than he sensed a terrifying aura of demonic power in the air. The other great sages had no problem with it, they were all too familiar with this. But Aaron was different. He was gradually pushed back. After a moment, Leonard slowly spoke, potential to reach the sage rank. You think defeating just one demon god is enough to become a sage? Aaron raised his eyebrows and replied with a grimace. Perhaps, it is just a hypothesis, Leonard said with a cold smile. I did not expect you to say that. Saying that, he waved his hand to think. Well then, prove to me how strong you are. Kusanagi. The 6 great sages were now paying attention to Manato. Manato soon arrived in the United States, and as Ryuji looked around the streets, he could not help but feel amazed. So this is the United States. The streets were bustling with people, and of course the main language was English. Ryuji did not understand a word. Tears in his eyes as he pointed and exclaimed that it was English, they were speaking English. Ruka sighed helplessly. Well, this is the United States after all, so it is normal. Seeing their elegant appearance, Ryuji could not help but feel dissatisfied and suggested, let us get excited. We are abroad. Ruka replied with a sigh. Even if you say that, it is not my first time here. Ryuji heard this and felt helpless. These people really do not understand anything. On the way here, they kept speaking English. But there must be someone like the English. Right? Just then, a few girls approached Manato to start a conversation, but Minato refused them in English. Seeing this, Ryuji could not help but ask in disbelief, you can even speak English? Manato casually replied, it is okay. Ryuji could not help but marvel. What kind of person is this? Good at studying, good at sports, and his magic is strong enough to fight monsters. Is he even human? No wonder I feel so inferior. At that moment, Ruka spoke up and suggested, I plan to go back to the hotel to rest. Ruka nodded in agreement. The journey was tiring, so let us take it easy today. A few days later, at the headquarters of the International Mage Association, Minato's group entered the place to complete the formalities. Being a technophobe, Minato froze like a statue when he saw the face scanner, so Ruka had to guide him through it. Soon after, a card with Minato's photo was printed out. Then the 4 of them took the elevator upstairs. Before long, the elevator doors opened and they quickly stepped out. Many mages were already waiting here. As Manato's group entered, countless eyes focused intently on them. Whispers and murmurs from the other mages began to rise as hundreds of eyes fixed on them. This made Ryuji a bit uncomfortable, muttering in confusion, "Why are they staring so intently?" Ruka reluctantly said, "Maybe it is because of the great disaster." At the same time, all the actions of the four Manato were silently observed by the 6 great representatives. Leonard could not help but speak up. "I'm not bad. Their mana levels are quite good." Krista suddenly murmured that the true power of a mage greatly influences a nation's strength because they possess abilities beyond any conventional weapon. Leonard bluntly stated that these young mages will become the core force protecting their country's future. In other words, the results of this exam will not only assess individuals but also be tied to the status of each nation. Vi could not help but raise their voice, suggesting the possibility of war breaking out at any moment. Smiling unconsciously, Leonard said calmly, "However, overall, other countries besides Japan have strict limitations related to magic." Vi frowned slightly and hesitated before speaking, yet this time they organized such a large-scale exam. Should not they have controlled magic information more tightly? Leonard shook his head slightly, raised his eyebrows with a smile, and said that magic shares many similarities with military technology. But since Japan took the initiative to disclose information first, the trend has only just begun to change. Via glanced at Manato's data on the computer and after a long moment, finally nodded in understanding. Kusanagi's theory on mage education is knowledge known in developing countries but has never been widely disclosed. This is also what Leonard is paying attention to, and he speaks slowly. How he came to know that remains a mystery. But he was the one who elevated Japanese mages to a global level, and he concluded that Manato was no ordinary person. At the same time, outside the lobby of the International Mage Association, 4 silent people including Manato were waiting. 3 brash guys suddenly approached, looking tough, and asked, "Are you the Kusanji guy?" Manato heard someone mention his name and immediately turned to look back. The leader shouted angrily, "Defeating the demon god. Huh. What kind of race is this? What help do you have now?" He said Manato must have some powerful backing. Or maybe he uncovered a politician's weakness. Seeing his attitude, Manato suddenly thought of Jun and frowned, asking, "You are not involved with Sino or anything, right?" The guy immediately grew even more dissatisfied and shouted not to resist. Seeing this scene, Yuka's group not only did not worry but also felt nostalgic, standing outside like watching a play. Those 3 reckless kids did not dare to do anything and turned to leave, but not before shouting a warning. "Damn it. Sooner or later this will be exposed anyway. And everyone is staring right at you." Hearing the noise, everyone's eyes immediately turned this way. Manato sighed reluctantly. "Oh heavens, what a nuisance. But it seems this might actually be interesting." Just then, someone entered from outside, a pink-haired girl with a face that was both innocent and serious. Shortly after, Aaron came in from outside, his voice booming, telling everyone to take their seats. Seeing him, Yuka's group immediately panicked, thinking he was the person in charge of the exam. While they were still confused, Aaron stepped onto the podium and announced, "From now on, I will explain the exam. I will only say this once, so pay close attention." He said the exam will include tests such as a written exam, mana measurement, and practical assessment, and failing to meet the standard in any part will result in disqualification. Besides the tests, other factors will also be evaluated, so behave like a worthy mage and do not do anything shameful. After passing the exam, the rank will be determined based on the total score. Hearing this, the brat who challenged Manato earlier asked suspiciously, "What are the requirements to achieve the rank of Grand Illusionist?" Arn spoke slowly. "Achieving a perfect score is a crucial prerequisite, but there are other criteria as well. Ability, achievements, talent, and public recognition all must be outstanding in every aspect." Saying this, Arn glanced meaningfully at a figure below and smiled mysteriously, saying the 7th-ranked hero would emerge from among those here. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately reacted with surprise. Arn nodded with satisfaction. The candidates this year were truly outstanding. But no matter how you compare, Manato was on a whole different level from them. Thinking that, he immediately shouted, "So the official exam begins. The first test is a written exam." Manato took the test paper. His face instantly changed. The exam questions were all about Manato's father. Manato sighed reluctantly, thinking this was a magic exam, but he did not expect such a trap. Arn stood on the high podium watching Manato. Seeing him sigh repeatedly, he could not help but feel moved. This was truly the most difficult exam. Even Mato would not find it easy to pass, but do not let him down. Yet when he saw the results, Arn was not disappointed but stunned, unable to believe it. He exclaimed, "Are you kidding me?" Manato's name was listed first, and he even achieved a perfect score. Arn could not help but feel impressed. Just as expected, he was no ordinary person, and even getting 80% was a challenge for him. If it is Manato, he could really reach the level of a great summoner. At the same time, Yuka's group also rushed over to congratulate Manato, but he did not pay much attention and calmly asked, "How did everyone do on the test?" Yuka immediately replied, "I am probably around 20th place with her." Ryuji proudly boosted, "I am 40th. Manato, Hearing this, could not help but ask suspiciously, "Are you good at the written test too?" This made Ryuji glare at him in annoyance. Next is the magic power measurement test. The instructor pointed to the measuring devices and said, "There is no type of magic that the latest measuring equipment cannot detect." "Alright, let us begin." Manato watched everyone take their turns inside. His measurement was last what was going on. Just then, Yuka suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, this is real." The number on the machine showed 980,000. And it was not just her, even the outsiders gasped in horror. Her magic power is almost 1 million. Yuka here reached 90000 and Ryuji is not far behind at 890000. Yuka looked at Yuka and Ryuji with teary eyes, feeling a bit emotional because she had fallen behind in the written test. And it seemed like they were catching up to her in magic power too. But Minato was very happy. All three of them were making clear progress. At that moment, another shout of astonishment rang out, making him startle and look over. Above the measuring device, powerful aura of magic was continuously spreading through the air. Very quickly, the measuring device displayed a magic power level of 1,600,000. Someone recognized the girl and started whispering, saying she must be from China. It turns out the pink-haired girl is a genius in both magic and martial arts. Wu Shuijin. Minato quietly observed her. A glimmer of excitement in his eyes. Seems like there are a few interesting people here who have not revealed their true strength yet. While he was thinking, the instructor shouted to hurry up, and Kusanagi Minato began to release his mana. Hearing this, Minato stepped in front of the measuring device, poked it cautiously, and thought, "Great, it is this machine again now. What am I supposed to do?" As Minato ascended, the people below began to whisper among themselves. Leonard, watching from the other side of the screen, smiled wryly, curious to see what would happen this time. Aaron at the back was also eagerly waiting, wanting to know the exact amount of magic power Minato had. Not just him, even Ruka's group felt the same, and Ruka could not help but mutter, "I wonder how much mana Minato has." Ruka muttered, guessing it is 99,990,000. He once joked about having 99 million. But now they think it might not have been a joke after all. On the measuring device, Minato unleashed his magic power, deciding no longer to hide his true strength. Sure enough, in the blink of an eye, a terrifying pressure emerged, causing the people behind to panic. The frenzied mana surged. The numbers on the meter kept climbing with no sign of stopping. Even Aaron could not move at this moment. All the headquarters of the International Mage Association were now enveloped in magical energy. Then with a bang, the measuring device exploded on the spot. Minato sighed reluctantly. Knew it all along. It must really be broken. Through the screen, Leonard saw the entire scene. He could not help but feel impressed. It was surprising. Krista sneered, unimpressed, saying it was nothing special. Our magic power could not even be measured by that device. Leonard disagreed and spoke up, saying that in other words, he might be as strong as us. But Krista scoffed. No way. At that moment, Vidya also remarked, "That kid is interesting." After finishing the magic power test, they began the combat test in the form of one-on-one fights. Minato was now wearing a special uniform, which was really comfortable. Good thing he was also given one. The opponent saw Minato suddenly smile and complained, laughing before fighting, "Do you look down on me?" Minato flinched slightly and said, "Who said that?" "Sorry, I am serious." Seeing everyone ready, the host immediately shouted. Then the first match began. As soon as the words were out, Minato rushed forward, and in less than 3 seconds, the opponent was knocked to the ground. The host immediately shouted, "A victory for Kusanagi." The crowd below watching was instantly stunned. What just happened? I did not see a thing. Aaron watched from outside and could not help but smile. Too many people doubted Minato, but with this test, the whole world would know his true strength. Minato did not pay attention to everyone's reactions and went to catch the other person. Leonard behind the screen saw this and praised him, saying it was amazing. Vida could not help but marvel. "I barely saw anything." "What did he do?" Leonard slowly explained. "He closed in on his opponent in less than a second after it started. Then Minato used magic." Hearing this, Vida exclaimed in amazement. "That is incredible." Leonard nodded slightly and said, "Moreover, he has not even shown his full strength yet." This made Krista unhappy, her brows furrowing into a line. On the other hand, the other three seemed indifferent. But what they were calculating in their hearts was unknown. Not only Minato, Ruka, Zuka, and Ryuji, but everyone was improving and winning in their battles. After winning, Ruka was very happy. She excitedly exclaimed, "I am getting stronger." Ryuji also said thoughtfully, "Who would have thought this would be used to fight humans?" Ruka nodded in agreement. Training to fight Minato's monsters is really useful. Minato watched the three of them proudly and said, "You did great." In her excitement, Ruka winked and said, "Here, now I can beat you. You will have to use all your strength to win against me." Smiling suddenly, Minato raised an eyebrow and asked, "Why not give it a try?" In an instant, Ruka hesitated and quickly waved her hand to refuse. "No. Not really." Just then, the host ran over to announce, "Kusanagi Minato, the next match is about to begin." Minato flinched slightly and quickly replied, "I know." So Ruka escaped a fate. She breathed a sigh of relief. City dug his own grave. He needs to be more careful. After a while, the one-on-one battle ended. And once again, Manato came out on top. Ryuji looked at the skilled fisherman with admiration. He even got a perfect score. Ruka also sighed. Manato, with this group, you might really become a sage. Ruka looked for their names and after a while muttered that we ranked around 20th. Ryuji saw the name right after Manato and could not help but shout, "Second place is Gyu Sujin." Just as he finished speaking, clear voice rang out from behind. "Are you calling me?" Their group was startled and looked back, only to see Sujin standing behind them without anyone noticing. Manato was a bit confused, wondering when this girl had appeared. While he was thinking, Sujin spoke. "Kusanagi Manato, I am really looking forward to the next test." Manato raised her eyebrows slightly, murmuring in doubt, "The next test?" Ruka stepped forward to explain that it was a battle royale-style survival test held in a forest where each participant would be given points based on their performance and could take points from their opponents. If you lose, it means you have not met the standard. The test lasts 1 week, and the points earned will be added to the total score. Manato asked skeptically, "What is the maximum score?" Ruka replied bluntly, 2,000 points. At least 2,000 points. Those who scored low last time will have a chance to earn high points this time. You can also escape once you have enough points. Manato listened and immediately furrowed his brows in silence. Ruka, on the other hand, excitedly shouted that they could also form a team. Do whatever they wanted, but killing people was off limits. If you kill or injure an opponent, you fail. At that moment, she glanced around but did not see Sujin, so she asked suspiciously, "Where is that girl?" Ryuji sighed helplessly. "She ran off a while ago." Just then, Aaron also noticed and spoke up. "By the way, I will join in too." He said they would receive a reward for defeating the judges. "So get ready." Aaron glared fiercely at Manato's challenge and said, "Let us fight seriously." "Kusanagi." "Yes." Manato nodded without hesitation. Aaron smiled with satisfaction and said, "Rest up before we start. See you later." Then he left. At that moment, the 3 VUCA members gathered again to discuss. Ruka frowned and spoke. "The judges are involved too." After thinking for a while, Ruka said, "We should form a team." But Manato calmly said, "I will go alone. Good luck everyone." After saying that, he turned and walked away. The 3 VUCA members watching Manato's back in silence. After a moment, Ruka spoke up, "We can't keep relying on him forever." Ruka nodded in agreement. "You are right." Ryuji exclaimed, "We won't just sit here doing nothing." Elsewhere, in the observation room, Krista could not hold back any longer and stood up from her seat. Sighing, "Should we really watch this for a whole week?" Leonard squinted at her and asked, "Are you disappointed?" Krista shook her head and replied, "No." Leonard smiled faintly. He was very eager. He wanted to see what Manato would ultimately show in the survival match. After the break, the final test, Survival in the Forest, has begun. The host announced that the test will be broadcast worldwide, so be careful with your actions. The 3-second countdown starts now. Up to this point, everyone was riding the momentum, each with their own thoughts. The 3 Juka members aimed to break into the top 20, while Minato remained calm. What was his purpose? Sujing is also eagerly anticipating this match. Besides him, there are 3 reckless kids who keep staring at Manato. And finally, Aaron, the judge of this competition, is eagerly anticipating the final battle with Minato. The 3-second countdown quickly ends, the competition officially begins, and everyone rushes off. The 3 Juka members were no exception. They wanted to avoid conflict at all costs, and splitting up early was not a good choice. Only Minato stood still without doing anything, which made the 3 brats look down on him with contempt. What is that idiot doing? It looks like he is calling others to beat him up. Manato watched everyone leave, feeling a bit confused and unsure of what to do. You stood there without moving at all, and sure enough, someone walked right into a trap. 3 punks led a group over, the green-haired one smirking, saying, "I see you, dog. Pretty cocky, huh? No one's coming to save you." After speaking, the guy stuck out his tongue to taunt Manato, but Manato just shrugged and asked, "Who are you?" The punk was angered by this attitude and shouted wildly, "Do not resist. You want to get away. You are done for." Immediately, a group of people cast spells preparing to attack. Their actions were, of course, fully captured on camera. Moreover, it was broadcast live, and everyone saw someone angrily scolding, "Are you crazy? That is too much." But the Japanese all believed in Manato. A girl raised her eyebrow and smiled, saying, "No worries, Kusanagi will definitely win." And then right after, everyone started cheering for him, like a shout of encouragement. Not only that, many comments appeared on the screen insulting those kids from that continent. They obviously did not know about this, and were still confident in their abilities. Shouting aggressively, "Come on then, you do not dare." Right, no sooner had they spoken the magical beams wildly surged toward Minato. Thinking he had defeated them, the fire blue head sneered. "Weakling, too scared to fight at all." But a second later, Minato's voice rang out from behind the hazy dust. Pathetic indeed. The kids from that continent immediately screamed in horror. Is he still unharmed after being attacked? After a moment of confusion, the blue-haired guy shouted orders, urging everyone to attack him with full force. Unfortunately, this spell power of theirs did nothing. Hitting Manato's shield only bounced it right back. This scene terrified the kids from the continent. They could not believe it. He blocked every attack with just a barrier. Oh my god! How terrifying. While they were still confused, Manato fired a magic bullet. The entire group was wiped out, lying helpless in a large pit. And only then did they realize the truth. Manato's fight against Chrono was no rumor. At the same time, another group stayed out of the fight and quietly watched the news on their phones, thinking that if they defeated Manato, they would become famous and earn a ton of points. And so Manato was targeted by others again. Seeing him still standing there, they quickly rushed to attack him from behind. Unfortunately, Manato is not someone they can ambush. With just 3 blasts of magic power, they were knocked to the ground. Manato smirked and said, "This is already the 5th ambush." Elsewhere, the 2 sisters Yuka were also fighting others, their powerful magic waves quickly sweeping them away. Yuka finally breathed a sigh of relief and said, "We did it. I can't believe we had to use such a massive spell." Just then, they heard whispers from other players saying it is best not to mess with the Kusanagi group. No one dares to challenge him. It is just greed that drives them. Yuka hurried over to the group and asked suspiciously, "Have you fought him?" One of them immediately replied, "Not just us, some others have been eliminated too." Another muttered bitterly, "So strong, truly a monster." Hearing this, Ryuji was not too surprised and straightforwardly said, "Manato really is the strongest." Yuka also sighed and said, "We can't beat him." But at this moment, Yuka suddenly hesitated and muttered, "Manato is indeed strong, but we can avoid conflict with him." The 3 agreed with this idea. It was their only option. But was that really okay? Elsewhere, the Chinese martial arts prodigy Xu Yijin was calmly training in a corner of the forest as usual. Xu Yijin's talent had been evident since childhood. By age 13, she was already the strongest in China. In every field, no one can defeat Xu Yijin, and she is certain that one day she will surpass her master and senior brother. Xu Yijin sometimes feels very bored, as there is almost no one stronger than her, and all her opponents have been mediocre. She wants to fight someone stronger, which is why she joined this competition. Xu Yijin is overwhelmingly strong. A single punch can topple an ancient tree. This immense power makes everyone wary, which is why they all keep their distance from her. But Xu Yijin did not give up. She promised herself to reach even higher, to a peak no one else could reach. To do that, she had to face stronger opponents, and the chosen one was none other than Minato. Xu Yijin approached Minato, pointed at him, and said, "Kusanagi Minato, you are next." Manato showed no fear at all, calmly smiling and saying, "She is the next one. Some people are watching closely." Xu Yijin slightly furrowed her brows, glanced back, and saw a group of people approaching. Xu Yijin immediately stepped aside and said with a smirk, "I always go solo. I do not form teams." The man also nodded in agreement. "We are the same. We all want one-on-one." Hearing this, Minato could not help but click his tongue in admiration. What a bunch of fight addicts. This is my specialty. At the same time, Aaron had also arrived here. He quietly observed Minato, the representative of the global elite, all possessing mana exceeding 1 million. Even Minato struggled to fight them all at once. But what about a solo battle? However, Aaron still admired Minato's spirit and agreed. This was no longer a childish fight from before. Now was the time to see his full strength. Below, the man suddenly unleashed his magic power and called out, "I will go first." Seeing his magic power, Manato could not help but praise him. His magic power was quite refined. Chuckling softly, the man said plainly, "I am a former mercenary who has been to many battlefields, and of course, I have killed before, but do not worry, Manato, I want to kill you." Manato could not help but click his tongue, convincing while acting with sharp intent. Truly unbelievable. No sooner had he spoken than the man swiftly lunged forward. Manato did not flinch at all and responded calmly. In the blink of an eye, the knife in the man's hand was already in front of him. He quickly dodged, but still had several strands of hair cut off. The man could not help but admire the graceful movement, and decided to try this move in that situation. Thinking quickly, he unleashed his dark magic. A vine attacked Manato, but he dodged it. Before he could escape, you appeared in front of the man and without hesitation, struck him with a punch. The pain hit instantly, causing him to scream. His limp body was thrown dozens of meters away. The second man trembled, unable to believe that just one strike could cause such devastating damage. Truly terrifying power. Minato glanced around at everyone, smirking as he said, "Who is next?" Immediately, a muscular man stepped forward, boldly declaring, "I will defeat you and become famous." But what happened next left the former mercenary utterly confused, trembling as he cried out in disbelief, because everyone who rushed in was defeated by Minato in an instant. A scene too tragic to watch. The former mercenary bit his lip fiercely, unable to leave even a scratch on the opponent despite having a top-tier mage here. And he, who had never known fear on the battlefield, was trembling like this. Aaron watched the battle just now and could not help but feel impressed, never expecting such overwhelming power. He really wanted to fight Minato himself, but Aaron quickly dismissed this thought, sighed deeply. If I get defeated too early, I want to be able to complete my mission. It is unfortunate, but I have to retreat to another area. Suiden stood beside him, watching Manato's display of skill. Her eyes involuntarily filled with doubt what was going on. That move. She never expected Manato could do that. On this side, Manato watched the group fleeing in disarray and sighed reluctantly. I was only fighting a little more seriously. Then he glanced at Suiden and spoke. You are the only one left. Are you going to fight? Suiden immediately reached Manato's side. She had always been called a genius, but Minato surpassed that by far. This feeling was just like when Suiden faced the great senior brother, only even stronger. Thinking this, she clenched her fists tightly, then shouted fiercely. Charging forward, Suiden was fearless, driven by her desire to fight. She had entered the battle. Manato furrowed his brow slightly, calmly watching Suiden's movements. The girl rushed forward like the wind, reaching Manato in an instant. Manato clicked his tongue softly, then threw a punch, only for it to be caught by Suiden, who cast a spell at the same time. But before she could attack, Manato had already dodged. Yet in Suiden's hand, another spell appeared instantly, placed right in front of Manato. A wild wave surged forward. Suiden raised an eyebrow and thought to himself, maybe they attacked us head-on. Unfortunately, Manato was behind the girl at that moment. He raised his brow and smiled. What an interesting way to fight. Hearing the sound, Suiden quickly dodged, putting distance between them. Manato paid no mind and calmly remarked that the combination of Chinese martial arts and magic, maintaining an active state even during combat and timing the activation perfectly, was truly flawless. It is different from ordinary magic, and it is not like the martial magic you usually use either. There is something quite strange about it in Suiden. Suiden promised, this is not magic, it is fighting spirit. Manato asked with some confusion, what kind of power is this? Suiden smirked slightly and said, I am not telling you. Immediately after, the girl began casting magic, unleashing a level 12 combined spell. With a roar, thunderous explosion erupted, sending sparks flying everywhere. After finishing that round of attacks, Suiden let out a heavy breath. But surprisingly, Manato was unharmed. Just a barrier was enough to block it. He even smiled teasingly as he spoke. Truly an impressive magic. Seeing this, Suiden immediately grew resentful and charged forward aggressively. The girl decided to fight Manato one-on-one with martial arts. But surprisingly, Manato knew them too and easily blocked them. Suiden stared in horror. Wide-eyed, how could he be skilled in both magic and martial arts? Excelling at everything, none of her moves had any effect. Manato squinted at her crouching down, muttering in confusion. Is this really the end? Suiden sat there, her face looking a bit grim. She thought she was strong, but against a monster like Manato, she was just a child. After a long silence, she muttered softly, this is Suiden's defeat. It is time to end. Manato felt confused upon hearing that. She really is a strange one. Yet Suiden looked up at him and smiled innocently. It was truly a joyful sight. Manato grew even more confused. Why was she smiling when she should have been scared to tears? He could not understand and decided to turn away and leave. Manato watched his retreating figure, falling into a somber mood. This person was overwhelmingly stronger than Suiden. Compared to the four great supers, he was no less powerful, and she needed to find someone like him. Suiden wanted to know more. To help Manato understand things she did not, so she ran after him, sticking close like a little shadow that would not let go. Suiden believed Manato would become even stronger, so she decided to follow him. Manato obviously noticed her trailing behind, feeling a bit helpless but doing nothing about it. By evening, Manato rested beside the stream, caught fish, and started a fire to grill them. Suiden hid behind the bushes, her stomach growling nonstop, having been so focused on following Manato that she forgot to eat. Manato was grilling fish when he heard a sound from behind. Truly helpless, he sighed and said, she could just come over here. Suiden was stunned upon hearing that, not expecting to be discovered. She poked her head out from behind the tree, looking at Manato in confusion. After hesitating for a long moment, Suiden finally crept over to his side. Seeing this, Manato handed her a grilled fish and asked suspiciously, do you want to eat it? Suiden's eyes immediately lit up, her face showing a hungry expression, and she quickly grabbed the fish, devouring it eagerly. Manato saw this and could not help but smile. In just a moment, Suiden had eaten until her belly was full and round. Manato had also finished eating, and the girl quietly observed him. When fighting, Manato's aura was completely different. Normally, he was very calm and gentle. However, Suiden was still afraid of him and continued to drift back to sleep. Manato felt a bit reluctant, thinking her guard was way too low. The next morning, Suiden woke up from a drowsy sleep, still covered by a jacket. Seeing her open her eyes, Manato immediately spoke up. Are you awake? Suiden startled and sat up. She could not believe she had fallen asleep in front of the enemy. Manato did not pay any attention and handed Suiden an apple with a smile, saying, you slept really well. Want to eat this? Suiden nodded slightly and replied, thank you. The girl took the apple and stepped aside. She did not understand why Manato was acting so normally as if nothing had happened. Suiden was clearly off guard, so why did not he act? The girl could not understand. Right after, Manato continued on his journey. Of course, as decided, Suidin followed from behind, but this time openly tailing instead of sneaking. Although on the same path, everyone focused on their own task, and Minho had no intention of attacking Suidin. This made her suspicious, and in the end, she could not hold back and asked, "Do not you doubt me?" Manato replied frankly, "Following or not is your choice. If you feel suspicious, you can just run away." Upon hearing this, Suidin immediately dealt with the person. After a moment, she reacted fiercely, shouting, "Arrogant one, I have a question." Manato did not turn back and asked coolly, "What is it?" Suidin pursed her lips and questioned, "Why are you so strong? How did you learn magic?" Besides, the girl also wanted to know why Manato was traveling alone and where his companions were. After Suidin finished asking a series of questions, Manato slowly replied that the secret to becoming strong is talent and hard work. Suidin raised her eyebrows, then shook her head slowly and muttered, "Hard work, huh, that is beyond me." Smiling unconsciously, Manato continued, "Magic is the imitation and manipulation of phenomena, and everything else depends on a steadfast will." Suidin listened intently but only half understood, so she asked confused, "So it is about willpower, right? Is there a trick to it?" But Manato did not answer, just said mysteriously, "I am waiting for someone." Suidin heard that and asked anxiously, "Who?" Smiling softly, Manato replied frankly, "My enemy." On another note, the three of them, after Yuka just defeated another pawn, probably had enough points. Ryuji then sighed in relief and said, "As long as we avoid fighting him, we will pass this round." Yuka nodded slightly and replied, "If we fight him, we will definitely lose, and our chance to pass the exam will vanish." This made all three fall silent, but after a moment, Ryuji suddenly hesitated and asked, "If only he passes, can we stop being arrogant and move on?" None of them had ever beaten Minato even once. This was true. Yuka sighed reluctantly. Manato was always alone because he was too strong and had no rivals. Yuka felt the same way. Manato fought while they were always just running after him. Just then, a sudden sound of passing echoed from the bushes. Startling Yuka, the former mercenary man came out from there, shaking his head as if he had no friends at all. Truly lonely. Yuka squinted at him while Hong asked, "Where is everyone?" He replied slowly, "We fought but had to retreat. Is it the same for you?" Ruka saw the group approaching. The leader said, "The condition for elimination is being unable to continue fighting." Yuka furrowed her brow thoughtfully and said, "In other words, they have not lost yet. But why has not he just finished them off?" Ryuji thought for a moment before speaking. Maybe it is too troublesome. Or perhaps he is holding back. Shaking his head in denial, he said maybe he has some plan we do not know about. This shocked Ruka and Ryuji. And just then Eren suddenly spoke up, "Are you all planning to team up to take him down together?" Ruka nodded slightly and replied, "There are about 100 contestants left. If we work together, we might actually be able to defeat him." Eren raised an eyebrow at this suggestion and said, "Interesting strategy, but do not forget, I am the judge here." Yuka narrowed her eyes at him and said with a smile, "You do not want to beat him. He is very strong, maybe the strongest person here." Ruka and Ryuji agreed with this, but the former mercenary was not convinced and wanted to argue that was a bit too much. Before I could finish, Eren interrupted, saying that in his eyes, he has the strength of a 6th level awakened. While everyone was confused, Yuka suddenly shouted fiercely, "But so what? I still do not want to give up. He is alone, but we have numbers." Ruka nodded in agreement. "We can do it too. We will show that arrogant guy." Eren narrowed his eyes at them and asked calmly, "But do you have a plan to win yet?" Yuka smiled confidently and said, "Even if there is just a 1% chance, it is worth trying." On the third day of the practical exam, Manato still looked so relaxed, eating then sleeping, sleeping then eating, not seeming like he was competing at all. Meanwhile, Suijing, who was following him, looked even more exhausted, starting practice before dawn. After practicing with magic, she threw a few traditional martial arts punches, her movements very skilled, but at this moment, Suijing was troubled. She was overconfident and had not even reached Manato's level. "You are incredibly strong, almost like you are not human." Even Suijing could feel the isolation. Manato had long been a solitary figure, and she could feel it, while Suijing was still lost in thought. Manato woke up, laughed, and started training even during the Suijing glanced at him and replied matter-of-factly, "That is just part of my habit." Manato looked her over for a moment before saying, "Martial arts use a different kind of energy than magic." "Interesting." Suijing frowned and corrected him, saying this is battle intent. She explained that it allows her to unleash physical strength many times greater than normal, and when using the staff, that strength increases even more. Manato listened and muttered in confusion. "Battle intent and a staff huff." Suijing slowly explained, "First focus on refining your inner strength, guiding the battle energy to flow throughout your body, and relax to let it envelop you." As she spoke, the girl practiced, then harnessed all her strength within her body, finally releasing it outward. Manato watched nearby and could not help but applaud. Truly impressive. Su Jing was not happy to be praised. Sighing, she said, "It is nothing impressive. I still can't beat you." Manato smiled at her, smirking, "Your magic is still pretty clumsy." Su Jing frowned and said coldly that she had taught herself without ever stepping into a magic academy, so it was understandable that her magic was not yet perfected. Manato nodded calmly and explained slowly that willpower and magic seemed similar but were fundamentally different, so it was best not to use the same mindset to control both. You said she was originally poor at sensing and controlling magic, so her incantations were unstable. Hearing this, Su Jing asked suspiciously, "So what should I do?" Manato said plainly, "I will transfer to you a high-density stream of mana. Focus on feeling it with your whole body." He never expected that one day he would be transferring mana to such a low-level mage, but Su Jing has come this far purely because of her natural talent. She really is an interesting person. With that thought, Manato placed his hand on Su Jing's back and began transferring mana into her body. Not long after, the girl exclaimed, "I can feel it now. I have never felt such a burning source of magic before." Manato spoke slowly. "This is true magic. Let it engrave the difference between it and battle energy into your body." Su Jing looked at the flow of magic within her with delight and said, "This is true magic. I understand now. It feels like I can actually touch it." Manato calmly explained, "Since you can use both battle energy and magic, perhaps you never clearly distinguished between the two sources of power before." Su Jing looked as if she had just been enlightened. Her eyes instantly filled with a radiant glow, and she smiled happily. "Kusanagi Manato, you really are a monster. The problem that has troubled me for so long has been solved right before my eyes." "Thank you." Manato declined to comment, shaking his head with a smile. "It is nothing." While the two were talking, several eyes silently watched. Then, they suddenly rushed out from the bushes to ambush them, but with Tepji's power, they were kicked away by Su Jing before they could even reach the two, and Manato also landed a punch on them. He could not help but lick his lips in admiration and ambush this early. At that moment, the others launched a magical attack on the two, but their spells vanished upon hitting Manato's shield. He quickly fired a magic bullet, causing an explosion right in front of him. Before he could even catch his breath, another enemy rushed forward with a barrier they had noticed early on, so they turned around and fought back simultaneously. The magic outside still raged wildly toward them. Unfortunately, the speed was too slow. Manato and Su Jing dodged it. Immediately after, they both simultaneously cast spells to counterattack. With a bang, the ground was blasted by inorganic cannons and chaotic waves, and a whole group of people were taken down. Those hiding in the distance hurriedly crawled away with their people. Seeing this, Su Jing could not help but feel uneasy. Are they really running away? Manato sighed helplessly. They are just quick on their feet. Su Jing, on the other hand, scolded angrily. Running away so fast is just cowardly. Smiling faintly, Manato said mysteriously, "I am not sure." Su Jing, bit confused, asked, "What do you mean?" Manato slowly explained, "They are not like the others we have seen before. There might be someone behind Aya. The person behind the scheme is Aya. Of course it is Duika's group. A few minutes ago, they gathered at a piece of land." Ruka shouted fiercely, "No one can defeat Manato. He can use level 17 magic with almost unlimited mana." This statement left everyone here stunned and speechless. Seeing their confusion, Duika spoke up again, saying that even Minato has weaknesses. He is still only human. Although divine magic can heal wounds and dispel fatigue, it cannot restore a worn-out spirit or replace sleep or food, so they always ambush Manato when he wants to rest. After chasing away a group, Su Jing angrily took off Manato's jacket. Then frustrated, he scolded that using dirty tricks was wrong and that fighting fair and square was the right way. Taking advantage of openings to strike was truly cowardly. Manato could not help but smile and say, "I am different. I will play however I win. That kind of style suits me just fine." Su Jing froze after hearing that. She was supposed to be the one who craved battle, yet now she only followed Manato. While the enemies risked everything to take him down, what about her? Thinking of this, Su Jing could not help but clench her fists tightly. Going with Manato was truly fun, but that was not her real goal. At that moment, Su Jing suddenly became resolute. Just as Manato was about to leave, he suddenly turned back to look. Su Jing had disappeared, leaving Manato alone on the battlefield. He could not help but smile to himself. They were gone. And now, the real game begins, the one-on-one battle of healing and repairing. In the days that follow, Manato is constantly ambushed during his travels, but with his high-level magic, he easily handled it, one at a time, then two at once, and when it was 10, he wiped them all out. After being defeated, a group would come to take the injured away. At first Manato always let them leave, but eventually he felt it was unnecessary and decided to chase after them. While passing through a contested area, Minato encountered a group of people. They used dark magic to surround him with a sleep mist, but Minato quickly took them out. However, when his vision cleared, he saw no one and frowned. Muttering had they escaped, Manato could no longer sense any magic power. From ambush to retreat there was no gap at all. Not bad at all. On the last day of the practical exam, Duika gathered everyone and declared that today we will launch a full-scale attack. After days of being ambushed, Manato must be exhausted. Eren listened quietly without saying a word, while Ruka and Ryuji also remained silent. Duika glanced around and gave orders. This time the attack team will take the front. The ambush team will support from behind. We will win at all costs. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone shouted in unison, and this battle is being watched by people all over the world. The people of Japan all believe that Manato will win. At the same time, at Leonhard's private residence, he was also watching the live broadcast, smiling and saying, "Then let us watch the finale together." Not only him, but other great players were also quietly observing this battle. No one knew why they were watching, nor whether they were simply curious or had ulterior motives. Amid the survival battle, Manato found the Ruka group and smiled, saying, "The game of hide and seek is over now." Ruka's group glared at him, their eyes full of fighting spirit, though someone nervously asked if he was exhausted, but he still seemed very alert. At that moment, the whole Ruka group shouted in unison, "I always lose to you, but this time I will defeat you." Smiling unconsciously, Manato coldly replied, "Sounds perfect." Then, right at that moment, the ground beneath Manato suddenly cracked open. In the blink of an eye, a large hole was formed. Manato did not have time to react and fell down below. Above, a team of mages was using magic to attack stealthily. Manato could not help but smirk. Ruka and her team were just bait, not bad at all. While he was thinking, the crack above slowly began to close. In just a moment, it returned to normal. They looked down in confusion, muttering in doubt, "Did I really hit them?" But a second later, the ground exploded directly. Manato burst out from underground, but he smirked and said, "Not bad, but still too inexperienced." Ruka's team immediately launched an attack. It is not over yet. A barrage of various magic wildly rushed toward Manato, but was blocked by a layer of shields. But at this moment, someone from behind ambushed and attacked, yet Manato seemed to have eyes in the back of his head, conjuring another shield to block it, and he calmly said, "It is useless." At the same moment, a fireball appeared from the sky. With a sizzling sound, it struck Manato and then exploded directly. Dust filled the air as the mages anxiously asked, "Did I hit them?" But when the dust settled, Manato was still standing tall, smiling faintly and saying, "That last strike was not bad. I did not expect it to actually injure me." He said he was injured, but it was just a scratch on his bicep. Ryuji exclaimed in disbelief, "Taking such a powerful hit and only getting a scratch, can he even be human?" Manato faced hundreds of contestants alone, so everyone believed the others would win this match. No matter how strong he was still just human. But how could the Ryuka group be so sure? Even the former mercenary was the first to realize this was foolish. They could never win. Manato was clearly not human. Yet the two Ryuka sisters still rallied with fierce determination, shouting in unison, "I will not give up." Never. No sooner had they spoken than the two combined their powers to create a level 12 ice barrier spell, enveloping Manato in a layer of frost. Seeing this, everyone immediately cheered in excitement. Level 12 magic. Incredible. But before long, the ice layer slowly cracked. Manato shattered it into pieces, smiling slightly and saying, "Not bad, but still not enough." Seeing this, Ryuji hurriedly launched an attack, unleashing an infinite gravity from above, but it was blocked by Manato's shield. Ryuji stopped, glaring as it was shattered. Collapsing right there, Ryuka and Ryuka can use magic up to level 12, but for him, level 10 is the limit. Everyone was already exhausted. Some started to give up, and even with simultaneous attacks, he still blocked everything. Could he really not be defeated? Hearing this, Ryuka shouted loudly, even using automatic magic and regular magic at the same time. He can't maintain it for long. If he keeps attacking like this, she is sure he will cause damage. Meanwhile, Eren took off his outer jacket, grinning excitedly as he said, "Now it is my turn, a close combat strike that even Kusanagi can't block completely." Right, watch the power of muscle magic. No sooner had he finished speaking than he lunged at Manato, but was quickly countered. Manato sneered and muttered, "I told you it is close combat magic." Then they exchanged a few more blows at an incredible speed. Whether it was fists or magic, Manato always casually blocked them, and Eren did not give up. Attacking wildly, Manato remained calm and composed, but this time, the two Yuka sisters launched a simultaneous attack. Thousands of icy shards tore through the air toward Manato. They believed that in that state, he would not have time to practice magic, that a magic barrier could not contain an 11th level spell. At that moment, a deafening explosion rang out, sending rocks flying everywhere. The two Yuka sisters shouted with joy, "Got him." But as the dust settled, a figure emerged from within. Manato smiled confidently and said, "Good teamwork. Honestly, that scared me." Seeing this, the mages could not help but be shocked. Impossible. He was barely hurt at all. The two Yuka sisters also cried out in confusion. How could he block such an attack? He did not have time to use high-level magic. Manato clicked his tongue and shook his head. "I did not use high-level magic." Yuka stared at Manato in disbelief and said, "Do not tell me you used low-level magic." She also argued, "You are saying you blocked a level 12 magic spell. How is that even possible?" Manato slowly explained, I narrowed the range to the point of impact and created a minimal shield at an angle. I already taught them that. Speaking of which, Manato recalled saying, I taught you all that from the start. Right, use magic efficiently with the right amount of mana. Hearing this, Ryuji objected, saying that was not something you could do immediately in such a situation. Yuka also said begrudgingly that creativity has its limits. Manato clicked his tongue twice, smiled, and said, from now on, I will be a bit more serious. Immediately, he unleashed his magic power, but not too much. Manato sneered, I think it is about 10%. Hearing this, the faint-hearted ran away in fear, but Manato simply did not give them the chance. Immediately attacking and knocking them down on the spot, Manato said firmly, I do not usually attack those who are running away, but I have no reason to forgive anyone who abandons their comrades. While he was talking, Aron attacked, but Manato just calmly stood there, and he could not do anything to him. He smirked, mocking that his training was still too fluid. Immediately, Manato delivered a punch that sent Aron flying, his body crashing hard to the ground. Just as you thought, he could not defeat Manato. Maybe more research on muscle enhancement is needed. With that thought, Aron fell into a coma. Seeing this, Duika immediately panicked. Aron was the only one who could fight up close, so what would happen if he was gone? Meanwhile, Manato unleashed magic bullets, treating the people below like shooting targets, launching a fierce attack. In just a moment, almost everyone was defeated. Although Ruka and the other two could still resist, their bodies were trembling uncontrollably. Manato narrowed his eyes at them, contemptuous smirk on his lips. Is that all? Duka bit his lip fiercely. It was reckless to think they could beat him. Minato's mana, level, and combat skills were all far superior, but at that moment, Ruka suddenly spoke up. Not yet, causing Duika to panic and look at her, but Ruka did not care. Shouting fiercely, I can give up, this is all I have. Seeing this, Ryuji could not help but feel helpless. Why does she insist on doing this? Manato also could not hold back and spoke up. I do not doubt your fighting spirit, but you no longer have the ability to fight. Right, and it seems like you do not have any teammates left either. Just as you spoke, a small figure appeared on the cliff ahead, but their voice was full of authority, saying I am here. It was Su Jing, the one who had been missing for days. Seeing the girl, the Duca group immediately panicked. Su Jing ignored their reactions and jumped down to stand opposite Manato. Manato squinted at the girl, then after a moment sighed and said, her ability to sense and control magic has improved. She has been training, has not she? Hemph, Su Jing said coldly. I am not going to tell you. Manato could not help but smirk as the magic power within him began to rise. Soon after, they both charged at each other simultaneously. The two moved at incredible speed, exchanging blows in mere moments. Su Jing combined close combat with her fire magic. A fairy dragon illusion appeared, charging toward Manato, but he remained calm, letting it pass right through him. Minato smirked. Interesting. And as soon as he said that, he cast a spell. Seeing this, Su Jing could not help but pause, because in front of her now appeared a phantom water dragon, roaring as it charged at the fire dragon. And in the blink of an eye, both vanished into smoke. Manato descended from the sky, exuding supreme confidence. You could not help but exclaim excitedly. The combination of martial arts breathing techniques and magic is quite an interesting idea. Su Jing squinted at Manato, confused and questioning. How could you use a technique that I only just mastered so easily? Smiling confidently, Manato replied plainly, because I just saw it. This only made Su Jing even more excited. The girl smiled and said, as I thought, you are not an ordinary person, but that is what makes this interesting. Fight on. Kusanagi Manato. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Jing darted forward like a moth to a flame. Manato did not hold back at all, matching her blow for blow without faltering. It was only then that Su Jing could admit he was truly as strong as her master, and at this rate, she was going to lose. At the same time, Manato was quietly reflecting that Su Jing was growing stronger with each battle and her potential was truly immense. But just then, a sudden wave of water surged forward, startling Manato into dodging. The Yuka group joined forces to attack again. Yuka shouted fiercely, we will all pitch in. Su Jing frowned slightly at them, hesitated for a moment, then nodded, let us go with everyone's plan. And right after that, Manato faced off against 4 opponents alone. The 3 Yuka members were too exhausted to fight directly and stayed below to support Su Jing. Su Jing was a bit surprised. This was their first time fighting together, but it was much easier than she had expected. This might not be so bad after all. She felt pretty okay with it. Manato watched how Su Jing moved while coordinating with everyone and could not help but sigh. She was a bit clumsy, but that was not a reason for him to hold back. The people watching the battle behind the screen could not help but panic. Manato's performance was truly overwhelming, and the outcome surprised many. Time's up, everyone was defeated, and the only one left standing was Manato. He glanced around at everyone, smirked, and said, well, that is that. Su Jing lay on the ground, unable to help but sigh. He is too strong. Ruka also let out a helpless sigh. We could not do anything, and Ryuji bit his lip fiercely, silently cursing how annoying it was. Ruka fell into despair. No matter the plan or how many people they had, they still could not win. Manato was on a whole different level from everyone else. At this moment, Manato went over to tend to Suijing, smiling as he said the match was quite interesting. Hearing this, Suijing grunted in dissatisfaction. Interesting, huh. Easy for you to say since you still have energy left. Manato did not answer. Instead he turned to tend to Ruka's group, praising their strategy and saying it was quite interesting to see so many people involved. The two Rukas had regained their strength, but Ruka was still very desperate. In reality, they were nowhere near Manato's level. People that strong are often lonely, but they do not have the strength to share that loneliness. While they were still stunned, Manato spoke up, "You have pushed me this far, so at least try to brighten up a bit." Hearing this, the two Ruka sisters glanced at each other and then smiled, while Ryuji quietly watched the three of them. Manato was the strongest and most amazing friend he had, and the Ruka sisters were also growing stronger. But what about Ryuji? Has he hit rock bottom? And after that epic battle with Chop, Manato's face was everywhere in the media once again, making him famous all over again. Some even say Manato is the strongest legend and could probably fight on par with all 6 sages. Leona's also very pleased with Manato's battle. He applauded, saying that despite being surrounded, he maintained the initiative and defeated the top mages with ease. He is the closest to perfection I have ever seen. Luna did not know if any of the 6 sages acknowledged Manato, but at least 4 had to agree. Meanwhile, Andre's expression turned extremely grim after watching the battle. Vita, on the other hand, was very satisfied. Victor quietly disappeared from the caf, leaving his thoughts unknown. After watching the battle, Farron quietly removed his earpiece, leaving it unclear whether he was satisfied or not. Krista was initially unhappy about having to watch Manato's fight, but she still watched the entire match. A few days later, Aaron stood on the podium of the High Mage Association and announced, "Alright, it is time to reveal the results. We will announce the scores and rankings of everyone who passed the exam." Hearing this, the crowd below immediately fell silent, their eyes fixed upward. Right after, Aaron displayed the results on the board. Ryuji scored 1601 points. Ranking 19th, Ruka scored 1591 points. Ranking 20th, Ryuji ranked 21st with 1589 points, just 2 points behind Ryuka. The two sisters immediately cheered with joy. "We made it, we did it." Just then, Ryuji suddenly pointed at the marking hole screen and said, "Look." As expected, Manato ranked first with 2000 points and became a great phantom. Sui ranked second with 1789 points, classified as supreme level. Seeing Manato's result, the two Ryuka sisters were shocked. A star-ranked spirit user, Manato is about to join the 6 spirit users. At this moment, Aaron loudly announced that with the unanimous agreement of the 6 existing mages and the Kusanagi Mage Association, Manato was officially promoted to Great Mage rank. From today onward, the 6 mages will be known as the 7 mages, with Manato being one of them. Hearing this, everyone below was completely convinced. His abilities were undeniable. The two Ryuka sisters immediately rushed over to congratulate him. Sujing and Ryuji were no exception. Everyone was happy for Manato, and in the blink of an eye, the room was filled with applause. Ryuka squinted at the person on the high podium. He was leaving them further and further behind. Ryuka could not help but sigh, realizing that wanting to stand beside Manato was probably just her pride. After that day, the news that he had become one of the 7 illusions was announced worldwide. Manato had become hot news, with reporters desperate to schedule interviews with him. His fanbase kept growing, and that evening, in a large banquet hall, after the test, everyone was thrown a welcome party. Some were happy, others sad, and they kept discussing the battle from that day. Aaron and Ryuka's group were especially cheerful. At that moment, Sujing realized something. Manato had quietly stepped out onto the balcony alone, and she hurriedly followed him. The two stood on the balcony, looking down at the bustling city below, neither saying a word. After a moment, Sujing finally broke the silence. Congratulating him. The sage. The 7th great sage. Manato just casually hummed in response. Sujing looked at him confused and asked, "You are not very happy about it, are you?" Smiling faintly, Manato sighed and said, "I am sage." Sujing, with tears in her eyes, looked into the banquet hall and slowly said, "Your friends, they see you differently now." Manato nodded slightly and replied, "Everyone has grown stronger." Sujing looked at him intently and asked vaguely, "Is helping everyone in the world progress together and live in harmony your goal?" "Who knows?" Manato shrugged indifferently, speaking without emotion. "Daika, Sujing, and everyone else, what kind of world do they see? What kind of world have they been living in all along?" Seeing the confusion in his eyes, Sujing stopped and asked, "Do not you feel lonely?" Hearing this, Manato glanced at her. After a long moment, he finally answered plainly, "I have long forgotten that feeling. And now, you have people trying to catch up with you." Huh. Then Manato glanced at Sujing and smiled, saying, "You too." Su-jing's cheeks flushed bright red with embarrassment. Manato did not pay attention and reached out to pat the girl's head, smiling as he said, "Thanks, Sui-jing." Then he turned back to the banquet hall, leaving Sui-jing alone with her wild thoughts. What the hell is going on? What is this feeling?